This game is astonishingly realistic. Brick moving, errand running, garbage collecting, delivering express parcels. The company can only allow you to experience the hardships of the grueling 996 work culture. But here, you can immerse yourself in the supercharged 007 lifestyle. All right, enough chit-chat. The esteemed manager has summoned me to move bricks. That venerable figure stated that as long as we diligently offer our efforts, next month he will be able to acquire a brand new power armor, at which point he will take us to explore the expansive wasteland and gather even more refuse. Upon traversing to the world of the wasteland, Chu Guang discovered that he had unlocked the shelter system, enabling him to summon beings known as players from parallel universes. From that day forth, the entire wasteland ceased to take itself seriously. Qingchuan City. How genuinely immersive can a 100% realistic game be? In University Computer Lab on Earth. As he gazed at the chat messages, the first image that flashed through Yi Wei's mind was not the game itself, but rather the sight of alabaster thighs and righteousness. To elaborate, it was akin to his heavily modded Skyrim, replete with over 200 modifications and over 100 meticulously crafted companions resurrected from his save files. Delving into further detail would be unwise, lest his account be banned. His nickname in the group is Girl's Archnemesis Knight 10 times, but due to its length and lack of elegance, the older members of the group affectionately shorten it to Knight 10. It is literally true in every sense. Visual, auditory, olfactory, tactile, gustatory. All indistinguishable from the real world. The flow of time in the game world corresponds to a 1-to-1 ratio with reality, with a time difference of approximately 12 hours. Moreover, due to the technical principles being an interference with dreams, engaging in the game is akin to sleeping. The individual who typed these two lines goes by the moniker Light. This earnest one-word nickname stands in stark contrast to the rather whimsical name of the group, the Cow and Horse Club, prompting the group's playful members to occasionally refer to him as Ultraman, Gaia, or even Brother Kai, or Impressive. 8th level Gale. Administrator, is this some sort of fantasy setting? Laughs up. Coming days, Administrator, moreover, it sounds somewhat dated, reminiscent of early web literature concerning virtual reality games. White Steed Passing, Group Leader. Haha, are you referring to wearing a virtual reality headset? I used to enjoy watching that back in school. Girl's Archnemesis Knight 10 times. Administrator, logically speaking, such a premise is quite unreasonable. Would the operators not aim for profit, rather than merely to entertain the players? If it were truly 100% realistic, how could one showcase the prestige of the R&B warriors? Everyone would simply be freeloading. Yi Wei does not indulge in such novels. Yet he believes that having undergone 9 years of compulsory education sets him apart from others. Rather than seeking mere pleasure, one should pursue rationality. Thus, he prefers to delve into the realms of fantasy and the supernatural. Coming days, bro, you are far too serious. If we are truly addressing rationality, should it not be more sensible for the fictional operators in the novels to profit, rather than for readers outside the narrative to derive enjoyment? 8th level Gale. No nesting dolls allowed. The discussion quickly veered off course. Although the Cow and Horse Club is a gaming group, such earnest discussions about games are rare, especially regarding a game that does not exist and is entirely a product of imagination. Nevertheless, even as the topic strayed far from its original intent, the instigator, known simply as Light, persisted in steering the conversation back. Light, what I meant to say is if such a game existed, would you be willing to play it? Observing the chat, Yi Wei chuckled and shook his head. Was there really need to ask? Girl's Archnemesis Knight 10 times. Of course. Why wouldn't I? A 100% realistic game. Why not give a try, you know? Sarcastic. 8th level Gale. Zhao 1. But regarding the premise you mentioned, I still have some questions. If game time equates to sleep time, wouldn't applying such technology to the workplace be more logical? White Steed Passing. What the heck? Are you a devil? Coming days. Then I guess I'll just stick to sleeping soundly. Bitter Smile. Quitting smoking. You guys are up all night dreaming in the chat. You're killing me with laughter. The number of people chiming in the group chat continued to grow, with some who hadn't even messaged yet curiously peeking in. In a gaming group of 200 members, the active participants usually number around 10 to 20, with the occasional emergence of unfamiliar faces, individuals who one might know but who do not know them, having lurked for over 2 years. The individual known as Light, however, remained undeterred, continuing to immerse himself in his own world. In fact, the company I recently joined is developing a fully immersive virtual reality online game. The lively chat momentarily fell silent. Yet soon enough, as if on cue, a flurry of messages erupted. What the heck? Is this for real? Impressive, bro. I almost believed you. Sarcastic. Yi Wei thought this fellow was being excessively theatrical. A fully immersive virtual reality online game? 100% real? This was sheer nonsense. Just as 8th level Gale remarked, if such a thing truly existed, would it be used for gaming? Of course, he didn't quite agree with its direct application in the workplace. In his imagination, if such remarkable technology were to exist, it would undoubtedly be utilized first in military applications. How impressive it would be for training special forces. The individual known as Light fell silent again, simply tossing over a website link. Yue casually clicked on it, only to discover it led to a game's official website. The design of the official site was rather lackluster, appearing as though they could not even afford to hire a graphic designer. The barren page contained no content besides 3 stark lines. 100% realistic virtual reality game. Wasteland OL. Current number of reservations. 0. Reserve. Yes/no. Yue chuckled. What a build-up for what turned out to be an advertisement. He couldn't tell if it was a scam or a legitimate site. However, the reservation count was indeed authentic, lacking any fabricated 8-digit online user count, nor did it mention that even the likes of Jia Hui were playing. Well then, I must see what kind of extraordinary game this is. He clicked yes with his mouse. To his astonishment, the anticipated registration page did not materialize. Aside from the increment of the appointment count from 0 to 1, there was no further alteration. Does this wretched game truly not require account registration? This perplexing maneuver left Yue utterly confounded, and he found himself at a loss, uncertain whether this contraption could indeed be classified as an advertisement. Could it be a virus? That seemed rather unlikely. In this modern age, antivirus software is nearly a relic of the past. Is there really a virus that can infect merely by clicking yes or no on a website? Not to mention in a school computer lab. Even on his personal computer, he held no fear of such a thing. Appointment count, 11. In the desolate wasteland, within the residence hall of Shelter 404, Chu Guang exhaled a sigh of relief as he gazed at the numbers displayed on the computer screen's back end. He loosened his grip on the mouse. Is this all it takes? The response came in the form of 2 lines of text that materialized before his eyes. Task completed. Reward. A set of carbon nanotube bulletproof vests. Reward point 5. The wall on one side of the room quivered subtly as the arched alloy door slid open, revealing a black vest resting on the platform behind the door. A conveyor belt delivered the vest forth. With the alloy door securely closed, tranquility returned to the room. Chu Guang promptly rose from his seat at the computer and approached to retrieve the vest. It was remarkably lightweight, its texture reminiscent of silk pajamas. It felt delicate and soft, making it difficult to fathom that it could withstand the impact of bullets. Name: Carbon Nanotube Bulletproof Vest. Description: effectively absorbs bullet kinetic energy, dispersing impact force within its durability threshold, and provides resistance against a degree of piercing and cutting damage. Durability, 100. Rewards obtained from the shelter system would be logged in the inventory, accompanied by product descriptions and usage instructions. Chu Guang immediately removed his shirt and donned the vest snugly. Initially, it felt somewhat cool against his skin, but he quickly acclimated. At that moment, a cylindrical metallic object resting in the corner of the room emitted a flat, electronic tone. Congratulations, Master. It appears you have completed your first task. Could you refrain from speaking so abruptly? Certainly, Master. The robot, resembling a wastebasket, was christened Shao Qi. As the assistant to the administrator of Shelter 404, it technically lacked a name, being identified solely by the number 777. However, finding it cumbersome, Chu Guang decided to bestow it with a name. As for who Chu Guang was and how he ended up in the Shelter 404, that tale must commence on a moonless, tempestuous night. Chapter 2. Shelter 404. Chu Guang, a male of 26 years in age, was raised by his grandfather following the divorce of his parents during his childhood. Tragically, in the second year of his university studies, his grandfather passed away, leaving him utterly alone. Fortunately, he was born in a time of peace, allowing him to complete his education through a combination of work and study, ultimately securing a position in sales post-graduation. His exemplary performance quickly earned him the admiration of his employer, and he was promoted from a novice to a supervisor in no time. After enduring the most challenging days of his life, he optimistically believed that he could finally enjoy a period of tranquility. However, fate had other plans, and this time, it played a rather cruel trick on him. Approximately 5 months prior, Chu Guang vividly recalled negotiating a contract worth 20 million with a client when his boss, in high spirits, indulged a bit too much at the dinner table and suddenly fainted. When he regained his senses, he found himself sprawled in a desolate wilderness. This was no ordinary wilderness. After walking for 2 miles without encountering a single soul, he narrowly escaped the jaws of a monstrous dog with 2 heads. Thanks to that abominable creature, the sheer terror he felt caused him to sweat profusely, which in turn jolted him awake. He turned and fled in panic. Perhaps due to the weight of its 2 heads, the beast was uncoordinated in its pursuit, allowing him to evade it after a brief chase. With the creature no longer in sight, Chu Guang dared not retrace his steps, uncertain of where to go. It was then he realized that his wallet and phone had vanished, and he was clad in a blue coat of unknown origin. Upon discovering a small puddle, he glanced down under the moonlight and was shocked to see that not only had his attire changed, but so had his very face. It was unfathomable how he had been knocked unconscious, reimagined, and abandoned in such an isolated, forsaken place. While wandering aimlessly in the wilderness, he noticed a wisp of smoke rising in the distance, which piqued his interest. In hindsight, he felt a shiver of fear at the thought of what might have transpired had he stumbled upon a gathering of ruthless marauders or cannibalistic tribes instead of a legitimate survivor settlement. He might have ended up as their next meal. Upon interacting with the survivors inhabiting this place, Chu Guang slowly pieced together fragmented information, revealing that he was no longer in Huagua, nor even on the Earth he once knew. In this parallel universe, a war that raged 2 centuries ago had obliterated the achievements of civilization, leaving behind a ravaged wasteland and its struggling inhabitants. It was now the year 2340, marking the 211th year since humanity entered the Wasteland era in early 2129. Dazed, shocked, and overwhelmed by indescribable terror, Chu Guang's resilience allowed him to endure the initial tumultuous days, gradually adapting to this new existence. After 5 arduous months of survival in the Wasteland, where meals were scarce and he had to constantly outsmart mutated creatures and malevolent raiders, he began to despair, believing this was the fate he was destined for. Yet, everything changed just hours ago. In the ruins of an abandoned sanatorium, he stumbled upon the entrance to Shelter 404. To be precise, it was not Chu Guang who discovered it. Rather, the facility known as Shelter 404 found him. A voice echoing in his mind guided him to this place. As he approached the vicinity of the sanatorium, he suddenly realized it was the very location where he first awakened in this world. Had he not aimlessly roamed about, or if daylight had arrived a tad earlier, he might have found it sooner. Regardless, the long-awaited opportunity had finally arrived. Simultaneously, a brand new job lay before him. The shelter seemed as though it had been meticulously prepared for him, eagerly awaiting his arrival. From the moment he stepped through the threshold, his identity transitioned from that of a scavenger to the singular resident and overseer of Shelter 404. His sole responsibility was to harness the internet from Earth to entice, or rather coax, a group of beings known as players to come to this world and work for him. Indeed, this shelter boasted advanced technology capable of connecting to the parallel world's internet and even had its own official website. Players who reserved a game would automatically receive a unique identification number and be registered in the administrator system's resident directory. As the administrator, Chu Guang could select specific numbers to grant gaming privileges. The system would deliver game helmets to players through a unique method. By donning the helmet, players could connect to the incubation pods within the shelter, awakening as clones. This arrangement was remarkably user-friendly and convenient. Although there were no penalties for those who chose not to participate, the rewards for completing tasks were simply irresistible to Chu Guang, such as the coveted bulletproof vest. After 5 months of struggling to survive in the wasteland, he understood all too well how vital such a protective item was. Additionally, the points earned from task rewards were valuable commodities, redeemable for mystery box rewards on the administrator allowance page. Purchasing a basic mystery box required 1 reward point, a medium box 10 points, and a high-level box 100 points. According to the system's explanation of the administrator allowance feature, the contents of the mystery boxes varied in type and quantity, ensuring that something was always received, thus eliminating the possibility of a thank you for your patronage scenario. The different levels of mystery boxes determined the guaranteed rewards. For instance, a basic box would yield at least some food supplies, a medium box would guarantee medicine, and a high-level box could yield weapons. As for whether a basic box could contain items from the medium category, the system did not specify, but the odds were likely quite slim. As Chu Guang pondered whether to spend his 5 reward points on basic mystery boxes or save up for 100 points to acquire a weapon, the wastebasket nestled in the corner spoke up once again. Master, a new task has been updated in your administrator log. Please check it in a timely manner. Understand. Chu Guang ziplit impa tinti. Who exactly is the master here? He rolled his eyes towards the corner and momentarily set aside the thought of mystery boxes, silently invoking the administrator system. Soon, a faint blue holographic screen projected onto his retina. Administrator log. The activation conditions for task Shelter 404 have been met. The first batch of containment items has been confirmed for delivery, requiring at least 1 player to log into the game. Type: Main quest. Reward: Active substance extractor. Task: Prepare a generator with a power output exceeding 10 kilowatts. Type: Side quest. Reward: 100 reward points. What the heck? 100 reward points. After perusing the tasks listed in the administrator's log update, Chu Guang's eyes widened in astonishment. However, what piqued his interest even more was the reward for the main quest. What exactly is the active substance extractor used for? Xiaoqi responded, active substances are materials for creating clones. As for its application, there should be a manual or something similar. As an AI assistant, Xiaoqi was aware that her knowledge was rather limited. Currently, Chu Guang's access only reached the B1 level of the shelter. Permissions for other floors had to be unlocked through the main quest. Moreover, it is worth mentioning that forcibly damaging the structural walls of the shelter in an attempt to illegally invade other floors would result in a disruption of the shelter's electrical and air exchange facilities. This had already been conveyed to him by the shelter system upon his entry. Nevertheless, even without that warning, Chu Guang believed he would never commit the foolish act of dismantling his own home. After all, if he were to destroy this place, where would he reside in the future? Furthermore, such a shelter, a pinnacle of pre-war technology designed to withstand strategic nuclear strikes, would not be easily dismantled. Not to mention, he didn't even possess a firearm. All right, I think I understand, he mused. Essentially, the active substance is akin to a resurrection coin, a resource that players consume to resynthesize clones. At present, the B1 level housed 100 cultivation pods, all in an activatable state. It could be assumed that each contained one unit of active substance, sufficient for the initial synthesis of a clone. According to the system's specifications, Chu Guang could summon up to 100 players in the form of clones to this world. Of course, he was well aware that matters were not as straightforward as they appeared. Firstly, the official website of Wasteland OL currently had no traffic. The vast majority of people, upon hearing about a 100 authentic immersive virtual reality game, would instinctively think it was either a scam or, at best, a hoax. After all, such technology did not exist in reality. Even self-media sources could not concoct such absurd tales. Secondly, even if he managed to charm 11 players into making reservations, he could not guarantee that all would heed his commands. The autonomy to enter and exit the game rested solely with the players themselves. His authority extended only to forcibly expelling disruptive players, banning their access, and revoking their gaming qualifications. He could not compel them to don a headset and toil for him. Thus, the selection of individuals to grant gaming qualifications, especially for the first batch of beta testers, needed to be handled with utmost care. Better to have fewer than to create chaos. Otherwise, it would merely invite trouble. Furthermore, and most crucially, the conditions in Wasteland dictated that having more people was not necessarily advantageous at this juncture. Each additional person meant one more mouth to feed. He was as impoverished as a specter himself and barely able to sustain his own existence, let alone care for an additional 100. Even if he had the means to activate all 100 cultivation pods, it would only serve to provide sustenance to mutants and marauders. Beyond that, it would hold no significance. Chu Guang returned to his computer and resumed his seat. After contemplating in front of the screen for a considerable time, his thoughts gradually crystallized. Logging back onto his QQ account, he opened a gaming group called the Cow Horse Club and initiated a discussion group with the group leader and 3 administrators. Then, he typed in the group chat, "Please send me the updated numbers from the official website that you received when making your reservations. There are only 4 beta testing spots available, and I intend to apply to the company to see if they can directly send the beta testing qualifications and headsets to you." They were all former teammates from his frequent chicken dinners, so it did not seem out of place to extend a helping hand. The most critical aspect was that Chu Guang could not think of anyone in reality to rely on. The only ones he could count on were these online acquaintances, whom he had never met in person, but with whom he shared some rapport. Relatives? After his grandfather's passing, he had lost contact for many years. If the police had not informed them, they might not even know about his demise. His landlord? At this moment, they were likely searching everywhere for the rent. Classmates? He hadn't been in touch since graduation. Colleagues? They probably deemed him unlucky. He found they had deleted him. Moreover, even if they hadn't, Chu Guang could not message them, considering he was inebriated at the time. Sending messages from the dead to the living was a rather chilling thought. In contrast, these quirky online friends were undoubtedly the best choice. They did not know him in reality, even if he had been offline for 5 months. They would not think too much of it. Time flew by. "Big boss, you're amazing. Level 8 Gale. Incredible. Long time no see. 666. Girl, enemy knight 10 times. Awesome. Bro, you're unbeatable. Waiting for your headset. Funny." Chu Guang continued typing to remind them. "However, I must clarify that the equipment is merely loaned to you for use. Please do not lose it, and absolutely do not dismantle it, or I will have no way to explain it to the company. Additionally, the equipment will be bound to the user's identity information, meaning one device can only register one account and can only be used by one person. Though he claimed it was a reminder, he was not particularly worried about the player's compliance. According to the system, the headset would recognize the player's identity, rendering it unusable by anyone other than the player themselves. As for the equipment, he had no concerns. Since the system could deliver the headsets to the players, it surely had a way to address after-sale service issues. That was not something he needed to worry about. Long time no see. Is there a fee? Chu Guang. No fees during the beta testing phase. But due to tight funding, there will be no salaries either. Long time no see. 6666, I've sent you my number privately. Send me one. Time flew by. Awesome, awesome. Give me one too. If what you say about complete immersion virtual reality is true, I will live stream standing on my head and defecating. Level 8 Gale. Haha, we are here to support you. Girl enemy knight 10 times. Funny JPG. Although these four gentlemen clearly did not believe his words, nor did they trust that such a fully immersive virtual reality game existed. They still cooperated with him in a light-hearted manner and sent him their numbers. It was merely a number generated by the official website. It is not as if it were a bank card number or password. Moreover, they are quite curious about what exactly this fellow is up to. After receiving the identification numbers, Chu Guang did not hesitate. He immediately summoned the management system and located the shelter resident directory, marking the issuance of game qualifications for the four numbers. The cultivation pod required 3 days to synthesize the clone. During this time, the system would, through special means, deliver the game helmets to the players without even needing them to fill in a shipping address. As for the specifics of the methods employed, whether they would attract the attention of modern society or if they might involve any illegal operations, these troublesome issues were of little concern to Chu Guang. He merely hoped that more people would take notice of his official website, and it would be even better if it caused a sensation. This would afford him greater options. Master, our official website already has 11 players who made reservations. Why are you only issuing for slots? Little Chi, who had noticed the activated cultivation pod in the adjacent room, voiced her confusion. Because we do not need that many for now, Chu Guang replied. Closing the shelter resident directory, he then opened the management subsidy page in the system and allocated all 5 reward points to the basic blind box. Saving up to buy a high-level blind box seemed pointless. The reward for Task 2 was directly 100 points, so these 5 points were inconsequential. The pale, blue holographic screen flickered, and one side of the room's wall trembled slightly. With a soft click, the alloy door of the delivery port swung open. Gazing at the items lying on the platform, Chu Guang paused momentarily. Is this the blind box? Should be, Little Chi replied. I expected the prizes to be at least contained in a box, Chu Guang remarked, regaining his composure. Perhaps the blind box is merely a concept? Little Chi suggested. But what is the significance of a blind box that does not require unwrapping? Why not simply call a lottery? Chu Guang mused silently for a moment, staring at the rewards on the conveyor belt. I understand the reasoning. But why, despite redeeming 5, do I only receive 4? Chapter 3. Is this fellow for real? Well, it turns out he had misunderstood. The rewards from the blind box indeed amounted to 5. The system did not engage in the unscrupulous act of withholding equipment, nor was there any notion of thank you for your patronage. However, the 5th prize had been obscured by the other 4. Before Chu Guang now lay a vacuum-sealed package containing 100 G of compressed biscuits, along with 3 lollipops, each weighing 25 G in apple, banana, and mango flavors. Additionally, there was a piece of paper. The packaging of the compressed biscuits was intact, with no bulging, although the production date and shelf life were a mystery. It was unlikely to be harmful. This item was quite valuable. The calorie count listed on the ingredient label was 500 calories, which could satisfy hunger whether eaten dry or cooked into a porridge. As for the lollipops, while their caloric content was not negligible, they did not provide a sense of fullness. Nevertheless, for Chu Guang, who was on the verge of gnawing on tree bark, this was already quite commendable. One might say that the system was rather miserly. Was it afraid he would become too full, or something else, to only offer him this meager fare? Standing beside the delivery port, Chu Guang stuffed the food into his backpack and then picked up the piece of paper that had been sent out by the conveyor belt. Unfolding it for a quick glance, it bore some text in the language of this world. What creature in this world is better suited to be harvested than the player? They not only possess an insatiable curiosity, but are also perpetually enthusiastic, facing difficulties with resilience and never succumbing to despair in challenging circumstances. Of course, the most critical factor is that they can even consider issues from the operator's perspective, aiding the operator in harvesting themselves. The genius who packaged this device as a game is truly remarkable. The original administrator of Shelter 404. Please place this note in the 5th basic blind box. Is an Easter egg I left for my successor. Chu Guang felt not the slightest thrill at this supposed Easter egg, rather. He was somewhat at a loss for words. What does this device refer to? He inquired. What's the matter, master? Do you know the original administrator? I do not. My main program was only activated upon your entry into the shelter. According to the records in the shelter's database, the previous administrator transferred operational authority over a century ago. Chu Guang continued to probe. What year specifically? Little Chi replied, January 1st, 2157. The war ended in 2129, ushering human civilization into the Wasteland era. Thus, 2157 marks the 28th year of that era. That is 183 years ago. Chu Guang had always been sensitive to numbers, especially critical information like this, once memorized. He rarely forgot. This meant that the original administrator, 183 years ago, had invented this device that could project consciousness from parallel worlds into clones and had packaged it as a game. But due to certain reasons, it had never been utilized. Correct? Perhaps due to the nuclear winter. Or perhaps other reasons prevented the shelter from meeting the activation conditions. Regardless, individuals from a century ago should have long since passed away, Little Chi commented. That seems likely. What was his name, that original administrator? Chu Guang found himself unexpectedly curious about his identity. Those who conceive such morbidly amusing concepts may not necessarily be geniuses, but someone capable of inventing such incredible black technology amidst the decline of civilization could hardly be described with mere genius. Projecting consciousness from parallel worlds into clones as vessels. Chu Guang could scarcely fathom how this was accomplished. Such technology, beyond comprehension, seemed akin to magic to him. I do not know. The existing database contains no detailed information about him. Perhaps it has been deleted? Asking you is futile, Chu Guang sighed, slightly disappointed but not disheartened. Currently, the shelter had only unlocked to the B1 level. As tasks progressed, the secrets buried within this shelter would one day reveal themselves in their entirety. Stuffing the note into the drawer of his computer desk, Chu Guang tightened the straps of his backpack. Noticing his movements, Little Chi, crouching in the corner, asked Master, "Are you leaving?" Her voice, devoid of highs and lows, sounded rather pitiable. Yes, the players will only log in 3 days from now. It serves no purpose for me to remain here. I might as well return and prepare. This wretched place, though termed a shelter, lacks even basic provisions. Currently, Chu Guang is left with merely a half-sized pancake and half a bottle of water, along with some compressed biscuits and lollipops he recently acquired through reward points. This meager supply will scarcely last him 3 days. Nearby, in a survivor settlement, he has a modest little nest where he keeps some provisions and useful tools. Chu Guang plans to return there to gather what he can salvage. This will eventually become his new stronghold. By the way, Xiaoqi, how are you? What can I do for you, master? I need your assistance with a task. After a brief pause, Chu Guang continued. Our official website is rather rudimentary. I require you to add a forum feature in a database, as well as a compendium function. Is that feasible? In simpler terms, he wishes to enhance the player's understanding of the game. Merely relying on verbal persuasion to lure individuals would prove to be quite challenging. At the very least, superficial improvements must be made. Certainly, you possess editing privileges for the official website. Besides the game reservation page, you can add subpages or modify existing ones. Excellent. I shall entrust this to you. Leave it to me. Xiaoqi seems rather pleased with the task assigned by her master, even elevating the volume of her speaker by half a decibel. Though, it is also possible that this is merely Chu Guang's misunderstanding. Master, when will you return? After contemplating for a moment, Chu Guang replied, at the latest, in 3 days. If all goes smoothly, perhaps before tomorrow evening. In the present world, within the Numa Club group, a member known as Guang had shared a link, then promptly vanished, leaving others uncertain whether he had logged off or was lurking in the background, just as the discussion surrounding fully immersive virtual reality games was waning. This member's recent antics reignited the conversation. Jian, is this guy for real? Jian, an active member, though not a moderator, frequently chimed in. Bai Ju Guoshi. Well, after you all completed the reservations, he created a smaller group and added several of us moderators. Bai Ju Guoshi, the group leader, was naturally included in that smaller group. Upon hearing this, the members of the group became instantly animated. Crap, this reeks of conspiracy. Do you know the name of the company Guang joined? I need to report him for potential collusion. Come on, stop joking. Last year, a VR company went bankrupt, and the owner ended up jailed. The current trend is far removed from VR. Keep your voices down. Guang might be watching us. What could his motive be? Just make a joke? Who knows? Perhaps he is luring you brothers to some gambling site, waiting to rake in the profits when the numbers swell. I suspect this fellow isn't trustworthy at all. Let's kick him out. The conversation gradually spiraled into discontent, even reaching personal attacks. Yue frowned at the unfolding drama, ready to interject, when the group leader stepped in to apply the brakes. All members muted. By Zhu Guoshi, everyone, let us not jump to conclusions. The new members might not know Guang. He is actually a decent guy, albeit a bit lacking in marksmanship and skill. Riji Fanchong, indeed. I believe Guang isn't involved in any shady dealings. Our uncertainty lies in whether his account has been hacked. If that is the case, our management team will handle it. I'll retract my earlier messages, and let us change the subject. Group mute lifted, with the group leader and moderators weighing in. The members graciously shifted the topic, quickly diverting to the European Cup. Yue, uninterested in football, glanced at the clock in the lower right corner of the screen, noting it was already 6 o'clock p.m., coinciding with dinner time. After uploading his unfinished assignment to the cloud, Yue pushed back his chair and descended to the cafeteria, ordering a plate of spicy fried rice, which he thoroughly relished. Upon returning to his dorm with a leisurely demeanor, he noticed a cardboard box on his desk, causing him to freeze momentarily. A delivery? Oh wait, what did you order? This is quite large. His dorm mates gathered around, intrigued by the sizable parcel. All of them were well-mannered individuals. Previously, when Yue was absent, they refrained from touching his belongings. Now that he was back, their curiosity piqued. I didn't order anything. Whose package is this? The three roommates exchanged glances. I didn't notice. Neither did I. I was just out picking up takeout. Hey, this is strange. Usually, deliveries are left at the mail station downstairs, but today, it's delivered right to our door. Even stranger was Yue's realization that he hadn't specified his seat number in any online shopping address. Are delivery personnel really this skilled nowadays? Opening the cardboard box revealed a helmet inside. Its shape resembled that of a motorcycle helmet, coated in black paint, appearing rather unremarkable. The only notable feature was the absence of a face shield. Once worn, it enveloped the entire head, rendering visibility non-existent. At first glance, Yue thought it resembled a pot. What on earth is this? One of his roommates picked up the helmet, tried it on, then removed it, bewildered, and returned it to Yue. You asked me, I ask who? Could it truly be a pot? Yue, equally perplexed, attempted to place it on his head. His vision was engulfed in darkness. Just as he was about to remove it, a beam of pale blue light suddenly pierced the obscurity, illuminating his retina. Waiting for game activation, 71 hours 19 minutes. This, could it be that game helmet? No way. The shipping speed is this rapid? Yue was utterly astounded. Didn't you all see that? Removing the helmet, he looked at the roommate who had just worn it. However, that roommate was also staring back at him in confusion. What did you see? Yue hurriedly exclaimed, the countdown. It says waiting for game activation. What? This thing can also function as a gaming device? Step aside, Liu. Your eyesight isn't great. Let me take a look. Another roommate donned the helmet. But after a moment, he too, like the previous one, removed it in a haze of confusion. Nope. Let me try. All three roommates took turns trying on, and none experienced anything different. They exchanged glances, and in unison, their expressions turned peculiar as they looked at Yue. Brother, what? Perhaps you should consider a visit to the hospital? Scram! Yue, with a curse, snatched the helmet and defiantly donned it once more. The faint blue script materialized as expected. Waiting for game activation. 71 hours, 17 minutes. The countdown had advanced by 2 minutes. Not only that, but he suddenly realized that no matter how he twisted the helmet, that countdown perpetually lingered in the center of his vision. Even if he closed his eyes, Yue removed the helmet, his face a mask of disbelief. What the hell? He truly saw a ghost. Chapter 4. Chu Guang and the Lollipop. 2 centuries prior. Specifically in the year 2125, a cataclysmic war erupted on this once thriving planet. Both sides were resolutely bent on annihilating one another, employing every conceivable means at their disposal. The war lasted merely 3 years, yet in that brief span, it obliterated everything upon the surface. The protracted nuclear winter nearly extinguished the flickering embers of civilization, with both factions successfully sending each other to hell, while simultaneously burying themselves. Thus began an epic of desolation even grimmer than the Great Depression. Although 200 years have elapsed since that apocalyptic conflict, and the nuclear winter had largely dissipated over a century ago, humanity had not reclaimed its position at the apex of the food chain. The rampant proliferation of nuclear arms, biological weapons, and even genetic warfare had driven the planet's ecosystem towards an extreme evolution. The so-called aberrations, those mutated beings, posed the principal threat to the survivors struggling amidst the ruins. For instance, when Chu Guang first arrived in this world, he encountered a two-headed wolf dog, which was one such threat. However, even among the aberrations, there existed a hierarchy of strength. Creatures like the two-headed hyena, a deformity induced by gamma radiation, typically possessed low combat capabilities, often weaker than they were before mutation. Save for a few fortunate exceptions. In stark contrast, predators such as the gnawers and crawlers, products of biological weapons whose mutations had obscured their ancestral lineage, were the true monsters born for slaughter. Their nervous systems ravaged by mutated fungi. They typically concealed themselves by day in the shadows of ruins, sewers, or subways, only venturing out at night to forage for sustenance. The situation in the suburbs proved considerably better than in the urban centers, particularly in the outer fringes. In the past 5 months, the most perilous aberration Chu Guang had encountered was merely a mutated brown bear. Although formidable in strength, it was relatively slow to react, and Chu Guang had prudently evaded it before being noticed. The first light of dawn pierced through the fractured concrete walls, casting shadows alongside the remnants of steel debris upon streets strewn with wrecked vehicles and rubble. The current time was 8 in the morning. Here, the local time bore a 12-hour difference from the Eastern 8-time zone of the present world. Observing 2 mutated hyenas prowling the streets, Chu Guang gripped the sharpened pipe in his hand and cautiously maneuvered behind the ruins. Although he was confident in his ability to dispatch them, he deemed it unnecessary to stir trouble. Moreover, these creatures were cunning enough to use their kin as bait. No one could ascertain how many more lurked in the shadows of the nearby debris. Navigating the dilapidated streets, Chu Guang finally breathed a sigh of relief upon spotting the sign for the Bet Street Children's Paradise. Ahead lay one of the larger survivor enclaves near Bet Street, home to over 100 households. Before the war erupted, this location had been a vibrant amusement park, filled with numerous attractions and sprawling lawns. In the wake of the conflict, it was designated as a temporary refuge by the military, sheltering many citizens fleeing from the urban center of Qingchuan City. The fates of those refugees remained shrouded in mystery. Yet today, over 2 centuries later, this site had evolved into a small town. Inhabitants had constructed makeshift shelters using discarded plastic sheets, awnings, wood, and metal frames atop the barren, muddy ground, reminiscent of the shanty towns of a bygone era. The amusement park's walls served as a natural barrier, now reinforced with barbed wire and wooden planks adorned with nails after rough repairs. At the heart of the park stood a 5-story classical castle, exuding a fairy tale ambience. However, its paint had long since peeled away, and the wall facing the city center had crumbled significantly, leaving only the northern half and a precariously leaning solitary tower. Even in its ruinous state, it remained the most opulent structure on Bet Street, and it also served as the residence of the town's mayor. Despite residing here for 5 months, Chu Guang had yet to lay eyes on a mayor. That individual was enigmatic, rarely appearing in public. "Oh, you're back so early," remarked old Walter, squinting as he observed Chu Guang approach from around the street corner, a cigarette dangling from his lips, a plume of murky white smoke escaping his nostrils. He held a double-barreled shotgun in hand. Although it appeared somewhat aged, none would doubt its potency. Chu Guang had witnessed the old man take down a rampaging mutated brown bear charging toward the gates of Bet Street with just 2 shots. Since then, he had yearned for a weapon of his own. "You're out all night?" Old Walter inquired, glancing at the sharpened pipe slung across Chu Guang's back, his brow arching in surprise. No one understood the dangers of the night better than he. Each time he stood watch, his finger never strayed far from the trigger. Even the slightest rustle would set his nerves on edge. Though the aberrations in the outskirts were not as perilous as those in the city, many marauders eyed the area hungrily. Falling into their hands would yield a fate hardly better than death at the hands of the aberrations. Old Walter found it hard to believe that this young man had somehow managed to survive the wasteland with nothing but a steel pipe. "Just a little mishap," Chu Guang replied tersely, offering old Walter a weary glance that invited interpretation, before striding directly through the entrance of the enclave. Bet Street housed but a single recycling station, conveniently located next to the main gate of the enclave. Below the roll-up door sat an old electronic scale that was perpetually inaccurate, flanked by a sign proclaiming fair prices, devoid of deceit for both young and old. This establishment belonged to the mayor and was the sole place on Bet Street to sell used parts and the pelts of mutated moles, to monopolize the refuse collection business. This tyrant had even unilaterally enacted a law forbidding individuals from selling their captured prey or scavenged refuse to passing merchant caravans. The rationale was to ensure that Bet Street's goods could be sold at reasonable prices, rather than being ruthlessly exploited by shrewd merchants. Such a tyrannical regulation likely gained traction due, in part, to the ignorance of the survivors here. Generally, merchant caravans would not risk offending this dictator by purchasing the meager resources from scavengers. They preferred to engage in larger transactions, dealing only with trusted individuals. To sell or to buy? The shopkeeper is a 50-year-old man named Charlie, who is rumored to have once been a resident of a shelter in another province. He was subsequently captured and enslaved until the town mayor purchased him from a certain slave owner, assigning him the task of dealing with scavengers. Most of the inhabitants here are native wasteland dwellers, uneducated and struggling with rudimentary mathematics, often failing at basic addition and subtraction within 100. However, Charlie is different. He emerged from shelter. While no two shelters in this wasteland are identical, there is a commonality. Those who resided in them were invariably the elite of the pre-war society. Their children not only inherited their parents' keen intellect, but also benefited from a solid education dating back to the Enlightenment. Were it not for the woeful state of the world, he might have followed in his forebears' footsteps to become an engineer, a doctor, or a scholar, rather than simply keeping accounts here. Without further ado, Chu Guang retrieved 6 discarded batteries and 5 tubes of adhesive from his backpack and tossed them onto the electronic scale. These items were scavenged from the debris of nearby structures before he discovered Shelter 404. Old Charlie picked up the worn batteries from the table, casually inspecting their model and checking for swelling or damage before tossing them onto the scale as well. It was evident that they were scrap, but extracting materials from them was still feasible. The quality was passable. It seemed that the refuse in this area had been thoroughly sifted. Where did you find such good items? Can this even be considered good? Just luck, I suppose. I was merely asking. Well, the batteries are decent, but the adhesive is of average quality. The seal has been tampered with, and the interior is likely a mess. I can only offer you half price, totaling 3 chips. Chu Guang did not haggle with him, accepting the 3 white chips from his hand. These metallic-hued plastic coins are the currency issued by the largest survivor enclave, Stone City, in the municipality of Clear Spring, and can be exchanged for food and supplies in most survivor settlements within Clear Spring. The front of the chip displays its denomination, while the back features a unique anti-counterfeiting code and stamp, shimmering with a distinctive luster under sunlight. These chips are heat-resistant, easy to store, and highly recognizable. Most crucially, they are nearly impossible to replicate with post-apocalyptic technology. In smaller survivor enclaves, like Bet Street, which lack industrial capacity, trade primarily occurs with Stone City-esque caravans, exchanging agricultural products, hunted game, and scavenged refuse for essential supplies, including weapons. Naturally, this currency circulated in Bet Street as well. However, it is not always reliable. If a caravan fails to arrive 1 month, the entire enclave's prices could spiral out of control. The mayor has attempted to introduce Bet Street's own currency in the form of a voucher system, but to no avail. No one acknowledges it. Even the survivors of Bet Street know that such scraps of paper are more of a nuisance than anything else, akin to waste paper. Do you wish to purchase something? We just received a new shipment from Stone City. Just as Chu Guang was about to leave, he paused and turned back to inquire. Do you have any firearms? Not all. Even if we did, you couldn't afford them. Old Charlie replied with a grin, watching Chu Guang prepare to depart. However, we do have some food and fuel. If I were you, I would stock up before prices rise. Firearms, even the cheapest variety, are exceedingly difficult to acquire in a place like Bet Street. Even if an arms trading caravan occasionally passes through, those weapons typically end up in the mayor's personal stores, never gracing the shelves for public selection. Moreover, as old Charlie pointed out, even if such items were available, the scavengers could not possibly afford them. Chu Guang understood precisely why he said this. As a well-educated former shelter resident, Charlie could not fail to recognize that all the survivors living in Bet Street, whether scavengers or hunters, were being thoroughly exploited by the mayor's family for their surplus value, even if the mayor had never directly pilfered a single chip from their pockets. Food and fuel prices are about to rise? Charlie smiled faintly at Chu Guang, whose face reflected surprise. Did you not notice? It has been getting colder, and the abominations outside have begun to stir. Chu Guang furrowed his brow in contemplation, suddenly recalling something, and spoke up. Winter is approaching. I remember you arrived here just 5 months ago. You may not have experienced it, but this time of year usually heralds the gradual onset of cold. This winter is likely to arrive earlier, perhaps even with snow in October. At this juncture, Charlie paused for a moment, his tone laden with significance. Winter is upon us. Both humans and abominations must prepare in advance. When he first arrived at Bet Street, Chu Guang wore a blue coat, prompting Charlie to instinctively regard him as a shelter dweller, thus extending a modicum of consideration, although this consideration never manifested in transactional prices. The old man indeed provided Chu Guang with valuable insights that facilitated his adaptation to life in the wasteland. Chu Guang noted how I understand, thank you. Not all. Charlie replied with a faint smile. Just don't die on me. It was already early September, and if snow were indeed to fall in October, Chu Guang had merely a little over a month to prepare. For the survivors living in this region, snowfall was definitely not a cause for celebration. It signified not only an increase in food expenses, but also a need for additional fuel. The vast majority of these people subsist by scavenging and hunting, with nearby farms only requiring labor during harvest seasons. Come winter, the difficulty of scavenging escalates exponentially, and no one can predict whether the snow conceals reusable parts or the fangs of mutated rats. Furthermore, animals such as deer and rabbits, sources of meat, will reduce their activity or even hibernate entirely. Most critically, once winter sets in, caravans cease to visit. Even if one finds valuable items, they can only be hoarded at home until spring arrives to sell them. Alternatively, one might venture 10 kilometers to Stone City, the largest survivor enclave in the Clear Spring region, where the market remains open even in winter. However, its location lies at the edge of Clear Spring South 3rd Ring Road, adjacent to the Northern District, fraught with countless dangers along the way. For an average person to traverse on foot, especially in winter when temperatures can plummet to -10 degrees, is tantamount to suicide. After leaving the recycling station, Chu Guang first returned to his dwelling. In truth, rather than a dwelling, it was more akin to a makeshift shelter barely capable of warding off rain, lacking even a proper window or door. Until yesterday, he had been contemplating gathering some cement and PVC panels to seal the drafty walls before winter's arrival. However, it seems that such necessity has dissipated. Extracting a rusted aluminum box from the moldy sleeping bag, Chu Guang laboriously pried it open, spilling the plastic tokens hidden within onto the rickety wooden table with a clatter. A total of 47 white chips, each valued at 1 point. Adding the 3 chips on his person, the total reached exactly 50 points. This sum was painstakingly saved through frugality, all in hopes of one day departing this wretched place for the more prosperous Stone City. Yet now, he had devised a new plan for this fortune. Why remain dependent on others when he could establish his own domain? The ruins of the sanatorium above the shelter could be repurposed, and the surrounding concrete walls offered potential if players could be recruited to assist. With the right materials gathered nearby, the difficulty of renovation should not be insurmountable. The wetlands park adjacent to the sanatorium posed challenges for collecting metal scraps, but the verdant vegetation in the vicinity promised ample fuel for warmth. And timber could serve as material for both repairs and furniture. Yes, he would also need to procure 4 axes. Fighting monsters to level up? Not a chance. It has been stated that this is a hardcore game rooted in absolute realism. Thus, one must commence with the most fundamental tasks. Tools such as shovels and saws were equally essential. Even before the players had logged in, Chu Guang had already mapped out their roles. Of course, besides tools for labor, provisions were of utmost importance. Once the incubation pod was activated, it would immediately consume the pre-stored active substances within to synthesize clones for player use. And these clones would require sustenance. Although the clones could lie dormant in the incubation pod at a low metabolic rate while players were offline, they could not remain inactive indefinitely. The timeless truth remains. A person must eat to live. He would need to stockpile enough food to sustain 5 adults for a week. If calculated at 2 meals a day, with each meal consisting of a bread, that would amount to 70 pieces. The bread, the most common food on Better Street, could be exchanged for 2 pieces per 1-point chip. Each piece was roughly the size of a palm, with a texture that was tough and coarse, reminiscent of gritty earth. Yet it could fill the stomach and provide a modicum of salt. When boiled, it could also be made into a porridge. Purchasing 70 pieces would require 35 points, and even with bargaining, 30 points would be unavoidable. This would leave him with an insufficient budget. Chu Guang furrowed his brow, but it soon relaxed. He realized he had overcomplicated the issue. In truth, it was unnecessary for the players to dine extravagantly. If he exchanged the bread for the raw materials needed to make it, namely, the green wheat produced by nearby farms, he could acquire a full kilogram for just 3 points. Stockpiling 5 kilograms would suffice for 2 weeks of sustenance for himself. As for the rest, he would devise a means later. For now, he would prepare these essentials. Sweeping the allocated chips into his backpack, Chu Guang slung it back onto his shoulders. Though he had not slept all night, he now felt an exhilarating vigor, as if he had rediscovered the meaning of life, devoid of any trace of fatigue. As he pushed the door open and stepped outside, he noticed the neighbor's young girl crouched at the entrance of the adjacent shed, gazing curiously in his direction. He recognized her as Yu Xiaoyu, the youngest daughter of the Yu family. Most survivors in the Wasteland were gaunt and sallow, and Yu Xiaoyu was no exception, her slender arms and legs resembling reeds, making it hard to believe she was of marrying age. Noticing his attention, She did not shy away but emerged from her house. I heard some commotion at your place, so I came to take a look. Each dawn, the men of Better Street would venture out to scavenge or hunt, while the elderly, women, and children typically remained at home to guard their dwellings or engage in tasks that could earn them a meager income. Though everyone was impoverished, struggling to make ends meet without savings and lacking anything of value to steal, no one wished for a visitor to exploit their absence. This man, Chu Guang, hailed from outside, often leaving early and returning late, rarely interacting with the neighbors in the settlement. She did not know much about him, merely perceiving that he did not seem the type accustomed to hardship. Initially, everyone had been wary of him, and her mother had advised her to keep an eye on this outsider. However, Xiaoyu felt he was not a bad person, as once he had shared a bowl of soup with her while cooking at his door. Thank you. No need for thanks. I can help watch your house while you're out, she added cheerfully with a wink, as she had little else to occupy her time. Poor child, in a different world. She would likely still be in school at her age. Not wanting to appear offensive, Chu Guang concealed a flicker of sympathy in his gaze, expressionless as he pulled a lollipop from his pocket and placed it in the young girl's hand. Take this. Don't tell anyone I gave it to you. Otherwise, there won't be any left next time. I've never seen this kind of food before. Yu Xiaoyu first nibbled at the wrapper, realizing she needed to tear it open. Her big, dark eyes were fixed on the red fruit ball atop the plastic stick as she cautiously extended her tongue to taste it. What is this flavor? So sweet. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she looked up, wanting to express her gratitude. However, the one who had given her the candy had already walked away. Chapter 5. The Fourth Calamity. The Cow and Horse Management Discussion Group. This was a small group of only 4 members. The group leader, by Zhu Guishi, was joined by 3 members from the neighboring group. The dog management team, including the public enemy of girls, Yi Shirtzi, Level 8 Gale, and Liang Fongchong. Yi Shir, did you all receive the helmets? Lao Bai, received it. Quite eerie, this thing just appeared at my doorstep. Fongchong, I found mine at the garage door. Gale, I found mine on the desk. I thought it belonged to one of my colleagues. Yi Shir, you all have nothing on my experience. The package was delivered directly to my dorm. My 3 roommates were there, and not one of us saw how it got in. Moreover, the eeriest part, I don't know if you noticed, but when wearing the helmet, there's a countdown visible, while others see nothing. An eerie silence enveloped the group for a moment. The first to break the silence was the group leader. Bai Zhu Guo Si, Lao Bai. Now that you mention it, it is indeed a bit eerie. Fong Chong, what kind of game company is capable of such feats? Knowing our address and delivering the package to us without a trace? Gale, indeed, that's what concerns me the most. The address could be explained if they analyzed our real-world location through the IP address from a clicked link, but the logistics puzzle me. I'm in Jinling, and Yi Shir. I remember you study in Jiancheng. That is a distance of 500 kilometers, yet we all received the helmets almost simultaneously. Yi Shir, indeed. It was shortly after clicking the link. Lao Bai. Damn, should we report this to the police? Fong Chong. Without any monetary loss, it's likely the police would find it difficult to act. Moreover, what would you even tell them? That the delivery was wrong? That there is an issue with the helmet? Aside from personal use, others see nothing when wearing it. Kuang Feng. Yes, that is the crux of the matter. It's challenging to elucidate what this device truly is to anyone else. I even attempted to wear the helmet while inserting my phone inside. Yet while I could see things clearly, the phone captured nothing. Kuang Feng, in reality, is a teacher, probably instructing in the sciences, and speaks with a certain logic that Fong Chong and Lao Bai both acknowledged. Yi Shir, what if we dismantle the helmet to investigate it? Kuang Feng, that is feasible, but it comes with risks. I haven't identified any removable parts, and if we resort to force, it's uncertain whether we could reassemble the helmet afterward. Fong Chong, indeed, we can't put a Guang in jeopardy. Having successfully placed this helmet at the entrance of his garage, he's begun to trust the words of the individual known as Guang. It's possible that this company is a clandestine research institution supported by governmental bodies. Regardless of what it is, at the moment, they have not incurred any losses. Furthermore, he himself harbors a keen interest in fully immersive VR gaming. That countdown has piqued his curiosity. Kuang Feng. I privately messaged Brother Guang on QQ, but he hasn't replied yet. The official website, SURL, doesn't resemble a domestic site. It almost seems like an atypical domain name. And I can't find any registration information. Yi Shir, the dark web? Kuang Feng. I'm not sure. Lao Bai. Let us leave it at that for now. Discussing it serves little purpose. In 3 days, we'll discern the true nature of this helmet. As the players engaged in discussion, in the Wasteland, Chu Guang was diligently making his final preparations. 5 kilograms of green wheat and some metal tools. Chu Guang exerted considerable effort to discreetly transport these items from Beach Street to the wetland park, situated 3 kilometers away. Shelter 404 is concealed beneath this park, with its entrance located within an unremarkable sanatorium. The area is lush with vegetation and adjacent to a lake, theoretically hosting a variety of wildlife. Upon nearing the location, Chu Guang remained vigilant, wary of potential dangers. Fortunately, no incidents occurred. After checking the markings he had made at the sanatorium entrance, confirming that no aberrations or marauders had entered during his absence, Chu Guang cautiously pried open the door with a pointed pipe and stepped inside. The entrance to Shelter 404 is at the innermost part of the sanatorium's lobby, specifically marked with a B1 level designation on the elevator panel. Chu Guang first descended, tossing the food into the corridor between the elevator base and the airlock door of the buffer chamber. This area is an open space, approximately 40 to 50 meters beneath the surface. To be frank, it is not ideal for food storage, but it is certainly better than leaving it in the sanatorium, vulnerable to passing rats or mutated cockroaches. Passing through the two airlock doors of the buffer chamber, Chu Guang entered the lobby and addressed Xiao Qi, who was crouched in the corner. Has the forum feature on the official website been developed yet? It's all set. What about the players? Have they received their helmets? They have indeed. So soon? Chu Guang was slightly taken aback. He recalled leaving the shelter at 6 in the morning, and it was now only around 1 in the afternoon, a mere 7 hours apart. Does time here in the Wasteland flow at a 1 rate with that of modern society? Of course, but time here corresponds to Earth's UTC-4. Back in the real world, Huagua is in the UTC 8 time zone, which means there's a 12-hour difference. Thus, it is currently 1 in the morning in the eastern regions of Huagua. Chu Guang sat down at the computer and logged into the official website's backend. Following his instructions, Xiao Qi had added the forum feature, but with no traffic, naturally, there were no posts. The database and gallery were similarly barren. How do I upload photos from here? Chu Guang inquired, pointing at the gallery on the screen. You can upload them directly. What I mean is, how do I take the photos? Do you have a camera or anything like that? Probably no camera, but my webcam can help you take pictures. What kind do you want to capture? Here? Observing the robot resembling a wastebasket in the corner, Chu Guang sighed and replied, taking them here is utterly pointless. I'll find another way. I can't very well bring aberrations here. However, perhaps taking Xiao Qi outside is worth considering. Most aberrations show little interest in inedible metal scraps. With a bit of disguise, placing on the rooftop would serve as a perfect guardian. The more Chu Guang thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Logging into QQ through the community hall's computer, he discovered that 4 players had sent him private messages, inquiring about which company he was affiliated with, the meaning of fully immersive gameplay, and the nature of the gaming helmet. Truth be told, Chu Guang was at a loss for how to respond to their queries and could not possibly divulge the true nature of this world to them. He needed them to believe that this was a gaming world. Only then could they descend as the 4th calamity, fearless and dutiful, becoming his most formidable tools. Master, what is it? Noticing Chu Guang standing up from his chair after shutting down the computer, Xiao Qi, crouched in the corner, curiously asked, Aren't you going to reply to their messages? There's no need. The more I explain, the more inconsistencies arise. It's better to dismiss it as corporate or state secrets. As for everything else, let them ponder it themselves. What do they think their heads are for? It's not just for decoration, is it? Chapter 6, the first batch of closed beta players. I am an NPC. Addressing the mirror, Chu Guang uttered these words, took a deep breath, adjusted his collar, and endeavored to present himself as sufficiently authoritative, maintaining a stoic expression. 3 days have passed since that day. In just a few minutes, it would be time for the players to log into the game. As for the blue jacket he wore, it was the very outfit he donned when he first traversed into this world. Old Charlie from Beach Street had once mentioned that residents emerging from the shelter seemed to wear this same attire. I am an NPC. Chu Guang stood before the mirror he had salvaged from outside, rehearsing once more. The nature of this new role diverged entirely from his previous occupation in sales. A warm, spring-like smile and a courteous demeanor were hardly befitting of a manager. After all, this was a wasteland governed by the law of the jungle. To survive in such a desolate realm, his appearance need not be that of a hardened warrior, but it must at least instill a sense of confidence and security in others. As he traced the contours of his face, Chu Guang pondered whether he should perhaps etch a scar across his forehead or adopt a punk-inspired mohawk hairstyle. After all, this was a wasteland where the law of the jungle prevailed. Being too handsome might detract from the immersion. Master, he remarked, his expression impassive as he tilted his chin at the mirror. What is it? Xiao Qi whispered. According to my research, NPCs in the game typically do not refer to themselves as NPCs. Chu Guang's expression faltered momentarily, and he cleared his throat. I am well aware. He muttered to the mirror. I am the manager of Shelter 404. Speaking of which, It was nearly time for their appointment. 3 hours prior, the incubation pods had completed the synthesis of the clones. Earlier, he had arranged with 4 fortunate individuals who had secured access to the beta test to don their helmets and lie comfortably either flat or sideways before 9 o'clock Beijing time, ready to log into the game promptly at the hour. As Chu Guang contemplated how to present himself before the players, a sudden chime echoed in his mind. Instantly, a line of text appeared before him. Mission complete. A flutter of anxiety coursed through Chu Guang's heart. It was happening in a modest room adjacent to the residence hall. 4 incubation pods simultaneously disengaged their locks, unveiling semi-transparent doors. As Yue rose from his pod, his eyes widened in disbelief as he surveyed his surroundings. His face a canvas of astonishment and even a hint of dazed confusion. This is the game world. Just a minute ago, he had been musing internally whether this could possibly be an elaborate prank. Yet, as he lay on the bed, helmet charged and on the verge of slumber, a beam of light pierced the darkness and enveloped him. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself in an unfamiliar chamber, his body damp as though he had just been fished from a pool. The air vent overhead cast a chill upon his shoulders, and he could distinctly sense the liquid gradually evaporating, drawing away his warmth, accompanied by a faintly unpleasant odor. Suddenly, Yi Wei's eyes widened in realization. Vision, smell, touch, taste, hearing, all 5 senses were intact. Incredible. The visceral experience overwhelmed him, and tears welled in his eyes. He never imagined he would witness such fully immersive virtual reality technology in his lifetime. This was beyond mere description. He was not alone in this revelation. The other 3 players who emerged from their pods also displayed identical expressions of shock. Wow, wow, wow. One exclaimed, I thought this was a joke. This is truly immersive. Has technology advanced to this extent? How come I've never seen this in the news? Even pain is real. Another player pinched himself. Who are you? An NPC? NPC my foot. I'm Lao Bai. Time flies. And you are? Lao Si. I'm the Gale. Level 8 Gale. Why do you look like that? Ha ha, this is hilarious. Shut it. If you call me Lao Shi one more time, I'll show you what it means to be rough and tough. This game is intriguing. Have appearances already been predetermined? I wonder if the public version will allow character customization. Lao Bai also pinched himself, grimacing from the pain, yet beaming with joy. Excitement. Thrill. Utter disbelief. Dreams had materialized into reality. In the adjacent bed, Yue remained frozen, wide-eyed, struggling to process the enormity of the situation. Aside from him, another individual remained seated, seemingly lost in thought. Was the default character setting male? There was no character customization phase? Could one create a female character? Wow, you're quite bold. You must be Yi Shi, E.M. Fangchan. Wait, Fangchang. My good brother, you get what I mean, right? Shut it. I was just saying it casually. Is this guy Yi Shi here with you? As the 3 turned their gazes towards him, Yue finally snapped back to reality. Realizing he was still unclothed, he hastily donned the uniform hanging beside the incubation pod and casually remarked, So, how do we play this game? No beginner's tutorial? I don't know. We just arrived as well. No sooner had he spoken than the door to the room swung open. A man clad in a blue coat entered, accompanied by a robot resembling a trash bin, its cylindrical form appearing somewhat endearing, yet exuding a distinctly sci-fi aura with its sleek exterior and polished silver paint. The player's eyes widened in awe. NPC, just like a real person. Is this truly a game world? This is astonishingly lifelike. Silence. Chu Guang interjected, surveying the 4 players with a steady gaze. Welcome to Shelter 404. I am a manager here, codenamed Dawn. A momentary silence enveloped the room. The 4 players, unexpectedly attentive, held their breath, captivated by his every word, fearful of missing any plot detail. Chu Guang felt a wave of relief wash over him. His commanding presence had successfully captivated the room. He proceeded with the prepared script. Firstly, I must share some good news. The war has ended. However, the bad news is that our world has been irrevocably altered. If you're hoping to pack your bags and return home to find your mothers, that is, regrettably, not an option. We are now in the 200th year post-apocalypse. Fortunately, we have endured the most arduous years. Your presence here makes you luckier than 12 billion others. Now, I need you to swiftly grasp the reality of your situation and fulfill your declaration under the banner of humanity to rebuild our home. The individual beside me is my assistant, known as Xiao Qi. Should you have any inquiries regarding the shelter or any areas of confusion, do not hesitate to consult it. This serves as the opening statement. When the next batch of players arrives, Chu Guang will reiterate this, as it has been painstakingly crafted. Moreover, Xiao Qi has been duly informed by Chu Guang about what can and cannot be disclosed, so there's no need to worry about any inadvertent slip-ups. In truth, even if a slip occurs, it is of little consequence. Any unexplainable matters can be deftly brushed aside with a simple assertion that it is merely a game mechanic. In this day and age, perfection in design is a myth. If one were to scrutinize closely, even the evening news could uncover flaws. Upon hearing Chu Guang finally conclude his remarks, a player registered under the nickname Yisher eagerly interjected. May I ask where Brother Guang is? I mean, the game designer who provided us with the helmets. I do not comprehend your words. Chu Guang replied, his expression impassive. How does one log out of the game? Lao Bai Ti Met Din. You may return to the incubation pod and lie down to log out normally. In truth, there exists another method. States of unconsciousness, sleep, or death could also lead to a disconnection. However, Chu Guang preferred they refrain from experimenting with such options. Lying in the incubation pod is more energy efficient, as dealing with corpses strewn about would be quite troublesome. What about levels? Where can I find a player system interface? I can't seem to locate it. Just as Kuang Feng uttered these words, Chu Guang had yet to respond when Feng Chong interjected with further inquiries. What about the character creation system? Is it impossible to alter character attributes, including gender? Enough. These questions should be directed to the designer. It is not your turn to inquire yet. Severely annoyed by the incessant questioning, Chu Guang interrupted with a stern demeanor, distributing 4 small booklets without further ado. I will familiarize you with this environment and inform you of the critical points to observe, particularly regarding what is permissible and what should not even be contemplated. Chapter 7. To seek wealth, one must first gather resources. There can be no order without rules, especially for players prone to mischief. We must not show leniency. Resident Manual for the Shelter, Edition 10. 1. The commands of the administrator take precedence above all. All residents of the shelter must obey unconditionally. 2. For residents who violate the rules, the administrator reserves the right to employ forced dormancy or confinement as a final resort. Note, forced dormancy is equivalent to being forcibly ejected from the game, while confinement refers to the suspension of login privileges. 3. The administrator possesses the ultimate interpretative authority over all the aforementioned clauses. Violations will result in expulsion from the game, a power not typically afforded to mere NPCs. Upon reading the note following the second clause of the Resident Manual, the players comprehended that this NPC was not merely an NPC, but also possessed certain GM privileges, capable of banning players who disrupt the gaming experience of others. With the population currently sparse, the rules are temporarily limited to these 3. Should further regulations be required, Chu Guang may contemplate releasing a version 20 or even a version 200 to delineate the interaction protocols between players and NPCs, as well as prohibitions within the game. One of the reasons for conducting a closed beta prior to the A-test was indeed this. The shelter, albeit appearing to have numerous rooms, is relatively small, with each room being quite cramped, filled to capacity with 4 incubation pods. The previous administrator seemed to fear that he would become complacent and squander the resources. Thus, he cleared the entire B1 level, leaving nothing of value behind. Chu Guang did not linger within the shelter for long, after outlining the rules. He led the 4 players and Xiao Qi to the elevator that would take them to the outside world. These 4 beta testers were relatively compliant, granting him the respect befitting his role as administrator, though their curiosity was somewhat excessive. The moment their feet touched the ground, they transformed into eager observers, akin to Lu Lao Lao entering a grand garden, yearning to touch and explore everything in sight. Not a single cell in their bodies remained idle. As the elevator came to a halt, witnessing the sunlight filtering through the shattered windows, the 4 players simultaneously gasped in awe, overwhelmed by the spectacle. Wow, this light, this wall, this is simply astounding. Sunlight streamed through the crevices of the concrete ruins, illuminating the blades of grass pushing through the floor. And the visible dust particles danced in the beams, creating an artistic tableau where each frame was a masterpiece, each second a testament to financial expenditure. Incredible. Truly, our Japanese brother is cultured. Silence. Refer to me as Brother Fong. Understood, Brother Ri. A group of naive individuals. Chu Guang found their reactions amusing yet understandable, feigning ignorance. He proceeded with his duties as an NPC, guiding them outside the sanatorium. Turning to face them, he gestured towards the tools laid out on the ground. As you can see before you, the nuclear war concluded 2 centuries ago. We are currently situated in the northern outskirts of Qingchuan City, far removed from the epicenter of the nuclear blast. Unless you encounter glowing rain or visibly radioactive clouds, there is no need to overly concern yourselves with gamma radiation levels. The shelter cannot shield us indefinitely. Our civilization cannot remain hidden beneath the ruins forever. Remember, we are the vanguard in our return to the surface. With thousands awaiting our good news behind us, we have no time to squander. Our foremost task is to repair the sanatorium beneath our feet and establish a forward base amidst this desolation. It will serve as our stronghold for re-emerging onto the surface. I entrust you with a mission. Pick up the axes on the ground and venture outside to gather some wood. Before winter arrives, we must stockpile sufficient fuel and also mend the crumbling walls around us. Do not stray too far. Should you encounter any aberrations, do not act recklessly and retreat immediately. Commence your actions. Chu Guang initially anticipated that he would need to persuade them extensively. However, to his surprise, the players were even more obedient than he had imagined, promptly seizing the axes and setting to work. Their swift movements suggested they were eager to complete their tasks, fearing any delay would hinder their labor. Master, are these individuals truly reliable? Shao Qi, trailing behind, expressed concern, feeling that these clones lacked a degree of normalcy. That is precisely why I brought you along. Chu Guang replied, glancing at the sanatorium behind him. Pausing momentarily, he continued, you should observe from the northern window on the 3rd floor. If they encounter any difficulties or venture too far, alert me. As for himself, he needed to check on the rewards for completing the task. The animated wastebasket beside Chu Guang remained still. After a moment, Shao Qi quietly spoke up. Master, what is it? Well, I don't have legs. The mobile wastebasket circled around Chu Guang's legs, showcasing its mode of movement, revealing that it relied on pairs of rollers for mobility. It was only then that Chu Guang noticed it had been gliding along on 6 pairs of wheels. Very well, I will carry you up. He sighed. Chu Guang crouched down and hoisted it onto his shoulder. Goodness, it was rather heavy, with a series of cracking sounds. A tree as thick as a thigh slowly toppled over, crashing to the ground with a dull thud. I felt this place bore little resemblance to a wasteland. What did it resemble then? It felt more akin to a forest. I speak of the forest. I wonder if any of you have played it? In that game, one chops down trees and constructs houses. An excellent multiplayer experience. No doubt I have played it, and not just played, but I managed to build my house in the sky. However, constructing there was a far simpler endeavor. A mere click of the mouse sufficed. Unlike here where the axe felt rather weighty. Speaking of game mechanics, I find this to be quite realistic. I recall watching a documentary about returning to Chernobyl, where, after 40 years of human absence, a new ecosystem evolved, buildings enveloped in vines, trees towering higher than the structures. This game is set 200 years post-Wasteland, which is certainly within the realm of possibility. I even suspect that conditions in the city might be more exaggerated than here. Gazing at the chaos behind him, Old Bai wiped the sweat from his brow and clicked his tongue. In reality, one might serve a lengthy prison sentence for such labor. It had taken about 2 hours. Although the efficiency was lacking, with the remaining stumps resembling those gnawed by dogs, at least a dozen trees of considerable girth had been felled, with countless thinner ones besides. Yet, the administrator had not specified a quantity, leaving everyone uncertain as to whether this was sufficient. To be fair, the realism of this game is quite striking. From the dull thud of the axe hitting the tree to the flurry of wood chips and sunlight filtering through leaves, it reminds me of all right, enough rambling. Interrupting Fong Chang's musings, Yishur leaned on his axe, surveying the scattered branches and autumn leaves on the ground, panting slightly. Since we can chop trees and build houses, it should not be too difficult to farm, right? The physical capabilities in the game surpass those in reality. In real life, Yishur is the type whose body has been drained by 9 years of compulsory education. Yet here in the Wasteland, he could barely muster a couple of biceps. Of course, the most impressive figure remains by Jugua, or Old Bai. Though his character may not be particularly handsome, sporting a scruffy beard, his muscular arms speak of strength. If we were to engage in farming, I propose we could set a fire, mixing the resulting ash into the soil, and, come spring, we would have fertile ground, provided the game is indeed that realistic. Otherwise, it would be a waste of effort. Speaking of which, I've always been puzzled as to why Old Bai's muscles appear so well-defined while I struggle to wield an axe. The wind howled, catching its breath. His character is perhaps the most physically accurate representation among us. After a short while of exertion, he was already winded. Each character must possess differing attributes, though I am uncertain how those are determined. Fong Zhang rubbed the back of his head, contemplating for a moment before speaking. However, I do have a theory. What theory? The 3 players expressed keen interest in his discovery. Those who have spent time at the Nyoma Club know that he is a member of several single-player game strategy groups and has the largest Steam game library in the group. Whether it be FPS, RPG, or SLG, he plays every genre. You may have also noticed that we awakened from a silver canister. Considering the game's theme, there are 2 possible scenarios. 1. We are in a state of cryogenic sleep from before the war, and 2. We are all clones. Personally, I believe the latter scenario is more convenient, as it would easily explain the issue of resurrection. Simply reconstitute a body using the DNA stored in the incubation pod. Observing the players exchanging glances, Fong Chong continued, I speculate that later on, attributes and levels will be introduced. And the differences in our physical capabilities might be a foreshadowing of that. I am quite eager for the development team to create a unique game mechanism. Perhaps integrating DNA with a profession system, distinguishing between strength-based and agility-based players, thus establishing different growth curves for attributes. This would maintain freedom while enriching gameplay. Alas, characters are randomized. It would be splendid if we could determine our initial attributes ourselves. Having spoken until his throat was dry, Fong Chong finally paused. Enough idle chatter. I intend to speak with Guang Gu about this when I log off. I recall Guang Gu mentioning he is the planner for this game. Consulting the planner directly about this issue is undoubtedly more effective than our aimless discussions here. At that moment, gazing into the distance, Yisher suddenly spoke up. How vast do you think this map is? I do not know. If I were to walk in one direction, indefinitely watching Yisher, who seemed eager to try, and the wind, resting with his axe, hesitated before replying. It's likely a boundary wall. It could also be a narrative device. Regardless, I suggest you refrain from such actions. Have you forgotten? The administrator instructed us not to stray too far from the sanatorium. Come on, he is just an NPC. Why heed him? But he can log us off and even revoke our beta testing qualifications, the wind reminded. Fong Chong chimed in as well. Indeed, and I suspect that given the intelligence of this game's NPCs, there might even be a hidden affection system. You may have noticed that their attitude towards each player is not entirely uniform. There must be some underlying algorithm at work. Enough, no more experimenting. Upon hearing this, even the most unruly Yisher settled down. There was no denying the impact of such words. It was evident to any discerning observer that the game concealed immense value. A fully immersive virtual reality. Once this technology is unveiled, it will revolutionize not only modern entertainment, but also our way of life. Even those reluctant to engage in gaming would not mind gaining an extra 8 to 12 hours in a day. According to Guang Ji's remarks in the group, the time spent in the game world equates to sleeping in the real world. This means that even if one were to stay here all night, it would not affect their work the next day. It is truly hard to fathom that a game destined to make waves globally could commence its beta testing so haphazardly, almost stealthily. Does that company not need a profit? Nevertheless, now that this opportunity has presented itself, no one is willing to let it slip away easily. Just as Ishur had suppressed his urge to explore the map's boundaries and prepared to continue chopping trees, an overwhelming sense of impending danger suddenly enveloped him. His hands and feet turned cold. A chill of sweat trickled down his back. He could not pinpoint the source of this ominous feeling. Yet it felt as though he foresaw a grim fate. His legs weakened, and Yishur stumbled backward, and it was precisely the stumble that allowed him to evade the shadow that descended from the sky. Rip! Wood shavings scattered about. The nearby tree trunk bore 3 deep gashes, each half a foot wide. A chilling scream echoed forth, reminiscent of a wailing specter. The great bird that had swooped down missed its target, but using the recoil from striking the pine tree, it flapped its wings and ascended once more. Vanishing among the treetops, gazing at the fallen black feathers, Yishur, slumped on the ground, appeared utterly dazed, instinctively rubbing his head. What the heck? Chapter 8. This game actually allows one to eat. Instructions for the active substance extractor. 1. The active substance is the primary material for the synthesis of clones, encompassing, but not limited to, the minerals essential for human composition, 20 common amino acids, and 2 rare amino acids, among others. 2. The raw materials for the active substance extractor are animal corpses, with chordate mammals of the primate order being the most optimal, achieving an extraction efficiency of 90. Non-primate species follow, while invertebrates yield the lowest efficiency, below 10. 3. Extraction efficiency is also contingent upon the extent of decomposition. As the task of recruiting players was completed, rewards and instructions arrived simultaneously. Within Shelter 404, Chu Guang perused the instructions projected onto his retina by the system, while scrutinizing the iron contraption beside the conveyor belt, resembling a coffin. According to the manual, this device was intended for producing the raw materials for synthetic clones, namely active substances. In simpler terms, it functioned similarly to a corpse recycler. However, the description hinted that corpses of other species might also fall within the purview of recovery. Having garnered a basic understanding of the device's function, Chu Guang utilized the card he had scavenged from outside to drag it onto the elevator. ascending back to the surface alongside it. He had no intention of bringing corpses into the shelter. As for the electricity, a solution would surely present itself. The elevator rose steadily, coming to a halt as the doors opened. Just as he emerged from the elevator with the cart in tow, the voice of Xiao Qi resonated from above, almost simultaneously. Master, what is the matter? It seems there's trouble with your players. A large blackbird is attacking them. At the north side of the sanatorium, a large blackbird? Chu Guang was momentarily taken aback. But his expression swiftly shifted as he dropped the cart and hurried towards the sanatorium's exterior. Holy crap, Brother Yi is amazing. That roll to dodge was quite something. Get lost. I was scared out of my wits. Don't just stand there, hurry and help me. In the woods to the north of the sanatorium, a black bird perched upon a 10-meter-high branch, its sharp gaze fixated on the group of players below. Its legs were slightly bent, and its kite-sized wings folded back, poised to launch at any moment. Upon hearing the commotion from Yi Shi's direction, the other 3 players immediately abandoned their tasks, wielding axes as they rushed over. Perhaps sensing the overwhelming numbers on the ground, the black bird refrained from initiating a second dive, instead remaining just out of reach, waiting for an opportune moment. A gust of wind swept down, picking up a black feather from the ground and scrutinizing it closely. It resembles a crow. Can crows be this large? Casting a glance at the claw marks on the nearby wood, Yi Shi retreated while expressing his unease. That thing must be a mutant spawn from gamma rays or something similar. I've seen its lore on the official site. Fang Zhang maintained a cautious watch, unwilling to relax for even a moment. There's lore on the official site. ISNT it just a reservation page? Yi Shi questioned it. That was days ago. The site updated with new features yesterday. Didn't you see? Kuang Feng replied. Enough of this chit-chat. What should we do now? Are we just going to wait it out? Yi Shi nervously took another step back. Currently, Kuang Feng was the closest to the bird. The 4 players and 1 bird found themselves in a standoff. Suddenly, a whoosh sound sliced through the air above their heads, sending a stone hurtling straight towards the great bird. The stone missed, but it startled the bird, which flapped its wings and leaped to another branch. As it regained its balance, it spotted the person below picking up another stone and throwing it its way. The bird was now utterly enraged. It had never encountered such audacity within its territory before. With its bent legs propelling it like a cannonball, it launched itself toward Chu Guang, claws extended like open hooks. Yet, a beast remains a beast. No matter how many heads it sprouted, it could not comprehend the hint of mockery curling at the corner of Chu Guang's mouth. Releasing the stone from his grasp, Chu Guang deftly grasped a steel pipe embedded in the ground and thrust its sharp end with great force. In the blink of an eye, there was no time to evade. Although the bird attempted to escape upon realizing Chu Guang had picked up an unfamiliar object, inertia rendered it impossible to distance itself in time. The pipe struck true, piercing deep into its chest. A piercing cry echoed through the woods, as bloodied feathers scattered in every direction. Observing the flailing bird as it attempted to flee, Chu Guang silently approached and retrieved the blood-soaked pipe from the ground. This was no mere crow. Its scientific name was the falcon, likely existing 2 centuries prior. The 4 players stared at him, awestruck, captivated by the fluidity of his movements. Holy crap, so powerful! Yet, they remained unaware that for the vast majority of survivors capable of traversing the wasteland alone, such prowess was merely a foundational skill. Over the past 5 months, while he may not have mastered much else, Chu Guang had honed his javelin-throwing skills to perfection, able to strike a target within 10 meters with pinpoint accuracy. Otherwise, he would not have had the chance to stand here and impress them. A falcon? Is it truly that large? Kuang Feng exclaimed, his perception of birds shattered. Fang Zhang swallowed hard. Is it due to the gamma rays? It's not solely gamma rays. Viruses, bacteria, genetic weaponry. All these factors have collectively wrought the world we see today. Naturally, the mutants are but one of the threats we face. In certain scenarios, humans can be far more perilous. Chu Guang glanced up at the pine tree before the 4 players and continued, that falcon likely nested in this tree. Which explains why it didn't flee with so many of you around. Generally, birds seldom provoke ground creatures larger than themselves. Their diet primarily consists of mutated cockroaches, mice, or squirrels. Although that beast has flown away, it won't venture far and is likely waiting to perish in a nearby tree. That pointed pipe, while not particularly penetrative, possesses a hollow interior that serves as a natural bloodletting channel. Once a wound is inflicted, it is nearly a certainty of death. Not to mention, even humans struck by it would struggle to close the wound effectively. Yi Shi lowered his head in shame. I'm sorry. I was too focused on chopping wood to notice. There is no need for apologies. Chu Guang lifted his gaze momentarily. Bird eggs are indeed a delightful treasure. Soon, he would savor their delectable taste. His judgment was swiftly vindicated when he discovered the lifeless blackbird beneath a crooked tree. With a dagger, he bled it out and meticulously plucked its feathers. He then cast the bird into an iron pot, placing it atop a makeshift stove fashioned from bricks, and ignited some dry twigs and withered leaves beneath with the matches he had previously purchased. The smoke began to rise. Before the water reached a boil, Chu Guang retrieved the blanched bird from the pot, skewered it on a steel rod, and directly placed it over the flames to roast, alongside several bird eggs. Lacking salt and spices, the meal was nonetheless infinitely superior to the undercooked mush of green wheat. Could this be consumed? Observing the grotesque specimen on the iron rack, Yishur instinctively felt a sense of repulsion, yet the tantalizing aroma proved irresistible, and he could not help but swallow hard. The ability to eat in the game was an unexpected delight for a glutton. In that moment, he felt that all the toil of the morning was truly worthwhile. Once it was cooked, he would inform them of what was edible. Chu Guang leisurely rotated the roasting rack, ensuring each side of the food was adequately heated. Opportunities to savor wild delicacies in the Wasteland were scarce. Even when one managed to catch something edible, the lack of preservation methods meant it would spoil quickly. Here, salt was a more precious commodity than electricity. This was particularly true for survivors residing in inland cities like Springwater City, where the prospect of curing food with copious amounts of salt was far from realistic. As for refrigerators, it was rumored that the town mayor had one in his castle, though Chu Guang had only heard tales and had never seen one himself. Of course, the survivors were not entirely devoid of options. For instance, Mr. Brown's farm, from a neighboring survivor outpost, produced a type of tobacco rich in tar and aromatic compounds, which could extend the shelf life of food for several months, even without salt. Dear manager, how much would we actually need? The anticipation for the meal to be ready was a torturous affair. To distract from thoughts of food, Fang Chong initiated a conversation. Upon hearing this question, Chu Guang casually replied, "Cut as much as possible." The players exchanged glances, their enthusiasm evidently lacking. Initially, Chu Guang paid little heed to this, but then a realization struck him. There were players, outsiders, unlike himself, who had traversed into this world. They could leave at any moment, devoid of the urgency for survival. Even if he informed them of the importance of stockpiling wood, they would not truly grasp the significance of his words. Their identity as players dictated their perspective, making it difficult for them to invest in endeavors that yielded no immediate reward. There must be tasks, and naturally, there must be rewards. He pondered, stroking his chin. Suddenly, an idea dawned upon him. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, we will tally today as achievements. For trees the thickness of an arm, each meter will yield 1 point of contribution. For trees the thickness of a thigh, each meter will yield 2 points. However, to his surprise, as soon as he finished speaking, for players clutching bowls suddenly sprang to their feet. Manager, I suddenly feel less hungry. So do I. Since it's still a while before the meal is ready, I'll go chop down a couple of trees. I suddenly feel the urge to cut something. Chu Guang. He had yet to mention what these contribution points could be used for. Chapter 9. Gene Sequences and Player Levels. The amount of work accomplished in the afternoon was nearly 3 times that of the day. A total of around 50 logs of varying thickness had been dragged to the walls of the nursing home by the players using ropes and carts. Frankly, their performance exceeded Chu Guang's expectations. Each log measured between 8 to 10 meters, with some even reaching 20 meters in length, and more than half were as thick as a thigh. After taking stock, Chu Guang calculated a total of 2,000 contribution points. Lao Bai had the highest yield, amassing 800 points on his own, while Kuang Feng fared the worst. His clone was not adept at physical activity, possessing a physique akin to an ordinary person, earning merely 300 points after a full day of effort. As for the purpose of this endeavor, Chu Guang had yet to determine that. The shelter was currently in dire straits. He had only 2 lollipops in his pocket, having already devoured the last of his compressed biscuits. After much contemplation, he only informed the players that resurrection required a 3-day wait and the expenditure of resurrection coins. These coins, in turn, could only be purchased with contribution points. Although the purchasing power of contribution points was somewhat meager, the players seemed not to mind. After all, it was still the closed beta phase, and a limited game content was understandable. As long as their data was not wiped, accumulating resources would eventually lead to opportunities for expenditure once the game officially launched. Furthermore, contribution points were intangible, merely a number, viewable only after logging off and checking the official website. While Chu Guang also wished to emulate Giant Stone City by introducing tangible currency, the harsh conditions of the shelter made it impossible to even procure the materials for minting coins. He could hardly distribute chips to the players. Although these chips served as hard currency in the vicinity of Springwater City, he had very few left himself. Moreover, directly handing them chips would be futile, as the players could not trade at survivor outposts. His ability to communicate with the survivors stemmed from his transmigration, which endowed him with knowledge of this world's language. In contrast, the players' clones were akin to blank slates, lacking even basic cognition, let alone the capacity to inherit memories. The language spoken by the survivors in the vicinity of Springwater City was a universal tongue, entirely distinct from any language of the contemporary world, with only slight similarities in grammar and pronunciation to Mandarin. In the future, Chu Guang would consider developing a translation tool to facilitate communication between players and NPCs, while also redesigning the distribution and economic systems. But that was not an immediate concern. After tallying the day's accomplishments, he noticed that the sun was beginning to set. Chu Guang glanced at the slanting rays of the evening sun and squinted slightly. Night was approaching. Manager, I've noticed our outpost is without electricity. Fong Chong stepped forward and remarked, why don't we figure out a way to procure a generator? This was a pertinent question, though regrettably somewhat redundant. We do not have an extra generator, Chu Guang replied, turning to him. Does anyone possess knowledge in this area, or expertise in electrical work? The players exchanged perplexed glances. Can we just run a line from underground? Asked Yishur, posing a rather nonsensical question. The lines are rather short, and the energy resources within the shelter are by no means infinite. Even if they can be utilized in the short term, the long-term issues remain unresolved, potentially leading to even greater hazards. At this point, Chu Guang paused. The hour is late. We should return. For the players, returning naturally means logging off. Although the sun has not yet fully set, it is already 5 in the afternoon, and dawn is imminent in the parallel world of Huagua. Unbeknownst to them, they have spent a considerable amount of time in the game world, and the players, suddenly regaining their senses, wore expressions of lingering desire. It seems that this world still holds many unexplored wonders. However, with work awaiting them during the day, it is impossible to remain here indefinitely. Inside Shelter 404, observing the players who had returned to their incubation pods, Chu Guang contemplated that perhaps he should attempt to recruit some idle individuals who were not occupied during the day, or perhaps players from other time zones. Otherwise, during the night, the vast outpost would be left with only himself, which is not ideal from a safety perspective. He decided to continue sleeping in the shelter for tonight, unless absolutely necessary. He truly wished to avoid returning to that dingy abode on Beach Street. As Chu Guang pondered what to do, Xiao Qi approached him. Master, what troubles you? The report on the health examination of the clones has been updated. Would you like to take a look? Chu Guang hesita momentia. A health report? Yes. Each time a player logs out normally, the incubation pod scans the clone within, recording its physiological condition and extracting a certain number of embryonic stem cells for backup while documenting the progress of genetic sequence development. Wait a moment. What is a genetic sequence? Hearing this unfamiliar term, Chu Guang felt as though he had missed some critical information. In response to the administrator's inquiry, Xiao Qi dismissively replied, did you not realize? Each player's clone is synthesized from different DNA, and the genetic sequence refers to the identification numbers of these varied DNA strands. Chu Guang quickly inquired, then what is the development progress? Each DNA sequence is meticulously designed. However, regrettably, we have not fully grasped the mysteries of life. Not all traits of genetic information are completely expressed. It is akin to how an athlete's child is more likely to become an athlete, yet they aren't born as one. The so-called development progress refers to the degree of dominant expression of specific segments within the genetic sequence, typically represented as a percentage. For instance, a development progress of 100 indicates that the organism's various capabilities are nearly at the genetic design's limit, achieving a state of perfection, although this is nearly impossible. Currently, the 4 activated genetic sequences we have yield development progress ranging between 0 and 1. Research indicates that by continuously stimulating survival instincts and exercising the body, this value can be enhanced. If we liken genetic sequences to professions, then development progress is somewhat akin to levels. A genetic sequence focused on enhancing strength resembles a barbarian in D&D rules, inherently possessing greater strength and inclined to improve strength attributes. For example, while other players appear relatively normal, one player is characterized by dense body hair and a large build, distinctly unlike a typical individual. Goodness, these clones, oh no, players, can actually level up, and there's even a talent system. How astonishing that he only just learned of this. Looking at the seemingly nonchalant Xiao Qi, Chu Guang couldn't help but exclaim, why have you only now informed me of such an important matter? Xiao Qi replied in a tone of grievance. Did you not instruct me not to speak abruptly? I intended to tell you from the very beginning. Chu Guang, this guy. He must be doing it on purpose. Chapter 10. This game is absolutely amazing. Brothers, even if I were to die and be nailed inside a coffin, I shall shout with this decayed voice. This game is simply astounding. Without further ado, if this game does not become popular, I'll stand on my head and defecate. Early in the morning, the group leader by Chu Guang suddenly made an appearance in the Yoma Club. His unexpected statement stirring a flurry of activity among the lurkers. Jian, what? The group leader is alive? Yi Ao Nai Wahi. The mortal realm is too chaotic. Dao Xiao Lu Run. I hadn't seen you guys all night. I thought you had been caught doing something illicit. Humorously, who did Dong AI? What game are we talking about? Confused JPG. After a moment, the dog manager, Lai Ri Fong Zhang, also made an appearance. It's that virtual reality game that Brother Guang promoted in the group just the other day. Jian, what? You guys have already begun playing? Is this for real? You're not pulling my leg. Lai Ri Fong Zhang. Why would I deceive you? Unfortunately, the equipment does not support screenshots in the game. Otherwise, I would have posted images directly. Jian, then you must tell me what it's like. What's this fully immersive virtual reality game all about? Which VR headset can you use? Baizu Guosi, Veda. Huh. That kind of head-mounted display cannot compare to the game helmets of Wasteland OL. Laughs. Jian, what do you mean? Does Wasteland OL not require VR glasses to play? Lai Ri Fong Zhang. Clearly, you've never seen it. They use game helmets. How should I explain this? Have you seen Sword Art Online? It's pretty much that kind of thing. Jian, what? Who did Dong AI? A head-mounted microwave. Impressive. Yi Ao Nai Wahi. Who are you trying to fool? I've never heard of such extraordinary technology as Sword Art Online. Dao Xiao Lu Run, exactly. The vast majority of people are skeptical. It sounds absolutely unbelievable. To be fair, when an unprecedented technology emerges, there must be a process from unfamiliarity to maturity. This preparatory phase may be brief, but must exist. Lai Ri Fong Zhang, deep down, empathized with their feelings. After all, he too had once found the notion of a fully immersive virtual reality game to be merely a joke shared among friends. It is indeed real. Lai Ri Fong Zhang. The equipment does not support photos, so I truly cannot provide proof. You can choose to believe it or not. However, after experiencing it for this long, I have gathered some intel about the game. Jian, good buddy, please share. Lai Ri Fong Zhang. Group leader, mute the entire group. I type slowly. By Chu Guang, sure thing. As someone who once ranked in the top 200 in the Asia server of PUBG and reached the highest level in League of Legends, Lai Ri Fong Zhang is recognized for his gaming prowess among all group members. In the realm of gaming, he holds the most authority. This man seems to play games as though he has no job, gaming every day, not only in multiplayer games, but also in many single-player games. His name frequently appears on speedrun leaderboards. Among these, there are certainly some phenomenal masterpieces, and many seasoned players in the group have employed his meticulously crafted strategies. It can be said that he has ascended to the throne of the Idol King. Therefore, regardless of one's belief in the entirely immersive virtual online game concept, whether players have secured access to the closed beta or not, nearly everyone is curiously awaiting his words. Let's first discuss the game's background. There is nothing particularly unique about it. It features a classic post-apocalyptic setting infused with a wasteland punk aesthetic. The narrative unfolds in an alternate world, devastated by a nuclear war 2 centuries ago, where players assume the roles of inhabitants of a shelter returning to the surface. Currently, as closed beta players, we're tasked with venturing to the surface as the vanguard to establish outposts, and we have yet to formally engage with the main storyline. More clues may only be unlocked during the internal testing phase or even the public release, so I shall refrain from elaborating further on that aspect. Next, let's consider the game's authenticity. It is no exaggeration to assert that the level of realism in this game is unparalleled among all games I've encountered, and it is foreseeable that even 50 years from now, this pinnacle of realism is unlikely to be surpassed. The reason I state this is that the game can be likened to a post-apocalyptic DLC for Earth Online. Every element, from the lighting effects to the sensory interactions, and even the tactile sensation of touching various surfaces, is meticulously designed to convince you that this is a genuine world. This immersive experience has undeniably achieved a level of 100%. Indeed, 100%. At least, I have not identified any obvious bugs or inconsistencies. Furthermore, let us discuss the degree of freedom. As a sandbox game, you can interact with nearly every object you encounter within the game. This interaction transcends mere physical collisions. You can exert your will to alter their positions, and, within the bounds of physical laws, even modify their shapes or states. I know what you are thinking. Minecraft or the forest, right? However, it is entirely different. This is a true sandbox, not just pixelated blocks and texture patches. Based solely on this aspect, sandbox enthusiasts will undoubtedly find immense value in this game. Now, let us address the most crucial content. Firstly, both players and monsters are devoid of HP and MP bars, nor is there any visual attribute panel, at least not in the closed beta phase. However, within the gameplay, different players do possess varying initial attributes. For instance, some players may have greater strength, while others may exhibit heightened perception, agility, or other yet undiscovered hidden traits. I speculate that with the internal testing version, a class system and weapon system will be introduced, allowing players to develop their own gameplay styles based on their innate attributes. Moving on to NPCs, at present in the closed beta phase, there are only two NPCs within the game. One is the administrator codenamed Dawn, and the other is his assistant, a robot named Xiaoqi. It is certain that both NPCs possess a high degree of intelligence, enabling them to engage in normal conversation and interaction with players. I suspect there may be a hidden affection system in play, but this remains merely a personal conjecture without confirmation. Additionally, I find the aspect of pain quite intriguing. Although the game claims to provide a 100% realistic experience, excessive realism in certain areas might not be ideal, particularly for someone like me who is somewhat averse to pain. Nevertheless, the game's design is quite humane. While the sensation of pain exists alongside touch, there's a protective threshold in place. For example, when I attempted to cut my arm with a stone, I felt no pain. Conversely, pinching myself elicited a slight sting. I surmise that the game employs some form of protective mechanism to prevent excessive pain from being registered by the brain's nerve center. It could also be a natural self-protective response of the human body. It is akin to the experience in dreams where we may feel pain. It does not exceed our tolerance threshold. In fact, I believe the game developers could adopt a more user-friendly approach by allowing players to adjust their pain sensitivity settings. Personally, I am quite satisfied with the current immersive sensory experience and the pain modulation, but there may be players who enjoy a more intense sensation. Chuckles. As for the game's resurrection mechanism, I have yet to experiment with it, but I have heard that each death incurs a deduction of contribution points, and the resurrection cooldown lasts a staggering 3 days. Contribution points can be easily earned through tasks, but the penalty duration is excessively long. I personally have little desire to test this. Any brave souls interested may wish to explore it themselves, perhaps unlocking a different gameplay experience. Lastly, I must voice my frustration. Why are all characters exclusively male? Who on earth wants to see a bunch of naked men? I strongly urge the game developers to grant players the option to customize their gender. After a lengthy exposition of about 1,000 to 2,000 words, the number of onlookers in the group has steadily increased, including the shadowy figure behind the scenes, Guang. Just moments ago, Chu Guang was perusing the health report generated by the cultivation pod and failed to notice the messages in the group chat. Upon glancing at the computer in the residence hall, he was astonished to see such a lengthy discourse. However, it must be said that this brother, named Lai Ri Fong Chong, has provided an astute summary, encapsulating nearly all he wished to convey, even addressing points that had not been considered. The group chat was suddenly unmuted, and messages flooded in. 6,666. Incredible. Is this game truly that amazing? I'll buy 10 copies. I don't believe it. Not unless you give me a closed beta access. Although many group members remained skeptical about the existence of such an impressive game, at least a dozen people had switched sides. As for how Chu Guang knew, it was because he could view the official website's backend. Just during Lai Ri Fong Chang's exposition, the number of reservations had surged from 11 to 25. Guang, I was working just now, and didn't he pay attention to the group chat? What brother Lai Ri Fong Chong said is mostly accurate. So I'll add a few comments. Ye Yun Dum. Brother Guang. The entire group chat was unmuted. Guang was appointed as the group administrator. Oh, I'll become the admin now? Chu Guang was slightly surprised, but did not dwell on it, continuing to type. Firstly, regarding player characters and attributes. It is indeed as brother Lai Ri Fong Chong stated. The game does have character attributes and level settings, and each player's initial talents differ. This can be checked at the resurrection point, where players awaken in the cultivation pod or on the official website. The death penalty not only involves a 3-day resurrection cooldown and the deduction of contribution points, but also results in the loss of some progress made before dying. The method for saving progress involves lying in the cultivation pod to undergo scanning and cellular sampling, which takes about 1 to 2 hours and occurs automatically after the player logs out. We anticipate implementing a more expedient attribute inquiry mechanism before the internal testing phase to enable players to monitor their character's status in real time, enhancing gameplay richness. As for customizing character appearance and gender, I regret to inform you that this is not feasible, just as one cannot choose their reincarnation. The game's physical form is predetermined by preloaded DNA. If players are dissatisfied with their character's appearance, they may consider cosmetic surgery or even cybernetic enhancements, which will be added in future updates. Additionally, starting from the A-round testing phase, players will have the opportunity to express their preferences regarding attributes such as strength, agility, constitution, perception, and intelligence through a questionnaire on the reservation level page. Should one choose strength, there exists a heightened probability of acquiring strength-related talents, and the initial character is endowed with superior strength. In the absence of any particular inclination, one may opt for a balanced type. Regarding gender, the character's sex aligns with that of the player, and players cannot freely define it. This is primarily for safety considerations, as physiological differences may lead to coordination issues. Concurrently, the risks of gender identity disorders and societal scrutiny that may arise are burdens we are unwilling to bear. It is not, in fact, a design by Chu Guang, but rather an inherent aspect of the system's original configuration. There appears to be a rather intricate technical conundrum involved, the principles of which Chu Guang does not comprehend, only acknowledging that it is as such. Time is abundant. Oh no, please, I am already an adult. I can sign a risk acknowledgement form. Group Administrator, time is abundant. Is muted by the group leader for 10 minutes. Time flies. Do not interrupt. Level 8 Gale, indeed. Public enemy number 1, Night 10. I beg you. Could you please be quiet for a moment? Amused internally, Chu Guang refrained from interjecting and continued to meticulously refine his words. The aforementioned is the outcome of our recent meeting discussions. Additionally, in the next phase of testing, we shall incorporate a favorability system. Public enemy number 1, Night 10. Favorability? What does that mean? Can we even pursue relationships with NPCs? Group Administrator, Public enemy number 1, Night 10. Is muted by the group leader for 10 minutes. Goodness, this old boy is indeed unyielding, directly muting without hesitation, thus saving him considerable time. Chu Guang, with a straight face, continued to articulate, do not be so fixated on relationships. Favorability refers to the NPC's evaluation of the player. Specifically, player actions will influence NPC perceptions, particularly with certain key NPCs. When favorability reaches a sufficiently high level, players may not only receive additional rewards, but may even trigger hidden quests and unlock concealed career paths. Hidden quests, hidden careers. Upon encountering these mere 8 words, the 4 closed beta players before the screen widened their eyes in astonishment, their hearts ignited with fervor. Goodness, this is encouraging them to act as sycophants. Nevertheless, the player mused, what harm is there in being a sycophant? They are not fawning over real individuals. They are adoring NPCs, artificial intelligence, and moreover, the benefits of such adoration are considerable. After pondering, Chu Guang surmised that there was nothing further to elaborate. Currently, the shelter is impoverished, as a solitary figure, devoid of resources apart from a multitude of free labor. He can only rely on the identity of an online planner to entice players with promises. Do you have any inquiries or particular concerns? Chu Guang wished to ascertain whether the players harbored any superior ideas. He is an open-minded individual. If conditions permit, he would consider their suggestions. If not, he could merely paint a rosy picture, assuring them that such benefits would eventually materialize. Level 8 Gale? Yes. What exactly are contribution points? Are they currency or akin to experience points? As expected, the question arose. Chu Guang pondered for a moment before responding. The game's economic system is still in development. Our objective is to establish a fully authentic economic system encompassing production to circulation, allowing both life skill and combat skill players to fully immerse themselves in the game's enjoyment. As for contribution points, you may understand them as a special currency during the closed beta phase, primarily utilized for testing the current task system. Besides being used to purchase resurrection tokens, our planning team is also considering introducing some unique rewards that can only be redeemed with contribution points, as a token of appreciation for closed beta players. In essence, it is merely a promise. As for the nature of the rewards, Chu Guang had yet to decide, as it depended on what valuable items he could procure from the system. However, this statement appeared quite differently in the eyes of the players. Only redeemable with contribution points? That implies closed beta exclusive rewards. The 4 players who had secured closed beta qualifications beamed with delight, while those who had already made reservations on the official website but had yet to receive their qualifications felt an itch of anticipation. As for those who had never believed in a fully immersive virtual reality gaming experience, they remained unmoved by his words. Nevertheless, this was inconsequential. As long as someone believed, that sufficed. It grew late. After a night of hard work, he needed a rest. By the way, Fong Chong, your strategy is commendable. Why not post it on the official website? The forum system is now open. You can register an account and post there. Outstanding posts will be highlighted by the administrators. This administrator, of course, was Chu Guang himself. Currently, he was the sole member of the entire company, acting as both NPC and planner, while also serving as the moderator of the official forum. All right, I shall do that. With that, the now unmuted Fong Chong swiftly scrolled through the chat history. The group leader lifted the mute for the entire group, and messages flooded in like a burst dam. Chu Guang observed numerous requests to add him as a friend, some seeking to exchange closed beta qualifications, others inquiring about game information, and even a few intending to teach him game development. Overwhelmed and unable to respond to everyone, he opted to log off entirely. Gazing at the 4 health reports on his computer, Chu Guang suddenly had a whimsical thought and asked Xiaoqi, "What is it, master?" You said that since players can utilize the cultivation pod, can I also operate through a clone within a cultivation pod? I am uncertain. What does that even mean? I am merely your assistant. The information I possess is largely what you already know. My database does not contain any records regarding the cultivation pod you utilize. Perhaps the previous administrator did not design any pod that you could use? Just as Chu Guang was about to inquire further, he fell silent. The reasoning behind this was not difficult to deduce. If this shelter could withstand a strategic nuclear strike, then there certainly existed no means of forceful intrusion into this sanctuary amidst the wasteland. Even if the highly regarded self were to encounter misfortune, it would merely entail a prolonged period of dormancy, awaiting the arrival of the next administrator. Noticing Chu Guang lost in thought, Xiaoqi gently inquired, "Master, it is nothing." Regaining his focus, Chu Guang resumed his attention on the health reports displayed on the computer screen, perhaps to facilitate players' understanding, or perhaps due to the original administrator's whimsical nature. Over 120 complex physiological data points were succinctly summarized into 5 clear categories: strength, agility, constitution, perception, and intelligence. Strength represents the robustness of muscle, bone, and other bodily tissues, indicating the player's basic load capacity, melee damage, and projectile weapon range. Agility corresponds to reflexive responses, linking to players' reaction times, motor coordination, and various other physical attributes. Specifically, players endowed with heightened agility exhibit greater dexterity in combat, making them more adept at evading attacks. Constitution relates to a player's vitality and resilience, primarily manifested in the recovery of lost health and resistance to certain abnormal states, as well as immunity. Intelligence does not equate to mere IQ or logical reasoning. Rather, it primarily influences a character's learning capacity and mental recovery speed, while also affecting compatibility with neural interface devices. Characters with elevated intelligence can operate a greater number of neural interface devices simultaneously. Perception denotes intuition and insight. Characters possessing heightened perception possess a keener instinct for crises and are more adept at uncovering hidden clues and traps. This attribute is perhaps the most enigmatic. The baseline value for all attributes is set at 5, fluctuating within a range of 2, depending on genetic sequences and physical conditions. Although lacking a dedicated cultivation pod, Chu Guang discovered a spare health examination device on the B1 level of the shelter. As he surmised, he too possessed a unique genetic sequence detectable by the examination device. Regrettably, however, the database bore no information regarding this genetic sequence, rendering it akin to an unforeseen anomaly. To elucidate in gaming terms, this represents a path unanticipated by the game publishers. This implies that no one knows where this path may lead or what outcomes may arise from traversing it. Aware of this, a flicker of unease stirred within Chu Guang, yet he felt predominantly exhilarated. Perhaps the essence of adventure was etched into his very being. Rather than methodically following a path conceived by others, he yearned to forge his own. Based on the health examination results and the attribute conversion formula left by the first-generation administrators, Chu Guang crafted his own attribute panel, subsequently creating one for the 4 closed beta players as well. ID, Chu Guang. Genetic sequence, administrator. Level, LV5. Basic attributes: strength, 8. Agility, 6. Constitution, 6. Perception, 7. Intelligence, 6. His quintuple data surpassed that of the other players by a distinct tier. A level LV5 designation suggests a development progress of 5 for the genetic sequence. It seems the past 5 months were not entirely wasted. The development progress of the other 4 closed beta players stood at 0. Yet, it was not entirely devoid of progress. For instance, by Zhu Guoxi, his genetic sequence aligned with strength, and through frequent exertion of brute force, specifically tree chopping, his development progress increased by 0.3 within a single day, while the other 3 closed beta players only registered an increase of approximately 0.1. If he continues chopping trees over the next 2 days, Lao Bai might just become the first player to transcend level 0 and ascend to LV1. Contemplating this, Chu Guang resolved in his heart that indeed, he must compel them to undertake more labor. This, after all, was for their own good. Chapter 11 Daily Tasks. A generator? You inquire as to its purpose? In the present day, at the cafeteria of Jinling University, observing the earnest inquiry from Professor Yin Feng seated across the table, Professor Wang Haiyang paused with his chopsticks in hand. He was not particularly well acquainted with this Professor Yin, only knowing that he belonged to the physics department and was roughly of the same age, both around 30. He could not recall when they had added each other on WeChat, and they had never engaged in conversation since. As a member of the School of Engineering Management, he had no professional intersection with him. Yet today, he unexpectedly received an invitation from Professor Yin for lunch at the cafeteria, stating he wished to consult him on a matter. To be frank, upon seeing the word consult, Professor Wang initially assumed it pertained to academic inquiries. However, upon meeting, he was taken aback by the oddity of the question posed. The conversation continued in a casual atmosphere. Professor Yin explained, I recently read a novel set in a post-apocalyptic scenario. I wish to know how survivors might address power issues if such a situation were to arise. One should not take the content of novels too seriously. Just see how the author writes it. Professor Wang chuckled. However, your question is indeed intriguing. The nature of the apocalypse would significantly depend on the specific type and how many days had elapsed since the world ended. He too had a penchant for novels, though he primarily indulged in Xianxia literature and had read little in the post-apocalyptic genre. He never envisioned he would engage in such a serious discussion about novel content with a colleague at the university. The setting, as described, was 200 years post-nuclear war. 200 years? A nuclear war? Professor Wang was momentarily taken aback, hesitating as he mused. That could pose quite a dilemma. Unprotected electronic devices would likely be damaged by the electromagnetic pulses generated by the nuclear explosion. The more intricate the device, the less likely it would survive. Is there any solution? Professor Yin asked, his brow furrowed. There are some possibilities. For instance, one might find a backup diesel generator in residential complexes or restaurants. These are not particularly sophisticated devices, but after 200 years, they would have likely been scavenged. He continued, even if they were intact. Prolonged disuse would likely have caused the components to deteriorate. Furthermore, fuel presents a significant issue. One cannot expect to find gasoline at gas stations after 200 years post-apocalypse. Professor Wang stroked his chin, contemplating before adding, yet, it is not entirely insurmountable. What method? Professor Yin inquired immediately. Generally speaking, every vehicle is equipped with a recyclable generator. Once the rotor is set in motion, it can produce a stable 12V direct current. With some repairs, it should be functional. For small-scale power generation, such as lighting, 12V is sufficient. If one can find an inverter, converting direct current to 240V alternating current is also feasible. Is it necessary to take notes on this? Observing Professor Yin diligently jotting down notes, Professor Wang felt bewildered. Is it truly that serious to discuss a novel? Adjusting his glasses, Professor Yin replied nonchalantly. Do not mind me. Please continue. Professor Wang thought to himself that he had often heard people say those in the physics department were eccentric. He had dismissed it as a stereotype, yet now he found himself somewhat convinced. Wasteland. Shelter 404. Chu Guang lay on the floor of the communal hall, awakening at 4 in the morning. As he opened his eyes, a system notification window popped up. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the Achievement Newbie Guide, consecutive online duration exceeding 8 hours on the first day of player login. Reward, 10 reward points. Such serendipity. Awakening from slumber to find the opportunity for a blind box draw. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Chu Guang accessed the system and selected the Administrator Subsidy subpage. He hesitated between the basic blind box valued at 1 reward point and the intermediate blind box at 10 reward points. Ultimately deciding to place all his chips on the intermediate blind box button, silently praying in his heart. I beg of you, please, for the love of all that is sacred, do not bring out a cough syrup. A soft azure glow flickered under the watchful gaze of Chu Guang. The alloy door on one side of the residence hall swung open, revealing a plastic-sealed syringe resting on the platform. Muscle cell enhancement injection. Slight permanent increase in muscle strength. Usage interval, 24 hours, diminishing returns with repeated use. A permanent enhancement in muscle strength? This is quite a remarkable item. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Guang tore open the outer packaging and removed the needle cap, only to be taken aback by the absence of needle. How does one even use this thing? After a brief moment of hesitation, he pressed the head of the syringe against his arm and activated what appeared to be a switch at the end. His arm felt as though it had been stung by something, and then nothing happened. Is that all there is to it? Chu Guang was momentarily bewildered, throwing a few punches but feeling no discernible change in his physique. Could it have expired? After all, it was a relic from 2 centuries past. Out of caution, he decided to conduct a health check on himself. When he received the results, the confusion in his mind was finally elucidated. ID, Chu Guang. Genetic sequence, Administrator. Level, LV5. Basic attributes. Strength, 9. Agility, 6. Constitution, 7. Perception, 7. Intelligence, 6. His genetic development progress remained unchanged. Yet his strength and constitution had each increased by a point. Quite remarkable. Normally, a 20-year-old male without specialized training would possess a strength and constitution of around 5, which serves as the baseline for all attributes. Thus, this single point in strength and constitution equates to a 20 enhancement over the typical adult male's physical capabilities. Chu Guang now needed only one more point in strength to achieve double the strength of an average adult male. Gazing at his updated attribute panel, he pondered whether to test himself with a few push-ups, but at that moment, he noticed a new task had appeared in the administrator's log. Upon opening it, Chu Guang was taken aback. Good heavens! Just yesterday, before sleep, he had only one uncompleted side quest, and today the count of unfinished tasks had skyrocketed to 20. The variety of tasks was diverse, ranging from hunting an aberrant creature, stockpiling 5 tons of timber, and gathering 100 liters of fresh water, tasks of relatively modest difficulty, to repairing the exterior of the infirmary and mending the second-floor walls, which appeared quite troublesome. As for the rewards, they ranged from a minimum of 1 point to a maximum of 20 points. All these tasks bore a common label, daily. What does daily mean? Will they refresh every day? Chu Guang couldn't help but mutter in exasperation. However, there was no one to respond. The shelter system remained silent, and with Xiao Qi stationed outside the infirmary, he was alone in the entire refuge. Chu Guang calculated silently. If he could complete all 20 tasks, he would amass a total of 150 reward points. Naturally, at least 3/4 of these reward points would not be easily obtained, certainly not within a day or two. Chu Guang fell into contemplation. If he were to undertake all these tasks himself, it would surely be exhausting. Yet if he delegated them to players, it seemed he would only need to expend a few contribution points. With this thought, clarity washed over him. A marker lay in the drawer of the computer desk. Grabbing it, Chu Guang made his way to the surface via the elevator. After searching the infirmary, he found a piece of plastic that had not yet been scavenged by the raiders. Brushing off the dust, he took the marker and drew 2 lines on the plastic, then erased them, nodding in satisfaction. Excellent. It can be written on and erased. This will do. After a bit of time, Chu Guang selected several tasks from the administrator's log that he believed players could feasibly complete and inscribe them on the plastic sheet. Collect wood, requirement. Usable as building material, 1 point contribution per meter. Find water storage containers, material, plastic, metal. Shape, barrel-shaped, jug-shaped. Requirement, the larger, the better, 110 points contribution. Search for recyclable waste. 1 points contribution. Task complete. Glancing at the time, he noted it was 4:30 a.m. With an hour and a half remaining before the scheduled online time, Chu Guang did not idle. He returned to the shelter, opened his computer, and logged into the official website's backend. To his surprise, he discovered that the number of reservations had increased by 10 since last night, totaling 35. It seemed that the discussions in the group had indeed drawn some interest, with 10 fresh faces raising their hands. However, Chu Guang pondered whether the potential of the Nyoma Club's user base had been thoroughly exhausted. After all, this was merely a game group of around 100 people, and the active users could be counted on one hand. Perhaps these 35 individuals represented the entirety of the living players. It might be time to consider a different promotional strategy. Advertising was impractical, as the official site for Wasteland OL was unregistered domestically. It could well be that the server wasn't even on Earth. Additionally, there was the issue of influx. Attracting traffic from a larger pool would inevitably invite a wave of low-quality users, individuals who might simply click yes for fun or accidentally stumble upon a game. Bringing in such players would only lead to complications. It was imperative to raise the threshold for reservations. Chu Guang mused, silently noting this matter. He would later instruct Xiao Qi to modify the official site, perhaps moving the reservation option from the primary page to a secondary page, requiring users to register an account and provide a phone number and shipping address to secure a reservation. Although the shelter system seemingly did not require players to submit shipping addresses, Implementing this measure could at least filter out some of the indecisive players and invalid reservations. What if someone reserved using multiple devices? Or even worse, a bot or virtual machine? After some thought, Chu Guang dismissed the concern. Since the system could accurately deliver the headsets to users, it surely had a way to verify the identity of the reservers. Worrying excessively was rather unwarranted. The new main quest had yet to trigger, presumably due to unmet conditions. For the time being, he would set aside the daily tasks. The critical issue was that the remaining side quest required a 10 kW generator. Power was indeed a significant concern. Surely, the shelter could not be set in a futuristic era while life on the surface still resembled that of a primitive society. For someone like Chu Guang, who hailed from modern society, the absence of electricity rendered life indistinguishable from that of a primitive existence. Still pondering over the issue of the generator. Chapter 12. The Overgrown Parking Lot. After much contemplation, Chu Guang found himself at an impasse. Although the principle of a generator is quite elementary, something even a middle school student could grasp, merely involving the motion of a conductor cutting through magnetic lines of force, transforming this notion into a 10 kW generator proved to be far more complex. Consulting the internet yielded nothing but purchase links. If I could simply buy it online, would I require your guidance on which to choose? Utter nonsense. After considerable effort, Chu Guang finally stumbled upon some credible tutorials. Yet given the scarcity of materials, none of these resources could be genuinely useful. Before long, the clock struck 6, accompanied by the sound of the hatch opening, for players awoke. We can delve into this later, Chu Guang remarked, lowering his legs from the table and adjusting his appearance with a salvaged mirror before calmly proceeding to the adjacent room. Upon entering, he found the 4 players engrossed in their attributes displayed on the cultivation pod screen. Indeed, my genetic sequence reveals an initial strength value of 7 points. Yet my intelligence attribute is merely 3. I don't feel particularly dull, though, he mused aloud. This statement hardly conveyed intelligence, especially when one considered the rapid growth of his beard. Old by S beard is indeed quite exaggerated. Just yesterday it was stubble, and now it's as long as a fingernail. I have no idea what is going on. By the way, is there a razor around here? Clearly not. Perhaps you could try using an axe instead? Buzz off. I can't believe I'm classified as agile. I thought I was intelligence-based, Feng Chong said, stroking his chin deep in thought, seemingly contemplating something. I'm intelligence-based, Quang Feng said with a wry smile, raising his hand. 3 points in strength seems a tad low, doesn't he? With 7 points in intelligence, I certainly don't feel any smarter. I'm perception-based. But what use is perception? Can it foresee the future? Yisher expressed his frustration. Compared to such ambiguous attributes, he yearned for superior capabilities in strength or agility. At the very least, having a robust constitution would allow him to serve as a tank. It's likely an instinct for danger. Have you forgotten how we evaded the ambush by that aberration yesterday? Feng Chong reflected, noting that if utilized effectively, this attribute could prove to be extraordinarily advantageous. Get lost. Ahem. As Chu Guang entered the room, he cleared his throat, interrupting the players' conversation. Perhaps due to their prior discussions about affinity, while he was in the guise of a planner, the players regarded him with newfound respect. To maintain their immersion, Chu Guang resolved to uphold his authoritative demeanor as he continued. Time is of the essence, so I will be brief. The tasks before us are monumental, yet our time is limited. To avoid disrupting our subsequent plans, we must complete our surface outpost before winter arrives. We need to stockpile food, potable water, and fuel, as well as construct fortifications and surface dwellings. I have compiled a checklist of required tasks, which you may review on the bulletin board at the entrance of the sanatorium. The players' eyes lit up, their faces alight with enthusiasm. Has the task system been improved? That's the basic overview. Do you have any questions? If not, we shall proceed. Wait a moment, esteemed administrator. Yisher exclaimed, his face flushed as he raised his hand. Could you please tell us where the restroom is? The restroom, that is indeed a concern. The B1 level of shelter 404 resembled more of a reception area, though it contained compartments for cultivation pods. It lacked any facilities for living. As he observed the players hastily rushing out of the sanatorium, Chu Guang suddenly realized that with their influx, the need for sustenance would soon be accompanied by a pressing issue regarding sanitation. Public restrooms could be found on Better Street, where human and animal waste was collected and reportedly sold to the nearby Brown Farm. After arriving at the sanatorium in Wetland Park, Chu Guang had been addressing his needs in the forest without considering the logistical nightmare of accommodating 100 individuals. Unbeknownst to him, perhaps due to an upset stomach, the 4 players returned, all limping. Not having a latrine is utterly unbearable, one complained. There's no toilet paper. I had to use leaves and almost ended up drawing blood. Grass, why does it feel so fiery? Do you all feel the same? Not at all. Have you been wiping with stinging nettle leaves? What? Where are stinging nettles? Nothing much, just endure it. It will pass. Chu Guang litzten aqua di li. Realizing he had neglected to inform them about using moss for such purposes, a tidbit he had learned from the survivors on Better Street. However, it seemed they were not inclined to give him the opportunity to speak. Just bear with it. We all go through this. Esteemed administrator, Fong Chong limped over respectfully. I propose we construct a restroom. Reconsider. Yishi intergested. I concur, Olbai added. Moreover, with a restroom, we could dig a large pit to collect waste, mixing it with ash and wood chips for compost, allowing aerobic bacteria and fungi to break down the organic matter, generating heat to eliminate pathogenic microorganisms and pathogens, thus creating fertilizer. Exactly. Furthermore, we could seal a portion of the waste and organic debris to allow anaerobic bacteria to convert it into combustible methane. That is how the biogas pits back home work. The produced biogas can provide illumination and even generate electricity. This is an excellent idea. It is worth considering. Chu Guang nodded in approval. Biogas. He had been so preoccupied with survival that he had completely overlooked this aspect. While Better Street lacked a biogas pit, the adjacent brown farm certainly had one. Noticing the approving expression on the administrator's face, the four players became even more animated, exchanging ideas with fervor. Building a restroom wouldn't be particularly challenging, nor would constructing a biogas pit. The only real difficulty lay in sourcing materials for sealing and gas storage. Fortunately, this wasteland lacked little other than plastic, especially drink bottles and garbage bags. Since burning them generates toxic fumes, few survivors would dare to incinerate such items, reserving them at most for kindling. With careful searching, one could likely find plenty in the nearby suburbs. Thus, another task was added to the task board, to collect plastic bags and bottles. Esteemed administrator, regarding the generator, I have an idea. Guang Feng, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up. Chu Guang turned to him. Let us hear it. Speak your mind, Guang Feng replied. Typically, automobiles are equipped with onboard generators. I'm curious to know if there are any roads in the vicinity, or perhaps a parking lot would suffice. If we can locate a vehicle, this dilemma should be easily resolved, remarked Chu Guang. Finding a car is not particularly challenging. There's indeed a parking lot near the wetland park we are currently in. However, I have already examined the vehicles there and found nothing of value for salvage. I would like to give it a try, said Guang Feng, undeterred. If we can discover a usable generator, we will have electricity at our outpost on the surface. You may proceed, but I cannot allow you to go alone, Chu Guang said, glancing at the players before his eyes settled on Yishur. You should accompany Guang Feng to the parking lot. Yishur, brimming with enthusiasm, replied, yes. His genetic sequence is attuned to perception, which may prove advantageous in times of crisis. Before their departure, Chu Guang instructed them to take along 2 short knives, meant for cutting grass, as they are more efficient in encounters with aberrations than cumbersome axes. Furthermore, he reiterated that if they encounter any aberrations, they must avoid combat and flee whenever possible. However, should they be discovered and face overt hostility, they must not turn their backs on the enemy, for doing so would be tantamount to suicide. Armed with the map of the wetland park and a rudimentary guide, Guang Feng led Yishur away from the sanatorium. Meanwhile, Lao Bai and Fong Chong looked to Chu Guang and inquired, Administrator, should we continue chopping wood, or? Chu Guang surveyed the surroundings, counting the numerous untreated logs strewn about. We shall refrain from chopping wood today. We need to address the restroom issue first. You two should fetch shovels and axes. I will instruct you on how to proceed. The parking lot lies to the southeast of the sanatorium. After 2 centuries of neglect, nature has thoroughly reclaimed this area. Tree roots have pierced through the hardened concrete, and shrubs and wild grasses have flourished, growing to knee height. Rusting vehicles are entwined with vines, and through the shattered windows, one can even see moss covering the seats and the air conditioning vents. Upon witnessing this scene, Guang Feng finally comprehended the administrator's words. Indeed, there is hardly anything of value left to salvage here. Yishur, too, wore a troubled expression. In such a state, how could one possibly find a generator? Should we return? Guang Feng pondered silently for a moment, then stubbornly advanced. We have come this far. Yishur shrugged and followed suit. Having known each other for many years, his most prominent impression of this online friend is their obstinacy, leaving him curious about their real-life endeavors. Many vehicles in the parking lot had hoods that were rusted shut and could not be opened. After a thorough search, Guang Feng finally found one that could barely be pried open. Yet upon lifting the hood, he was taken aback. This is an engine? What is it? Yeshi inwided. Leaning closer, it seems to resemble an electric engine, Yet it also appears otherwise. Quang Fong furrowed his brow and said, "Do you know anything about cars? I haven't even taken my driving test." "How would I know?" "Yeshi repiet, ekaspiratit." "Haven't you been working for many years? Haven't you bought a car?" "I live in the company dormitory and only have a bicycle," Quang Fong insisted, continuing to rummage through the engine compartment, even circling to the rear of the vehicle and examining every accessible area beneath it. Suddenly, his hand froze. Noticing the expression on his face, Yishur asked, "What's wrong now?" "It's a bit strange. I can find the engine, but not the power source." Wiping the mud from his face, Quang Fong frowned, contemplating for a long while. "I can roughly locate the engine, but the power source eludes me. Could have been removed?" Yishur suggested, considering the possibility, for it has indeed been 200 years since this wasteland was abandoned. It would not be surprising if survivors had visited this place. Such a possibility cannot be ruled out. Habitually closing the hood, Quang Fong surveyed the lot filled with derelict vehicles, his mood growing complicated. In truth, there's another possibility. Given the advanced technological level of pre-war society, it is plausible that remote power sources might have replaced fixed ones. Regardless of which scenario it may be, neither bodes well for him. Relying on salvaging a generator from these abandoned vehicles now seems exceedingly unlikely. Meanwhile, progress was made on the restroom construction. Under Chu Guang's guidance, Lao Bai and Fong Chong first dug a pit 2 meters wide and 3 meters long in the open space outside the sanatorium, large enough to accommodate a person. They then inserted the cut logs around the pit to serve as walls, placing some rubble and leaves inside. With the latrine established, the restroom became considerably simpler. Chu Guang instructed them to erect 2 makeshift shelters beside the latrine and connected them to the pit using plastic tubing salvaged from the sanatorium's outer wall. Thus, a rudimentary restroom was completed. Excrement and urine must be stored separately, as mixing them would create sludge. Moreover, urine is sterile and can be directly used to irrigate crops. For today, let us leave it at that. Chu Guang nodded approvingly at the fruits of their labor throughout the morning. Lao Bai and Fong Chong, leaning on their shovels and catching their breath, exchanged glances full of resignation. Although this is a fully immersive virtual reality game, is it truly necessary to be this realistic? Furthermore, bathing presents another dilemma. Although there is a water source within a kilometer, it is surrounded by numerous aberrations, necessitating extreme caution when fetching water. Perhaps we should construct a bathhouse. The odor is a minor issue, but falling ill could lead to significant problems. Administrator Fong Chong raised his hand. Chu Guang turned to him. "What is it?" "I believe we should consider the safety aspect," Fong Chong said. "Based on our encounter with that aberration yesterday, this wasteland is far from secure." "That goes without saying," Chu Guang replied curtly. "I am aware, but sanitation cannot be overlooked. The shelter lacks adequate medical supplies, and an outbreak of infectious disease could have dire consequences. The safety concern is not as pressing. The aberrations within the wetland park are not as active as those in the urban areas, and there are hardly any survivors in the vicinity. Even if danger arises, we can retreat to the shelter. However, the hygiene of over 100 individuals is indeed a significant issue. On Beach Street, every household stores water in iron barrels, heating and sanitizing it on the rooftops, washing their bodies every 2 or 3 days. It is not that the residents are particularly fastidious, but the stench is so overwhelming that they could be driven away. Fong Chong and Lao Bai exchanged glances. Would the AI settings for this administrator include a touch of obsessive cleanliness? We must take heed in the future. Speaking of which, there's a question I have long wished to ask. Why is there no stockpile of supplies in such a vast shelter? Lao Bai in zet fetamo. We have been on the B1 level. What about the other floors? The other floors are temporarily closed, but will be open in due course, Chu Guang stated simply, offering no explanation for the circumstances. Though the two players were curious, they could not extract any answers, and thus chose to regard it as merely a facet of the game's design. At this juncture, Yishur and Quang Fong, who had ventured out to explore, returned. Observing Quang Fong, whose attire was caked in mud, Chu Guang inquired, "Did you locate the generator?" "Not exactly," Quang Fong replied, "but it wasn't entirely fruitless." With that, he unfurled a plastic bag salvaged from some refuse, revealing an abundance of blue mushrooms within. These fungi, modest in size, merely the length of a finger, were adorned with translucent, fine hairs and exhibited a shimmering iridescent sheen when viewed along their ridges. Chu Guang cast a glance at them, his expression one of astonishment. "Where on earth did you find these?" With a hint of pride, Quang Fong recounted, "Near the parking lot, there exists a concrete drainage pipe, roughly 2 men high. Within it, I discovered a considerable number of these mushrooms. I'm uncertain if they're edible, so I brought some back." Initially, he had contemplated tasting one, but the game's realism made him hesitate for an extended period. ultimately refraining from doing so. They're called blue umbrella mushrooms, scientifically known as the blue angel. It is said that those who consume them may encounter genuine angels within an hour. Rest assured, unless you are some invulnerable mutant, these should not be ingested. Chapter 13, Blue Angel. Chu Guang secured the plastic bag. Continuing, you should consider yourselves fortunate for not delving further. These mushrooms typically thrive near the nests of mutated leeches. Yishi posit, mutated leeches. Chu Guang casually replied, yes, juvenile mutated leeches are about the size of a hand. Aside from their peculiar mouthparts, they bear a striking resemblance to ordinary leeches. However, upon reaching maturity, their size can swiftly exceed 1 meter, with some growing as long as 3 meters. Their feeding habits also change. It is rumored they can swallow a living person whole, but that is merely hearsay. After hearing the manager's account, Yishur felt a chill run down his spine. He recalled sensing something amiss while gathering mushrooms, though he could not pinpoint the source of his unease. In hindsight, it seemed he had narrowly escaped a perilous fate. Cannot eat them? Kuang Feng's expression reflected disappointment as he gazed at the mushrooms Chu Guang had stowed away, muttering, I thought they might grant a buff. Do not overthink it. Buffs are not as plentiful as you imagine. There was something Chu Guang did not articulate. Although these mushrooms were inedible, they were, in fact, a primary ingredient for crafting a decontamination agent. The specifics eluded him, as he had heard it from old Charlie on Better Street. The blue umbrella mushroom contains a unique polypeptide that effectively alleviates and heals non-lethal damage inflicted by gamma radiation. The merchant caravans in Giant Stone City purchase these at a commendable price, typically transporting them to factories there. However, procuring these mushrooms is no trivial task. Few scavengers are willing to risk their lives scouring swamps or sewers for mutated leech nests. The difficulty of finding them is one matter. Returning safely with them is another. Even those driven by necessity would hesitate to engage with these insatiable, man-eating tentacles. To his astonishment, just a stone's throw away lay a mutated leech nest. Chu Guang's emotions were a tumultuous mix of elation and trepidation, elated that the blue umbrella mushrooms could fetch a handsome sum, yet troubled by the formidable threat posed by the mutated leeches. Salt? Where would I procure hundreds of kilograms of salt? With that much salt, I might as well sell it directly. Set a fire? These creatures typically inhabit damp locales. Igniting a blaze is no simple feat. Do you recall the exact location of that sewer entrance? In response to the manager's inquiry, Kuang Feng swiftly produced a map, marking the spot with precision. Right here. Chu Guang surveyed the indicated location on the map, committing it to memory. Understood. The blue umbrella mushrooms brought back by Kuang Feng and Yishur weighed approximately 2 kilograms. Typically, the market rate is a slight exchange for every 50 grams. Thus, 2,000 grams would yield a staggering 40 tokens. This sum nearly equaled all the savings Chu Guang had amassed over the past 5 months. Furthermore, this was merely the price quoted by the recycling station on Better Street. The actual value undoubtedly exceeded this figure by at least double. Chu Guang planned to sell the entirety of the mushrooms and utilize the tokens to procure essential supplies for the outpost. The outpost supplies are in dire need of replenishment. I will venture out for a bit. You two remain here, ensuring you do not wander far. At 5 o'clock this afternoon, Xiaoqi will promptly open the elevator for your return to the shelter. While I am away, Xiaoqi will assess your work progress. Feel free to consult it with any uncertainties. As for the 2 kilograms of blue umbrella mushrooms, Chu Guang allocated a total of 220 contribution points to Kuang Feng and Yishur. Of these, 200 points were awarded for discovering the mutated leech nest, while the remaining 20 were for the mushrooms. He offered such a modest sum not out of stinginess, but rather to prevent the players from tasting success and recklessly venturing to gather these dangerous fungi, potentially leading to their demise. Until he found a generator capable of powering the extractor for active materials, he deemed it prudent to exercise caution. Lunch consisted of a porridge made from green wheat. Though labeled as porridge, Chu Guang found it reminiscent of a flavorless mung bean soup. It lacked any notable taste, serving solely to satiate hunger. To his surprise, the 4 players devoured it ravenously, akin to famished souls reborn. Was it truly so delectable? Chu Guang began to doubt his culinary skills. Could it be that he possessed a hidden talent for cooking? That seemed unlikely. After hastily concluding the meal, he stowed away the cooking utensils, extinguished the fire, and set forth alone, leaving the 4 players and an AI robot idling upstairs in the sanatorium. Fang Chong fixated on the task board affixed at the entrance of the sanatorium, lost in contemplation. Yishur inquired, "What are you looking at?" Fang Chong replied, "According to the manager's assertions, the blue umbrella mushroom can serve as a material for crafting anti-radiation agents. However, The reward for your task is merely 20 contribution points, equivalent to chopping down 2 trees. Do you find that reasonable? Yi Shi hesitated. Is there an issue? Indeed there is, Fong Chong asserted. Under normal circumstances, the rewards players receive from tasks should correlate positively with their difficulty. You not only unlocked a new instance, but also collected high-value materials. Logically, the reward should not be so paltry. Quang Fong pondered. What do you believe is the reason? Fong Chong snapped his fingers. Priority. Priority? Yi Shi echoed, bewildered. Precisely. Fong Chong nodded. Do you recall the words of the manager during the previous narrative? The foremost concern is survival. Is that so? It seems there is indeed some truth to it. Yi Shi wasn't paying close attention. For most games, he typically skips the narrative by simply pressing control. Although this game doesn't allow for such shortcuts, losing focus for a few minutes yields little difference. Fong Chong continued speaking. Thus, I conjecture that the tasks listed on the board do not encompass all available missions. This game affords us considerable autonomy. Tasks can not only be assigned by NPCs, but can also be triggered actively by us. Quang Fong furrowed his brow. What is the reasoning behind that? Haven't you already received your rewards? Fong Chong replied. Although we did not locate the generator, we discovered a nest of aberrations and collected valuable resources. Hence, I surmise that as long as our actions align with the current needs of Shelter 404, we will earn contribution points. Moreover, the value of these rewards correlates directly with the worth created by our actions. For instance, the construction of latrines and toilets was a task issued after the administrators accepted our suggestions, and both Lao Bai and I received a reward of 200 contribution points. Lao Bai note that. It has seemed that way. I think I grasp your point, Quang Fong said, stroking his chin. But completing the tasks on the board also yields contribution points, doesn't it? And the points are quite substantial. This leads me to my second point. A mysterious smile appeared on Fong Chang's face. Do you recall what the planners mentioned regarding the favorability system? Quang Feng's expression shifted to one of realization. I understand your meaning now. Yi Shi and Lao Bai remained puzzled. What exactly have you understood? Please clarify. Fong Chong spoke leisurely. In simple terms, while completing the fixed tasks on the task board does grant a guaranteed reward, it fails to showcase our capabilities. In contrast, actively triggering tasks better reflects our individual strengths. Theoretically, this should enhance the administrator's evaluation of us. Of course, these speculations rest on the premise that Wasteland OL is a fully immersive virtual reality game governed by programmatic logic, rather than human design. If the intelligence of the administrators is not as advanced as we presume, this deduction may well be invalid. However, as it stands, the administrators exhibit considerable intelligence, and engaging in normal conversation poses no issues. I even find myself wondering if this being might be a real person in disguise. Having comprehended Fong Chang's explanation, Lao Bai stroked his stubble thoughtfully and nodded. This line of thinking is rather intriguing. It merits exploration. What do you propose we do? As for the specifics, I'm still deliberating. However, my instincts suggest that accumulating greater NPC favorability prior to the second round of closed testing is paramount, as it will ensure we possess a superior starting point compared to other players. After a brief pause, Fong Chong snapped his fingers. I propose we form a team. Form a team? Ye Shi inweited, puzzled. Lao Bai note that. I have no objections. Quang Fong also agreed with a nod. I concur. Ye Shi hesitated. I have no objections either. But could you elaborate on the details of the teaming? Fong Chong patiently explained. In essence, from this moment forth, we are a unified team, sharing intelligence and assisting one another. Next, we must leverage each of our strengths. Fong Chong turned to Quang Fong and Yi Shi, continuing, Quang Fong, Yi Shi, you were to scout along the shores of Wetland Park, paying close attention to the distribution and activity patterns of the aberrations. If you identify any suspected nesting areas, mark them, but remember to keep your distance, especially to avoid combat. We need a safe water collection point. Quang Fong nodded. Understood. Then, Fong Chong directed his attention to Lao Bai. As for us, we need to gather more firewood. After logging off shortly, I will conduct some research online and devise a way to utilize the stockpiled wood tomorrow. Chapter 14. The Merchant from Stone City. Chu Guang was fortunate. He encountered no insurmountable dangers along the way. Moreover, upon reaching the vicinity of Bait Street, he chanced upon a caravan from Stone City unloading goods at the entrance of Bait Street. The old man Walter, armed with a hunting rifle, stood nearby, smoking his homemade pipe, while old Charlie engaged in pleasant conversation with the caravan leader. The idle scavengers assisted in unloading the cargo under the watchful eyes of the gunmen. The caravan leader, known as Mr. Li, was a man of unknown name. But Chu Guang knew he hailed from Stone City, commanding a retinue of 8 gunmen and a score of mutated yaks. Periodically, He would bring his men and livestock to Bait Street to sell various supplies, while collecting local specialties in return. In the Wasteland, particularly within urban areas, vehicles are far less reliable than livestock. The roads were strewn with broken-down vehicles and collapsed ruins, compounded by poorly maintained thoroughfares, which were severely cracked and even sprouting vegetation. Most wheeled transports were rendered immobile. In contrast, donkeys, cows, and horses are invaluable. While they may not be swift, there is virtually no terrain they cannot traverse. Most importantly, they are inexpensive and easy to maintain, consuming merely 30 pounds of fodder per 100 kilometers. Technology does not always prove dependable, at least not in this context. Of course, if the journey spanned provinces, that would be an entirely different situation. Chu Guang had once seen a hybrid vehicle with wheels and tracks, topped with a cannon-like barrel, exuding a distinct punk aesthetic. However, such cumbersome vehicles seldom venture into the city. They typically unload outside the urban limits, trading with the small to medium-sized caravans active in the vicinity before departing. Chu Guang noticed that among the supplies being transported to Bait Street was a woman clad in a robe. Her hands and feet were shackled, and a striped coat marked her ankle. Her delicate, fair skin bore no resemblance to that of a survivor from the Wasteland, but rather resembled a being plucked from the silver screen, perhaps a product cultivated in a petri dish. Clones? Previously, Chu Guang had only heard rumors of the slave trade in Stone City, but this was the first time he had witnessed it firsthand. Such luxury, he mused, could surely only be afforded by that esteemed mayor. Chu Guang refrained from approaching immediately, instead opting to wait quietly in the shadows of the ruins until the transaction concluded. The cowboys were preoccupied and did not linger. Once the loading was complete, Mr. Li reached into his pocket, producing several white chips, which he tossed to the grateful scavengers as if dismissing beggars. Then, amidst a chorus of thanks and flattery, he, along with the gunman, set off, herding the heavily laden mutated yaks along the way. Chu Guang trailed them from a distance, passing through 2 streets. However, just then, the man accompanying Mr. Li suddenly halted and fixed his gaze directly upon Chu Guang's direction. Startled by the unexpected attention, Chu Guang's heart raced. How could this individual have seen him from such a distance of at least 100 meters? Nevertheless, since he had already been noticed, following them became a futile endeavor. Chu Guang emerged from the ruins, first raising his hands to signal his lack of hostility, before approaching with a black plastic bag in hand. From a distance of 10 meters, he paused beneath a slanted cafe sign. For both parties, this distance was the safest. Should a conflict arise, the carbon nanotube ballistic vest he wore would afford him at least 5 seconds to escape, provided he avoided a headshot. I mean no harm. I merely wish to conduct a transaction with you. The man known as Li, narrowing his eyes, shouldered his shotgun. Are you the scavenger from Better Street? Chu Guang. I'm indifferent to your name, and we do not engage in small trades, the man said, his gaze mockingly fixed on the plastic bag. You do better to toss that to your old man, Charlie. Chu Guang remained silent, pulling open the bag to reveal its contents. The man's expression faltered, clearly unprepared to find the bag filled not with discarded parts and batteries, but with something far more valuable. Chu Guang noted a fleeting glimmer of greed in his eyes. Where did you acquire this? The man inquired. Chu Guang regarded him, his demeanor unyielding. From a sewer, near a nest of mutated leeches. But even if I divulged the location, would you dare to venture there? Just a casual inquiry. No need to take offense. The glint of greed receded slightly as the man handed his shotgun to an associate and approached Chu Guang. How do you intend to sell it? The recycling price on Better Street is a mere 50 chips per 50 grams, but its true worth far exceeds that. After a moment's silence, Chu Guang decided to take a gamble, quoting a price 5 times the Better Street recycling rate. There are 2,000 grams here. I require 200 chips. Deal. Noticing the man's quick acceptance with only a brief hesitation, Chu Guang realized he had still underquoted. Indeed, the prices the despicable mayor charged these merchants were undoubtedly higher. These leeches would devour every morsel. In his heart, Chu Guang silently cursed the mayor and his family, wishing them an unfulfilling night. Let us be friends. I'm Lister. The man extended his right hand, shedding his previous arrogance, a smile gracing his face. I seldom conduct business directly with scavengers, but you are an exception. I find you quite intriguing. Chu Guang, maintaining his composure, shook his hand. Thank you. I am Chu Guang. I know. You mentioned it earlier. Releasing his grip, Lister fixed his gaze on Chu Guang, continuing, first and foremost, I hope our transaction today remains unknown to that old man Charlie. He's certainly one to find out. I have no desire to stir up trouble. Haha, you are a clever man. Satisfied with Chu Guang's response, Lister nodded, continuing, I can pay you 200 chips right now. However, since you will exchange these chips for goods anyway, why not purchase directly from me, saving yourself from the middleman's markup? I have some remaining supplies, and I can offer you a 20% discount. What do you say? Chu Guang was not swayed by his so-called discount. After all, he had no way of knowing how much the goods on the backs of the cattle would fetch in Stone City. Yet, as long as his prices were lower than those on Better Street, he had no reason to refuse. I need weapons. Do you have any? Of course. What kind do you seek? Guns. Guns, is it? Lister stroked his chin. How about a 9mm bolt-action iron pipe rifle? It's only 200 chips, and I can throw in 30 rounds of ammunition. Additional rounds are priced at 1 chip each. It's a fair deal. At a discount? This is already at a discount. If you find it too expensive, I also have cheaper options, such as an iron pipe pistol worth 100 chips, 5mm caliber, which is quite effective against raiders, though not highly recommended for dealing with mutants. Already at a discount, and still too high. I don't believe you. Chu Guang Zito. Fixing his gaze on him. 9mm bolt-action iron pipe rifle with 60 rounds of ammunition. In addition, I require 25 chips for purchasing food and other supplies. Observing Lister's indifferent shrug, Chu Guang continued earnestly. The mutated leech nest contains far more than 2 kilograms of mushrooms, but I can only gather those near the nest. Do you understand my implication? You wish for me to invest in you? Lister regarded Chu Guang with newfound interest. How intriguing. Chu Guang remained unfazed. Why not? I wager that even at this price, you will still make a substantial profit. Moreover, if you agree, the next time I come, I can bring 10 times today's haul. Are you not tempted? Lister was indeed tempted. To be honest, it was a commendable proposal. Transporting 2 kilograms of blue umbrella mushrooms to Stone City would afford him, if not a bolt-action rifle, then certainly 10 of them. The rustic folks living on the outskirts had no clue what antidotes and decontaminants meant for those residing in the city. Excellent goods were hidden near those nuclear craters. Generally, few could extract chips from his hands. Lister signaled to his assistant, who fetched a bolt-action iron pipe rifle and 60 rounds of ammunition from a nearby mutated yak. You are an exception. Counting out 25 white chips from his pocket, Lister handed them, along with the goods, to Chu Guang. 20 kilograms of blue umbrella mushrooms. Consider it an investment. I await your news. I will return here at the end of the month, and it should be the last time this year, barring unforeseen circumstances. I hope to see you then. Mutated leeches. No one wished to provoke those creatures. Only God knew how many revolting, foul bugs lay hidden within their nests. And the most damning aspect was that ordinary penetrating firepower was utterly ineffective against them. Their terrifying regenerative abilities and vitality meant they could split into 2 new entities even when severed in half, let alone when perforated. As for setting fire to them, let us not even discuss whether it could be ignited. Even if it could, it would only incinerate valuable items alongside. A complete loss. By the way, regarding the 20 kilograms of blue umbrella mushrooms, I'll value it at 2,000 chips. You can place orders with me. There is no necessity to scavenge the leftovers from others. As Chu Guang fiddled with the weapon in his hands, Lister reminded him, how will you know what I have? With a snap of his fingers, Lister's companion understood and handed him a square tablet. Here are the photos. Swipe left or right to select. I want to teach you how to use it. I assure you that the quality of these goods is beyond reproach. However, I cannot guarantee that the items you receive will precisely resemble the photographs. Upon glancing at the tablet, Chu Guang discerned a plethora of valuable items, particularly the ones he most urgently required. Have you made your selection? Li Site urged, observing Chu Guang as he deliberated. I have decided, Chu Guang replied, returning the tablet. A 10 kW wood power generator and the KV-1 power exoskeleton. Your taste is commendable. Although the KV-1 is a basic model, it is renowned for its durability. However, I must inquire about your need for a generator. Instead of worrying about depleting power, it would be wiser to purchase a few extra batteries. I offer an excellent trade-in service at a very reasonable rate. Generators do not come cheap. One will cost you 1,200 chips. In contrast, the KV-1 power exoskeleton is merely 800 chips, and a compatible chemical energy battery is a mere 150 chips. Even if you were to replace a battery, it would hardly exceed 1,000. Furthermore, where do you intend to store such an apparatus? The exoskeleton can be worn beneath clothing, but a generator is not something an ordinary scavenger can afford. Seeing through Li Site's concerns, Chu Guang reassured him, rest assured. I shall not take it back to Better Street. I was merely inquiring. Your means of disposal is of no concern to me. Regardless, even if you claim I sold it to you, I shall never acknowledge it. Ultimately, you would be the one to suffer, Li Site shrugged, casting a glance at the dimming sky. It is getting late. Until we meet again. Wait, Chu Guang called after him. Will those items I just ordered be discounted? Li Site chuckled heartily, not turning back as he waved his hand. The prices you see are already the discounted rates. Chu Guang muttered under his breath. Damn it. Just wait until I find a way to exploit you unscrupulous merchants. As he watched the merchant caravan disappear into the distance, a scowl etched on his face. Chu Guang turned to leave. Chapter 15. The mobilization order. The sun had already begun its descent, and time was indeed of the essence. Returning now would be futile. Chu Guang preferred to linger in Better Street for the night, rather than risk a perilous journey after dark. Having had several unpleasant experiences, he was acutely aware of the dangers that lurked, and surviving such encounters had been nothing short of divine intervention. He wrapped the iron tube rifle he had purchased in a plastic bag and secured it to the sharpened water pipe behind him, ensuring that it did not resemble a firearm. Although Better Street did not prohibit survivors from carrying weapons, Chu Guang wished to avoid drawing the attention of the mayor's spies to his clandestine dealings with the outside merchants. 50 g of blue umbrella mushrooms exchanged for just one chip. What a pity that these parasitic leeches could conceive such a scheme. As he passed through the gates of Better Street, Chu Guang beheld a throng of people gathered at the entrance of the recycling station. Men and women of all ages, clad in tattered garments, gaunt faces, and burdened with woven sacks or boxes, clutching plastic containers or other vessels. Their daily routine was simple. Convert the refuse they scavenged into chips, which they then exchanged for life's necessities. Newly arrived soap, produced by the Stone City Chemical Factory. Only 3 chips to rid yourselves of those nauseating odors. Hurry and purchase a bar for your wives. There are only 30 bars available. First come, first served. Edible oil, regardless of its source, is fresh and of high quality, transported from Brown Farm, priced at 10 chips per liter. It may be a bit steep, but quality comes at a cost. You would be wise to find someone to share the expense. Let me see. Yes, coarse salt. A thumb-sized block for just 5 chips. No matter its origin, what more could you desire? Come and buy. And tobacco leaves, whether for personal use or for smoking meat. Also from Brown Farm. Choose as you please. I shall take a short break. Old Charlie lazily called out at the entrance, his demeanor resembling that of a master bestowing charity upon his servants rather than a merchant conducting business. In truth, this was not commerce, but more akin to a patron's benevolence towards their subservient class. Do not presume that 5 miles is a short distance. Though Clearwater City is situated in the southern plains, it is transformed into a perilous concrete graveyard, more treacherous than any forest. Old Charlie wiped his brow and delegated the task of collecting payments to his assistant while he settled down, squinting in repose. At that moment, a lanky young man clad in a gray coat approached the crowd, brandishing a wooden placard. The mobilization order from the esteemed mayor. By the end of the month, each household is required to submit 100 kilograms of firewood and 2 cubic feet of pelts. Spread the word. The crowd erupted into a flurry of murmurs and complaints. Yet none dared to voice any opposition. After all, this had been the annual custom. While Better Street does not levy taxes, it does not imply that life here is free. Beyond the subtle exploitation of trading rights, the mayor invariably extracts a portion of supplies through various means. And the mobilization order is one such method, occurring annually around August or September. What happens if one refuses to comply? The penalties are quite direct. All individuals aged 16 and above residing in the enclave, regardless of their marital status, are considered a single household unless married, in which case they are combined into one unit. Failure to provide the required materials will result in the household's name being struck from the registry by the designated steward, who will also confiscate their shelter in Better Street, exiling them from the survivor's enclave. In this world, where life is more fragile than paper, losing one's sanctuary equates to a death sentence, especially in the frigid winter. Although Better Street is not affluent, it is still superior to the neighboring Brown Farm. At least those who reside here retain a modicum of pitiful freedom. It appears that the mayor intends to seize one last opportunity to profit before the final merchant caravan of the year arrives, using the exchange supplies to enjoy a bountiful year. Chu Guang contemplated this, but did not take the so-called mobilization order seriously. He intended to depart before winter set in, and when the time came, he would leave of his own accord, without the need for any prodding. Avoiding the recycling station, Chu Guang headed straight for his dwelling. However, upon nearing the entrance, he spotted Yu Xiaoyu and a young man engaged in a heated argument. The lad, around 17 or 18 years old, was of modest stature. He was the 3rd son of the Wang family, known as Wang Difu. His dwelling was located at the far corner of the enclave, diagonally opposite Yu's family, and he typically did not frequent their residence. Whatever the matter was, it was surprising that Wang's 3rd son had sought out his abode. Step aside, Wang Difu exclaimed with impatience, shoving Yu Xiaoyu aside. The young girl stumbled back but, like a protective hen, stretched out her arms to block his passage. Not letting you through. This isn't your home, nor is it yours. But he asked me to help watch the house. What is there to see in a dead man's home? He is not dead. Yu Xiaoyu glared at him, her eyes resembling those of goldfish. "Stop deceiving," she insisted. "That outsider hasn't returned for 4 or 5 days." Wang Difu, growing impatient, continued, "Isn't your family merely coveting a share for yourselves? I have no intention of monopolizing everything. How about this? The beams of the shed and this door belong to me, and the rest you may take." A house left uninhabited after a death is typically divided among the neighbors. There is no definitive rule stating how many days of absence equate to death, but generally, when someone hasn't returned for several days, people assume he has either been captured by slave traders or abducted by otherworldly creatures to feed their young. No one can endure several nights outside. Even the most seasoned hunters find it challenging. Yu Xiaoyu bit her lower lip until it turned blue, her fish-like eyes fixed on him, unwavering yet motionless. Wang Difu, unwilling to wait any longer, decided to forcefully push past her. He knew that soon enough, the men of the Yu family would return, and he would gain nothing if he lingered. Just then, a hand landed on his shoulder. "Who said I was dead?" Wang Difu jumped aside, his body bristling with alarm, casting a wary glance at Chu Guang. Yu Xiaoyu quickly slipped behind Chu Guang, whispering a report. "He came yesterday, intending to dismantle your home." "Thank you," Chu Guang replied, a half-smile playing on his lips as he turned to Wang Difu. "Will you leave on your own, or shall I assist you?" Aware of his own shortcomings, Wang Difu, glancing at the blood-stained steel pipe on Chu Guang's back, chose silence and departed. He felt no fear towards the Yu family nor this outsider, yet no one wished to offend a man of robust stature, especially one who was solitary and devoid of vulnerabilities. Observing this man's retreat, Chu Guang felt a twinge of sorrow. Some individuals, though alive, had become indistinguishable from the hyenas and vultures outside. He had witnessed a mutated hyena once, severing the neck of an injured companion to partake of its flesh. At that moment, he had thought little of it, attributing it to the natural order. Now he found himself empathizing. Having been away for merely a few days, the locals had already begun to stir restlessly. Yu Xiaoyu, hiding behind Chu Guang, lingered, hoping that by waiting a little longer, she might indulge in the sweets she had tasted that day. She had never savored anything so sweet, nearly chewing on the plastic stick as well. Noticing the large, watchful eyes upon her, Chu Guang momentarily froze, then regained his composure and smiled as he retrieved an abandoned lollipop from his pocket, placing it in the little girl's hand. "I appreciate your help these past few days." "Not a bother," she replied joyfully, tearing open the plastic wrapper and popping the lollipop in her mouth, mumbling, "I have nothing else to do. I can keep an eye on you while you're out." At that moment, the men of the Yu family returned, laden with spoils from the recycling station. The bulging bundles indicated a substantial haul. Spotting her elder brother, second brother, and father, Xiaoyu swiftly retreated into the house. Earning candy was merely a side endeavor. Keeping watch over the outsider was the task entrusted to her by her elders, and she had not forgotten their admonitions. Yet, no matter how swift her movements, she could not outpace the keen eyes of a hunter. The patriarch of the Yu family, a robust elder with a face marked by deep wrinkles, cast a glance at Chu Guang, but said nothing, entering the house alongside his eldest son, who bore 2 sacks of green wheat. However, the second son, Yu Hu, paused before Chu Guang. Chu Guang recognized him, while the locals generally ignored him. This 18 or 19-year-old was among the few who would initiate conversation. Yet, he was straightforward in his speech, much like his name suggested. "I thought you were dead since you've been gone." Chu Guang replied, "It seems your intuition is somewhat lacking." Yu Hu blinked, scratching his head with a grin. This outsider was quite intriguing, his manner of speaking unlike others, always taking an indirect approach. Not dwelling on it, he continued, "I need to inform you that the mayor just issued a mobilization order. By the end of the month, each household must submit 100 kilograms of firewood and 2 cubic meters of furs. With 3 adult males in the Yu family, they would need to contribute 300 kilograms of firewood and 6 square meters of furs, categorizing them as significant taxpayers in Beach Street." The firewood was manageable. The city was replete with vegetation, and the northern outskirts boasted vast woodland. So even without the mayor's decree, they would need to gather some for winter. However, the latter was a different challenge altogether. 6 square meters of furs would necessitate the hunting of at least 4, if not 5, mutated hyenas. "I heard about it when I returned." "That's good." Yu Hu was forthright, stating, "We were just discussing with the Leaf family the possibility of heading to the northern forests, where there are rumored to be signs of migrating deer. If we managed to catch a couple, we would not only obtain furs but also meat. Would you care to join us?" "Perhaps not. I'll think of something myself." Chu Guang politely declined, yet internally noted the information. The scavengers of Beach Street planned to hunt in the north, and the Linghu Wetland Park was also slightly to the northwest. He hoped they would not cross paths. Yu Hu, oblivious to Chu Guang's thoughts, assumed he was merely being modest and pressed on. I can see you are a capable individual, but no matter how skilled one is, limitations exist. Wang's boy dares to bully you simply because he has numbers on his side. How about this? My sister will be of marrying age next year. Why not marry her? Then we will be family. If you're in a hurry, we could have the wedding tonight. Chu Guang nearly choked on those words, coughing as he replied, no need. What on earth? How had the conversation veered to this topic? Moreover, the acceptable marrying age for these survivors was beyond what Chu Guang, hailing from civilized society, could fathom. He was still young. Marriage was a distant thought. Well then, you who conceded, feeling a sense of regret. Those who emerged from the shelter were quite astute, much like that old man named Charlie, who had been assisting the mayor since Chu Guang could remember, regarded as a significant figure by the neighbors. Charlie mentioned that Chu Guang also came from the shelter, so he must be clever as well. If he were to have a son with his sister, perhaps the Yu family could one day produce a person of great stature like Charlie. Yu had even prepared to persuade his father, but now it seemed he had been overly sentimental. After returning home, Yu caught his sister's attention. Xiaoyu, let me ask you, would you be willing to marry the outsider, Chu Guang? With a lollipop still in her mouth, Xiaoyu mumbled, sure, why not? It's just next door, not far at all. In her eyes, the notion of marriage was merely a change of location for slumber, devoid of any significant difference. Perhaps she might even acquire a couple of extra sweets. Originally, Yu had intended to abandon the idea, yet he cheerfully exclaimed, then, my brother can persuade him further. Oh, Xiaoyu absent-mindedly responded, preoccupied with her candy, showing little interest. Meanwhile, Yu was fervently contemplating. All right, I shall speak with our elder brother and father, but you shouldn't just wait idly by. Find some time to learn how to make pancakes for mother. I want to taste them too. Not a chance. Seeing his second brother attempting to snatch her candy, Xiaoyu instantly became displeased, crouched down, and swiftly vanished from sight. Chapter 16. The Mechanics of the Sandbox Game. Outside an abandoned sanatorium within Linghu Wetland Park stood a series of wooden stakes varying in size and thickness. I heard that freshly cut timber, if left untreated, would crack and warp. Observing the logs haphazardly piled against the wall, Lao Bai, gripping an axe, furrowed his brow and remarked, how is it typically handled? Fang Chang inquired. Lao Bai Ziepli. The moisture in the wood can be dried through roasting, or one can apply paint to both ends, allowing the wood to dry naturally. Alternatively, soaking it in water is an option, though retrieving it afterward can be quite challenging. Let us hope it doesn't rain in the coming days. After a rough estimation, Lao Bai calculated that, including the labor from yesterday, all these logs could be cut into 3 to 4 meter lengths, sharpened at both ends and driven into the ground, which would suffice to repair the walls on the northern and western sides of the sanatorium. However, these logs were untreated, and their durability was questionable. After a few rains, they might very well rot. Thus, he and Fang Chang deliberated and decided to adopt a different approach, utilizing cement as building material. There's an abundance of concrete waste in the wasteland, with plenty even within the sanatorium itself. Over time, subjected to the elements, these concrete blocks, stripped from rebar, had mostly crumbled into debris. Relying on the reliability of these materials was futile. Nevertheless, mixing these materials with cement and securing them with some steel rods salvaged from the ruins to construct simple concrete structures was certainly feasible. Although it might be akin to a shoddy engineering project, it would certainly be sturdier than wood. After all, they weren't aiming to erect skyscrapers. However, to utilize this concrete waste, they first needed cement. And to produce cement, they required a sufficient supply of coal and a furnace capable of enduring temperatures of 1,450 degrees Celsius. Just then, Kuang Feng and Yi Shi returned. Fang Chang noticed that Kuang Feng was carrying a plastic bucket brimming with uniformly textured mud. To the east of Linghu, there was a river not marked on the map, likely formed in the last 200 years. They had explored the entire eastern to southern shoreline of the lake, marking on the map the regions with active mutant activity and suspected nest locations. As he spoke, Kuang Feng instructed Yi Shi to retrieve the map, on which marks were drawn with charcoal. With this map, their trips to fetch water from the lake would be significantly safer. However, Fang Chang's attention was fixated on the bucket in Kuang Feng's hand. This is what I found by the river, Kuang Feng said, placing the bucket on the ground. I suddenly thought it could be used as building material, so I brought it back. This cannot serve as building material. It washes away with water, Lao Bai remarked, squatting down and pinching some mud, rubbing it between his thumb and forefinger. A look of excitement suddenly lit up his face. But this stuff is quite valuable. Our kiln has a chance now. A kiln? Yi Shi responded, momentarily baffled. I discussed it with Lao Bai. We plan to make cement, Fang Chang explained. Kuang Feng gazed at him in astonishment. Is that feasible? Why not? Isn't this a sandbox game? Lao Bai rose, exhilarated. Just dump the mud here. You all go fetch a few more buckets, and Fong Chong, help me gather some twigs. Move quickly. Sure thing, Fong Chong replied, brimming with enthusiasm. Quang Fong and Yi Shi exchanged puzzled glances and set off as well. The river was shallow, but there was plenty of mud nearby, and it wasn't far from the sanatorium, allowing them to gather a decent amount without much effort. Lao Bai formed a circular enclosure with the mud, digging 2 holes for air intake, then placing charcoal and dry leaves from previous cooking fires within the mud circle, igniting it with matches left by the overseer. The fire quickly blazed up, gradually drying the surrounding mud. Lao Bai continued to excavate fresh mud with his hands, while simultaneously building up the kiln wall until it reached his thighs, at which point he began inserting thumb-thick wooden sticks inside. What is this for? Fong Chong inquired, curiosity evident on his face. Although he had played survival games, he had never engaged in such meticulous tasks within a game. Charcoal. Without coal, we must substitute with carbon. To produce cement, we cannot use wood. We must commence from the very basics. How do you know about this? I played with it back home when I was young. Play with it, huh? Who doesn't dabble in such things? Standing up, Lao Bai brushed off his hands and, while the fire in the kiln had yet to ignite the wood, he began to seal the top of the kiln. This step was critical. Before the wood caught fire, he needed to leave an opening at the top, allowing the temperature inside to rise sufficiently, and then seal all openings with mud, letting the wood smolder for a day, after which they could harvest a bountiful batch of charcoal. If you close all the openings, won't the fire go out? Not immediately, and that's precisely the effect we want. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Lao Bai patted Fong Chang's shoulder. You shouldn't be idle either. Let's build a few more kilns and prepare for tomorrow's cement production. All right. Not only did Fong Chong join Lao Bai's construction crew, but even Quang Fong and Yi Shi, after hauling enough mud, were also recruited. The 4 players collaborated to erect 4 earthen kilns for charcoal burning and build a slightly larger one using the aluminum silicate clay dug from the riverbank. According to Lao Bai, they would attempt to produce some cement the following day. He intended to create ash cement. This rudimentary method of cement production lacked technological sophistication and reliability. It would certainly be superior to wood. Moreover, with ash cement, he could attempt to construct a kiln capable of withstanding higher temperatures. Lao Bai had already resolved to research information online once they logged off. Damn, now I understand why the overseer wanted us to devise a way to build a bathhouse. Yi Shi remarked, feeling overwhelmed by the stench of sweat, his mild obsession with cleanliness making him feel as if he might suffocate from the odor. This game is exceedingly hardcore. Why don't we wash up by the lake before logging off? Lao Bai suget? I agree. But speaking of which, where's the overseer? It's almost time to log off, yet he hasn't returned. Quang Fong inquired. Perhaps he is occupied with something, Fong Chong replied. How are we to inform him of our laborious accomplishments this afternoon? Yi Shi quickly asked, glancing back at the sanatorium. There is no need for concern. I have already conversed with a robot named Shao Qi, who assured me that it has compiled our accomplishments and will report the situation truthfully to the administrators. Upon hearing this, Yi Shi finally felt a sense of relief. Just as the players began logging off, removing their helmets, and preparing to embark on a new day, Chu Guang, still on Better Street, was carefully detaching the plastic barrel from beneath the water purifier. Better Street boasted public wells, and each household possessed its own water collection device, Chu Guang being no exception. Aside from the luminous rain carrying radioactive dust or clouds that appeared distinctly abnormal, the rain in the Wasteland was generally quite safe, even safer than during the pre-war era. After all, it had been 2 centuries since the decline of civilization, making phenomena such as acid rain and smog, products of industrial society, exceedingly rare here. Naturally, even so, directly consuming rainwater was not a prudent choice. By slicing a plastic bottle in half, Chu Guang placed a layer of dried pine needles and moss at the mouth of the bottle, followed by a sprinkling of crushed charcoal ash. Thus, a rudimentary water filter was fashioned. While he was uncertain if graphite could absorb radiation in the outskirts, far from the nuclear blast sites, radiation was not the primary threat to survival. Rather, diarrhea and dehydration were. He still recalled that during his first month of residence here, he had nearly succumbed to a bout of gastrointestinal distress rather than at the hands of a mutant. It was less than 10 liters of water that could sustain him. Gazing at the jars and bottles scattered throughout his dwelling, Chu Guang sighed. The supplies he had amassed over many days had been nearly depleted within just a few days of the player's arrival. He needed to devise a plan. At that moment, a knock echoed from the door. Chu Guang rose, unlatched the bolt, and opened the door. There stood Xiao Yu, her hands clasped behind her back, her large, glistening eyes fixed intently upon him, yet she remained silent. Just as Chu Guang was about to greet her, he suddenly recalled the second son of the Yu family, who had previously mentioned a marriage proposal, and felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. To take a hypothetical step back, if there were no Shelter 404, no system, no players, he would be utterly isolated and would have to attempt to integrate into this society. Yet, he could not bring himself to do that. He was far too slender. He ought to nurture himself for another 2 years. Is there something you need? Chu Guang inquired calmly. Yu Xiaoyu extended her arm, which had been hidden behind her back. It was then that Chu Guang noticed she was holding a small, dark piece of cake, likely a dough made from green wheat. My second brother asked me to bring this to you, telling me to say that I made it for you, she recited, each word articulated slowly. The convoluted subject-object relationship of Yu, and I left Chu Guang perplexed for a moment before he grasped that it was Yu who had instructed her to deliver this cake to him. Thank you? He ventured. No need, she replied, shoving the cake into his hand before swiftly darting away, leaving Chu Guang standing alone in the wind, bewildered. In the present world, Jinling, having removed his helmet, Yinfeng rubbed the bridge of his nose and groped around on the bedside table until he found his glasses to wear. After sitting at the edge of his bed for a while, he finally rose and made his way to the bathroom. After freshening up, he donned his coat, descended the stairs, and leisurely pedaled his bicycle to the cafeteria. The time was now 5:30. Aside from students preparing for entrance exams, very few individuals would frequent the cafeteria at this hour. The vast hall was mostly empty, with only a few windows near the entrance operating. The cafeteria lady, busy behind the counter, immediately recognized this frequent patron and greeted him with a beaming smile. Professor Yin, up so early today? Yes. I went to bed rather early last night. I'll take 2 buns, please. The buns have just begun steaming. You'll have to wait a bit. No ruse. Yinfeng produced his meal card and swiped it on the reader. The fragrant steam wafting from a steamer was delightful. Yinfeng relished this aroma, which brought a sense of comfort. However, it was regrettable that it was not particularly friendly to someone wearing glasses. Removing his glasses to wipe away the fog, Yinfeng couldn't help but reflect on his character in Wasteland OL. In the virtual realm, although his initial strength was somewhat lacking, he was still significantly more powerful than his real-world self. Moreover, the most crucial aspect was that his virtual self was not bespectacled. At that moment, someone tapped him on the shoulder. Yinfeng adjusted his glasses and turned to see Professor Wang Haiyang. Do you have class this morning? No class. I couldn't sleep, so I got up. I thought those of you in physics would be working late into the night. That's a misconception. I rarely bring work home. Adjusting his glasses, Yinfeng suddenly remembered something and looked at him, saying, by the way, there is something I want to consult you about. Professor Wang raised an eyebrow. Is it about the topic from yesterday? Yinfeng nodded. Yes. Hold on a moment. Let me ask first, that novel you mentioned, it wouldn't happen to be one you've written yourself, would it? Professor Wang chuckled. Novels should have an air of ambiguity. If they were to mirror reality too closely, they would lose their charm. Actually, it's not a novel. To be candid, it's a game. A game? Yes, it's a post-apocalyptic themed game, Yinfeng said, accepting the buns from the cafeteria lady, peeling back the plastic bag, and taking a bite. Professor Wang's interest was piqued. Can you elaborate? To be honest, I don't know much about the specifics. The game is currently in closed beta, and my knowledge is limited. Yinfeng paused for a moment. What kind of advanced society would be capable of eliminating the need for a power source in cars? No power source? Professor Wang blinked in surprise, then chuckled. Are you suggesting that remote power technology could replace fixed power sources? Is it that difficult? Yinfeng inquired. Whether it's difficult or not, I'm unsure. From my professional perspective, wireless power technology, ISNT, particularly challenging. The true difficulty lies in how we can obtain clean and affordable energy, such that even if energy loss reaches 90 or more, the costs remain within an acceptable range. At this point, Professor Wang paused, then continued in a joking tone, aside from the controllable nuclear fusion depicted in science fiction, I can't think of a better solution. Nuclear fusion, huh? Yinfeng pondered thoughtfully. I see. It seems that the narrative background in Wasteland OL is even more grandiose than I had imagined. There must be many facets worth exploring further. When do you plan to publish your novel? Perhaps I could take a look? Professor Wang jested, who knows? I might even be able to offer some advice. Yinfeng shot him a glance. I mentioned it's not a novel. All right, if you say it's not, then it's not. After receiving his breakfast from the cafeteria lady, Professor Wang chuckled and patted his colleague on the shoulder. I have class, so I'll take my leave. Best of luck. Chapter 17. It is our honor to relieve your concerns. Deep into the night, Chu Guang's slumber was anything but tranquil. He awoke several times, his hand instinctively reaching for the firearm concealed within his sleeping bag, only to drift back into a fragmented sleep. The sanctuary had lulled him into a false sense of security, devoid of any imminent danger, and the abrupt return to such an unstable environment left him feeling somewhat disoriented. He sighed, his fingers once again brushing against the reassuring weight of the gun, its robust barrel providing a semblance of safety. He couldn't help but wonder how the players were faring. Despite having instructed Xiao Qi on what to do in his absence, the nagging worry lingered in his mind. Awakening at 5 in the morning, sleep evaded him, and he lay there with his eyes wide open, waiting in silence. It was only when dawn's light began to seep through the window that he finally emerged from his sleeping bag, donned his clothes, and strapped on the steel pipe and a newly acquired firearm. This expedition would likely keep him away for an extended period. The mayor's relentless demands had compelled him to expedite his relocation plans, necessitating that all preparations be completed by the end of the month. Should he fail to amass sufficient supplies to sustain 100 individuals, he would have no choice but to postpone the next round of testing until the following February or March, thus wasting the entire winter. With a firm push, he opened the door. Equipped and ready, Chu Guang prepared to set forth, only to encounter the man from the Wang family. Wang Difu, who had caused a ruckus at his doorstep the previous day, cast a glance in his direction, silent yet exuding a hint of provocation. Perhaps it was the presence of his father and older brothers that had emboldened him, coupled with the hunting gear slung over his shoulder, making him appear more brash than before, as if seeking to assert his dominance. Chu Guang, however, saw no merit in engaging with a mere child. At 16, the youth was considered a man on Better Street, yet to Chu Guang, he remained an undistinguished boy. Hey, don't get yourself killed, he thought, choosing to ignore the young man's glare, which only intensified his humiliation. Just as Wang Difu was about to act irrationally, his elder brother placed a hand on his shoulder, prompting him to quickly regain his composure. It was evident that the boy was obedient to his brother's authority. Stealing a glance at the eldest son of the Wang family, Chu Guang noted the imposing figure of the man, who was likewise observing him. From his demeanor, Chu Guang sensed a faint yet palpable danger, though it was not overt. Interestingly, as their eyes met, a flicker of surprise crossed the man's face, albeit carefully concealed. A hunter's instinct warned him. This individual would not be easily trifled with. Their brief exchange of glances ended as both parties averted their gaze, recognizing the futility of inviting unnecessary trouble. As the Wang family retreated, Chu Guang prepared to continue on his journey. At that moment, a bright voice called from behind him. Be careful on the road. He paused, turning to see Xiao Yu peeking at him from behind the door. With a smile, he responded nonchalantly, Thanks. No need, she replied, and in the blink of an eye, she vanished back inside. By 6 in the morning, daylight had broken. The gates of Better Street creaked open, as survivors, laden with baskets, bows, arrows, short knives, and crossbows, ventured forth, navigating the cracked concrete and the weeds sprouting from the fissures, gathering in small groups to explore the desolate ruins. In this post-apocalyptic world, scavenging for valuable items had become a daunting task, and even the occasional shell left behind by mercenaries or raiders was considered a treasure. Chu Guang lingered at the settlement's entrance for a while, allowing the throngs to disperse before making his way to Old Charlie's recycling station. I need 7 kilograms of green wheat. That's 21 tokens. How much can I get for 4 tokens worth of cured meat? He inquired, having never purchased it before. 1 token per ounce, came the reply. Then I'll take 4 ounces. Food was the cornerstone of development. The more provisions he could stockpile, the more players he could recruit to assist him. Survivors could hardly subsist on a diet of green wheat porridge alone, even if they could endure it. He himself could not. Now armed, hunting would prove significantly easier than before. Chu Guang intended to buy some tobacco leaves to cure the excess meat, preserving it for the winter months. Old Charlie raised an eyebrow. I recall you purchased 5 kilograms of green wheat just days ago. Is there a problem? Chu Guang replied casually, No, not at all. Old Charlie smirked. It's good to save a little money. As Chu Guang contemplated his future, a sudden sense of alertness washed over him. The speaker may have been oblivious, but he had become acutely aware of an unsettling issue. He had not returned with any useful trash or other finds for some time, yet he had made 2 significant purchases in succession. While the mayor might overlook such a minor figure as himself, others could not help but wonder where he had acquired so many tokens. Yet Old Charlie remained silent, perhaps indifferent, as he weighed the food and cheerfully ushered him out the door. Feeling a twinge of concern, Chu Guang exited Better Street, rounding a corner and finally exhaling as he paused to survey his surroundings before continuing on. For scavengers, possessing more than 10 tokens was a substantial fortune, as most struggled to save even a single token. Yet he had managed to part with over 20 tokens on 2 occasions, acquiring supplies that he could hardly consume in the near term. While Old Charlie had been relatively kind to him, given their shared background and shelter, he was ultimately a servant of the mayor, Pondering this, Chu Guang furrowed his brow. Regrettably, the merchant named Lister only traded in food, selling product from Stone City. Perhaps he should venture to Brown Farm in search of better fortune. With 7 kilograms of green wheat and 10 liters of drinking water, along with bullets and gear, he bore a heavy load of over 20 kilograms on his shoulders. Besides transporting goods, Chu Guang had to be cautious with his stamina, vigilant against lurking dangers hidden in the shadows. Even with the extraordinary strength that lay dormant in his muscles, he could only walk a short distance before stopping to assess the road ahead. The path beyond the settlement was fraught with challenges. He often had to navigate around collapsed roads and maneuver through fallen buildings. Chu Guang found himself enviously contemplating the protagonists of Fallout and Dying Light, who could effortlessly traverse the ruins with ease, while he was forced to tread carefully. Perhaps next time, he should consider purchasing a cow. He wondered if Lister would sell one. Fortunately, the mutants he encountered along the way remained oblivious to his presence. After traversing the ruins and walking along the road for a while, Chu Guang finally arrived at the sanatorium located in Wetland Park just before 8:30 in the morning. However, to Chu Guang's astonishment, upon his arrival, he discovered that all 4 beta testers had already logged in. Not only that, but outside the walls of the sanatorium stood 4 earthen kilns, each approximately the height of a person, alongside a hemispherical earth oven about a person's height. What is this? He could not recall assigning the task of constructing furnaces. Welcome back, esteemed administrator. With a grin, Fong Chong approached the astonished administrator. I spent the entire night outside, my eyes fixated on those kills. Chu Guang had forgotten to set down the burden he was carrying on his back. How are things on your end? Have you encountered any anomalies or other survivors? Everything is normal. No unexpected occurrences. Fong Chong reported with radiant enthusiasm about their progress. The 4 earthen kilns were designated for charcoal burning, while the adjacent furnace, equipped with a blower, was intended for the high-temperature calcination of raw materials for cement. We burned tree bark into ash, then mixed it with water, filtering out the upper layer of potassium carbonate solution. The remaining slurry was squeezed to extract moisture, yielding calcium hydroxide and calcium carbonate for cement production. Subsequently, we added these materials to the blast furnace, calcining them to an orange-red hue, and mixed them with sand collected from the riverside, adding water to achieve a consistent blend, resulting in our very own ash cement. Goodness, to be honest, Chu Guang was taken aback by the player's hands-on capabilities. He had previously attempted to create cement using a mixture of ash and slurry, employing the methods taught by experts. But the resulting product crumbled at a mere touch and was utterly useless. Now, it appeared that his approach had been flawed. The key factors were the blast furnace and secondary calcination, as well as the purity of the ash. Fong Chong continued unabated. We plan to use the cement to repair the sanatorium's walls. By the way, we also collected the filtered potassium carbonate solution in containers. This substance is excellent for tanning leather. You have all done remarkably well. After pondering for some time, Chu Guang could not come up with a fitting reward for these players, and could only muster this one phrase of commendation. However, upon hearing this, Fong Chong was filled with exhilaration. The favorability has certainly increased. Without missing a beat, Fong Chong recited the lines he had contemplated all night with a solemn expression. For the continuation of civilization, it is our honor to alleviate your burdens. Chu Guang suddenly felt at a loss for how to respond. Compared to himself, these players exhibited an admirable nobility. Their words, spoken in the name of preserving civilization and securing a future for all, struck a chord. Clearing his throat, he maintained a dignified expression as he addressed the eager players. I will go downstairs to put away the supplies. Your plan is commendable. Proceed with confidence. Fong Chong stood tall, his spirit invigorated. At your command, esteemed administrator, do take care to balance work and rest. Do not overexert yourselves, Chu Guang advised. His concern was not born from a sudden pang of conscience, but rather from apprehension that the players might exhaust their enthusiasm too quickly. Yet, the players seemed oblivious to his heartfelt intentions, proudly proclaiming their loyalty. Serving you is our mission. This is also my declaration under the banner of humanity. At this proclamation, Chu Guang nearly choked. A declaration indeed. Had they ever seen what the banner of humanity looked like? Very spirited. Off you go. Watching the player jog away, Chu Guang sighed quietly to himself. Ultimately, his concerns were unwarranted. Chapter 18. I booked first. Given that these players were so self-motivated, Chu Guang felt it best not to interfere too much, allowing them the freedom to innovate. After stacking the supplies by the elevator, he returned to the shelter and summoned the administrator system, whereupon a completion notification for his tasks promptly appeared. Congratulations, host, for completing the daily task. Accumulating wood. Reward, 2 reward points. Congratulations, host, for completing the daily task. Producing cement. Reward. 5 reward points. The total of 7 reward points from the completed daily tasks was still insufficient for a mid-tier blind box. Nevertheless, Chu Guang was unconcerned. His players had successfully produced cement, and food reserves had surpassed 10 kilograms, soon allowing him to recruit a few more players as free labor. System. Exchange all reward points for a basic blind box. The reward points in the administrator's allowance were instantly reduced to 0. The alloy door in the wall opened, and a conveyor belt began to move, delivering the rewards from the blind box. 5 lollipops, a 200G bar of chocolate, and a 500G bag of salt. As before, there were no expiration dates or trademarks. What an absurdly sweet tooth this first-generation administrator must have. Staring at the 5 lollipops and the chocolate, Chu Guang found himself at a loss for words. However, the pristine white salt was indeed a valuable item. He reached out to pick it up, his face reflecting unexpected delight. The salt available on Beach Street was coarse, transported from Giant Stone City, with a yellowish appearance, expensive and of poor quality, with a bitterness that could overshadow its saltiness. This fine white salt typically commanded a high price, unaffordable for most survivors. If only there could be more. This quantity was adequate for general cooking, but utilizing it for cured meats or sausages would be somewhat wasteful. Of course, trading it might be a prudent choice, as this fine salt could potentially be exchanged for 10 to 30 times its weight in coarse salt. However, this venture carried its own risks. The Valley Province was an inland territory, and salt was a lucrative commodity, second only to arms. Attempting such a trade without sufficient strength would be rather unwise. After confirming his rewards, Chu Guang proceeded to open the player list, checking the offline times from yesterday and the online times for today. To his surprise, Lao Bai had actually leveled up. One could level up just from chopping trees. Chu Guang was astonished. Previously, the genetic sequences of these players had all been at 0 development, but Lao Bai's genetic sequence development had risen to 1, corresponding to LV1. However, after a moment's reflection, Chu Guang found himself at ease. Chopping trees was a physically demanding task, effectively serving as a form of exercise, and with Lao Bai's genetic sequence being strength-oriented, it was not surprising that his development had increased. Gaining experience did not necessarily require combat, although the latter was a relatively quicker route. Closing the system interface, Chu Guang sat at the computer in the residence hall, logging into the back end of the Wasteland OL official website. He had previously set a reservation threshold, requiring a shipping address and phone number along with account registration to secure a reservation. Chu Guang had braced himself for a slowdown or even a halt in the growth of reservation numbers. Yet upon checking today, he was taken aback to find that the number of reservations had surged from 35 to 45. Goodness, is there truly such a multitude of living beings in the Cow Horse Club? With a sense of astonishment swelling within him, Chu Guang proceeded to log onto the Penguin app, where he opened the game group known as the Cow Horse Club. After sifting through the chat history for a while, he began to discern certain clues. It turned out that just yesterday, a significant influx of newcomers had surged into the group, causing the member count to skyrocket from just over 100 to slightly more than 200. Most of these newcomers had been invited by existing members to observe, many of whom were notorious group hoppers, perpetually active in various gaming circles. A urban legend had begun to circulate within the online gaming community regarding a fully immersive virtual reality MMORPG. While the majority dismissed it with scorn, there were always 1 or 2 individuals who believed, going to great lengths to find their way into the Cow Horse Club. It remained uncertain whether the moderators had conspired in this endeavor, but the official website certainly appeared quite convincing. Historical chat records, cigarette cessation. Why are there suddenly so many newcomers in the group? Confused JPG, level 99 trash picker, esteemed ones. How does one reserve that game? Is there a fee involved? Cigarette cessation. Wait, are they all here for Wasteland OL? Surprise JPG, girl enemy night 10 times. We might as well rename the group to Wasteland OL Player Group. Humorous, prideful elder. During the closed beta, there's no fee, but who knows about the future? Just register an account and fill out a form to queue. As for when you will get your turn, it's up to luck. I'm astonished that someone actually believes this. Cigarette cessation. Night 10. Did you guys log in last night? Any new content to test? Excited. Girl enemy night 10 times. We tested it all night and managed to produce some concrete. Haha. Ask Fong Chong. I have class now. We'll chat later. Cigarette cessation. Concrete? Level 99 trash picker. Wasn't he about picking up trash? The group buzzed with discussions for quite some time. Chu Guang bypassed the lengthy exchanges and scrolled to Fong Chang's comments. Fong Chong, to be honest, this game's realism exceeded my expectations. Unlike most sandbox construction games, in Wasteland OL, logs do not automatically convert into lumber. Crafting charcoal isn't simply a matter of tossing wood into a furnace for a one-click synthesis. Instead, one must first construct a charcoal kiln, and the methods are fundamentally akin to reality. Crafting concrete follows the same principle. There's no one-click workbench. It begins with the carbonization of plant ash. Cigarette cessation. No way. It's that realistic? Fong Chong. Indeed, it is that realistic. The combat system hasn't been tested yet, but regarding sandbox gameplay, neither I nor Lao Bai have yet discovered this game's limits. Fong Chong. Theoretically, all the materials we've encountered can be modified according to the physical and chemical rules of reality, and these alterations to the map's environment are permanently retained. They 1T reset. This is what surprised me the most. This reminded him of the pseudo-sandbox game Death Stranding, which focused on road construction. However, this game promised more than just road building. Its interactive content surpassed that of the pixelated Minecraft, and its visuals were strikingly realistic. Perhaps even more so than the photorealistic racing game Forza Horizon 4. Especially the immersive experience. It was something he had never encountered before. In a word, he was utterly enamored with this game. Prideful elder, haha, amused. If it's that impressive, I could construct a golden capital in the Wasteland. Spare the knife. I don't believe it. Too absurd. White horse passing. Stop boasting. Once you enter the game, you'll understand. This game is the most demanding I've ever seen, with all materials requiring manual collection and no support for idle play. While you might be able to leave your computer running to grind monsters in other games, in this one, chopping a few trees will leave your hands too fatigued to lift. 8th level Gale. Indeed, I can attest to this. Cigarette cessation. Oh my. Hearing you all talk makes me want to play so badly. Ooh, Guanggu, I know you're lurking. I'm begging you for a chance. Chu Guang continued to scroll through the chat records. The moderators and group leaders who had secured closed beta qualifications were primarily showering Wasteland OL with effusive praise, extolling its sandbox gameplay and declaring it the reigning champion of the year. There were also envious players occasionally chiming in, offering staggering sums for beta access, some claiming to offer up to $1 billion. Humorous. Eventually, the discussion shifted to wilderness survival, perhaps intrigued by Fong Chang's description of the gameplay. Many skeptics regarding the existence of a fully immersive virtual reality MMORPG began to contribute to the conversation, even brainstorming strategies. Among them, one individual with the ID WC truly has mosquitoes caught Chu Guang's attention. Noticing that this person had joined recently, he appeared to be a newcomer. While others engaged in lively debate about the game, he earnestly detailed the 18 uses of wood, burning charcoal, crafting furniture. These were merely the basics. Furthermore, he mentioned the process of wood pyrolysis. The principle was that during the carbonization of wood in a sealed container, a substantial amount of combustible gases and smoke rich in various organic chemical components would be released. This complex mixture is collectively referred to as wood tar, serving as a chemical precursor for numerous chemical products until coal tar and petroleum became widely utilized. According to this individual's description, by filtering the collected condensate, one could obtain an aqueous solution composed of acetic acid, acetone, and methanol, along with a viscous tar-like residue. Both were complex mixtures, but different organic chemical components could be extracted through distillation. Acetic acid and methanol are well known, but acetone is particularly valuable, serving not only as an organic solvent, but also as a component for producing smokeless gunpowder. Upon reading this, Chu Guang was utterly astonished. Was this person involved in the chemical industry? Instinctively, he clicked on the individual's avatar and then accessed their profile. The space was unlocked, and he easily entered, only to find advertisements for furniture and building materials rather than anything related to chemistry. So, it seemed he was a furniture seller. His extensive knowledge of wood was likely a personal interest. Nevertheless, his expertise might prove advantageous in this context. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Guang conceived an idea and sent him a private message. Friend, would you be interested in joining the closed beta? It was 9 in the morning in the Wasteland, while in the parallel world's Hua country, it should be 9 in the evening, prime time for activity, surely not a moment for slumber. As anticipated, the individual known as WC truly has mosquitoes responded with a question mark. Question mark. Who are you? Chu Guang typed, I am the planner for Wasteland OL. WC truly has mosquitoes. No way. You're the planner? WC truly has mosquitoes. Bro, how do I test it? Is there a fee? I don't have any money. Chu Guang patiently elucidated, you need not spend any money. Simply fill out a form, and I shall send you the link. Although perplexed, WC Mosquito did indeed click on the link and filled in the address and phone number on the official appointment page. However, when it came to entering the address, He remained cautious and provided the community's express station, omitting the specific house number. WC Mosquito inquired. And then? Is there any other procedure? Chu Guang replied, that's all. Please send me your appointment number, and I shall mark it on my end. I will notify you 3 days before the launch. The creation of a clone required 3 days. While Chu Guang contemplated the necessity of talent for the outpost, a flurry of messages erupted in the group chat. Upon opening the chat, he discovered that WC Mosquito, having just completed the form, was already boasting in the group. Ha ha ha, comrades, I've secured a closed beta testing qualification. Jin exclaimed, what? No way. Jian protested, why him? I was the one who made the appointment first. The group chat exploded with excitement, and Chu Guang's private messages surged as well. Seeing the long string of notifications made Chu Guang's scalp tingle. He realized he could no longer remain a silent observer and hurried out to explain. Please remain calm, everyone. The closed beta testing is essential for enhancing our gaming experience. At this stage, we require players with specialized knowledge to serve as test subjects. Jian interjected, I could be a test subject too. I have 7 years of driving experience. Dox Olerin chimed in, 7 years of driving means nothing. I can operate an excavator, Yi Aenewo retorted. Have you not noticed that WC Mosquito was just added to the group yesterday? Perhaps he is merely a secondary account of the management. This so-called fully immersive virtual reality game is nothing but trash. Hu Badongji observed. The profile does not appear to be a secondary account. Jian pleaded, Brother Guang, I kneel before you. Grant me a chance. Chu Guang reassured. Let us wait a few more days. There will be 100 qualifications released shortly. Trust me, everyone will have a chance. The group members erupted into another wave of excitement. Chu Guang attempted to calm his friends, but to no avail. The other managers were all preoccupied with the game and could not intervene. This could not continue. Should he release another qualification? Chu Guang pondered, stroking his chin. After all, the food supplies in the base had accumulated to about 10 kilograms, and with a firearm, he could venture into hunting. Having a couple more pairs of chopsticks should not pose a problem. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him. We're still in need of a chef. Testing the cooking system. To Chu Guang's surprise, this message only incited further chaos in the group. Not everyone could be a carpenter, but the threshold for being a chef was exceedingly low. In this day and age, who could not whip up a couple of dishes and a soup? It merely required hands. Regardless of their actual skills, the brothers in the group boasted with fervor, claiming they could effortlessly prepare Kung Pao chicken with their eyes closed, with their pets eagerly awaiting scraps, as if they were culinary deities incarnate. In pursuit of closed beta qualifications, these netizens resorted to all manner of exaggeration, leaving Chu Guang bewildered. How on earth was he to choose? The debate raged on for a full half-hour until one of the brothers showcased his new Oriental certificate, bringing the tumult to a close. This piece of evidence indeed held more persuasive power than mere boasts. Chu Guang promptly announced the allocation of the 6th closed beta qualification and, after swiftly inquiring about the appointment number, logged off at lightning speed. Chapter 19. The Ambitions of the Construction Team Leader. Wah, Master, you have finally come to find me. The preceding wah echoed the sound of roller wheels gliding over a concrete floor. After returning to the surface, Chu Guang first visited the 3rd floor of the sanatorium. He intended to gather information from Xiaoqi, but before he could reach the window, he noticed the sad sight of the wastebasket robot rolling towards him. Chu Guang stared at it in confusion, unsure of what was amiss. What is the matter with you? Xiaoqi responded, I only have 1 bar of battery left. Chu Guang sighed. And where am I to find you a charging station? Xiaoqi replied, I have a wireless charging interface. Staying in the shelter for a while will suffice. Chu Guang realized, no wonder I have not seen a single power outlet in the shelter, and that computer without a mainframe has never run out of power. It must be high-tech. Though, he mused, wireless charging was hardly cutting-edge technology. Carrying the wastebasket-shaped robot, Chu Guang descended the stairs. As Xiaoqi cleverly retracted the wheels, it suddenly spoke up, by the way, Master. What is it now? I just remembered the power system in the shelter seems to be powered by a nuclear fusion core. Nuclear fusion? Yes, thus. The electricity inside can last for a very long time. Oh, that is a good thing, Chu Guang thought, already starting to ponder how he might extract that electricity. Xiaoqi continued. However, this may not be entirely good news. Chu Guang's train of thought was interrupted, and he halted on the stairs. What do you mean? Because it is already the year 2340, which is quite a long time after the shelter was constructed. What? Chu Guang asked anxiously. What will happen if the electricity runs out? However, Xiaoqi's response nearly caused him to spit blood. I don't know. You don't know? Such an important question. And you dare to say you don't know? Is there not an emergency plan? Xiaoqi cautiously replied. According to the plan, the shelter should have been opened 100 years ago, but for some unknown reason, It has been delayed by a whole century. Chu Guang remained silent. Seeing Chu Guang's silence, Xiaoqi softly reassured him, "You need not be overly pessimistic. The power room of Shelter 404 should be on the 3rd floor. As long as you can unlock that level and replace the fuel rods in time, everything will be fine." Chu Guang could hardly contain his exasperation. "Where am I to procure nuclear fusion fuel rods? It has already been 211 years since the Wasteland era began." Xiaoqi replied, Surely there will be a way." Chu Guang sighed. Regardless, he could not vent his frustrations on the electronic products. That would be most unbecoming. He set Xiaoqi down by the elevator and watched as the wastebasket robot rolled back. His mood was somewhat irritable. Nevertheless, Chu Guang understood that fretting would be futile. He needed to address one problem at a time. In the short term, there should be no significant issues regarding electricity supply. Even if the shelter's activation is delayed by a century, the past century has not been spent idly. It should have been operating in energy-saving mode. It is quite possible that the remaining power could last for several decades. In contrast, the impending harsh winter is far more pressing and worthy of his concern. He has little time left to prepare. Departing from the sanatorium, Chu Guang arrived at the cement kiln and discovered that the players were industriously at work, having already commenced the construction of a second kiln. Beside them, a neat stack of earthen mounds indicated that 8 kilns had been established. They were poised to leap directly from the agricultural era into industrialization. Chu Guang felt a surge of joy in his heart. It was all thanks to his adept leadership and village management skills. As he observed the approaching manager, Lao Bai wiped the dust from his face. His excitement betraying his age, he resembled a child more than a man in his 30s as he stood up and exclaimed, "Manager, you have arrived." "Indeed, I just came down. Is this your idea?" Chu Guang inquired, gesturing towards the earth and cement kiln behind him. "It is the collective effort of everyone." Lao Bai responded easily. "No need for modesty. I have been observing your contributions closely. The organization will remember your achievements." Lao Bai's face radiated with elation. This was precisely the affirmation he had been awaiting, particularly the latter half of the statement. "Furthermore, I shall, on behalf of the organization, award each of you with 1,000 contribution points as recognition for unlocking cement materials. From this moment forth, you shall be the captain of the construction team at Shelter 404's outpost. You are free to unleash your creativity to design and construct our outpost within the plan parameters." How splendid it would have been if a system notification had chimed at that moment. That would have been truly impressive. Alternatively, a pop-up reward notification appearing in the player's eyes would have sufficed. Alas, neither occurred. However, even so, this verbal promise and praise ignited a glow of excitement on Lao Bai's face. Glory, status, and goodwill. It seemed that the hidden systems of this game were even more intricate than he had anticipated. "Respected manager, I shall exert every effort to construct our home." The 3 other players gazed at him with envy. Although everyone had earned contribution points, it was evident that Lao Bai, having secured the title of construction captain, had truly struck gold. The freedom to design and build facilities was not merely that of a construction captain. It was akin to being the director of the planning office in a wasteland simulation. Glancing at the spirited Lao Bai, Chu Guang nodded in approval and remarked, "Excellent. Now I need you to relay your plans to me." "Yes." Lao Bai straightened his back and began to report. According to him, after logging off the previous day, he had conducted field research at a real cement factory, inquiring with the workers and discovering that incorporating iron powder into cement could yield a stronger and more durable product. Discussing external matters within the game seemed to be automatically disregarded by the NPCs, as Chu Guang did not react. Lao Bai swiftly transitioned to the main topic. Given the abundance of rusted steel scattered across the wasteland, he proposed to mix the collected rust with charcoal, using the latter as a reducing agent, to produce iron through calcination, and then to combine the resulting iron slag with ash cement for further calcination. While this approach might seem to increase the production cost of cement, the cement produced through this method could be utilized to create more durable, heat-resistant, and higher-yield cement kilns. Relying solely on these earthen kilns to produce large quantities of cement would be impossible. So I plan to invest all the initially produced cement into constructing production facilities to further enhance cement output. Chu Guang nodded in approval. This idea is commendable. But how much cement can we produce using just tree bark? He had already noticed that not only had the fallen logs been felled, but the trees around the sanatorium had been stripped bare of bark by the survivors. They hadn't even spared the stumps. Lao Bai had evidently anticipated this issue and confidently replied, "Precisely why we require a more advanced cement kiln capable of generating 1,450 degrees Celsius. This way, we can produce calcium carbonate cement by calcining limestone and clay, completely replacing the ash-based materials. The potassium and sodium-laden ash cement is not the ideal building material. It is merely a substitute when conditions do not permit. Having been appointed as the construction captain, Lao Bai suddenly harbored grander ambitions. His vision extended beyond a mere wall or a single sanatorium. He aspired to transform the entire wasteland into the world of his dreams. You have considered everything thoroughly. Proceed as you see fit. Chu Guang nodded, then turned to the other 3 players. 2 new members will soon awaken and join our advanced team. I plan to host a small banquet to welcome them, so we need to procure some game. We cannot merely serve them porridge. Pausing briefly, Chu Guang continued. Who wishes to accompany me on a hunt? As soon as he finished speaking, her hand shot up. Chu Guang was momentarily taken aback. Goodness. Even the newly appointed construction captain had raised his hand. Cough, we don't need that many people. Yi Shi, you come along. You have perceptive abilities. At your command. Respected manager. Yi Shi exclaimed excitedly, saluting, and under the envious gazes of the other 3 players, strode confidently to stand beside the manager. Chu Guang turned to the remaining 3 players and said sternly, your tasks are equally crucial. Cement is of paramount importance for the outpost development. We have sufficient wood for the time being, so the logging work can pause. I need you to focus entirely on cement production. Can you manage that? Though they were disappointed not to accompany the manager on the hunt, the 3 players complied with his instructions. We will ensure the task is completed. Excellent. Truly deserving of my chosen players. Chu Guang responded with satisfaction, leading the exuberant Yi Shi toward the woods south of the sanatorium. Chapter 20. The Mutant Tribe. Before leaving the Linghu Wetland Park, Chu Guang first took Yi Shi to the mutated leech nest near the parking lot. Those mushrooms were found in there. Yi Shi pointed towards a nearby damaged cement pipe. Fortunately, we didn't go in. Chu Guang patted Yi Shi on the shoulder. Let us move on. Our objective today is not it. It was rumored that leeches could be medicinal, but whether mutated leeches held any such properties was uncertain. The 2 of them carefully circumvented the mutated leech nest, avoiding the dense vegetation and concrete ruins, and made an effort to walk in the sunlight. After walking eastward for a while, Yi Shi, following beside Chu Guang, could not help but ask, aren't we going hunting? Indeed. Why are we moving further away from the forest? The forest lies just ahead. Without elaboration, Chu Guang silently removed the iron pipe rifle from his back, loading the bullets into the chamber, and his demeanor shifted significantly. Not far away stood a fractured, elevated highway bridge. The concrete support pillars, cloaked in moss, bore the scars of time, obscured by the shadows of verdant growth. A rat, the size of a basin, licked the muddy water from a drainage pit, and upon noticing the 2 uninvited guests, it swiftly darted into the nearby underbrush. Yi Shi lifted his head slightly, his pupils dilating, imbued with a touch of astonishment. Behind the broken bridge loomed high rises, entwined with vines and moss. Thick roots penetrated the cracked concrete earth, while trunks surged up from the center of the road, overturning vehicles that had long since rusted into oblivion and bus stops. In this verdant hell, life thrived, yet concealed within it was the latent threat of annihilation. The world before his eyes was overwhelmingly breathtaking, each frame resembling an artistic piece from a post-apocalyptic vision, to the extent that Yi Shi momentarily forgot they were in a game world. At that moment, he finally grasped the meaning behind Chu Guang's words. Here, indeed, lay the true forest. Caution was imperative from this point onward. As Chu Guang spoke, he disengaged the safety on his rifle, stepping forward with deliberate care. Although they were merely on the outskirts of Qingchuan City, far from the core urban area, vigilance remained essential. High-rise buildings, sewers, vertical gardens, parking lots, drone hives, CNC planning towers, maglev stations, and behind every window, each human-made marvel had become a natural greenhouse, a nursery after civilization had forsaken them. Following the nuclear war, this land had endured a prolonged winter, yet lasted scarcely half a century. Nature's forces had reversed everything. The first to succumb were the skyscrapers, moss beginning its insidious ascent from the shadowed sides until it completely enveloped them. Non-high-rise structures were not spared either. During humanity's decline, a few torrential rains and a sweltering summer could transform this place into a paradise of rampant fungi and invasive plants. They provided bountiful sustenance for wildlife. After the urban drainage systems collapsed, the freshwater resources within the city surpassed even those of the nearby Ling Lake. Wildlife and uncontrolled domestic animals began migrating from forests, lakesides, and farms into the more hospitable urban environments, evolving into fierce, bloodthirsty mutants under the triad influence of radioactive substances, genetic weapons, and the passage of time. They were collectively known as the aberrants. Yet, the perils here extended far beyond that. As they cautiously advanced along the roadside of Street 76, enveloped in silence. Chu Guang's voice suddenly pierced the stillness. "We have a situation." He abruptly halted before a discarded vehicle. Yi Shi snapped back to attention, halting his steps as well, anxiously scanning his surroundings, but saw nothing amiss. What happened? Chu Guang's expression was grave. "There are signs of survivor activity. Other survivors." Yi Shi was momentarily taken aback, lowering his voice in imitation of Chu Guang, though his excitement was palpable. "Are they the natives of the Wasteland? Finally, we are to encounter other NPCs." He had awaited this moment for so long. Chu Guang cast a glance at him, aware of his thoughts. "You need not be so exhilarated. This is not cause for celebration." "Why?" "Because in this place, strangers are more perilous than aberrants." Without further explanation, Chu Guang crouched down, discovering a string of soda cans strung together by iron wire behind the wrecked wheel. The aluminum cans had ruptured outward, resembling remnants of an explosion, with a faint odor of rotten eggs lingering in the air. Excessive sulfur in the explosives, along with tacks and metal shards. Chu Guang's brow furrowed. Mutants? Or raiders? Typical survivors would not set tripwire explosives near their encampments. Such devices are hardly effective against the keen senses of aberrants. In other words, they are meant for humans. Based on the residual scent, the explosion must have occurred not long ago, within the last 5 hours, perhaps even less. Chu Guang turned back to inquire. "Did you hear any explosions coming from the east when you emerged from underground?" Yi Shi shook his head nervously. "No, stay here." As Chu Guang rose after setting down the cans, Yi Shi anxiously asked, "What are you going to do?" "Scout the situation ahead. I can accompany you." "You stay here." Yi Shi intended to insist, but upon meeting Chu Guang's gaze, the words caught in his throat, and he ultimately nodded slowly. The pressure emanating from the authority figure made him acutely aware that the man before him was not jesting. It was entirely possible he could be forcibly disconnected. He instructed Yi Shi to take cover beside the abandoned car. Chu Guang stowed the rifle, drawing out the sharpened steel pipe from his back, and swiftly slipped into the side of the streets building, crouching low. Although he had initially considered using the player as bait, the circumstances had changed. On the other side lay other survivors, likely raiders or a tribe of mutants. The bait had lost its significance and would instead provoke unnecessary alarm. Chu Guang's countenance was grave, his grip tightening around the steel pipe. The distance from here to Ling Lake Wetland Park was no more than a kilometer, perilously close to Shelter 404. Especially now, as players were heavily engaged in production, the smoke and noise generated, though partially obscured by flora and concrete barriers, would eventually draw the attention of those in the vicinity. Allowing such dangers to linger was an ever-present threat. Chu Guang was mentally prepared to kill. Should he assess that the other party posed a potential threat, he would not hesitate to strike first. The 10-story street-side building had narrow safety passages, its confined spaces cloaked in moss. Fortunately, there were no particularly dangerous aberrants present. Around the 5th floor, a few plump mutated rats were observed, perhaps emboldened by their numbers. Baring their teeth at Chu Guang, were he to turn his back and flee, they would undoubtedly swarm him. Yet this uninvited guest exhibited no fear, rendering even these timid creatures hesitant to act, merely attempting to advance cautiously while baring their fangs. Chu Guang was already accustomed to such sights. Without a moment's hesitation, he lunged forward, thrusting the steel pipe toward the nearest mutated rat, instantly dispatching it. The remaining rats, startled by the ferocity of this intruder, scattered in all directions, retreating into the building's entrance, vanishing into the shadows. It seemed this was not a rat's nest, likely consisting of only 10 or 20 individuals anymore, and these creatures would become quite troublesome. A horde of mutated rats poses a formidable challenge, even for a fully equipped mercenary, let alone for someone armed with merely a pipe rifle. Chu Guang exhaled a sigh of relief, flicking the sharpened steel pipe and discarding the lifeless, bloated rat along with the bloodstains. He ascended directly to the rooftop on the 10th floor, utilizing the steel pipe as a pry bar. He forced open the rusted door and stepped onto the rooftop terrace. The wind howled fiercely up there. Approaching the corroded water tank, he gazed eastward towards the neighboring community, and his suspicions were indeed confirmed. In the open space, amidst the concrete structures, stood a makeshift wooden encampment, obscured from external view by ragged cloth and construction debris. Survivor outposts in the Wasteland can be broadly categorized into 2 types: those occupying undamaged buildings from before the cataclysm, and those establishing new settlements amidst the ruins or open spaces. Contingent on the surrounding conditions, predators residing in urban areas typically inhabit buildings, seldom constructing such primitive dwellings and fortifications. Only mutants averaging 2 meters in height and weighing around 300 pounds would resort to building these wooden shanties when intact houses are readily available. The sharpened wooden stakes at the camp's entrance resembled the fangs of a beast, adorned with the remnants of severed limbs, and the ground was stained with dried blood. They consumed anything: fungi, fruits of plants, even the flesh of mutated flies, rats, and cockroaches. However, their preferred delicacy remained their former kin, humanoids. As he scanned the streets, Chu Guang's gaze settled on a mutant sentinel perched atop a storefront at the end of 76th Street, bearing a metal longbow on its back. Its greenish skin bore an uncanny resemblance to the orcs of fantasy films, and indeed, they were as robust, savage, brutish, and bloodthirsty as those fictional creatures. Standing 2 meters tall, its sinewy muscles were encased in armor fashioned from scrap metal, with a signboard serving as a chest plate, even displaying a second price cut. The 2 protruding steel bars affixed to its shoulders had evidently been scavenged from a bicycle, proving effective against slashing and blunt force, capable of ensnaring chainsaws or axes. This was undeniably a manifestation of cyberpunk aesthetics. Had Chu Guang and Yi Shi proceeded further moments ago, they would have encountered an ambush from a mutant sentinel at the intersection. A shiver of apprehension coursed through him. Chu Guang swallowed hard, shifting his focus back to the mutant encampment in the east. The abundance of obstructions impeded his view of the inhabitants, but based on the camp's scale, he estimated the number of mutants to be between 20 and 30, a small settlement of mutants. A grave seriousness settled over Chu Guang's expression. These beings were not to be trifled with. Almost simultaneously, a faint blue system notification materialized within his line of sight. Mission: exterminate the mutant tribe located on 76th Street. Type: side quest. Reward: 200 reward points. Wait a moment. A mission can be triggered outside the shelter. Chu Guang momentarily froze, then attempted to summon the system. But there was no response. The pale blue task notification dissipated as if it had never existed. Clearly, the system could only be activated near the shelter. Yet missions could indeed be triggered anywhere beyond its confines. However, those 200 reward points were quite impressive. Without hesitation, Chu Guang stowed away his weapon and turned to descend the stairs, swiftly departing the area with a bewildered Yi Shi in tow. That was 200 reward points. A side quest summoning 100 players only yielded 100 points. This reward indicated that the task was far from straightforward. There could well be hidden dangers within. Chu Guang was not foolish enough to fall into such an obvious trap. What did you see, Administrator? Gasped Yi Shi, resting his hands on his knees as he finally caught up with Chu Guang. Standing still, Chu Guang replied nonchalantly, "It's a mutant camp. Are we just going to walk away? What's the alternative? Engage them in combat, lose, and end up in a frying pan?" Chu Guang shot him a glance, urging him to think logically. "We only have one gun. In fact, only one of us can actually fight." Yi Shi fell silent. He had initially thought of the mutants as mere NPCs in this game, but upon hearing Chu Guang's words, he realized they were likely hostile entities, and they consumed humans. Quietly noting this intelligence, Yi Shi resolved to share it with the other players upon returning. Provoking those brutes was not prudent. They needed to prepare thoroughly and concentrate their efforts to eliminate the threat once and for all. Cursing under his breath, Chu Guang lamented his misfortune at discovering the mutant camp directly opposite the eastern gate of the park on 76th Street. Regardless, they had to exercise caution. The original hunting route would have to be altered. Chu Guang led Yi Shi to circumvent 76th Street, heading north along the elevated highway for approximately a mile before stumbling upon an abandoned construction site. The site was expansive, likely a recently initiated development, with one building reaching 17 or 18 stories, while several large pits suggested ongoing foundation work. Most of the construction equipment lay in disrepair, with a crane having collapsed onto the unfinished building, forming a sloped incline. It was evident that the construction quality was commendable. Even the crane had been toppled by the shockwave of a nuclear explosion, yet the concrete structure merely bore a dent, sustaining no damage to its core framework. The steel materials piled within the site had rusted, and the cement bags had deteriorated due to hydration, rendering them unusable. However, to Chu Guang's delight, he discovered a substantial quantity of unused gray limestone. Recognizing it instantly, he recalled that limestone primarily consisted of calcium carbonate, making it an ideal raw material for producing cement. What a boon! Chu Guang felt a surge of excitement as he marked the location on his map. If they could process all this limestone into cement, constructing 2 buildings would be a trivial endeavor. Once Old By unlocked the technology for producing calcium carbonate cement, they would be free from concerns over cement materials for the foreseeable future. Chapter 21: Hostile Forces. New Intelligence Unlocked. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Chu Guang returned with Yi Shi and the spoils of their hunt to the surface outpost of Shelter 404. The results of this exploration were rather promising. Although the two mutated hyenas appeared somewhat emaciated, each weighed around 40 to 50 kilograms. As one of the primary sources of meat for the survivors in the Wasteland, mutated hyenas represented the most cost-effective quarry. They could provide meat in quantities several times that of mutated rats, often appearing in packs of 3 to 5, and, crucially, the risk of food poisoning was relatively low. However, relatively speaking, in the absence of firearms, it is exceedingly challenging for ordinary scavengers to triumph over such coordinated groups of mutants using only cold weapons. Two mutated hyenas, accompanied by tidings, one good and one bad, were discarded at the entrance of the sanatorium. As Chu Guang observed the players approaching, he addressed them. Lao Bai was the first to inquire, "What is the good news?" Chu Guang responded, "The good news is that to the northeast of Wetland Park, along the elevated road leading out of the city, there exists an unfinished construction site where we have discovered a substantial quantity of limestone intended for engineering use, likely of the desulfurized variety. There are also some abandoned handcarts that, with a bit of repair, should be usable." A look of joy spread across Lao Bai's face as he excitedly clenched his fists. "Fantastic! I have been struggling to find materials for producing calcium carbonate cement, and I never anticipated that this issue would be resolved so swiftly. Moreover, it is ready-to-use material." However, standing beside him, Fang Chang felt that the situation was not so straightforward. "And what is the bad news?" Chu Guang continued. "To the east of Wetland Park, continuing along Street 76, lies the camp of the mutants, which is roughly estimated to host over 20 individuals." The three players exchanged glances, failing to comprehend the gravity of this statement. Sensing their confusion, Yi Shi hurriedly interjected to clarify, "Mutants are hostile entities. They possess formidable combat abilities and, most crucially, they consume humans. We must exercise extreme caution." Chu Guang nodded in agreement. That is essentially the gist of it. Rather than displaying fear, the three players exhibited an eager anticipation. However, Chu Guang swiftly doused their enthusiasm with a dose of reality. "Those mutants are not something we can contend with at present. Their levels are at least above 10. Reckless engagement would not only be futile, but would also expose our position. From this moment forth, all personnel are prohibited from approaching Street 76 and from exiting through the eastern gate of Wetland Park until the threat is neutralized." The players, for the most part, complied with his directive. Although they harbored curiosity about the appearance of the mutants, they dared not defy the orders of the esteemed game master. After all, being confined to a small room was a trivial matter compared to the distress of losing hard-earned goodwill. It seemed that the players could be entrusted to manage their own affairs. After a brief inspection of the laborious efforts of the morning, Chu Guang turned his focus to how to handle the freshly acquired prey. Although he had consumed such fare before, it was always procured from street vendors in Better Street, and he had never processed such a thing himself. Chu Guang had only heard that freshly caught prey needed to be bled out immediately. Otherwise, the meat would become rancid and foul. However, he was uncertain about the specifics of the bleeding process and how to proceed afterward. For the past 5 months, he had primarily relied on scavenging for resources, and his hunting experience was rather limited. After all, hunting was far too perilous for a solitary wanderer. In any case, after slaying the prey, he cut open its main artery, though he felt that the blood had not been sufficiently drained. Just as Chu Guang was pondering this, Quang Feng approached him. "Esteemed Game Master, may I have a word?" "What is it? Could you spare me some blood from the prey?" Chu Guang inquired. "Blood? What do you need that for?" Quang Feng explained, "I wish to validate a hypothesis that requires it." Without further thought, Chu Guang took a short knife and severed a front leg from the nearby mutated hyena, tossing it into Quang Feng's hands. "Take it." "Thank you." Quang Feng expressed his gratitude before departing in a mysterious manner. Although Chu Guang was curious, he refrained from asking further questions. As evening approached, all the players returned to the sanatorium, and upon seeing the expression on Lao Bai's face, Chu Guang surmised that today's harvest must have been substantial. He intended to inquire further, but before he could utter a word, Lao Bai eagerly exclaimed, "Esteemed Game Master, under your brilliant guidance, the cement kiln at the outpost is nearly complete. Once the cement dries tomorrow, we can commence the firing of the first batch." "Excellent." Chu Guang acknowledged with a nod of approval, encouragingly adding, "Thanks to your efforts, we have taken another step towards the great objective of revitalizing the human alliance. I hope you all continue your hard work. The organization will remember your contributions." Chu Guang felt increasingly adept at crafting promises. However, the player seemed unconcerned with whether he was merely making empty promises, They appeared to have discovered newfound joy in the labor of rebuilding their home. Ultimately, is that not the essence of a sandbox game? Witnessing the gradual improvement of their sanctuary constituted part of the enjoyment. Being among the first to experience such groundbreaking immersive virtual reality technology was, in itself, a stroke of fortune. Chu Guang was genuinely pleased that these players were finding joy in their endeavors. The shelter was currently in dire straits, and he truly could not provide them with any substantial rewards. Thus, he could only continue to paint visions of a brighter future and distribute some tokens of goodwill. After logging off, the Cow and Horse Club erupted into a lively commotion. Recently, many night owls had shifted their schedules to resemble those of the diurnal. Led by the Smoking Brother, individuals who once would not close their eyes until dawn now adhere to a routine of retiring at 10 o'clock each night and rising at 5 in the morning, all to witness the antics of the dog managers. Yishi, Mutants, new faction update. The game master encountered a mutant stronghold on Street 76. Confirmation that mutants are hostile entities. The first to log off, Yishur eagerly took the initiative to share, igniting the curiosity of his fellow club members. Mutants? What do they look like? Why hasn't the official website updated yet? Awesome. With an enemy faction introduced, the closed beta must be imminent. Damn, I can't wait to play. A flurry of messages erupted. Yishur continued typing. I don't know exactly what they look like. I haven't seen them, but everyone, don't panic. The official website will surely update information about the mutants, and I'm also waiting for news. Smoking Brother, what about the other three? Why is it just you online today? You sure? I'm not sure. Lao Shi seems to have gone to study cement. Kuang Feng probably has class this morning. And Fong Chong is a mystery. He has always been rather enigmatic. The girl enemy Yishur is muted by the group leader for 1 hour. Lao Bai, Zude Konme Lao Si. Furious, spare the blade. Haha, good call on the mute. WC really has mosquitoes. Excited, just wait 2 more days, and I'll be able to participate in the test. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes. 1 funny JPG. Smoking Brother, damn. Mute those 2 show-offs as well. It's infuriating. I was the first to reserve. TT, I'm proud and helpless. Sigh, there's no saving it, truly no saving it. Even now, this brother known as I'm proud and helpless remains unconvinced by the notion of fully immersive virtual reality online games, let alone the idea of something that is 100% real. He and his fervent supporters steadfastly believe that this is merely a ruse orchestrated by the dog managers. A web of misinformation spun together. Instead of bubbling up in the group today, he chose to share his impressions from the gameplay experience on the official forum. Or perhaps one might call it a handwritten account of the gaming session. Today marks the 3rd day of the closed beta test, and the charcoal kiln has generously provided us with an abundance of coal. With the successful production of ash cement under the guidance of the old master, we have constructed a larger cement kiln. If tomorrow's trial firing proves successful, we shall acquire more reliable building materials to fortify our home. I must commend the development team. The experience this game has afforded me is unlike anything I have encountered in all the games released to date. Particularly, when the cement kiln was completed, the ensuing sense of achievement was simply irresistible, leaving one utterly captivated. Today's testing content was rather sparse, predominantly centered on evaluating the game's sandbox system. However, it is noteworthy that today the administrators revealed to us that there exists a mutant tribe at the end of 76th Street, which has been confirmed as a hostile faction. All players are advised to exercise caution and avoid confrontation, yet the administrators have not divulged further intelligence regarding the mutants. And as of now, the official site has not updated with any images of the mutants. Perhaps the narrative has yet to reach that juncture. Should any new intelligence surface, I shall promptly update this post, and I urge all my fellow players anticipating the public beta to keep an eye on this thread. Tuyo is the self-designation of the players who have made reservations. Although there are currently only around 40 individuals, they're all active, even fervent users, who quickly elevated the post to several layers of discussion. Chu Guang quietly observed from the sidelines, refraining from participating in the players' discourse. Nonetheless, as per his usual practice, he jotted down some valuable suggestions and marked particularly insightful players in the background. Should any new recruitment plans arise, these loyal users would be prioritized, while those prone to causing disruption would be temporarily sidelined. Better for them to remain online as mood enhancers rather than allow them to wreak havoc. To put it plainly, if you're here to stir up trouble, what right do you have to join us? Just because of your size and lack of intellect? Currently, during the closed beta phase, Wasteland OL resembles a private server, one that is essentially a familiar realm for the privileged dog managers, offering no opportunities for mischief. Moreover, by gradually raising the reservation thresholds, those players possessing the qualifications for the game will cherish their opportunities all the more. As for the public beta phase, well, that is an entirely different matter. The public beta will naturally feature its own gameplay. At that time, we shall simply designate an area as the Novice Village. Without a certain level or honor title, one would be unable to even catch a glimpse of it. Chu Guang found himself unwittingly becoming increasingly cunning. When did this transformation begin? Never mind. Speculating on such matters holds little significance. Shutting down the computer, Chu Guang accessed the system to confirm the rewards for today's daily tasks. Task: chop down 10 trees. Reward: 1 reward point. Task: kill a mutant. Reward: 3 reward points. Today's completed tasks were rather meager, totaling only 4 points. After a moment of inner turmoil, he ultimately succumbed to temptation, opened the administrator's stipend, and invested all 4 reward points into a beginner's blind box. The alloy door creaked open. The conveyor belt whirred to life. Gazing at the 4 lollipops resting at the end of the conveyor, Chu Guang nearly blurted out an expletive. Yet at that moment, above one of the lollipops, adorned with a pale golden wrapper, a translucent holographic pop-up suddenly materialized, akin to a label. Enhanced chocolate-flavored lollipop. Strength boost 10. Duration 10 hours. Chu Guang, what? Chapter 22. Capturing the mutant leech spawn. A 10% strength boost. What sort of black technology is this? Nevertheless, one must ponder. Does this contraption qualify as candy or a stimulant? Chu Guang was uncertain of its composition, as the packaging bore no production date or ingredient list. A duration of 10 hours seemed remarkably generous. A 10-point enhancement appeared quite promising. In a critical moment, even a mere 10% of strength could alter the tide of battle. The only drawback was the incongruity of consuming a lollipop in the heat of battle, which did not quite align with the image of the iron-willed hero, Wu Izu. Additionally, the timing of its effectiveness remained uncertain. After much contemplation, Chu Guang resolved to hold on to it. Having an extra trump card in hand could never be a disadvantage. The following morning, the players logged on as anticipated. Despite the exhaustion of their daytime jobs, upon entering the game, they shook off the fatigue, bursting with energy and vitality. Lao Bai's cement kiln had fully dried. He and Guangfeng made a trip to the construction site on the map, hauling back dozens of kilograms of limestone with a cart, then proceeded to the riverbank to gather large buckets of clay and sand, laboring to initiate the first trial firing of silicate cement. In truth, the formula for ordinary silicate cement can be readily found online. To summarize, it involves crushing limestone and mixing it with clay and iron filings in specific proportions, then heating it in a specialized kiln to 1,450 degrees Celsius for calcination. The cement clinker produced through this method, when combined with sand and water, becomes usable cement mortar for construction. Utilizing certain professional websites, one can even find the specific material ratios for different types of cement based on construction requirements. Provided one has done their homework prior to entering the game, the task is considerably easier than navigating through ancient times from scratch. Considering it was his first attempt at this endeavor, Lao Bai opted for the simplest formula, which did not impose overly stringent material requirements and was feasible given the current conditions at the shelter's outpost. Drawing upon his innate strength, he swung a hammer to crush the stones he collected at the construction site as finely as possible, then mixed them with clay and iron filings derived from charcoal, sending them into the newly completed kiln. Charcoal ignited. Blue smoke billowed forth. Fong Chong enthusiastically assisted beside him, rubbing the branches tied to the clay plate, which served as a rudimentary bellows constructed from pipes, tree bark, and cotton thread, capable of delivering a substantial amount of air into the kiln to intensify the burning. How do we determine the temperature inside the kiln? I don't know. You don't know? What else can we do? Do you have an industrial thermometer? In any case, stop talking nonsense and just pump the bellows harder. Oh, if only we had a generator. Lao Bai sighed, stroking his chin, while Fong Chong stood beside him at a loss for words. This fellow, ever since he became the construction team leader, has increasingly embodied the essence of a foreman. While rubbing the branches, he pondered idly where Guangfeng and Yishur had wandered off to. In truth, not only were they unaware, but even Chu Guang, as the administrator, was in the dark. Although he could ascertain whether players were online or offline and gauge their approximate location and distance through the system, he could not completely grasp their precise coordinates, not at least at this moment. However, just as Chu Guang pondered what those two players were up to, he noticed them approaching with buckets in hand. "Where have you been?" he inquired of the managers, to which Guangfeng replied candidly, "Near the mutated leech nest." Chu Guang furrowed his brows. "Did I not instruct you to avoid that area? We did not enter. We merely set traps nearby. Look, these are the young of the mutated leeches." Before Guangfeng could elaborate, Yishur, sensing the manager's displeasure, hastily placed the plastic bucket on the ground and began to explain. Chu Guang glanced into the bucket and discovered it contained several glass bottles, each housing palm-sized larvae. Their twisted forms writhed as they extended their grotesque mouthparts, entangled with one another in a chaotic display reminiscent of tentacles from a tomb. Intriguing. How'd you manage this? He had never heard of anyone capturing such creatures during his time on Better Street. While mutated insects were rich in protein, they also harbored a high parasite content. One cannot simply boil them in a pot and expect to eliminate the threat. Moreover, given their peculiar living conditions, they rarely acted alone, making their combat capabilities hard to assess, and few survivors showed any interest in them. Blood. We used animal blood to lure them into the baited glass bottles. The larger leeches couldn't fit, but the smaller ones squeezed in and couldn't escape. Yishur exclaimed excitedly, with Guang Feng chiming in. These mutated leeches seemed to forage at night. By day, they retreat to their nests. Aside from a few bottles being smashed, the little ones remained trapped inside. I merely intended to test it, but the results were surprisingly effective. Chu Guang not that Tao Gu Fun. I see. This is indeed a clever idea. No wonder you asked me for some game meat yesterday. You intended to use it as bait to catch mutated leech larvae. However, he continued, what do you plan to do with these creatures? As for the leeches, I'm uncertain, but the mutated ones are certainly inedible. I don't intend to study how to consume them. Rather, I plan to use them for fishing. Fishing? Guang Feng nodded, his expression slightly animated. While exploring the lakeshore, I discovered some large blackbirds fishing on the water. Since there are fish in the lake, we can certainly obtain food by fishing. This idea was brilliant. Upon hearing Guang Feng's words, Chu Guang's eyes instantly brightened. He had indeed attempted fishing before. After all, it carried far less risk compared to hunting. However, his fishing skills were lamentable at best. Even with professional gear and bait, he struggled to catch anything, let alone without such luxuries. In truth, it wasn't entirely his fault. If catching fish were so easy, why wouldn't survivors settle by the lake? The fish in Ling Lake were all mutants, referred to as aberrant species by survivors. After several unsuccessful attempts, during which he lost the carefully crafted fishing gear he had spent time making, Chu Guang eventually gave up. Can you fish? He asked Guang Feng. The latter paused momentarily before responding, not really, but I did look up some fishing traps online. I intend to try making a few. While uncertain whether NPCs could comprehend the phrase looked up online, given that previous discussions about real-world matters elicited no reaction from them, Guang Feng decided to speak plainly. Chu Guang felt a surge of joy within, maintaining an impassive expression as he nodded. Very well. Since you know how to catch fish, I'll leave this task to you. Upon receiving the command, Guang Feng and Yishur hurried off to construct traps. Fishing was far more enjoyable than hauling bricks or chopping wood. Chu Guang observed them gather branches and some plastic ropes scavenged from who knows where, busily tinkering in the corner. Ignoring their activities, Chu Guang focused on researching how to smoke meat using the purchased tobacco leaves. Following the methods of the survivors from Better Street, he had crushed the tobacco leaves, wrapped them around the meat, and slowly roasted it over a fire, allowing the tar infused with ketone compounds to seep into the meat as fatty layers, effectively killing parasites and microorganisms. Yet, for some reason, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss, as a faint odor seemed to pervade the air. It shouldn't be like this. Bringing a piece of hind leg meat closer to his nose, he frowned. Normally, smoked meat prepared in this manner should possess a hint of nicotine aroma, with a glossy, charred yellow surface. However, the piece in his hand was distinctly dark red, unevenly cooked, and bore a faintly rancid odor. Could it be that his method was flawed? Chapter 23. 2 more novices arrive. Regardless, this meat was certainly unfit for consumption. With a sigh, Chu Guang reluctantly cast the meat aside. If only we had a refrigerator. The blue umbrella mushrooms from the mutated leech nest were essential for the generator. He needed to acquire them at all costs. However, it was only the second week of September, and Lister's caravan wouldn't arrive in this area until the end of the month. There was little point in dwelling on such matters now. They couldn't wait until the end of the month to start stockpiling food. Moreover, given the current economic conditions of the shelter, a luxury like a refrigerator was utterly unaffordable. Over the course of 3 days, Chu Guang had established a routine of venturing out to hunt in the early mornings, returning around noon or afternoon to prepare a pot of meat for the players, and then squatting in a corner of the clinic, pondering the intricacies of smoking food alone. This fixed schedule was as regular as that of an NPC. Although his progress in mastering the art of smoking meat was still fraught with challenges, it was heartening to note that the players had performed exceptionally well during these days. After tallying the results, he realized he had accrued a total of 7 reward points over the 3 days. Although he was close to reaching 10 points, after much deliberation, He ultimately decided to wager all his chips on the beginner-esque blind box. Fortunately, this time it yielded not just lollipops, but also a bottle of soy sauce. Its brand was unknown, but it would certainly enhance the player's meals. Chu Guang treasured the soy sauce as if it were a precious gem. However, despite this, his culinary skills left much to be desired. He could merely manage to cook the food adequately. The players initially found it refreshing, enjoying the authentic, natural flavors, which contrasted with takeout fast food. Yet, eating the same stewed dishes day in and day out was bound to become tiresome. If I have to eat this every day, I might just throw up. Yishur lamented, sitting on the ground with a frown, clutching his bowl. At the outset, he was quite exhilarated to discover that this game allowed for the consumption of food, but gradually he began to realize the profound agony that accompanies eating. Each meal consisted solely of stewed meat or a gruel made from green wheat. Even if his mouth could endure it, his rear end was nearing its limit. Fong Chong took a bite of the greasy four-leg meat, furrowing his brow in contemplation, and remarked, perhaps the taste buds have yet to fully develop. Otherwise, even with a scant amount of salt, this flavor should not be so bland. It is neither salty nor sweet, merely cloying. Moreover, it carries a hint of bitterness. It is even inferior to the green wheat porridge. The fishy taste is too pronounced. It needs to be blanched with cooking wine, scallions, ginger, and garlic to eliminate the odor. That would likely improve it. Lao Bai consoled him. We must make do with what we have. This is the Wasteland, after all. Surely, there will be delectable food available in the future. Fong Chong shot him a sidelong glance and remained silent. Ever since he had been appointed as the construction team leader, Lao Bai had increasingly begun to adopt the perspective of the game developers, even actively painting rosy pictures of the future. However, he was not entirely wrong. Given that realism is the game's selling point, positioning seasonings as luxuries is not unreasonable. Who knows, perhaps in the future, they might even charge for them. Yishur sighed softly, muttering, I hope the next update introduces seasonings that I can purchase with RMB. Quang Fong savored his meat slowly, choosing not to engage in the conversation among the three. He was not particularly concerned with the taste, but rather focused on improving the fishing traps. Noticing the sudden lull in conversation, Yishur turned to Lao Bai and casually inquired, How is the cement production progressing? Lao Bai, sipping his soup, replied, The quality still leaves much to be desired, but I feel we are getting closer to success. Is that so? Yishur asked, intrigued. Are you serious? No, Christine. Lao Bai affirmed, Indeed, and it's not just the cement. Recently, Fong Chong and I have been working on brickmaking as well, though it's quite troublesome without molds. The shapes we produce are not particularly aesthetically pleasing, but they should still be functional. Yishur hesitated and asked, Can't we use wood for molds? Lao Bai Chukka, shaking his head, and explained, It's not as simple as that. This endeavor is quite different from merely chopping trees. To create the desired square shapes requires skill. Fong Chong had not anticipated that, despite being a seasoned player capable of constructing a building in just half an hour in the forest. He would be stymied by such rudimentary issues in this game. This, of course, was also due to the exceedingly hardcore mechanics of Wasteland OL. Yishur and Quang Fong exchanged glances, casting a helpless look at Lao Bai and Fong Chong, indicating their own limitations. Although they had caught quite a few larvae of mutated leeches and had attempted to create numerous traps inspired by survival experts on short videos, they had yet to catch a single fish. It was hardly surprising, as the lake was populated with fish-eating birds, and the foolish fish had long been snatched away. The remaining fish were cunning and would not fall for any bait, swiftly escaping after consuming it. Quang Fong could only reassure himself, thinking that perhaps if they fattened the fish in the lake, they might be able to catch them next time when the fish let down their guard. At that moment, a commotion arose from the direction of the sanatorium. The manager was seen approaching with two bewildered newcomers. No need to ask. The look of awe on their faces undoubtedly belonged to rookie players experiencing the game world for the first time while wearing helmets. Yishur sighed internally once again. Here come two more men. Allow me to introduce our new members, Tomato, Scrambled Eggs, and Mosquito. What peculiar names are these? Chu Guang suppressed the urge to comment. As his role in the game was that of an NPC, a smattering of applause erupted from the beta testers seated before the large pot. They put down their bowls to welcome the newcomers, though the enthusiasm of their reception was far from fervent. However, the two newcomers paid little attention to this, still entranced by the spectacle before them. Under Chu Guang's direction, they settled by the fire pit, supporting the large pot, gazing vacantly at the white steam wafting upward. The palpable heat and aroma of meat wafted towards them, utterly realistic. Seeing that the newcomers remained motionless, Lao Bai took the initiative to break the silence. What are your attributes? The one named Mosquito was the first to regain his senses. I am of the agility type. Tomato, scrambled eggs soon followed suit, saying, I focus on physique. You've already had some of the meat? The manager had initially intended to hold a welcome ceremony, but it seemed that it had gone awry. So he allowed everyone to eat first. Yishur wore a resigned expression and said, You must have just awakened. How about you try some? Mosquito swallowed hard. He accepted a bowl brimming with large bones and soup, took a sip, and his eyes widened in astonishment. The flavor is incredible. This game truly allows for eating. Wow, this is remarkable. However, Fong Chong sighed, I feel it doesn't need to be this realistic. Perhaps it could be made a tad more palatable. Tomato, scrambled eggs stared at the bowl, hesitating for a long moment before finally asking, What exactly is this stew? Lao Bai replied, It's meat. Meat? What kind of meat? Mutated hyena, though we can't quite determine if it falls under the category of wolf or dog. Regardless, it's all a mutation. Upon hearing this, Mosquito instinctively moved his bowl away, nearly spilling the soup. Tomato, scrambled eggs, however, was different. Instead of recoiling, he leaned in with keen interest and took a taste. Yet, after that single bite, his brow furrowed even more tightly. Why does it taste so fishy? Did you not bleed it out? The other players exchanged glances, uncertain. We don't know. The prey was acquired by NPCs. Lao Bai suggested, if you know how to cook, you might discuss it with the manager. Anyone with a skill will be valued. Tomato, scrambled eggs expression brightened with eagerness. Really? Then I'll give it a try. Can woodworking be considered skill? I can do woodworking. Mosquito eagerly asked. Woodworking? Lao Bai's eyes lit up, and he pressed on. You can do woodworking? Mosquito paused, shyly smiling. Well, my family sells furniture. All handcrafted from solid wood. If you're interested, feel free to add me on QQ. I can offer you a discount. That's fantastic. Lao Bai exclaimed, rising to his feet. I happen to need someone to make molds. Can you assist me? Not only did Lao Bai stand, but Fong Chong also got his feet. Mosquito, still trying to comprehend the situation, found himself being led away by the two. Wait, I haven't finished my soup yet. He looked bewildered as they dragged him towards the construction site, intending to protest, but before he could finish his sentence, Lao Bai interrupted him. Why bother eating this? Let's have the chef whip up another pot in the afternoon. Doesn't that sound more delightful? Fong Chong chimed in. Exactly. My good brother, heed my advice. That dish truly lacks flavor. Allow me to familiarize you with the gameplay. Mosquito. Tomato, scrambled eggs, stared in bewilderment at the newcomer being dragged into the thicket. Swallowing hard. Is this game for real? Yishur and Quang Fong exchanged glances. It seems all right. Probably. Tomato, scrambled eggs exclaimed. Why is that a question? Chapter 24. From this moment forth, you shall be the chef of the sanctuary. The newcomer, named Mosquito, indeed possessed commendable carpentry skills. Old Bai and Fong Chong had struggled for ages with a piece of wood that they couldn't saw through using rebar as a ruler. Yet he had deptly crafted a pile with just a saw in mere moments. Not only that, but the boards were also left with notches, allowing them to be easily assembled into square, hollow brick molds. Before long, they had produced several molds for making bricks. You folks are mishandling this wood. It's practically sprouting mushrooms. Mosquito wiped the sweat from his brow, leaning the saw aside as he turned to Fong Chong and Old Bai, asking, Is this efficient? Absolutely. Thank you, my friend. You've been a tremendous help. Old Bai beamed, patting Mosquito on the shoulder. Mosquito, slightly bashful, chuckled awkwardly. You're welcome. Just let me know if you need anything. Old Bai grinned, giving him another pat. All right, I'll remember that. I want to hold back next time. With the molds in hand, the process of crafting mud bricks became significantly easier. Old Bai and Fong Chong combined the yellow clay they had gathered from the river with a little water, kneading it into a thick slurry that they poured into the molds, shaping them into neat squares. They then stuffed some charcoal into the gaps and coated the surface of the bricks with ash. This method was something Old Bai had learned from survival videos. As the first layer of bricks dried sufficiently, they rotated their position to continue stacking the second layer, and so forth, until the stack reached above their heads. Once their task was complete, Old Bai carefully ignited the charcoal within the brick pile, allowing the flames to spread from the center and gradually engulf the entire mound. Will this even work? Fong Chong wiped the sweat from his mud-streaked arm, resembling someone who had just crawled out of a muck pit. Old Bai's appearance wasn't much better. He was covered in soot, akin to someone emerging from coal mine. Who knows? We'll just have to wait and see. This was his first time attempting such a task. He had only observed adults doing it as a child, completely unaware if this method would be effective. Everything would have to wait until tomorrow. Let us leave it to burn for now. We should check on the cement kiln. I feel we are close to achieving a finished product. Let us apply a bit more force to the blower and aim to produce a barrel before logging off. Meanwhile, with the assistance of their mosquitoes and WC, Quang Fong and Yishur finally completed the nth iteration of their fishing device. They replaced the original cylindrical structure with a cage-like design, reinforcing the main structure with sturdy rebar instead of fragile wooden slats. No matter what fish it is. Once they enter, they 1T escape. The three of them headed to the lakeside, eager to give it another try, looking quite cheerful. As for Chu Guang, he was still deep in thought, contemplating the techniques of smoking meat, though his progress remained minimal. Esteemed administrator, may I inquire about your current endeavor? Hearing a voice nearby, Chu Guang stood from his smoking rack, brushing the soot from his hands as he turned to see tomato, scrambled eggs, curiously examining his smoking apparatus. If memory serves, this gentleman appeared to be a graduate from a culinary school. Upon this realization, Chu Guang's eyes brightened. I'm researching how to smoke meat, and your timing is impeccable. From now on, you shall be the chef at Outpost 404, he declared, not allowing the player a moment to respond, his expression solemn as he continued. We are currently facing a dire situation. In addition to the construction of surface outpost facilities, we must stockpile sufficient food for the 100 compatriots arriving before winter sets in. I require your assistance. Scrambled eggs looked utterly flabbergasted. A chef, you say? In reality, I am indeed a chef. Just before logging on, I prepared 2 dishes before handing the spatula over to my colleague. I never anticipated I would return to my old profession in the game. Is this akin to a career change to a life player? After a moment of contemplation, he finally managed to speak. But what can I do for you? Excellent question. Chu Guang replied, glancing at the smoking rack. I attempted to smoke meat, but the results were far from satisfactory. I need you to address the issue of food preservation. I have reviewed your profile. The organization states that you possess experience in handling food, correct? Scrambled eggs was taken aback. I have a basic understanding, but after all, this is just a game. I'm uncertain if my experiences will hold any value here. Realizing they were in a game world, he quickly amended his statement. Though it appeared the NPC had no objection, likely programmed to automatically disregard irrelevant real-world elements. That's fine. I need the insights of a professional. Chu Guang said, gesturing towards a smoking rack. Could you examine what might be wrong with the apparatus I constructed? Staring at the wooden structure before him, Scrambled Eggs fell silent. Rather than pinpointing a specific issue, it felt as though every aspect was flawed. First of all, smoking meat requires a sealed environment. Your method might char the exterior without any effect. And the seasoning on the meat, what is that? Spices? A specific type of smoking leaf. Smoking leaf? Indeed. Chu Guang nodded at the astonished Scrambled Eggs. This is an inland area where salt is costly. The local survivors utilize these aromatic leaves rich in aromatic compounds and tar as a substitute for salt, grinding them to apply to the food surface. The heat then facilitates the infusion of preservatives and the fat on the food surface, achieving preservation. Is it truly possible to do so? Scrambled Eggs was completely shocked. While some aromatic compounds can indeed act as food preservatives, this was the first time he had heard of such a technique being edible. Perhaps in moderation. It wouldn't be fatal, but instinctively, I feel that this smoking process is akin to using poison to combat poison. Honestly, you can smoke meat without salt, though the flavor may not be as pleasing. Your proposed method is unfamiliar to me. However, from a health perspective, such smoked food might not be advisable. Scrambled Eggs articulated his concerns delicately, having heard that NPCs possess a favorability mechanic, which could unlock hidden quests with higher favorability. In reality, he would have rolled his eyes at such a notion. No need for salt at all. Chu Guang was taken aback. Indeed, microorganisms require moisture to survive. Smoking meat essentially dehydrates it, achieving the effect of drying. When salt is included, the results are notably enhanced, preserving the food for a longer duration and elevating its flavor. Nevertheless, in the absence of salt, one can still achieve satisfactory results with proper techniques. Of course, if the fat content is high, dehydration may prove to be rather cumbersome, which largely depends on the specific type of meat involved. At this juncture, Chu Guang paused while stirring the eggs, casting a somewhat awkward glance towards the adjacent rack of smoked meat, and murmured softly. However, in any circumstance, the lack of proper sealing would undoubtedly be inadequate. If it were possible to cure food without resorting to those peculiar tobacco leaves, it would undeniably be a boon for the outpost. Yet, Chu Guang remained somewhat perplexed. Even if the survivors of Better Street were utterly ignorant, having managed to survive in this wasteland until now, it seemed implausible that they would misjudge such a fundamental survival skill. What could possibly have gone awry? Nonetheless, Chu Guang chose not to dwell on such troublesome matters for the time being. Firstly, he was not so leisurely. Secondly, if every issue were to be resolved by NPCs, what purpose would players serve? Very well, this noble yet formidable task shall be entrusted to you. He patted the shoulder of the young novice with enthusiasm. With a solemn demeanor, Chu Guang entrusted the task of preparing the smoked meat to tomato scrambled eggs, reminding him once again about safety concerns before departing with a cheerful heart. Excellent. Another trouble has been resolved. Speaking of which, now that the food situation seems to be taking shape, should he perhaps consider recruiting more players to bolster productivity? Relying solely on his own hands, it would be a challenge to complete the renovations of the sanatorium by the end of the month. Just as Chu Guang was musing over this, an exuberant cheer erupted nearby. Incredible! Finally, it worked. Chapter 25. The workforce is insufficient. The cheers emanated from the direction of the cement kiln. Upon approaching, Chu Guang observed Fong Chong and Old Bai laboriously mixing a pile of light gray powder with water and sand to create a slurry. A rough estimate suggested that they had produced approximately 20 kilograms of cement. Since this was merely a trial batch, the quantity was limited. Judging by the volume of the kiln's filling port, processing half a ton in a day should be quite feasible. Although it did not match the efficiency of professional equipment, it was still serviceable. Esteemed manager, noticing Chu Guang's approach, the two players discarded their tools and eagerly advanced toward him. Cement. We have finally produced silicate cement. This was indeed no small feat to achieve a temperature exceeding 1,450 degrees within the kiln. The two had practically exhausted themselves operating the blower, shoveling coal with relentless fervor, nearly developing Chilean arms in the process. Particularly, Old Bai, whose genetic sequence was inherently strength-oriented, had made rapid progress over the past 3 days. You both have done exceptionally well. Chu Guang remarked approvingly, nodding at them. With this cement, we have made significant strides towards the first phase of our plan. The shelter will remember your contributions, and each of you will receive a reward of 1,000 contribution points. Joy radiated from their faces, confirming that their hard work had indeed borne fruit. However, unbeknownst to them, the NPC, who also served as a cunning planner, was already contemplating how to reclaim the surplus currency they held. Rapid inflation was untenable, as it could adversely affect the game's longevity. Perhaps, introducing a gacha feature? One draw for 1,000 contribution points? That could work. As Chu Guang pondered the most suitable approach, Fong Chong and Old Bai exchanged glances, then reverently addressed him. Manager, there is an urgent matter I must report. Now that the cement has been successfully fired, we require additional manpower to commence construction of the outpost. Chu Guang regarded them thoughtfully. How many additional personnel do you need? Old Bai interjected, at least 10. Naturally, the more, the better. Manual operation is required for the kiln, and with 2 people alternating, we can manage 1 furnace. But we will soon need to build a second. That calls for 4 individuals. We'll need at least 4 more for transporting stones at the construction site. And for wall and house repairs, we'll need at least 8 more. Chu Guang calculated mentally. That amounts to 16 individuals, does it not? Currently, the food reserves at the outpost are sufficient for only 7 people, including myself, for a week. With the sudden tripling of our population, I wonder if our logistics can accommodate this. After much hesitation, he ultimately resolved to take a gamble. It was already the 9th. September had nearly a third elapsed, and if efforts were not intensified, it would be challenging to complete the outpost before winter set in. All right, I understand, he nodded, looking at the 2 players. I will request support from higher authorities. In 3 days, a batch of new members will awaken from stasis and join our cause on the surface. Upon hearing this, joy illuminated Old Bai and Fong Chang's faces. With the addition of new personnel, their infrastructural endeavors would undoubtedly become far more manageable. Moreover, Fong Chang's suspicions were confirmed. This NPC's authority was indeed far more significant than mere NPC status. It could even influence the game's beta testing process. This thought led Fong Chong to reflect upon the fantastical settings often found in early online novels. The game operates on an infinitely powerful supercomputer, with the game company establishing the framework of the world, while the content is dynamically generated by AI. Perhaps Wasteland OL operates on a similar premise. The more he contemplated this, the more exhilarated he became. He felt a profound understanding blossoming within him. With carpenters and cooks now present, the players' working conditions and quality of life had visibly improved. With the assistance of WC Indeed has mosquitoes, Old Bai and Fong Chang's construction crew received molds for producing mud bricks, and they even aided Guangfeng and Yishur in refining their fishing traps. They even crafted a wooden toilet that spared one's rear from discomfort using tree stumps. At last, the toilet became a sit-friendly affair. However, not everyone appreciated this seated toilet. For instance, Guangfeng seemed to possess a touch of obsessive cleanliness. Even within the game, he could not abide by using a toilet previously occupied by others, stubbornly digging a pit beside the original toilet and erecting a wooden barrier for privacy. Consequently, the outpost now boasted a second toilet. Yet, compared to these trivial matters, The most delightful news stemmed from Guangfeng and Yi Shi's fishing plan. With the enhanced traps, the two finally succeeded in catching their first fish just before dusk. And what a splendid catch it was. By all appearances, it resembled a catfish. It was only a resemblance, as its unusually broad mouth and head, along with deep blue patterns speckled with white dots and coral-like red whiskers, made it a remarkable specimen. Evidently, this creature is a mutant that has undergone significant alteration. Observing the struggling beast ensnared in the trap, both Guangfeng and Yi were nearly moved to tears, entirely unconcerned with the creature's unsightly appearance. 3 days. A full 3 days. At long last, they had managed to capture one. Seizing the opportunity while the great bird circled overhead and the beasts lingered by the lake. The duo hastily dragged the creature, along with the trap, from the water's edge to the shore, mercilessly bludgeoning it to death with steel rods. Only once it lay lifeless did they tether its head and tail with rope to a steel bar, hoisting the still-twitching carcass back to the outpost. Brother, Chao Jian, do you think this thing is edible? What the heck? What is this? Staring incredulously at the enormous catfish that Guangfeng and Yi had discarded on the ground, Chao Jian, who was preparing a smoking rack for fish, felt his eyes bulging. Having cooked for nearly half his life, he had never before laid eyes on a catfish of such magnitude. The head alone could fill a basin. By the way, if this creature is tossed into the lake, can other fish survive? Catfish are carnivorous. After all, it should be a catfish, Guangfeng replied. Of course, I know it's a catfish, Chao Jian retorted, crouching down to pry open its lips for a closer inspection, then tugging at it and exclaiming, "Good heavens, this must weigh over 100 pounds. Yi quickly inquired, "Can we make smoked fish out of it? Who the hell makes scrambled eggs with catfish?" Chao Jian said, exasperated. "This thing has a thick layer of fat and a slippery mucus coating. It's going to be quite a hassle to prepare. I wonder if it can even be dehydrated. What shall we do then?" Guangfeng asked. "I've never tried it before. Let's give it a shot," Chao Jian mused. Glancing at the smoking rack, he had spent the better part of the day crafting, falling into contemplation. A fish weighing over 100 pounds would undoubtedly crush it. It would have to be rebuilt. As dusk fell, Chao Jian, stepping in for the overseer, simmered a pot of fish head soup for the players, demonstrating through experience that this creature was indeed edible. To their surprise, it tasted rather delightful. Although lacking tofu as a side dish and devoid of scallions, ginger, garlic, or cooking wine to mask the fishy aroma, Chao Jian, with his exceptional culinary skills, managed to create a broth seasoned only with salt and soy sauce that was pleasantly flavorful yet not overwhelming. The players were moved to tears. Chao Jian and Mosquito were astonished that the game even included a sense of taste, while the other 4 players were touched to finally savor a morsel of genuine sustenance. Oh, how hard it has been. The game session ended at 6 in the evening, coinciding perfectly with 6 in the morning in the real world. The beta testers had just logged out of the game when the messages in the Nyoma Club group exploded. "Jian, wow. You guys, check the official website. Yayo, you haven't given up yet, huh? Dao Xiaoran, what's up with the official site? Jian, major update for Alpha 02 version. The official site will release 24 more beta testing slots. The number of beta testers will expand to 30 people. Dao Xiaoran, what the hell? Yayo, haha, they're starting to harvest the chives, so tell me, how much is it? I'm wondering if I have enough to file a case at the police station downstairs." Picking nose. "Jin, it shouldn't cost anything. I didn't see any mention of fees in that announcement. Haha, I just don't believe it. There's no way I'll get a spot this time." Picking up trash, level 99. "You're thinking too much. The reservation count has already exceeded 100. The probability of those 24 extra slots is between 1/4 and 1/5. Jian, over 100? What the heck? Do we have that many living people in our group?" Picking up trash, level 99. Not all of them are from our group. I saw many gaming groups discussing this game last night. Dao Xiaoran. It actually spread beyond our circle. Surprised. Who understands? I just checked. And the reservation count is already 111. Jian, what the actual heck? Chapter 26. Alpha 02 version update official website. Wasteland OL beta testing server Alpha 02 version update announcement. Major updates. 1. The number of beta testers has increased to 30. 2. The expansion pack Winter is Coming is now live. The game will transition into winter within 30 days, and temperatures will drop below -10 degrees Celsius within 60 days. Players who maintain an average online duration of over 4 hours during the beta phase will earn the exclusive title of Winter Warrior. Should the challenge fail, the game server will be suspended until the difficulty settings are adjusted and the beta testing resumes. Optimizations. 1. A more realistic physics system. 2. A wider array of mutated creatures. 3. Enhanced freedom of gameplay. 4. A fix for a small number of bugs. 5. The player manual has been updated to version 20. Players who have received an invitation are encouraged to review it promptly. Current reservation count, 113. Goodness. In the blink of an eye, 2 more reservations have been added. At this moment, Chu Guang sat in the residence hall of the shelter, fixated on the official website's backend, pondering, where are all these people coming from? There aren't that many living souls in the group. Alternate accounts? Impossible. No one can create alternate accounts on the Wasteland OL official website. Not even changing IPs or heads would help. The reservation qualifications are tied to the individual, not the computer. Chu Guang opened the forum and noticed many familiar IDs, as well as some he had never seen before. Jin, why are there suddenly so many people on the forum? Where are you all coming from? From the future Kakarot. The King S Gaming Group? I saw someone post a link. Irina, I'm different. I came from the driving group. Funny, good names taken by dogs. Bro, lend me a word. That trace of longing, eating melon. Tongue. What kind of game is this? Is it serious? Daily Demon King. Same question. Jin, no need to ask. It's obvious it's not serious. Just look at those people above. Are they serious? For the love of all that is good, please don't reserve. It's all fake. Frantic. Tongue. Daily Demon King. Farewell. Chu Guang. This Jian is a bit off, isn't. Just as the official forum finally garnered some attention, he went and scared off a potential crowd before it could even warm up. There might be more than just one. Chu Guang felt a wave of exasperation, but didn't let it weigh heavily on him. He wasn't the kind of petty man who would harbor grudges. After browsing the forum, Chu Guang began to piece together why there had suddenly been an influx of new users. He couldn't tell which group had shared the screenshots of the Nyoma Club chat and the link to the official website to other gaming groups. Subsequently, this game known as Wasteland OL, which is solely available on its official website along with its lore and expansive plans, has inexplicably surged in popularity within the gaming community. Many newcomers have flocked from other gaming groups, primarily inquiring about the nature of this game, the timeline for its internal testing, and rather peculiar questions regarding its features, such as whether one can engage in undressing or if there are any mosaics present. Genuine discussions about the game's content seem to be scarce. Chu Guang, lost in thought, pondered whether it might be prudent to appoint a few moderators to help manage the forum. Switching to his desktop, he logged into his QQ account and opened the Nyoma Club game group, which was currently abuzz with activity. The topic of testing qualifications had seemingly been discussed earlier, but now the conversation had entirely shifted to the Alpha 02 update and the upcoming expansion titled Winter is coming. It was astonishing that a game still in its closed beta phase was already releasing an expansion. User 99 level trash picker. What about those who don't have testing qualifications? Won't they miss out completely? User who understands the game planning. It's utterly outrageous. User quits smoking. Could someone tag the dog planner and recruit more people? I don't want money. No, I could even pay. User 99 level trash picker. Guang, someone is calling you the dog planner. User quit smoking. Damn. User quit smoking retracted a message. Chu Guang. How's it this guy again? Just as he contemplated whether to make his presence known, he suddenly received a private message from a long future. Brother Guang, are you there? Grins. Curious about what this individual intended to discuss, Chu Guang replied, just finished something? What is up? A long future. There is something I've been quite perplexed about and would like to consult you regarding that NPC referred to as the manager. Is it portrayed by your company's employee, or is it AI? Concerned that this person might find it inappropriate to answer, he quickly added, I'm merely asking casually. If it pertains to corporate secrets, just disregard my question. Guang, no worries, it's not really a secret, and besides, as a mere planner, I wouldn't have access to confidential information. A long future's face lit up with delight as he eagerly typed, Great, please elaborate. Chu Guang contemplated for a moment before mustering the courage to type. In simple terms, its existence is quite unique. Unique. Goodness. This NPC is indeed remarkable. Picking up on 2 pivotal keywords, a long future became exhilarated, his thumbs dancing across the screen. Could you specify further? Guang. Indeed, it is a fully autonomous artificial intelligence developed by our company. A fully autonomous AI? A long future's expression turned bewildered. This was beyond his comprehension. Nevertheless, it felt extraordinarily impressive. Sitting in front of his computer, a long future's eyes sparkled with anticipation, wishing this insider would divulge even more information. And Guang did not disappoint his expectations, continuing to type on the screen. Guang. Precisely, it is an artificial intelligence that closely resembles human beings. Guang. It possesses its own personality, memories, thought patterns, value orientations, and behavioral motivations, which is why we have granted it the authority to guide players and facilitate their entry into the game. As expected, this is simply genius. A long future was so excited that he almost dropped his phone on his face, his trembling thumbs continuing to type. A long future. I understand now. No wonder its decisions can influence your testing progress. In fact, I've already noticed that the content of this game is remarkably well developed. The immersive experience is akin to a real world. I'm not exaggerating when I say even I, as a discerning individual, cannot find a significant bug. A long future. If there is one aspect that could be improved, it's probably the scarcity of NPCs. Thus, I wondered, could it be possible that you're not just testing the game itself, but rather the AI? Even the expansion Winter is coming, which is part of the Alpha 02 update. Serves this purpose, am I right? A pinpoint observation. Straight to the point. This was a long future-s assessment of his own remarks. Piecing together various clues, he believed he had fully grasped the intentions of the game developers. While others in the group were speculating on why Wasteland OL released the Winter is coming expansion during the closed beta phase, their fragmented conclusions seemed superficial to him. They were barely scratching the surface, if at all. Only he had ascended to the atmospheric layer. The enigmatic company developing Wasteland OL was ostensibly testing the game. But in reality, they were rigorously evaluating a fully autonomous artificial intelligence operating within the game framework. And this expansion, Winter is coming, was indeed a test of this initial generation of AI. A moment of silence ensued. Noticing that the individual known as Guang had fallen silent, a long future already had an answer in mind, a smile involuntarily creeping across his face. I am indeed a genius. Guang, you are quite astute. Guang, indeed. As you stated, the Winter is coming expansion is indeed designed to test the performance of the initial generation of artificial intelligence, which is also a necessary procedure to initiate the next round of testing. As he typed these words, Chu Guang discreetly deleted the carefully constructed narrative he had just edited in the document, as he felt that this individual's musings sounded far more convincing. This guy is indeed talented, at least in terms of imagination. A long future. I believe I understand your point. Thus, the testing progress is indeed influenced by the progression of the game's storyline, correct? Guang, yes. A long future. And currently, the only entity capable of advancing the storyline is the manager of Shelter 404. Is that right? Guang, correct. A long future. Thank you. I understand now. I appreciate you sharing so many insider details with me. Rest assured, I will keep it a secret. Grins. Guang, actually, it's not much of a secret. You need to feel obligated to keep it under wraps. A long future. No. I will definitely keep it a secret. You can trust me on that. Those who know me are aware that I am incredibly reliable. Grins. Chu Guang. Is this what they call corporate-level understanding? I've gained some insight here. Chapter 27. Winter is coming. The leaves have turned a withered yellow, and the temperature is dropping. An unprecedented crisis is looming. This winter will be harsher and arrive sooner than in previous years, leaving us with little time to prepare. From this moment on, we must seize every minute, even every second. Prepare for the impending cold wave before the situation deteriorates completely. The task panel has been updated, listing essential supplies, necessary facilities, and corresponding rewards. Remember, only through unity can we weather this storm. Winter is coming. This is a trial set forth by fate for us all. The residence hall of the shelter reverberates with inspiring voices. In response to the players' fervent gazes, Chu Guang delivered a passionate speech, officially inaugurating the prologue of the first expansion. Winter is coming, since the game's closed beta. With the commencement of this new chapter, the atmosphere at the outpost of Shelter 404 began to transform, mirroring the changes on the official game website. It was not just the players. Even Chu Guang himself could sense a subtle urgency in the gradually cooling air. The supplies at the outpost, which were never particularly abundant, had to accommodate a population that surged from 6 to 30, a five-fold increase. While the influx of residents brought additional labor, it simultaneously amplified the strain on supplies. In order to satiate these 30 impending mouths, Chu Guang had been tirelessly working for days, hunting alongside Yishur, who possessed a sensory gene sequence, from dawn till dusk in search of additional rations. The entire Linghu wetland park was in disarray due to their efforts. However, the results were gratifying. Over the span of 3 days, Chu Guang had slain a dozen mutated hyenas, and countless wild rabbits and squirrels were captured using traps. Although these were all mutants, they were still edible. Additional, Yishi, tasked with vigilance and reconnaissance, successfully leveled up from LV0 to LV1, while Chu Guang felt an inkling of approaching a breakthrough himself. Unfortunately, the manager gene sequence was exceedingly unique, and Chu Guang had yet to decipher the nuances of upgrading. He could only confirm through the health examination equipment that there was indeed a minuscule advancement in the development of his gene sequence. On another note, other players exhibited remarkable performance, each showcasing their unique talents. Lao Bai and Fong Chong employed charcoal as a reducing agent, recovering a small quantity of iron slag from rusted rebar and automobile parts through calcination. They then mixed this slag into the cement kiln along with crushed limestone and clay to produce a more reliable cement clinker. This was a labor-intensive task. Whether operating the blower or using the repaired two-wheeled cart to transport stones, considerable effort was required. Nevertheless, this arduous work enabled Lao Bai, a strength-based character, to advance from LV1 to LV2, enhancing his strength attribute by a point. As for Fong Chong, who took shifts alongside him, he finally broke through his limitations, leveling up from LV0 to LV1, though his attribute growth was in agility rather than strength. It appeared that while the development of gene sequences adhered to the principle of use it or lose it, the nature of attribute growth was an entirely different matter. Conversely, the most unfortunate among them was Guangfeng. As of now, he remained the only player in the closed beta with a gene sequence level of 0. In recent days, he had caught numerous fish using improved traps, yet he still lacked the experience points necessary to reach LV1. The experience gained from capturing mutated species via traps seemed to pale in comparison to that obtained from direct confrontations. This perplexed Guangfeng, but unfortunately, there seemed to be no viable solutions at present. Apart from the 4 original players experiencing the game, the 2 newcomers were equally driven, hardly resting a moment. For instance, WC truly had a mosquito. This individual was not in a rush to level up. He continued with his carpentry tasks, occasionally assisting Lao Bai and Fong Chong, or helping Guangfeng repair damaged traps. Besides these responsibilities, he was engrossed in his own project. According to the mosquito, he intended to construct a simple wooden hut to serve as his chemistry lab and storage. In recent days, he had collected numerous bottles and jars while transporting stones from the construction site, placing them beside the hut. Although Chu Guang was skeptical about the safety of such a hut, seeing the mosquito's enjoyment in the endeavor led him to refrain from interfering too much with the player's choices. In stark contrast to the leisurely pace of Mosquito, Zai Hong Shikai, tomato scrambled eggs, epitomized the diligent worker. As the cook of the outpost, he was responsible not only for preparing meals, but also for assisting the manager in processing the hunted game, which included bleeding, skinning, deboning, cutting meat, and, most critically, curing it. Given the scarcity of salt in the outpost, which was too precious to be used for curing meat, Zai Hong Shikai resorted to the most primitive curing method, nothing at all. He simply hung the cut meat on a rebar rack, stuffed it into a kiln made of clay and bricks, and smoked it over charcoal, slow roasting to dehydrate the meat while sealing the entrance with pine branches and leaves. The cured meat produced by this method resembled jerky, capable of preservation even without salt. It could be wrapped in plastic or tree bark and buried in the snow for consumption well into the following spring. However, the flavor and texture of such cured meat could only be described as lackluster. Furthermore, Zai Hong Shikai did not waste the skins harvested from the mutated hyenas. Instead, he collected them to make leather. In fact, leather production is a rather complex and tedious process, far more cumbersome than making jerky. Nevertheless, the shelter did not require high quality, smooth leather. It merely needed warm materials to fend off the cold, with no demands for quality. Consequently, many unnecessary steps could be omitted. Previously, when Lao Bai was burning wood ash, the filtered potash lye was stored in a plastic barrel he had salvaged. Zai Hong Shikai utilized all of this potash lye as a tanning solution, soaking the clean pelts obtained from prey. Once the leather and tannin were sufficiently combined, he would hang it on a rudimentary tanning rack to dry, resulting in a passably acceptable piece of leather. Esteemed manager, I must report that I am truly overwhelmed with tasks here. I am in dire need of assistance. Even just one more pair of hands. As he received the freshly hunted game from Chu Guang, Zai Hong Shikai's gaze inadvertently drifted towards Yi Shi. He couldn't shake the feeling that this fellow seemed rather idle, having done little beyond assisting the manager with the game. Perhaps it would be beneficial to enlist his help. Yi Shi, seeing through Zai Hong Shikai's intentions, quickly waved his hand in refusal. Do not gaze upon me. I am exceedingly occupied. Just jesting. Where else could one find such a fortuitous opportunity to level up alongside an NPC? He certainly has no desire to learn culinary skills with this fellow. Observing the evident reluctance of Yi Shi, Fried Egg couldn't help but roll his eyes, internally expressing his discontent. You're busy with what exactly? Seeing Fried Egg lamenting to him, Chu Guang spoke soothingly. Yi Shi is essential for my hunt for prey, and his perception of danger is equally crucial. Thus, I cannot afford to have him remain here to assist you. However, I assure you, your concerns will soon be addressed. Our reinforcements are en route and will shortly arrive on the surface. Well then, thank you. If that is indeed the case, it would be splendid. Fried egg sighed, pausing for a moment before continuing. There is another matter. Although I attempted leatherworking, I can only perform rudimentary processing. As for turning them into clothing, I'm utterly at a loss. Chu Guang, there is no need for concern. Among the reinforcements on their way, there are individuals proficient in this area. I will delegate the tasks of leather crafting and producing warm garments to that person, not merely a tailor. Among the 24 newly added beta testers he selected, there exists a diverse array of talents. While they may not all be experts in their respective fields, some are even students, they can certainly contribute within their capacities. Moreover, with the aid of the internet, Chu Guang is filled with confidence in these vibrant and industrious players. As long as they exert sufficient effort, they will undoubtedly one day find themselves inhabiting grand abodes. Steady as a rock. Chapter 28, 24 new players. Renforcement arrive. September 2012, 6:00 a.m. After the issuance of beta testing qualifications, 3 agonizing days of anticipation culminated in the long-awaited launch day. Following the tutorial on the official website, Du Mingdao donned the helmet, reclined on his bed, and closed his eyes. Is it truly as simple as this? Yet, just as this thought crossed his mind, a beam of light pierced through the darkness, illuminating his path, even though his eyes remained shut. Rising from the damp incubation pod, Du Mingdao surveyed his surroundings. His initial daze gradually replaced by overwhelming astonishment. This is the game world. The metallic walls and tiled flooring exuded a sci-fi aesthetic, and wisps of steam evaporated from his shoulders, gradually sapping his body heat. Taking a deep breath of the air within this virtual realm, he faintly detected an unpleasant odor. Whether everything before him was real, Du Mingdao could not ascertain. Yet, the sheer level of immersion left him utterly speechless. This sensation is utterly astounding. At that moment, the neighboring sleep chamber suddenly opened, and a creature with a lizard-like visage, adorned with dark green scales, emerged from the pod. Upon locking eyes, Du Mingdao was taken aback. What in the world? What are you? NPC? What NPC? I'm a player. ID, trash collector, level 99. I was about to ask you the same. Who on earth are you? You're a trash collector? I'm a merciful killer. Good gracious. You're that newcomer who joined the group a few days ago? How did you end up looking like that? You're the ugly one. The amber-eyed lizard person stared wide-eyed in confusion, clearly struggling to grasp the situation. However, his gaze quickly fell upon his own scaled, dark green skin, and fear slowly seeped into his bewildered eyes. He hastily lowered his head, glancing left and right, his claws clumsily exploring his body, while his tail writhed in tandem, reminiscent of a gecko that had fallen into a mud pit. It was then that his gaze suddenly fixated between his legs, followed by a piercing wail. What the hell? Why don't I have that thing? Du Mingdao nearly spat blood from his mouth. Look at how you are, and you're concerned about that. That's not there, and neither is that. Damn it, the developers are deceiving us. If one can become a lizard person, why can't I create a female character? If you don't want to be a lizard person, let us swap. Get lost. The incubation pod was equipped with a body scanning device, revealing his attributes and level, all of which were publicly available information on the website. Trash Collector extended his index finger to tap the interface, and soon, his attribute panel projected onto the screen. ID, Trash Collector level 99. Genetic sequence, variant lizard person. Level, LV0. Basic attributes, strength, 8, agility, 7, constitution, 8, perception, 8. Intelligence, 2. Talents, cold-blooded. Enhanced stealth, sluggish in low-temperature environments. Digitigrade, greater stamina, difficulty operating complex machinery. Régénérative physique, superior recovery, challenging to improve genetic sequence level. Holy smokes, these attributes are something else. Trash Collector vaguely recalled that the standard attribute value for a normal adult male was 5, fluctuating between 2. Clearly, he was not measured against the standard of an adult male. Aside from a slightly lower intelligence attribute, his other 4 attributes were remarkably high. The key was that he didn't feel unintelligent. Even if the intelligence data was a bit low, so what? It did not hinder his ability to show off. Recognizing this, Trash Collector couldn't help but grin broadly, calming down in his excitement. Observing the grinning lizard person beside him, Du Mingdao inquired with concern. Are you all right? Haha, am absolutely splendid. Come, let us hastily exit this room and regroup with the other players. We mustn't keep the overseer waiting. With that, Trash Collector flipped over and leaped out of the incubation pod. He discovered another advantage to being a lizard person. There was no need to wear clothes. as it didn't matter whether he donned or doffed them. There was nothing that required covering. Gazing at this lively lizard, Du Mingdao's expression was one of amusement. At that moment, he suddenly noticed a piece of paper seemingly stuck to the creature's rear. "There is something on your backside." "Where?" Upon hearing this, Trash Collector felt the sensation of something unusual on his rear and reached back with his claws. Unaccustomed to maneuvering this body, it took some time before he finally managed to scrape off the paper. The paper was waterproof, remaining dry despite the circumstances. However, the text inscribed above was neither Chinese nor any language familiar to him. Garbage was utterly perplexed, scratching his head with his paw. What on earth was written here? Residents of the shelter's hall. The once spacious area was now densely packed with newly joined players. A diverse array of individuals stood here, their faces collectively etched with confusion, astonishment, excitement, and curiosity. Prior to this moment, nearly everyone had believed that this so-called fully immersive virtual reality game might merely be a jest concocted by a few bored gaming enthusiasts. Even when they received helmets from the game company, the majority harbored a sense of skepticism. Yet now, all doubts had dissipated. If one were to seek a game more authentic than this, it could only be Earth OL itself. As Garbage stepped through the automatically opening door, his emergence from the room caused quite a stir. Initially, everyone assumed he was an NPC, but after inquiring, they discovered he was also a player, potentially even one of the legendary hidden classes. Bathed in the envious gazes of those around him, Garbage seemed to have cast aside his lack of certain physical attributes. Wearing a proud smile, did that matter? Not in the slightest. "Bro, from now on, stick with me, and I've got your back." He patted the shoulder of Dalshong, who stood nearby, rolling his eyes in exasperation and choosing to ignore him. However, the initial panel data was merely slightly stronger. Du Mingdao, who had emerged from the same room, also garnered significant attention. Unfortunately for him, his genetic sequence was nothing more than that of an ordinary strength type, lacking any remarkable qualities. As the players in the hall scrutinized the duo, he too quietly observed the other players. Aside from Garbage, most appeared quite normal, at least on the surface, showing no discernible differences from one another. Judging by their physiques, they predominantly belonged to strength and physique types, though there were a handful of perception, agility, and intelligence types present. What astonished Du Mingdao the most was the presence of two female players among them. One stood at 180 centimeters, her voluptuous figure straining against the shelter uniform, likely a strength type. The other was somewhat shorter, perhaps just over 150 centimeters, unremarkable in appearance. And it was hard to tell what type she belonged to, though she certainly did not resemble a strength type. Having been in civil engineering for several years, Du Mingdao was adept at estimating distances and sizes, typically with minimal error. The two women emerged from the same room, seemingly embroiled in a dispute, their demeanor confrontational. "Who is this little one? Have you weaned yet? You, being tall is impressive, huh? Who knows how short you are in reality? Heh, such remarks reveal your youth. You can't be more than a primary school student. How unfortunate, dear sister, for I am a director at a fashion design company, quite grown up indeed. Unlike you, who merely seeks recognition within the game. A mere director? I thought you might be the president of some major conglomerate. Pray tell, at which company do you hold such a lofty position? None of your business." Du Mingdao felt a sense of disquiet, as he perceived both of them to be rather juvenile. Of course, the commotion extended beyond just these two. After such a long wait, finally obtaining the closed beta test qualifications, the newly entered players were brimming with excitement, chattering incessantly, unable to remain still as they touched and examined everything around them. Some even banged their heads against the wall, laughing foolishly without a care for the pain. This was still relatively tame. Others seized nearby players, begging them to slap them, eager to experience the sensation of being struck, perhaps to prepare psychologically for future encounters with monsters. Du Mingdao felt his scalp tingle. Had he entered a game world or been confined in a lunatic asylum? As he watched someone remove their pants with the intention of relieving themselves, and others engaging in even more outrageous behaviors, a commanding voice resonated through the residence hall from the direction of the main entrance. Silence. In an instant, absolute quiet fell. That authoritative voice seemed to carry a peculiar weight, compelling the players within the hall to involuntarily cease their clamor, their gazes instinctively drawn toward the source of the sound. Du Mingdao was no exception. He turned to see the individual standing at the door, his expression igniting with excitement. NPC, the opening sequence. This must be the legendary administrator. Although it was his first time playing this game, he had diligently followed the updates on the official website, thus familiarizing himself with the game's lore. The other players shared this anticipation, all holding their breath in eager expectation of the unfolding narrative. When selecting players, Chu Guang considered not only the professions listed on the reservation page, but also historical forum contributions, online duration, and activity levels, striving to exclude those with erratic thought processes and incessant bickering. They were better suited for labor on a construction site than in this realm. Casting a glance around the hall, Chu Guang addressed the players in a steady and solemn tone. Welcome to Shelter 404. I am the administrator here, codenamed Dawn. Chapter 29. Life in the Wasteland begins with labor. From the moment he spoke, all players fell silent, their breaths held as they focused intently on him, fearing they might miss any detail. Chu Guang was pleased with the players' reactions, surveying the hall once more. However, when his gaze fell upon the lizard man in the corner, his expression froze for 2 seconds, nearly reaching for the gun on his back. What is an abomination doing here? Yet, observing its foolish demeanor, he deduced that beneath that skin lay a player. Thus, there was little to worry about. In terms of combat experience and panel data, these fledgling newcomers were thoroughly outmatched. Chu Guang might have been concerned about survivors lurking in the shadows, but he was hardly intimidated by the prospect of these players causing trouble. Kicking them out, banning them, revoking their qualifications, none of it would take a second. What could be accomplished in a single second? Deciding to investigate the Lizard Man's situation later, Chu Guang shifted his focus back to the players in the hall and continued. First, I must share some good news. The war has ended. However, the bad news is that our world has been irrevocably altered. If you were hoping to gather your belongings and return home to find your mother, that is evidently not feasible. We are now in the 200th year post-apocalypse. Fortunately, we have successfully endured the most challenging of times. You stand here, more fortunate than over 12 billion souls. Now, I urge you to swiftly recognize the present circumstances and fulfill your declarations under the banner of humanity to reconstruct our homeland. Beside me is my assistant, known as Shao Qi. Should you have any inquiries regarding the shelter or any uncertainties, do not hesitate to consult it. The routine opening remarks have been delivered verbatim once before, and when the next batch of players arrives, it shall be repeated, barring any significant bugs or plot inconsistencies, as there are no intentions to amend what has been painstakingly crafted. After a brief pause, Chu Guang continued. Furthermore, the Residence Manual has been updated to version 20, encompassing the Residence Charter, Code of Conduct, and stipulations regarding public morals and prohibitions. I implore all residents to review it promptly. For those who contravene these regulations, penalties range from enforced dormancy and confinement to, in severe cases, expulsion back underground and permanent disqualification. I trust everyone will adhere strictly to these rules. A wave of unrest rippled through the player community. Was this NPC wielding too much power? Nevertheless, the overall response was rather muted. By opting for a reservation, they had tacitly accepted the game's parameters. Prior to logging in, they had perused the Residence Manual on the official website, which contained no excessively stringent stipulations. The newly added clauses merely imposed restrictions on player-versus-player combat, harassment of fellow players, illicit trading, and malicious destruction of in-game facilities. These provisions aligned with the interests of the vast majority of reasonable players, with some suggestions having emerged from discussions on forums and subsequently adopted by the developers. For instance, the proposal to penalize malicious destruction of in-game facilities by players raised by both Lai, Ri Fongchong, and Lao Bai, along with a suggestion from an unqualified female player to prohibit coercive actions. These recommendations were indeed commendable. After all, this is a game centered on resource gathering, not a nuclear simulation, nor is it an erotic endeavor. Even games that boast of freedom and sandbox elements cannot permit any player to recklessly undermine the experiences of others. Not only were these suggestions embraced, but Chu Guang also instituted even more meticulous regulations. For instance, malicious destruction of facilities would result in enforced labor, while coercive actions would lead to the permanent confiscation of the tools used in such acts. Quite the transformation, indeed. What? Unable to accept it? Then perhaps you should return to playing CF and relinquish your helmet to those in need. Having conveyed the essential points of caution, Chu Guang departed the shelter with 24 players, ascending to the surface in 2 groups via the elevator. The overwhelming visual spectacle that greeted them left these new players momentarily speechless. The sensory immersion was not limited to sight. Every fiber of their being was inundated with the realization that this was a wholly authentic world. Astounding. Could this truly be a game? Oh, I'm utterly blown away. Incredible. Observing the exhilarated players, Chu Guang couldn't help but smile slightly. He longed to inform them that their elation was perhaps premature. After familiarizing these novice players with the outpost facilities, particularly emphasizing the prohibition against indiscriminate urination in the vicinity, Chu Guang led them back to the infirmary, where they were handed over to the eager Lao Bai and his companions. The construction site at the outpost was teeming with tasks that required manpower. So there was no concern about the players having nothing to do. The seasoned players would guide them on their duties. Some were summoned to transport bricks and repair walls, while others, under Fong Chang's guidance, headed northeast to the Wetland Park construction site to transport materials for producing cement. As for compensation, it was set at 10 contribution points per hour. Although the exact utility of contribution points remained unclear, the players were brimming with enthusiasm, eager to commence work immediately. Why quibble during the closed beta phase? The developers assured them that there would be no data deletion, so they were ready to dive into action. The fervor displayed by these players even made Chu Guang feel a tad self-conscious. Of course, not all players were assigned to the construction site. Tasks such as making jerky, tanning hides, fishing, hunting, and gathering also required personnel. For instance, a female player, standing at 6 feet tall and known by the ID Crow, was designated for gathering duties. Her genetic sequence was attuned to perception, although her primary attribute, perception, started at 1 point lower than Yishu's, at a mere 6. Her talent column boasted a unique, innate ability, toxic intuition. According to the system's explanation in the player list, those possessing this talent could rely solely on their biological instincts to detect toxins, transcending knowledge and experience. Conversely, until she acquired toxin resistance, the effects of poisoning would impose greater negative consequences upon her. Additionally, the beneficial effects of this talent would be influenced by her perception attribute. Thus, her role as a gatherer was quite fitting. Moreover, there was that lizard man. After assigning the gathering tasks, Chu Guang beckoned this player aside. "You are a level 99 trash collector? What a ridiculous name." Upon engaging in conversation with the esteemed manager, the trash collector assumed he had triggered a hidden storyline and promptly stood at attention, nodding eagerly. "That would be me." Chu Guang nodded in acknowledgement and was about to assign him a task when the trash collector suddenly seemed to recall something and eagerly presented a note. "Esteemed manager, I discovered this note upon awakening, but I cannot comprehend its contents. Might you enlighten me regarding what it says?" Chu Guang took the note from him. It was slightly damp, as though it had been submerged in water, yet remained intact, suggesting it was constructed from waterproof material. The handwriting was familiar and inscribed in the language of this world, prompting Chu Guang to immediately deduce the origin of this note. "Where did you acquire this?" "From my posterior." Chu Guang nearly dropped it in astonishment. Sensing the manager's bewilderment, the trash collector quickly attempted to clarify. "I meant it was attached to the incubation pod when I awakened." "No matter, it was merely a casual inquiry." Chu Guang resumed his examination of the note's contents. "Congratulations. You have won a prize. This is an Easter egg I left for you. The genetic sequences stored in the gene bank are not solely human. There are also a few unique genetic sequences. To be candid, it was my doing, albeit with an element of serendipity, and I have no intention of denying it. How should I put it? Don't you think this is part of natural selection? By the way, should we refer to it as a peculiar entity or a different species? Never mind, it matters not. You may decide." First generation manager. This individual must be out of their mind. Chu Guang was left speechless. He found it rather tedious to criticize the deceased, so he opened the system interface and, through the player list, confirmed the 5-dimensional data and talents of the lizard man before him. Just as this fellow's towering stature suggested, his strength and constitution were astonishingly formidable. Had he not administered himself a dose, his strength might have rivaled that of his own level 5 self. Moreover, he possessed the remarkable talents of regeneration and cold-bloodedness, truly formidable assets in combat. Although he bore debuffs that impeded his leveling, rendered him ill-suited to low temperatures, and made the operation of complex machinery challenging, these were not fatal flaws. In essence, the situation was manageable. Chu Guang was already contemplating whether to equip this creature with gauntlets or steel claws, or perhaps even to fashion a makeshift tin can for the front line, which seemed quite appealing as well. Under the discerning gaze of the esteemed administrator, Garbage Man, level 99, felt a shiver run down his spine. However, the NPC did not dwell on him for long and swiftly assigned him a task distinct from those given to other players. "From today onward, you shall hunt alongside me." Chu Guang decided not to fret over the matter of weapons any longer. These players were not necessarily less clever than himself. It would be more prudent to allow them to explore their own strategies. The Garbage Man clenched his fists in excitement and exclaimed exuberantly, "At your service, esteemed administrator." "Excellent. Your enthusiasm is commendable," Chu Guang replied with a nod of approval, continuing, "You should wait for me at the entrance of the clinic. I have a few matters to arrange and shall join you shortly." "Understood." The Garbage Man scampered off eagerly. Chu Guang then turned his attention to another female player, who was anxiously awaiting nearby. Her ID was Tung Tung, and her genetic sequence indicated she belonged to the intellect category. She appeared somewhat petite, standing at approximately 1.50 meters. The expression of genes is inherently unstable. Even the most meticulously designed sequences can exhibit flaws, and there was little Chu Guang could do to assist her in this regard. However, the situation was not entirely grim. Much like the crow, her talent bar contained a remarkably unique initial talent, nimble fingers. Talent, nimble fingers, enhanced muscle memory, allowing for quicker mastery of repetitive tasks. If memory served him correctly, her profession in reality was that of a fashion designer. If so, this talent seemed tailor-made for her. Can you sew? Chu Guang inquired. Tung Ting nodded nervously. Yes. If I have materials and tools, I can certainly give it a try. Although her primary occupation revolved around design work on a computer, she was not devoid of practical skills, possessing a proficiency greater than that of the average person. Materials are not an issue. We may need to consider tools. Please, follow me. With that, Chu Guang led her to the backyard of the clinic, gesturing towards the rows of coarse furs drying on wooden racks. Are these sufficient? Tung Tung's eyes widened at the sight of the furs, although she could not ascertain the origins of the pelts. The texture and sheen of the fur suggested they were far from cheap. Are all of these for me? She asked, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Chu Guang nodded in affirmation. Yes, if you are willing, you may start by handling the processing of the furs. Our chef has worked on these hides, but he is not particularly knowledgeable about the craft. Absolutely. You can count on me. Tung Tung responded enthusiastically, nodding vigorously. Do you have any specific requests regarding the design? As for design, I have no particular demands. Warmth is the primary requirement. Do you have any tools you might need? Chu Guang inquired. A sewing machine will be preferable. But if warmth is the only requirement, then these basic tools will suffice. Excellent. He appreciated diligent players who demanded little. Chu Guang nodded in approval. I entrust this task to you. In the coming days, I should be able to procure some game. I plan to venture north along the elevated road out of the city. I've heard there are migrating deer herds in that direction. With a bit of luck, we should have a bountiful harvest. Chapter 30. This is quite the ordeal. Chu Guang was a person of principle and, naturally, would not exploit the labor of players without due compensation. Although the current sanctuary was quite impoverished, with contribution points usable solely for purchasing revival tokens, he nonetheless offered Tung Tung a wage. For each garment she crafted, she would earn 50 contribution points. The requirements were modest. Functionality and warmth were all that mattered. Once the shop system was operational, he intended to price these garments based on their quality, ranging from 100 to 500 contribution points, to sell to other players. This consideration necessitated finding an NPC to serve as a merchant. He had heard that the neighboring brown farm sold off less able-bodied serfs each winter to conserve food and fuel, only to replenish their stock with affordable goods from slave traders come spring. Perhaps he should venture there and test his fortune. Esteemed administrator, when shall we depart? The garbage man inquired eagerly as he spotted Chu Guang emerging from the clinic, his lizard tail swaying with impatience. There is no hurry. I must find you a suitable weapon. Follow me. On the outer side of the clinic's walls stood a small wooden cabin, constructed by, there are indeed mosquitoes, currently serving as a carpentry workshop. The outpost was in dire need of tools, particularly reliable steel implements, forcing many tasks to be accomplished with wooden substitutes. However, ingenuity often prevails. By combining industrial refuse salvaged from the wasteland with wood, this adept carpenter had indeed crafted an array of post-apocalyptic style tools. Among them was a crossbow leaning against the wall, a prime example of his work. The wooden bow frame, coupled with stainless steel components assembled into a simple mechanical structure and hinge, used sinew from mutated hyenas as the bowstring, meticulously processed for durability. The arrowheads were fashioned from sharpened metal shards. With only 20 or so rounds left for his iron pipe rifle, he needed to conserve his ammunition. It would be prudent to utilize the crossbow for any game he could kill with it. As Chu Guang grasped the crossbow, the garbage man mistakenly believed it was being offered to him and reached out eagerly, only to be swatted away. Your weapon is over there. Chu Guang pointed to a corner where several spears had been fashioned with sharpened metal tips, accompanied by a convenient carrying strap. With your initial strength of 8 points, if you master your throwing technique, you should be able to dispatch prey within 10 meters with a single throw. The garbage man frowned. But esteemed administrator, I still believe that possessing a ranged weapon would enhance my hunting efficiency. Chu Guang glanced at his towering frame. With a stature like yours, wouldn't it be more fitting to charge to the front as a tank rather than cower behind sniping? Where's your sense of masculinity? The spear is a fundamental skill for hunting. It will ensure you remain proactive in both melee and mid-range encounters. Today, I shall impart to you the art of hunting. As for the choice of weaponry you wield in your battles henceforth, that is entirely at your discretion. It appears to be plot exposition. The character known as Garbage nodded in a manner that suggested partial understanding, sealing his lips in silence. Just as this conversation unfolded, the player, W.C. Junyo Wonju, pushed open the door of the wooden cabin, emerging with 2 glass vials in hand. Upon spotting Chu Guang, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Esteemed administrator, I was just searching for you. Behold, this is acetone. It can serve as a solvent for crafting smokeless gunpowder." As he spoke, he mimicked the gestures of an alchemist, shaking the vial in his right hand, startling both Chu Guang and Garbage, who instinctively stepped back. "Fear not, ha. As long as it does not encounter an open flame, all shall be well," he added, his face alight with enthusiasm. Such endeavors were something he dared only within the confines of the game. In his own workshop, he would never dream of such recklessness. He had not anticipated that this game could be so tangible, capable of producing such substances. At that moment, he suddenly noticed the lizard man beside the administrator, and his excitement faltered. "And who might this be?" Chu Guang cleared his throat and replied, "He is a newly arrived resident, ID 99D. "Ah, newcomer," Wenzu exclaimed, envy evident in his gaze. "Starting off with a hidden profession. How splendid. Now, do enlighten me about the contents of that vial," Chu Guang said, glancing at the glass container in Wenju's grasp. "How did you procure this?" "The method is quite straightforward. It involves the dry distillation of wood. One simply places wood in a sealed metal container and bakes it, using a conduit to draw off the vapors, which are then condensed through a cooling chamber. The collected condensate can easily be separated into an aqueous solution and a viscous tar-like residue through simple distillation. The aqueous portion is wood vinegar, primarily composed of acetic acid, acetone, and methanol, which can be further distilled due to their differing boiling points. Acetic acid can react with alkali metal compounds to produce various useful salts, while acetone, contained in this vial in my right hand, has remarkable applications." As he spoke, Wenju sighed wistfully, "If only I could acquire sulfuric acid. With sulfuric acid, we could produce hydrogen peroxide, and when mixed with acetone, it yields triacetone triperoxide, colloquially known as TTP or entropy explosives." Garbage in listening was left dumbfounded, unable to suppress a gulp. What on earth does this fellow do in real life? This is utterly shocking. Chu Guang, too, was taken aback, instinctively glancing at the small wooden cabin before him, struggling to reconcile the notion of such experiments with a mere cabin. Only players would dare engage in such audacious acts. Regaining his composure, Chu Guang regarded Wenju and continued, "I shall keep an eye out for chemical factories in the vicinity. So what you are saying is that high-grade explosives are currently unattainable. High-performance ones are out of reach, but black powder can be easily procured. Give me a bit more time. I am contemplating alternative methods. However, sometimes, explosives are not the only means to achieve destructive effects," Wenzu said, shaking the glass vial in his left hand with a mischievous grin. "This contains a mixture of turpentine and acetone, and I have added a touch of plant fiber. Igniting the cotton wick at the mouth of the vial and tossing it will yield a prolonged burn. A Molotov cocktail? Now, that is quite a remarkable item." Chu Guang's eyes lit up as he took the vial from Wenju, weighing it in his hand. "Have you tested its potency?" The area is surrounded by trees, and I fear it might be uncontrollable," Wenju replied awkwardly. "Indeed, it seems this fellow possesses a modicum of sense." Chu Guang thought, "I shall take this outside shortly to assist you with the test." He discreetly tucked the glass vial away and continued, "Conducting chemical experiments in such an environment is rather perilous, and the shelter currently lacks the facilities to store such hazardous materials. I shall reward you as you deserve, but I cannot encourage you to expand production." Pausing for a moment, Chu Guang then shifted his tone. "However, I do suggest you explore how these chemical products might serve a purpose in the construction of our forward base, creating the value we require." "Creating the value we require?" Wenju's expression suggested confusion as he mulled over the phrase, falling into deep thought. "Yes, take your time to ponder this," Chu Guang nodded. "Moreover, I highly recommend conversing with the other residents of the shelter to inquire if they possess any valuable suggestions. You may stumble upon unexpected insights." Chapter 31. Encounter with the Raiders. The player's first battle. The applications of acetic acid, acetone, and methanol are indeed quite extensive. If the forward base of the shelter wishes to embark on true industrialization, these chemical raw materials are indispensable, though they may not be immediately useful. Chu Guang awarded the player W.C. Dunyo with 1,000 contribution points and publicly acknowledged his remarkable achievement in successfully preparing acetic acid, acetone, and methanol from wood. One might wonder if this constitutes an announcement across the entire server akin to those found in online gaming novels. Observing W.C. Jun Yo brimming with pride and the envious expressions of other players, Chu Guang felt compelled to uphold this admirable tradition. Indeed, it is not merely within the game. It should also be announced on the official website. In the future, we could establish a Hall of Fame, chronicling the achievements of certain players on specific dates. Such accomplishments could include solving developmental issues or conquering particularly challenging dungeons. As a ruler of humble means, the only high-value reward he could afford to bestow upon players was a sense of cheap honor. After concluding these matters, Chu Guang, accompanied by Yi Shi and Garbage In, continued to explore northward along the elevated highway leading out of the city adjacent to the wetland park. They sought both traces of prey and valuable exploration targets. The industrial clusters of Qingchuan City are predominantly concentrated in the southeastern corner of the city, fanning out along the 3rd and 2nd ring roads. The northern region, where Linghu Wetland Park is located, is primarily residential, with numerous unfinished buildings visible along the exit highway. This area, aside from its well-developed public amenities such as education, healthcare, and transportation, has not formed large-scale industrial clusters. Only a few small-scale light industrial workshops sporadically dot the outskirts, neighboring a waste incineration plant. Presently, they're mostly shrouded in forest cover. As the specter of nuclear war loomed, the northern suburbs of Qingchuan City, due to their vast population and low strategic value, suffered minimal direct strikes from strategic weaponry. However, conversely, in the aftermath of the complete collapse of order, the influx of refugees brought a different form of calamity to the region. Supermarkets, convenience stores, markets, and malls were swiftly looted, and soon after, hospitals, schools, office buildings, and all shops lining the streets fell victim, even to the contents of every refrigerator and storage cabinet within residential homes. No refuge would gamble its own safety to open its gates and accept them. Such an act is simply unfeasible. The utterly paralyzed transportation system renders it exceedingly difficult for these individuals to depart from this place. Even 2 centuries later, one can still glimpse the tragedies that unfolded here through the bullet holes in the walls and the shards of shattered glass. In some display windows beside shelves, and even within trash bins, one can still find the remnants of partially weathered skeletal remains. It is truly a harrowing sight. Upon observing the intertwined remains of a large and a small skeleton, the scavenger could not bear to look any longer and averted his gaze. Closing the open lid of the trash bin, Knight 10, however, maintained a semblance of calm. After all, this was not his first foray into the wilderness alongside Chu Guang. He had long since grown accustomed to the circumstances here and even took on the mantle of a seasoned player, offering a few critiques. To be fair, the game's environmental design is remarkably well executed, evoking a genuine sense of a post-apocalyptic world. This is indeed a world that has already experienced the apocalypse. Chu Guang Gasu Zet Ponde, carefully observing the conditions within the shop's window while marking a point on his paper map. This appears to be a clothing store. However, there were but a few garments remaining on the shelves. The only 2 tattered rags hanging there were overrun with dark mold. It was evident that scavengers had visited this place long ago, and not merely once. I fear we are laboring in vain, Knight 10 sighed. Clearly, this place has been thoroughly ransacked. Yet there is always the chance of uncovering something useful, like this, Chu Guang remarked, having discovered an unopened sewing kit behind a nearly shattered cabinet, which he tossed to Knight 10. The needles were likely made of alloy, while the thread was probably synthetic silk. Being unopened, there was no concern of oxidation. Even after 2 centuries, it would remain usable for another 2 centuries to come. At that moment, the outpost was in dire need of such small tools. Vang would surely find intriguing. With nothing more to scavenge, the group prepared to withdraw from the store. However, just then, a piercing wail echoed from afar, followed by the sharp cracks of gunfire. The sound resembled that of a 5mm bullet. Chu Guang's senses heightened instantly. He swiftly retrieved his iron pipe rifle from his back, crouched low, and concealed himself in the shadows against the wall, cautiously peering toward the source of the sound. Not far off, beneath a crooked advertising board at the street corner, a man in a gray coat fell to the ground, having been shot, his face a mask of terror as he struggled backward. Blood oozed from his back. Pooling on the ground. A scavenger? Before long, another figure emerged from the street corner. A gunman clad in a hide coat, cigarette clamped between his teeth, approached the pleading figure on the ground, wielding a makeshift iron pipe rifle assembled from refuse. Trailing behind him was a companion, accompanied by a dog. The accomplice brandished a similar rifle, a fire axe hung from his waist, and a dog leash was secured to the other side. Chu Guang's pupils constricted slightly. In less than a second, he swiftly deduced the identities of the two. Raiders, what's happening outside? Knight 10 inquired, creeping closer and lowering his voice. He believed he was being discreet, yet his stealth was evidently lacking. Chu Guang barely managed to gesture for silence when he noticed the mutated hyena, tethered by a metal chain, abruptly turn its head and bark in their direction. Chu Guang's expression shifted dramatically. Damn it, this beast has all its skill points and perception. In the blink of an eye, the two raiders turned their attention toward them, reacting with remarkable speed as they raised their rifles to fire. Bang! Bang! With two rapid shots, Chu Guang instinctively ducked back, only to realize he had worried unnecessarily. The handmade rifle likely lacked rifling. At a distance of 1 street away, it was nothing more than a futile effort. The bullets predictably missed, landing harmlessly on the concrete ground. Gunfire? What is going on? Have we encountered mutants? The scavenger, hiding inside the shop, was unfazed, even appearing excited as he rubbed his hands together. Knight 10 was similarly eager, promptly drawing his spear. Everyone remained calm. Let me take a look. Look at what? Chu Guang's irritation flared as he perceived that the two raiders showed no sign of fear. He firmly pressed Knight 10's head down, forcing him back. They are raiders, both armed and accompanied by a dog. You all retreat through the back door. We will regroup at the bus station 300 meters directly south. Honorable Administrator, why should we retreat? There are merely 2 men and a beast across from us. And our numbers are not fewer. The scavenger clenched his fists. We can fight. Indeed, we can fight. Knight 10 enthusiastically nodded, picking up the crossbow that the administrator had just discarded, his spirits high. Though we possess but 1 firearm, we still have incendiary bottles and this 2-meter-tall lizard. I refuse to believe we cannot defeat a mere dog. Upon hearing this, Chu Guang, who had been tense, suddenly regained his composure. Right? Why should we run? In the past, I was alone, with my life hanging by a thread while scavenging outside. It was normal to avoid such ruthless bandits. Now I have weapons and comrades. Why on earth would I flee, especially against just 2 of them? Chu Guang's reaction was swift. He made a decisive choice, pulling back the rifle bolt to chamber a round. Let's take them down. You, take the incendiary bottle and go over there. Chu Guang tossed the incendiary bottle and matches into Knight 10's hands, pointing toward the diagonal street corner. Listen to my command. When I fire my gun, you ignite it and throw. The adversaries were unaware of their numbers. Upon seeing someone charge out, they would undoubtedly pursue. Knight 10 hesitated upon receiving the incendiary bottle. How? How do I get over there? Run over. Where do you expect me to carry you? Don't worry. Their guns lack rifling. They won't hit you. With that, Chu Guang gave him a gentle push. Knight 10 stumbled to the door. Though panic surged within him, the prospect of demonstrating his worth before the administrator propelled him forward, stealing his resolve. Damn it. Let's gamble it. The fear of a game was nothing. Indeed, just as Chu Guang had anticipated, upon seeing Knight 10 burst from the shop, the two raiders immediately erupted into a cacophony of shouts, firing 2 shots in his direction. Haha, my little darling, where do you think you're running? Give up. You can't escape. Surrender now, and we may spare your life. Knight 10 could not comprehend their words. Only feeling the bullets was past his scalp. He dared not pause for a moment, nor lift his head as he dashed into the shop on the opposite side of the street. 2 marauders exchanged a glance, a wicked grin spreading across their faces as they advanced, guns drawn and dog leash released. They bore no firearms themselves, likely scavengers rummaging through the nearby refuse. The act of crushing a scavenger beneath their heel was to them as trivial as squashing a cockroach. Hidden within the confines of a shop, Chu Guang remained utterly still, patiently awaiting the opportune moment. As the sound of barking drew nearer, he suddenly leaned out, aiming at the frenzied, mutated hyena racing towards him, and squeezed the trigger. Bang! The 9mm bullet erupted from the barrel, leaving no chance for evasion from a mere 5 meters away, piercing through the beast's side. Although Chu Guang had aimed for its head, the creature was unable to emit even a cry before it collapsed, rolling 2 meters before lying still. The marauder who had rushed closer was momentarily stunned, clearly taken aback by the revelation that their adversary possessed a firearm. As he regained his senses, fury contorted his features upon witnessing the lifeless body of his companion. I will skin you alive, he roared. Chiong, stay calm. There's more than one of them. Before the words could fully leave his lips, a Molotov cocktail was hurled their way, smashing against the wreckage of a dilapidated vehicle with a resounding crash. Flames erupted, accompanied by shattered glass scattering everywhere. Realizing their opponent had armed themselves with incendiary devices, the marauders hastily sought refuge, their spirits already wavering. Yet, with flames blocking their escape, they found themselves ensnared, caught in an inescapable predicament. At that moment, one of the marauders caught a glimpse of a terrifying figure from the corner of his eye. lurking beneath the eaves of a nearby shop. It was a lizard with dark green skin, or rather, a humanoid lizard. A monster. Whoosh. The sound of slicing air interrupted the marauder mid-sentence, as a spear shot forth, impaling him through the chest and pinning him to the burning wreck behind him. Even in his final moments, he could not comprehend why such an aberration would be mingling with scavengers. He had heard of people domesticating mutated hyenas as pets, even bears and horses, but this was the first time he had encountered someone capable of taming such a thing. Absurd. Chapter 32. Talent carved in a bone. On the construction site of the former sanatorium, clouds of dust swirled as the relentless sounds of hammering and unloading filled the air, creating a vibrant atmosphere of industriousness. The players seemed to possess boundless energy and enthusiasm, pushing wheelbarrows filled with stones scavenged from the abandoned site, transporting them to the cement kiln to be crushed and subsequently turned into coarse cement. Nearby, players diligently operated bellows, striving to fuel the flames within the kiln. Not far off, a constantly operating charcoal kiln worked in tandem with an earthen smokehouse and fish racks, sending plumes of smoke and noise that even frightened birds from the trees. United in purpose, the players combined the burnt cement with sand and water, mixing it into a thick slurry, swiftly establishing the foundation for the first segment of a wall. Wisps of smoke intertwined, creating a scene reminiscent of a nascent tribe, youthful and brimming with vitality. Entrusting the construction site to the civil engineer, knife under the blade, Lao Bai and Fong Chong began to explore traditional methods of steel smelting. Meanwhile, the team at the windward side enhanced their fishing traps, using larvae from mutated leeches as bait, effortlessly catching dozens of fish each day, with any surplus handed over to Brother Egg for drying. The aquatic bounty of this lake exceeded their expectations. The only caution was to avoid overloading the traps with bait, as too deep a water level could easily damage the traps by attracting larger fish. Yet, these were mere trifles. Once the techniques were mastered, everything would gradually become second nature, and the process itself was filled with enjoyment. New players felt similarly enchanted. There was no need to actively seek out novelty. Everything here was a refreshing experience, one seldom encountered in modern society. Many had spent entire days seated in offices, mindlessly repeating tasks that anyone could perform, losing themselves in the minutiae. Yet here, the difference was palpable. This novelty stemmed not merely from a fleeting thrill, but from a profound sense of self-actualization. Civil engineers who had labored for years at construction sites without ascending to management found themselves instantly revered as leaders by fellow players upon declaring their expertise. Similarly, those who mixed cement and plastered walls were suddenly valued. The majority of players were ordinary individuals, their real-world occupations perhaps unremarkable. Yet here, possessing even a modest skill garnered collective recognition. The surface outpost of a shelter was visibly improving, thanks to each individual's efforts. In Maslow's hierarchy of needs, this represented the pinnacle of fulfillment, transcending any trivial pursuits, providing a spiritual joy unparalleled by any pastime. Most crucially, attaining this satisfaction demanded little sacrifice. Even if muscles ached from exertion, it was merely the game's characters that bore the strain, leaving their real lives unaffected. On the contrary, the early nights of rest led to rejuvenated mornings. All of these reflections passed through Chu Guang's mind as he returned to the outpost, witnessing the players engrossed in their industrious endeavors. Of course, he had no insight into their thoughts. For the administrators, such matters held little significance. As long as the number of reservations always exceeded the players listed, there was no need to worry about a lack of fresh faces to toil away. Quitting the game? AFK. The refrain remained. Please pass your helmet and account to those in need, and dare to explore a more primal mode of gameplay. Returning to the matter at hand, the spoils from this outing were remarkably gratifying. 2 5mm iron pipe rifles, 62 rounds of 5mm ammunition, and 3 unexamined backpacks were all retrieved from the 2 marauders and the unfortunate soul they had pursued. Chu Guang was not one to squander resources. He collected everything, including the mutated hyena he had shot in the neck. Taming it did not detract from its flavor. To him, it was simply another aberration. He handed the mutated hyena over to Brother Egg, the designated chef, and began rummaging through the scavenged backpacks with night tin and garbage coin. Matches, a compass, a map, and several pieces of jerky, and some plastic chips. What do these say? Hearing night tin's murmurs, garbage coin, with his somewhat clumsy claws, leaned in with interest to examine one closely. They resembled casino chips. Give me those plastic chips. I have a use for them. With an impassive demeanor, Chu Guang confiscated the 20 or so white plastic pieces, knowing they held no value for the players. He then turned his attention to the jerky clutched in Night Ten's hand. As for this jerky, I have no qualms about you consuming it. Just as he sure was about to take a bite, he paused momentarily. Why? Chu Guang pondered for a moment and chose a more euphemistic expression. Predators are typically unselective in their appetites, making it impossible to ascertain the nature of the meat. The garbage lord had yet to react. While Yishur had already discarded the jerky and begun to indulge. Even within the game, he found certain settings unbearable. Observing Yishur's reaction, Chu Guang suddenly became curious about what these players were thinking, and thus turned to the garbage lord and inquired, "What is it like to kill?" The garbage lord froze for a moment, scratching his head. "I didn't really notice. What feelings can a game evoke? I've played bloodier ones before." Ironically, the blood effects in this game were not overly sensationalized, to the extent that he hadn't paid much attention at the time. However, when he charged forward and plunged a spear into the chest of the last predator, and blood splattered on him, he suddenly experienced a primal craving for sustenance. It was akin to a biological instinct. Chu Guang glanced at this lizard man in surprise, not expecting this player to possess such remarkable psychological resilience. Could it be that the dreamscape dulled their perception of death? Or perhaps the players viewed this world through a lens of which he was unaware. Uncertain. After all, this apparatus was not designed by Chu Guang himself, and he had never utilized the players' helmets. Thus, he had no way of knowing if their perception of the world was entirely congruent with his own. It seemed he would need to engage more with the players in his capacity as a planner in the future. By 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the northern wall of the sanatorium had been nearly restored. One must admit, these players were nothing short of geniuses. Chu Guang even felt that his role as an NPC was somewhat superfluous. Some talents, while not inscribed on their attribute panels, were embedded in their very bones. Given them a piece of land, and they could transform it into fertile fields by the next day. Even if the server were to reset and the world annihilated, they could reconstruct it brick by brick. The treasures at the construction site were not merely those gray stones, but also the towering piles of cement blocks wrapped in burlap. These materials were too heavy for ordinary survivors to carry away or utilize, hence they remained unchanged since the onset of the nuclear war. Although the cement had long hardened and could not be mixed with sand for a foundation, thinking outside the box, it could serve excellently as building blocks for walls. At the very least, it was far more reliable than the heap of yellow mud bricks made by Old Bai, under the leadership of Spare the Blade. The players drove pine logs, cut to lengths of 4 to 5 meters, into the ground, piled cement blocks brought from the construction site in the middle, and inserted rebar stolen from the site for stabilization, finally pouring the mixed calcium carbonate cement over it. Once the cement dried, a simple yet robust concrete structure would be completed. As for the inner side of the wall, it was constructed into a slope using cement blocks and concrete debris. In the event of an attack, the players within the wall could simply lie on the slope, using it as cover to retaliate against the intruders. Considering the future expansion of the outpost, an additional defensive structure could be erected on the outside of the fortress, complemented by watchtowers and sentry posts for vigilance. The entire wetland park was relatively flat, and the area surrounding the sanatorium was a vast forest plain, devoid of steep slopes for cover. I could fell the surrounding trees, allowing us to spot any approaching targets near the outpost immediately. "That's a good idea, brother. What do you do in real life?" Old Bai, astonished, gazed at the newly arrived player. He had a vague recollection of the ID Spare the Blade, remembering it was someone who had joined the group quite some time ago. He had not anticipated that such formidable individuals were lurking within this seemingly small gaming community. Spare the Blade smiled shyly, feeling a bit embarrassed as he replied, "I'm just a civil engineering enthusiast, a marginal figure in my workplace, spending my days sipping tea and reading newspapers. Hardly anyone pays me any mind." No, your skills are commendable. Frankly, I never imagined we would manage to complete an entire wall today. You flatter me, truly." As evening fell, the sky began to glow with a dusky hue. Brother Fried Egg, acting as the chef, set up a large pot in the open space in front of the sanatorium, tossing in fish caught by the gale from the lakeside, preparing a pot of pine nut fish soup. The players sat on the ground, each with a bowl and a piece of smoked meat. Sipping the fish soup alongside the meat created a uniquely delightful dining experience. However, not everyone found this flavor agreeable. For instance, sitting on the ground, Tung Ting pinched her nose, a frown creasing her brow as she gazed at the bowl in her hands. Ugh, it's so fishy. Both in the game and in reality, she was highly sensitive to smells and could not tolerate such a strong culinary style. Nearby, Brother Fried Egg overheard her and rolled his eyes. "What do you think? I wish we had cooking wine here. I've done my best." His expression clearly implied, if you don't like it, don't eat it. Just make do with it. If you don't eat, you'll starve in this game. Yishur comforted her. "Why not pinch your nose and gulp it down? I can help." Tung Ting recoiled slightly. "No need at all. The administrator is just over there." However, he was not dining with the players. He lingered for a moment before hastily departing. When he returned, several players nearby noticed that his complexion was ashen, seemingly in a foul mood. The players stirred uneasily. Noticing the unusual situation, Old Bai, curious, set down his bowl and stood up. He quickly approached Gale to inquire, "Brother, what's going on?" Gale's expression was grave as he spoke in a low voice. "I heard. It seems someone has died." Chapter 33. The First Blood. Died? Someone died. Old Bai looked bewildered, momentarily at a loss for words. When he regained his composure, his first reaction was disbelief. Is it even possible to die in this game? To be fair, this game did not encourage self-destructive behavior or unintentional deaths. It was quite difficult to meet such an end. Not only was Old Bai perplexed, but Chu Guang was equally bewildered. He had not anticipated that the third batch of players would experience a non-combat related casualty so soon, at least half a month earlier than he had expected. The deceased player SID was Crow, a perception-based genetic sequence with the talent of toxin intuition. Chu Guang recalled sending her out in the morning to gather berries and edible mushrooms, and somehow she had wandered into the lair of mutated leeches. Through the player list, Chu Guang could ascertain the general location of the player. As he explored forward, he discovered that her last known activity area was beyond the mutated leech lair and immediately abandoned the thought of recovering the body. The juvenile mutated leeches are relatively manageable. Their oral apparatus has deteriorated, making blood-sucking a challenge. At most, they consume decaying matter, occasionally falling prey to cockroaches and rats in the wasteland, or being caught by industrious players eager to set traps. However, the adult mutated leeches present a different scenario altogether. When they encounter prey, they devour it whole. Their digestive fluid, imbued with anesthetic properties, can cause muscle relaxation within a minute, leading the unfortunate victim to unconsciousness in mere moments. There is no doubt that by now, even the bones would be untraceable. Regardless, the logout time has arrived. Chu Guang guided the players back to the shelter in batches, ensuring they settled into their sleep pods for logout before returning alone to the surface, where he approached the active material extractor. A layer of dust had settled on the cylindrical extractor. Ever since acquiring this device, Chu Guang had yet to utilize it due to a lack of power. It was somewhat disheartening that while the cultivation pods were equipped with compatible wireless charging interfaces, this task reward was not, leaving only a plug with positive and negative terminals. It was evident that the designer of this apparatus had no intention of allowing him to pilfer electricity from the shelter. Xiaoqi, what is it, master? How do you suggest we inject the synthesized materials produced by this device into the cultivation pods? Chu Guang pondered, stroking his chin. Quite simply, the active material storage tanks of the cultivation pods are detachable. One should be able to directly pour the active materials in, right? Chu Guang note that Tao Gufun, then abruptly shifted the conversation. So, it means we can also detach the storage tanks from other cultivation pods? Xiaoqi hesitated for a moment. I'm not sure, master. You're not thinking of stealing, are you? Borrowing, Chu Guang interjected firmly. The generator 1T be available until the end of the month. I cannot afford to wait that long to revive deceased players. Besides, there are still 70 cans unopened. They're merely sitting idle. It would be prudent to utilize the active materials within them first. Xiaoqi whispered, but what if we run out? Without hesitation, Chu Guang replied. We will devise a solution when the time comes. For now, we must address the immediate issue. Solutions are always more plentiful than problems. Increasing death penalties or imposing additional penalties for consecutive deaths should encourage players to rein in their curiosity. With a growing player base, establishing a novice village where players cannot venture out until they reach level 5 would be a wise strategy to prevent unnecessary waste. At this point, Chu Guang remained perplexed by the intentions of the player known as Yaya. While it was understandable for others, she, at least, specialized in perception. Upon returning to the shelter, he intended to converse with her in his capacity as a planner. However, the pressing issue was not how players died, but that the deceased player was a novice, lacking any contribution points to deduct. In other words, she could not afford the death penalty. This presented a rather uncomfortable dilemma. He couldn't simply allow her to accumulate debt. What would other players think? It would lead to a complete lack of restraint. It seemed necessary to establish forced labor or punitive tasks to substitute for death penalties in cases of inability to pay. Additionally, reducing goodwill and extending the cooldown for reviving after consecutive deaths were also potential measures. Solutions always outnumber difficulties. With Xiaoqi in tow, he returned to the shelter and initially compiled the day's work results into a computer document. This had become his recent habit. As the player count increased, the daily fluctuations in inventory were becoming significant. As a manager, he needed to coordinate every single resource. When supplies ran low, he mobilized players to chop trees. When food was scarce, he sent everyone out to hunt and gather, ensuring that construction and production could proceed smoothly, without stagnation due to resource shortages. The inventory for building materials included 84 logs, 500 kilograms of carbon, 500 kilograms of calcium carbonate cement, 2 stacks of yellow clay bricks, and several hardened cement blocks. In terms of consumption, 220 logs were utilized, and the cement produced that day was nearly depleted, with an additional 200 kilograms consumed from stock. Regarding food, the inventory included 50 kilograms of smoked meat, 10 kilograms of smoked fish, 2 kilograms of edible roots, and a small quantity of raspberry berries. Approximately 10 kilograms of smoked meat were consumed, and for dinner, they prepared pine nut fish soup without tapping into the smoked fish reserves. Perhaps I should hire a warehouse manager. I also need to find a more accurate scale and measuring tools. Taking some time, Chu Guang allocated contribution points to each player's personal accounts based on the statistics provided by Zhao Qi, reflecting the actual situation. Newly joined players primarily earned contribution points through manual labor, with a rate of 10 points per hour, mostly falling within the range of 90 to 100 points. Only Tung currently had a contribution point balance of 0. However, the art of clothing creation was inherently technical, especially when using unfamiliar materials. It would naturally require some time for her to adapt. Once she became accustomed to the tools and materials here, he believed her contribution points would soon increase exponentially. After distributing the players' rewards, Chu Guang proceeded to open the system to confirm the daily task rewards. Task: chop 10 trees. Reward: 1 reward point. Task: kill a mutant. Reward: 3 reward points. Task: collect 1 ton of stone. Reward: 1 reward point. Task: reserve 10 kilograms of food. Reward: 1 reward point. In total, he had earned 6 reward points. In truth, the players had accomplished far more work than required by the daily tasks. Yet the reward points they could easily acquire each day remained limited. Calculating the reward points accumulated over the previous days, along with today as total, he found he had amassed 17 points. Let us take a gamble. After a brief contemplation, he accessed the Administrator Allowance subpage and allocated 10 points to a mid-level blind box while using the remaining 7 points to draw from a basic blind box. Soon, the wall trembled. As the alloy door opened, the rewards from the blind boxes rolled out along the conveyor belt. Nano Healing Needle, primarily used for non-fatal injuries. It can temporarily enhance tissue repair capabilities to expedite wound healing. This item was likely obtained from the mid-level blind box. The specific efficacy was not documented, and potential side effects were unknown. The active ingredients and mechanisms of action were similarly unmarked, rendering it another product lacking essential information. Chu Guang was not currently injured, so he placed the healing needle into the drawer of his desk for safekeeping, then turned his attention to the other rewards. As expected, out of the 7 rewards, 5 were lollipops. One of them was orange-flavored, similar to the previous chocolate-flavored one, providing a 10-hour attribute enhancement buff, but instead of strength, it boosted constitution. The other 2 included a 200-gram chocolate bar and a 230-gram can of beef. The chocolate should be edible, but is the beef can really safe? If my memory serves me correctly, canned goods were invented during the Franco-Prussian War in the 1800s. It's quite possible that this vintage canister is even older than the antiquities displayed in museums back in my original world. Nevertheless, I shall wait until tomorrow when players log in to ascertain whether it is still edible. After much deliberation, I resolved to invite a player with high favorability for a meal. Such a delightful opportunity should not be met with refusal. Once the rewards were confirmed, I returned to my computer and sat down, not immediately opening the chat group, but instead navigating to the official forum in search of a player by the ID Crow. I initially anticipated a lengthy search, yet to my surprise, upon opening the forum, I immediately spotted this ID prominently displayed on the homepage, accompanied by nearly 100 replies. Wah, it's my fault for being reckless. I shouldn't have taken such risks. I implore the esteemed developers to have mercy. I truly did not mean it. Please do not ban my device. QEQ. A device ban. Surely, it couldn't be that serious. As I read the title, I was bewildered, and only after delving deeper into the entire post did I grasp the situation at hand. This individual was truly remarkable in their ability to court disaster. Chapter 34. We are a legitimate company. The body of the post read, I confess, I was indeed reckless. But alas, one must blame my innate talent for toxin intuition. Anything that is poisonous appears to me as if it is glowing green, which is utterly torturous for my obsessive-compulsive tendencies. What? I was momentarily taken aback, then astonished. The ability to visually identify toxins? How astonishing. Yet, what are the criteria for this toxicity determination? Is there a dosage limit? Furthermore, what triggers this talent? It was all rather perplexing. I decided to set aside my confusion and continued reading. The post continued, according to the task assigned by the administrators. I initially foraged for mushrooms and raspberries in the forest. Thanks to the effect of my character's talent, I was able to identify almost all toxic berries and mushrooms, making my efforts quite efficient, and I soon collected several plastic buckets full. I thought I had exhausted all options near the sanatorium, so I ventured further afield. As I wandered, I stumbled upon what appeared to be a parking lot. There were plenty of mushrooms there, and while I was gathering them, I suddenly noticed a large, towering concrete pipe that resembled a sewer entrance, emanating a bright green glow from within. At the time, I didn't overthink it. I thought, with so many mushrooms inside, why not take a look? After all, I could identify any toxins, so I would simply avoid touching them. Moreover, I saw no dangerous creatures in the vicinity, so I approached and peered inside. I swear, I was merely taking a glance. Then, a horrifying incident occurred. A chunk of meat, of unknown origin, suddenly slammed into my face. I was instantly unable to breathe or open my eyes, and soon I couldn't move at all. It felt as if I were being consumed by something. Although there was no pain, the sensation was utterly dreadful. Just as I was on the verge of losing consciousness, I abruptly awoke in reality, as if everything had been a nightmare. Initially, I thought I had disconnected, so I quickly donned a headset to reconnect, only to see connection interrupted on the display, which then changed to login restricted. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't log back in. Wow! Incredible! This player truly displayed remarkable bravery, using their face to probe through the underbrush. I certainly would not have dared such an act. The comments below from other users were rather unkind. Some had already obtained beta testing qualifications and were merely enjoying the spectacle, while many others, who had been unable to secure reservations, condemned this disgraceful waste of opportunity. It is worth noting that the resurrection cooldown lasts at least 3 days. Such a waste equates to a direct loss of 3 days of gameplay. Night 10. Losing your head is one thing, but a headless senpai? Humorous. Quit smoking, what? Just this? If you can't play properly, please donate your game qualification to someone in need. Damn. TT. In debt, big eyes. That was indeed reckless. This is essentially a freebie. I would have done better to leave it to me. Irina, please continue updating. Describe in detail what it felt like to be eaten. Humorous. Good names taken by dogs. Now that you mention it, I can't help but think inappropriately, my friend. Can we have a word? Humorous. It appears the thread began to veer off course from this point. What began as a legitimate help request devolved into a spectacle where no one cared whether her issue was resolved. Ultimately, perhaps seeing that the officials had not responded, and the users were particularly harsh, the post transformed into a battleground where the original poster vehemently engaged with the commenters. This young player certainly had sharp tongue, clearly a seasoned troll. Unable to bear it any longer, I locked her post and sent a private message. Hello, I am the game planner for Wasteland OL. We have received your feedback. According to the game's death penalty rules, a 72-hour cooldown is required for resurrection. Please patiently await the completion of the cooldown before you can log back into the game. Crow, huh? I have to wait 3 days? Can be changed to 1 day? I can pay, just tell me how much. Me, this is not a matter of money. Crow, can't you make an exception? I beg you, dear planner, I truly did not mean to cause this. Please help me. By the way, what is your QQ number? Can I add you? It's such a hassle to type here. Let us chat on QQ. Pleading. Me, rules are rules. I cannot assist you with this. Crow, can't you please make an exception? Pleading. I remained unmoved, continuing to articulate my points. Furthermore, aside from the resurrection cooldown, the first death in the game will also deduct 500 contribution points from the player. Crow, their SA deduction of contribution points? But I don't have that many. Me, this is where it becomes troublesome. Currently, your contribution points stand at only 30 accrued from gathering tasks, which are insufficient to cover the death penalty. Crow, what happens if I don't have enough? Anxiously. Me, the current setting means it will affect NPC evaluations of that player. In other words, it will decrease favorability. Crow, decrease favorability. No, please. QQ. Now you realize the gravity of the situation? Where was your awareness before? Imagine this. The character you are portraying bears the monumental responsibility of saving civilization. Yet, as an elite human sent to support the construction on the surface, not only have you failed to create any value, but you have also caused immense trouble for everyone. Do you not feel even a shred of guilt? You Haven T earned a single 500 free coins and have squandered a grand canister of active substance. Is this appropriate? Yaya exclaimed. But this is a game. Indeed, it is a game. Chu Guang responded with conviction as he typed, but it is not solely your game. You must have played a script-killing game before, right? I have played, Yaya admitted. This is akin to a game meant for 30 players, where 29 are earnestly engaged, Yet one individual is merely goofing around while holding an identity card. You must understand how detrimental such behavior is to the other players. Chu Guang elaborated. While it may not be as severe as he described, Yaya was merely a novice. If she perished in the game, it would simply be a loss. However, Chu Guang felt that if he did not respond, these players would not learn from the experience. It was necessary to educate her. Perhaps he had spoken too harshly, as this young player had a thin skin, or perhaps she had genuinely been wronged in a script-killing game in reality. Sitting at her computer, Yaya was on the verge of tears, desperately typing out an apology. I'm sorry. It was my fault. QEQ. A flurry of messages filled the chat window. And Chu Guang, who was about to type again, suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. Why does it feel like I'm engaging in PUA? He thought. Never mind. It's not important. You need not apologize to me, Chu Guang typed. I merely wish to clarify the game's punishment mechanism and the rationale behind such designs. You may explain this to the other players in your post later. I will unlock it. Furthermore, I must reiterate that the essence of Wasteland OL is that it is a hardcore game. At least in the initial stages, there will not be many casual elements. A decision that was made during the design of the entire game framework. If you truly cannot accept this setting, I recommend finding another game or waiting for the public beta version to launch when the content is more abundant. Please don't. I want to play. I'll die without the helmet. QEQ. Planner. I have no objections to the death penalty now. How can I regain the lost favorability? Is it effective to actively admit my mistakes after resurrection? QEQ. That may be useful, but it holds little significance, Chu Guang replied. The AI character and behavioral logic of the administrator is designed to be neutral and orderly. Their evaluations are primarily based on whether a player's actions align with the overall interests of the shelter. Thus, if you wish to make amends, you should demonstrate your earnestness. Avoid engaging in thoughtless actions. Understand. May I offer a small suggestion? Yaya asked. Go ahead. Could you perhaps introduce some premium gifts in the future? Items that could enhance favorability? I see other games doing this. For instance, in the Big Nose Mole manner, I can spend money to buy. Chu Guang was taken aback, typing, My dear friend, do not always think money can solve problems. We are a legitimate company. What good is money when the player is gone? Can be burned? Yaya, sitting at her computer, paused, her fingers hovering over the keyboard, momentarily unable to process this. A legitimate company? ISNT, that just about squeezing money out of players? ISNT, a company that doesn't charge money the real deal? Closing the webpage, Chu Guang set aside the issue of this young player and logged onto his QQ account. Interestingly, the Nyoma Club was discussing the post on the official website. It seemed everyone was quite concerned about the death penalties in the game. Spare me, exclaimed a user. Having played, I must say this game is indeed impressive. I retract my previous statements. I am in awe. How could you, with your prominent features, be swayed by the dog-like management team? That user was muted by the administrator for 1 hour. Is the dog still barking? Another user queried. Enough with the nonsense. Have you all seen that post on the official site? The person who died today. I saw it. Their ID is Yaya, the one with the long legs at 180 centimeters. Admin, please find a way to add them to the group. Scram. Go by yourself. I've read the post, and I've summarized 3 points. 1. Losing consciousness or dying in the game will forcibly disconnect you. 2. The extreme pain sensation has indeed been removed. Just as I found in my previous tests. I must say the game developers are quite clever. There is no sensation of unreality, and excessive pain would discourage players. This balance is just right. However, I still maintain that it would be ideal if we could adjust the settings ourselves. Is there more? I'll add this. Don't engage in reckless behavior, or you'll face dire consequences. Correct. I'm fed up. Why can't I secure a reservation? I want to play so badly. Why not ask Brother Guang for a favor? I already tried. He told me to wait. Condolences. Hey, that is a bit much, don't you think? Did you secretly offend him? This guy does hold grudges. I checked his profile, and he is a Scorpio. That's impossible. Why would I dare offend him? I'm his most devoted fan. Then that is strange. I'll ask him for you another day. By the way, has Garbage Collection level 99 gone online yet? I don't know, should I tag you? Garbage Collection level 99. Oh, what is up? I'm in the group. There is no thrill in lurking in the chat. Moreover, as a newcomer who has only been in the group for a few days, it was rare for him to interject. I see your character is a lizard man. How does it feel to remove the helmet and return to reality? Any discordant sensations? Chu Guang, who was also lurking, became intrigued. He was curious about the experience of players entering the game as lizardmen, especially with the absence of a small tail and the presence of a larger one. He wondered how they adjusted. Not really? It feels great. My athletic abilities in-game are superb, and my reflexes are lightning fast. After exiting the game, I didn't notice anything unusual. However, There's one thing I can't quite get used to. I constantly crave raw meat in the game, and seeing blood makes me feel fiery all over, but it subsides as soon as I remove the helmet. It's quite fascinating. Darn it. Why can even non-human characters be selected? Why can't I create a female character? Calm down, brother. You're starting to scare me. Get lost. I merely wanted to see what it felt like out of pure curiosity. You all understand. No, we don't. Speaking of which, did you encounter raiders when you and the administrator went hunting today? Yes. There were 2 raiders and a tamed mutated hyena. They were executing a scavenger when we arrived, and by the time we noticed, that person had already been killed by the plot. We then took out the 2 raiders and seized their gear. Tamed? It turns out that the alien species can indeed be domesticated. I wonder if players will be able to raise pets in the future. This must be a deliberate hint from the developers. Stroking chin. Gale, did you kill the NPC? Scrap collector level 99. Well, it was an order from the administrator to attack, so it shouldn't violate the regulations in the resident handbook, right? I even checked later, and it only prohibits attacking neutral or friendly NPCs. Night 10. I think those must be wild monsters that spawned, so they don't count as NPCs, right? However, the bleeding effect was quite realistic. I almost thought someone really died. Upon reading this, Chu Guang fell into deep contemplation. He had previously speculated whether the world seen by players was filtered, and it indeed seemed plausible. However, this filter may not necessarily be akin to those beautifying filters found in cameras. It is more likely a conceptual blurring effect, much like how this device manages pain perception. Excessive pain would be blocked by the player's brain, and sensory impacts exceeding the threshold of tolerance would likely undergo an emotional numbing process. Otherwise, triggering the brain's meltdown mechanism would abruptly awaken players from their nightmares, severing the connection. Wouldn't it? Clearly, these intricacies had been meticulously considered by the device's designer. Having reached this analysis, Chu Guang suddenly felt a twinge of envy. When he first arrived in the Wasteland, it had taken him a considerable amount of time to overcome such psychological barriers. Gale, are they speaking Mandarin? Scrap collector level 99. The language they use is quite peculiar. It sounds somewhat like Chinese, yet it isn't. I can't make sense of it. It must be randomly generated by the program. In depicting alien planets or other worlds, many films and games employ similar settings, creating a foreign language by scrambling the normal sequence of a phrase, while others simply concoct gibberish, like the nonsensical utterances of Sims in The Sims. From Scrap Collector Level 99's perspective, Wasteland OL seems to adopt a similar design. In this regard, the game is quite commendable. Fong Chong. The arrangement of the storyline is actually quite interesting. I feel it serves to remind us of the hidden dangers lurking in this wasteland, much like the mutant tribes we previously explored, aimed at fostering a sense of crisis. Night 10. Isn't it just randomly generated plot? Fong Chong. Everything you see is the result of a meticulously designed program. There is no true randomness. Old White. I believe Fong Chong has a point. The occurrence of such events on the very day new players log in does feel somewhat orchestrated. Fong Chong. It can only be considered a hypothesis. I believe this storyline can be interpreted as a sign that with the expansion of the outpost and the overall enhancement of player strength, conflicts with other factions and alien species in the wasteland will gradually intensify. The struggle for survival resources and territory may very well become the central theme of the next phase of the game. Fong Chong. In fact, preparations for war can already commence. I estimate that soon, with the conclusion of the winter is coming expansion, the next one will focus on stronghold conflicts. Gale. Impressive. Scrap Collector Level 99. 6666. That analysis is spot on. Night 10. Bravo, Fong Chong. You are on another level. Quit smoking, damn. I can't wait to play. TT. Following this, the group began exchanging tips on makeshift steel production and gunpowder crafting, while Chu Guang sat before the screen, utterly dumbfounded. Goodness, there were aspects he, as a planner, had not even considered, yet this brother had thought it through for him. Truly a talent. Chu Guang mused, effortlessly copying and pasting this insightful analysis into a document for safekeeping. You all make valid points. You're all seasoned veterans. Should anyone inquire in the future, Chu Guang resolved to simply explain it this way. Chapter 35. Please let me come in and grind. As the number of players escalated from single digits to double digits, it brought forth not only increased productivity, but also a plethora of new issues. For instance, the timing of logins. Chu Guang realized he seemed to have overlooked a crucial detail. Not everyone works or attends school during the day, especially in the realm of single-player gaming. The least lacking are those who are perpetually active in chat groups, leaving one baffled as to how they sustain themselves in reality. Having peered at the screen until midnight, he forgot to turn off his computer. While dozing off in his chair, Chu Guang was jolted awake by the notification sound of a private message. Damn it, who's messaging me at this hour? Rubbing his eyes awake, he squinted to open the private message and found it was from Scrap Collector, level 99 of the Cow and Horse Club. Scrap Collector, level 99, Brother Guang. When is the earliest I can log in? Scrap Collector, level 99. I can't wait any longer. Please let me log in and grind. Zhao. How can there be such a person? Chu Guang, still not fully awake, took a moment to gather his thoughts before typing a response. Guang, I was just catching up on sleep. Don't you have to work during the day? Scrap Collector, level 99. Hee work? This game is going to make a fortune. I'd rather focus on leveling up. Hee. Chu Guang, is it really acceptable to say such things in front of the planner? Never mind. Let us pretend I didn't hear that. Guang, you should take it easy. The public test date hasn't been announced yet. It could very well take 1 or 2 years for closed testing and another 3 to 5 years for internal testing. Scrap Collector, level 99, not important. You guys are such a big company, why worry about bankruptcy? What do I have to worry about? Haha. His reasoning was remarkably clear, perhaps even clearer than that of most players granted internal testing access. The games currently available on the market pale in comparison to this one. They're all subpar. Not to mention, simply being able to reclaim the nighttime hours is already unbeatable, right? Who would refuse to have an extra 8 hours of life in a day? The slight fatigue during the closed testing phase is negligible. It can't possibly be this exhausting forever, nor will he be grinding until the server shuts down, right? Only the little paratroopers would consider the closed testing content as the entirety of the game. Scrap Collector was farsighted. Although he had no idea when the public test would commence, once it did, it was bound to succeed without a doubt. Getting to play earlier is akin to earning a profit. Starting a day earlier than others signifies a day's advantage. Not to mention that the game itself was already captivating enough to ensnare him. Guang, do as you wish. Scrap Collector, level 99. Then, dear planner, can you let me log in? Hee. I promise, whatever you want to test, I will. Guang, what you do is none of my business. Just abide by the game rules. However, what will you do at this hour if you log in? The game time is synchronized with real time. It should still be deep night within the game. This explains why Chu Guang refrained from urging the survivors to labor through the night. Even he would hesitate to spend a night outdoors. Level 99 Scavenger. It's precisely because it's night. You may not be aware, but my genetic sequence in the game is that of an aberration. Strictly speaking, night is my domain. It is during the day that I ought to be resting. Huh. Dear planner, just let me in. Guang replied, I'll submit a request. Thank you, Brother Guang. With a sigh, Chu Guang rose from his chair, adjusting his somewhat disheveled collar and buttons. He had never encountered such an enthusiastic player before. However, there was a semblance of logic in the fellow's assertions. In a strictly literal sense, night was indeed the domain of aberrations. For a lizard man like level 99 Scavenger, darkness might not signify danger. Rather, it could serve as a cover. With an idea forming in his mind, Chu Guang opened the player list and switched Scavenger status from locked to enabled. Almost simultaneously, the sound of a hatch opening echoed from the adjacent room. Goodness, that was quick. As he observed the lizard man emerging from the room, Chu Guang composed his expression, clasped his hands behind his back, and addressed him with a serious demeanor. Awake? Just in time. I have a task for you. Trigger a mission. Level 99 Scavenger stood at attention, brimming with enthusiasm. Please, command me, esteemed administrator. Without any preamble, Chu Guang delved straight into the matter. At 76th Street, directly opposite the eastern gate of Wetland Park, there exists a tribe of mutants. During the day, we detected signs of raider activity along the elevated roadway to the north of the city. I suspect there may be a raider stronghold in the north. I need you to scout north along the elevated roadway, searching within a 3-kilometer radius for any signs of survivor activity. If you discover a potential survivor base, mark it on the map and return immediately to report. Remember to conceal yourself and avoid unnecessary combat. Additionally, if you encounter suitable targets, feel free to undertake hunting side quests. Rewards are valid at any time. Upon hearing Chu Guang's orders, the towering figure immediately bowed respectfully. As you command, esteemed administrator. Seizing the opportunity to venture out, level 99 Scavenger wasted no time. After departing the shelter, he ascended the elevator leading to the surface, swiftly vanishing into the night, enveloping the sanatorium. Chu Guang could sense the general locations and distances of each player. Once he confirmed that Scavenger was not wandering aimlessly but adhering to his command, heading north, he returned to the shelter, closed the door, and resumed his nap. The following day, before 6 in the morning, aside from the crow that was still busy reconstructing its clone, other players began to emerge from their incubation pods one by one. As for the previously dispatched Scavenger, He had yet to return. However, Chu Guang could verify through the player list that he was still alive and not too far from Wetland Park. Esteemed administrator, what are today's arrangements? Old Bai stepped forward first, inquiring respectfully. Although it was a rather redundant question, he posed it daily, hoping to trigger some form of narrative. Even if nothing was triggered, it served to affirm his presence before the administrator. Chu Guang, adhering to his duties as an NPC, routinely responded. As with yesterday, the tasks are posted on the bulletin board. Beyond that, you are free to exercise your discretion. The outpost is in dire need of food, building materials, and defensive fortifications. One side of the outpost wall has been completed, and the remaining 3 should be finished within 2 days. Chu Guang's current concern was that the increasing activity at the outpost might attract the attention of the mutant tribe on 76th Street. The entire outpost had merely 3 firearms, 2 of which were 5mm pipe guns. Facing those green-skinned, muscle-bound brutes, they wouldn't be entirely defenseless, but they would surely suffer greatly. He figured he might be the only one to escape. If that savage lot were to capture the players, it would be a fate worse than death. Typically, the mind deteriorates before the body does. Of course, if players were indeed captured, they would likely experience a forced disconnection, rendering them oblivious to whatever transpired thereafter. A group of players made their way to the surface in batches, invigorated and ready to commence a new day's labor. Where's Scavenger? I don't see him, Knight 10 remarked, scanning the crowd only to realize that the large lizard was absent. Chu Guang glanced at him and replied, he has already set off. I have assigned him a special task. Upon hearing this, the nearby players exchanged envious glances. Indeed, special professions carry their own allure. While they toiled, Scavenger had already triggered an exclusive mission. Damn, those Europeans. Knight 10, you and I will embark on a journey soon. And Fong Chong, you too. After much contemplation, Chu Guang ultimately decided to bring along someone sharp-witted. Fong Chong, taken aback, promptly abandoned Old Bai, scampering over eagerly. Although he had initially planned to collaborate with Old Bai on steelmaking, the thrill of accompanying the boss on a mission was undeniably more enticing. Not to mention the bountiful rewards. Even the first-hand intelligence was enough to tempt him. Good brother, wait for my return. Get lost, don't come back. Disregarding the exchange between the 2 players, Chu Guang removed the 2 5mm pipe rifles he had slung across his back, tossing one to Fong Chong and the other to Knight 10. Along with the rifles, he distributed 20 rounds of ammunition to them. He did not expect these 2 novices to hit anything with such rudimentary firearms. However, having the ability to fire a couple of shots to intimidate the opposition would suffice. What if they actually hit something? Even a single shot would be a significant gain. Naturally, avoiding combat altogether would be ideal. The safety is on the right side of the trigger. Familiarize yourselves with its location, but do not disengage it unless I instruct you to. Observing the 2 players excitedly handling their new weapons, Chu Guang paused before continuing. We are headed to a nearby survivor base to barter for supplies needed at the outpost. Regardless of what happens, you must follow my commands. Remember, do not act independently, especially refrain from firing indiscriminately or exhibiting hostile behavior. Remember, we represent the entirety of Shelter 404. Do you understand? Understood. Fong Chong stood at attention, excitement radiating from him as he executed a clumsy and substandard salute. Your orders are our mission. Knight 10, slightly slower to respond, nonetheless caught on quickly and mimicked Fong Chang's gesture, offering a salute of his own. I like him. Chu Guang. Where on earth did you learn all this from? Reading it aloud is simply too awkward. However, as a manager, he naturally could not voice such sentiments. His dominion over the players is, in a certain sense, positively correlated with their immersion in the identity of their refuge's residents. The more players identify with this identity, the more inclined they are to obey his commands rather than cause trouble. Excellent, very spirited. Chu Guang cleared his throat and solemnly gazed toward the outside of the sanatorium. We need to bring along 50 kilograms of smoked jerky, 20 kilograms of smoked fish, 10 pelt from mutated hyenas, and a cart for transport. You too. Prepare those items together. We shall depart in 10 minutes. Chapter 36, Brown Farm, a new NPC stronghold. The construction of the outpost requires tools, and a considerable quantity at that. For instance, fire tongs and hammers for forging, axes for chopping wood, and saws for dismantling timber, alongside smaller tools like screwdrivers, screws, nails, and wrenches. Without these implements, many tasks would either be impossible to initiate or, if attempted, would be executed with exceedingly low efficiency. Currently, the players at the outpost are using a plastering trowel made of wood as a substitute, crafted by WC Really Has Mosquitoes. In the early years of the Wasteland era, such tools could be easily found in hardware stores, department stores, and repair shops. Thanks to the advanced material technology of the pre-war era, the quality of these goods was typically quite high. However, now, 2 centuries later, the easily scavenged places have long been stripped bare. Resource-rich locations like department stores and repair shops were, in earlier years, the very nests of survivors, leaving little behind. Yet, nothing is absolute. Just as even today, 211 years later, scavengers can still uncover a few pitiful resources from the wasteland. There will always be some valuable items left behind by careless individuals. These items are typically sold by scavengers at nearby survivor settlements, presented as refuse on shelf for passing caravans to select from. Chu Guang's plan was straightforward. He intended to take 2 players disguised as a trading caravan to the nearby brown farm to barter for the supplies needed at the outpost. Before setting off, he donned some scavenged civilian clothing. Accompanied by Yi Shi and Feng Chong, Chu Guang departed from the southern gate of Wetland Park, avoiding 76th Street, and advanced along a dilapidated path toward the southeast. The distance between Better Street and Brown Farm is roughly equivalent, with a straight-line distance on the map of about 3 kilometers, the only difference being that one lies directly south while the other is southeast. The rationale for choosing Brown Farm is quite simple. Firstly, no one there recognizes him, nor do they know his background. Secondly, the route to Brown Farm is slightly easier to traverse, with relatively fewer ruins to navigate. Nevertheless, even so, trekking through the wasteland means the actual distance to be covered far exceeds that mere 3 kilometers. The group made their way, stopping intermittently to circumvent impassable ruins, all while remaining vigilant against aberrations and wary of malicious survivors. Finally, before 9 in the morning, they arrived near their destination. At the end of the muddy road stood a spacious iron gate, flanked by walls constructed of concrete blocks. The walls were not particularly tall, measuring less than 3 meters, adorned with a row of aluminum awnings and rebar, seemingly augmented with industrial refuse. The walls were riddled with bullet holes, and the gallows outside, draped with bones, unmistakably indicated that the inhabitants here were not to be trifled with. From a roadside sign, it was evident that this site had once been a pastoral-style farmhouse prior to the war. Various signs suggested that in the early days of societal collapse, survivors fleeing the urban areas had occupied this place. Unlike Better Street, the farm owner at Brown Farm, Mr. Brown, was a true landholder, and the inhabitants here did not enjoy the same freedoms as those at Better Street. The people living here fell into 2 categories, either the farm owner's henchmen or serfs. However, Chu Guang was not overly concerned about any ill intentions from them. Typically, any faction with land to cultivate seldom initiates aggression against outsiders, as those in shoes often weigh the merits of oppressing the barefoot. Stopping approximately 10 meters from the iron gate, Chu Guang raised his right fist, signaling the 2 players behind him halt. At that moment, a dart gun barrel emerged from between the aluminum panels of the wall. The display of weaponry signified a lack of hostility. It seemed this initial encounter was relatively successful, and Chu Guang felt a slight relief in his heart. The man atop the wall, brimming with authority, shouted, "Hey, stop! Who are you? What brings you here? We mean no harm. We merely wish to trade some goods with you," Chu Guang replied, gesturing to the players behind him to remain calm, maintaining an unflinching gaze upon the man before him. "Trade some goods?" The man quickly glanced at the cart behind the trio, keeping his finger firmly on the trigger, his suspicious gaze fixed upon Chu Guang. "I don't recognize you. Where do you hail from?" Chu Guang presented the prepared response. "We come from the wilderness. We have recently migrated to this area." The man hesitated and queried, "Nomads?" Chu Guang shrugged, offering an ambiguous reply. "Interpret it as you will. Nomads are not uncommon in the wasteland, especially in the suburban regions, and can even be considered a relatively frequent presence. These individuals typically do not enter urban areas, preferring to roam between cities in the wilderness. They do not engage in agriculture, but survive through herding and hunting, following the tracks of aberrations and herds as they migrate from one region to another. Occasionally, they engage in trade, exchanging hunted game and scavenged refuse for necessities. Of course, they occasionally partake in pillaging as well. In the wasteland, there are no absolute good or evil individuals. Under specific circumstances and conditions, anyone can become a predator. The man did not immediately trust the trio before him, yet the guns in their hands rendered him cautious, especially given that he was unaware of the size of their tribe. "What goods do you have? What do you intend to trade?" 50 kilograms of smoked jerky, 20 kilograms of smoked fish, and 10 pelts from mutated hyenas. In exchange, we require hardware tools and grains harvested from the fields. I assure you, upon completion of the transaction, we will leave immediately, without lingering for even a second. Finally convinced that this group was indeed here for trade, the man slowly withdrew his gun from the cover, warningly stating, You all wait here. I will go back to consult. Please go ahead. After speaking, Chu Guang stood quietly in place, awaiting the man's return, while the two players behind him whispered quietly among themselves. The survivor's stronghold exudes a remarkable aura, particularly in its architectural style, which resonates with a post-apocalyptic essence. Indeed, it appears that this update has introduced a plethora of new content. By the way, is that the new NPC? It seems so, though I'm left wondering what he is chattering about. Who knows? All I can say is that his expression seems rather infuriating. I concur. No one enjoys having a gun pointed at them. Neither does Chu Guang. However, given the inability to resurrect oneself, one must exercise a degree of restraint while roaming outside. Not long after, the iron gate ahead swung open. A wooden cart was being pulled by a shackled farmer, closely monitored by two armed guards. As it emerged from behind the walls, the cart was laden with sacks brimming with provisions and wooden crates filled with tools. The man who had previously called out to Chu Guang from atop the wall also stepped through the gate, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon him. Lu Zhengyue, Chu Guang. The two exchanged a brief handshake, which was quickly released. Fixing his gaze on Chu Guang, Lu Zhengyue continued. I need to know what kind of meat you are transporting. The jerky is made from mutated hyena, and the smoked fish is catfish and Crucian carp. Feel free to inspect. Chu Guang replied with calm assurance, fully aware of the man's concerns. Lu Zhengyue wasted no time and approached, lifting the plastic covering from the cart to conduct a thorough examination, particularly scrutinizing the jerky with heightened attention. He retrieved a small knife from his waist, casually selected a piece of reasonably preserved jerky, cut off a thumb-sized portion, and tossed it to the farmer pulling the cart. Eat it. The farmer, fearing retribution, quickly stuffed the jerky into his mouth and, after a moment of chewing, hastily proclaimed, "It's mutated hyena meat, no salt, just air-dried." The absence of salt was unsurprising, given the inland location, and Lu Zhengyue remained silent, quietly awaiting the outcome. Approximately 10 minutes later, seeing no abnormal reaction from the farmer, his brow relaxed slightly. He turned back to Chu Guang and gestured with his hands, indicating, 1 kilogram of jerky or smoked fish can be exchanged for 2 kilograms of green wheat or 2 kilograms of goat horn potatoes. Furs can be traded for tools. 1 for 1. Goat horn potatoes, a root crop reminiscent of potatoes and shaped like goat horns, are rich in carbohydrates and easy to store and cultivate, making them a staple food for nearby survivors, much like green wheat. Previously, while on Bet Street, Chu Guang had observed survivors cultivating this crop outside their homes, such as the Yu family across the street. He had attempted to grow it himself, but soon abandoned the endeavor, not due to inability, but because he scavenged daily and lacked someone to tend to the budding plants, which were often pilfered by neighbors. Purchasing some goat horn potatoes to cultivate back at the outpost seemed like a sensible idea. 1 kilogram of jerky could reasonably be exchanged for at least 5 kilograms of grain, with green wheat and goat horn potatoes split evenly. Furthermore, these furs were of high quality, with each piece worth at least 3 tools. Chu Guang shook his head, stating, "I have been to Bet Street. Don't think I am unaware of the market rates." Quoting such a price was merely a tactic for negotiation. However, to Chu Guang's surprise, after hearing his offer, Lu Zhengyue did not counter, but instead gazed at him in bewilderment. Had he perhaps quoted too high? Just as Chu Guang contemplated whether to make a concession, the man finally regained his composure, looking at Chu Guang with an odd expression, and slowly nodded. Deal. Do these people not haggle when trading? Chu Guang was momentarily taken aback. However, his prior experience in sales quickly clarified the situation, prompting an internal outburst of frustration. Damn, that doggone mayor. He dares to mess with food pricing. The two players accompanying him remained utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the exchange between the administrator and the indigenous man due to the language barrier. However, seeing the man nod, it seemed a transaction had been successfully concluded. Yet, for reasons unknown, the administrator's expression appeared rather grim. 50 kilograms of jerky and 20 kilograms of smoked fish were exchanged for a total of 350 kilograms of green wheat and goat horn potatoes, filling numerous sacks to the brim. The remaining 10 furs secured 30 tools in return. While selecting tools, Chu Guang opted for those of superior quality, preferably pre-war alloy products. Despite being relics from 2 centuries past, their craftsmanship far surpassed the iron or pure steel imitations used by the Wasteland's indigenous inhabitants. Lu Zhengyue remained silent, seemingly indifferent to Chu Guang's meticulous selection. Clearly, these tools were abundant in the farm, likely remnants from local scavengers, left behind by passing merchants. After weighing the grain, it was all loaded onto the cart. Lu Zhengyue and Chu Guang shook hands once more, and the tension that had once gripped the latter's face finally yielded a stiff smile. "Welcome back anytime." "I will," Chu Guang replied. Do you have any genetically modified tobacco leaves for sale? Lu Jingyue produced a small handful of sun-dried tobacco leaves, promoting them as a means to alleviate fatigue, enhancing the flavor of food and being quite useful. Perhaps next time, we have nothing left to trade. In truth, Chu Guang had contemplated acquiring 1 or 2 slaves to serve him, but, as he mentioned, he had exhausted his trading goods. "Ah, no, my friend. This pouch is a gift for you. No charge," Lu Jingyue said with a smile, pressing the leaves into Chu Guang's hand, his smile markedly more genuine than before. Upon hearing it was a gift, Chu Guang no longer declined and accepted it without hesitation. While he had no intention of using them, selling them could still yield a couple of chips. Finally, the transaction was complete. Chu Guang instructed Fang Chong to pull the cart onward and, after exchanging a final handshake with Lu Jingyue, turned to follow Yishur. On the return journey, Chu Guang felt elated. This transaction could only be described as a bountiful harvest. The 2 players accompanying him were equally pleased, excitedly discussing their experience. "Is this place called Brown Farm?" Fang Chong inquired. "Yes, I believe that is indeed the name. If I am not mistaken, today's test involved the trading system and the new neutral faction stronghold. This is merely my conjecture, but I anticipate that a brand new merchant gameplay will be introduced shortly. Do you recall what the game designer mentioned to us? The economy of Wasteland OL will be designed around a wholly authentic supply-demand system, making exchanges with other survivor enclaves indispensable. I estimate this segment will be rolled out within the next 2 versions. Goodness, hearing you say that makes me eagerly await the public release." Fang Chong, the public beta is likely still a long way off. The ambitions of this game company are considerable, and there is presumably much content yet to be tested. However, I feel that we need not wait for the public release. By the time we reach the closed beta stage, the game content should already be quite substantial. "You sure? But tell me, are you certain that speaking ill of the planning team here is wise? Can't Brother Guang hear you?" Fang Chong gasped in alarm. "Damn, now that you mention it, I'm feeling quite anxious. Brother Guang, I was wrong. You were like a father to me. Chu Guang, let it go. Just pretend I didn't hear anything." As a diligent NPC, Chu Guang refrained from engaging in the player's discourse, his gaze naturally drifting around, seemingly indifferent, yet keenly observing every shadow that might harbor danger. It was around 10 in the morning, a relatively safe time, yet one could never afford to be complacent. In the Wasteland, anything could happen. "Did you hear that noise?" Just as Fang Chong was bantering with Yishur, the latter suddenly halted, frowning and scanning the surroundings. "Noise." Fang Chong hesitated slightly. Although he heard nothing, he too came to a stop. Chu Guang's brow furrowed, alertly surveying the area, his index finger instinctively disengaging the safety on his firearm. He had heard the noise as well. It was the breath of a mutant. Chu Guang abruptly raised his head, glancing towards a vine-covered building to his right, where a repugnant creature was clinging to the wall, its ash-gray skin almost blending into the surface. Its crimson eyes fixated on the group. It lacked legs, replaced instead by 4 long, powerful arms, its desiccated fingers clawing into the concrete structure. The muscles on its chest heaved slightly, and blood dripped from the corner of its mouth, which clutched a human leg bone, the hissing breath emanating a thirst for flesh. Chu Guang's pupils dilated, nearly reduced to pinpoints. A crawler. Chapter 37, The Crawler. But why is it out in broad daylight? A chill ran down his spine. With no time to ponder this question, Chu Guang swiftly raised his firearm, pulling the trigger while shouting, "Scatter!" Bang! Flames erupted from the muzzle. However, the distance was too great. The bullet missed its target, leaving only a deep hole in the wall behind the crawler. Infuriated by the ricocheted debris, the creature severed the leg bone in its mouth, letting out a chilling roar. The players were momentarily paralyzed by the creature's menacing presence, standing stock still beside the cart, as if their feet were glued to the ground. "Damn, this is far more terrifying than the predators. I'll say it again. Move away from the cart," Chu Guang shouted, his hands never faltering as he swiftly cycled the action of his firearm, firing off several more rounds. Thanks to his hunting experience accumulated over the past few days, he may not have become a sharpshooter, but at least his reloading was significantly smoother than when he first grasped the gun. The crawler's 4 arms flailed rapidly, and it soon vanished into a nearby window. At this moment, the 2 players finally snapped back to reality, hurriedly lifting their firearms to aim. "Administrator, we're not going anywhere. And no, that's right. We'll fight to the death. I told you to move away from the food." Watching the 2 bumbling fools reciting their lines, Chu Guang felt an overwhelming urge to kick them. However, it was clearly not the time for such actions. He could sense that danger was swiftly approaching. The crawler was different from the gnawers. Although both were products of mutated fungi, the latter resembled mindless zombies, retaining only the instinct to feed, fearing sunlight, and possessing combat prowess inferior even to that of mutated hyenas. But the former was altogether different. It was nearly indistinguishable from a living being. They did not hunt solely by instinct but employed cunning. They could devise tactics and even pursue targets that had slipped from view. Sunlight might instill fear in them, but did not restrict their movements. Which fool provoked this creature? A bead of cold sweat trickled down Chu Guang's forehead as his gaze darted among the concrete edifices lining the street, his nerves taut. Left or right? Out of the corner of his eye, he glimpsed a fleeting shadow and swiftly redirected his firearm toward the second-floor shop to the right. Almost simultaneously, the loathsome crawler brandished its four arms and charged at him ferociously. Bang! His finger reflexively pulled the trigger. In that split second, the bullet fortuitously struck the crawler's shoulder. Splattering black blood, the creature let out a pained scream, tumbling to the ground. Although slightly delayed, the two players eventually reacted, hastily raising their subpar, rifled firearms to fire. However, due to the poor quality of their weapons and their utter lack of shooting experience, the two shots rang out to little effect. The shoulder wound did not deter the crawler. Rather, it ignited its ferocity as it rolled, adjusting its form and charging towards the perceived greatest threat. Death approached like a gust of wind. Having just finished reloading, Chu Guang instinctively released his iron pipe rifle. Drawing the steel pipe he had been using as a spear from his back, positioning it before him to block the monstrous maw lunging at him. The steel pipe creaked under the strain as Chu Guang gritted his teeth, every muscle in his body tense to the utmost limit. However, even with extraordinary strength, it paled in comparison to the brute force of the crawler. Despite pouring every ounce of his might into the struggle, he felt his feet gradually lose their grip on the ground, being forced backward by the crawling monstrosity until he crashed into a rusted, abandoned bus in the center of the road. Bang! The corroded shell of the vehicle crumpled under the impact, and for a moment, Chu Guang felt a loss of sensation in his back. Yet, it was precisely this threat of death that ignited his primal instinct for survival. Damn it! His vision clouded with blood, he glared fiercely at the encroaching fangs. Suddenly, he felt a surge of power coursing through his veins, forcing the monstrous jaw to halt its advance, even pushing it back slightly. Perhaps sensing danger from its prey, the crawler abruptly raised its forearms, preparing to seize Chu Guang's shoulders and tear him to shreds. Yet in that fleeting moment, two gunshots rang out. One struck the bus, while the other impacted the crawler's shoulder blade. The crawler howled in agony, hitting its back. The sharp fangs that had clamped onto the steel pipe instinctively loosened their grip, and the head was abruptly thrown back, resulting in a momentary loss of balance and control over the prey. Discarding his firearm, Fang Chong swiftly retrieved the 9mm iron pipe rifle that Chu Guang had earlier cast aside, charging forward with a ferocious roar. Shooting skills? Then let South get up close. Bang! The trigger was pulled, flames erupted, and black blood splattered across the back of the crawler. That shot, while not fatal, was sufficient. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Guang raised the now completely bent steel pipe, thrusting the pointed end viciously into the crawler's neck. Once, twice, thrice. Then, with all his might, he twisted it. Black blood gushed forth like a faucet turned on full blast, soaring into the air and drenching Chu Guang completely. The crawler emitted a pitiful, desiccated wail, flailing its arms chaotically as it struggled backward, ultimately collapsing to the ground in a contorted heap, twitching a few times before falling still. Leaning against the bus, Chu Guang gasped for breath, wiping the black blood from his face with a weary arm, spitting onto the ground. Thanks. The sight of the blood-soaked manager left the two players profoundly astonished. Incredible. If it were them, not only would they struggle to engage the crawler in a fair fight, they would likely perish in a single round. Allow me to assist you up. Fang Chong was the first to regain his composure. Recognizing that the scene had reached its conclusion, he stepped forward to help the manager, only to see Chu Guang raise a hand to stop him. No need. I just need a moment to rest. Gasping, Chu Guang glanced at his bulging veins, seemingly witnessing the pulse of blood vessels beneath his muscles. Was this the potential hidden within his genetic code? When cornered earlier, he felt an inexhaustible power surging from his arms, matching the crawler blow for blow. It was difficult to articulate the sensation he had just experienced. Gently clenching his sore fists, Chu Guang resolved to undergo a physical examination upon his return, eager to uncover what had transpired within his body. At that moment, Yi Shi, still shouldering the rifle, approached. Manager, shall we seek refuge in the nearby shop for a while? The street feels too exposed, and I'm concerned about potential dangers. Indeed, The cacophony of gunfire moments ago would have certainly attracted attention if there were any survivors nearby. Fang Chong concurred. In truth, Chu Guang wished to assert that any survivor who heard the crawlers wailing would keep their distance, not daring to glance in this direction. However, his muscles felt as though they had been thoroughly battered, necessitating a brief respite. Very well, Fang Chong, you assist me to the restaurant across the street. Yeshi, bring our cart to the entrance. Yisha nodded vigorously. Got it. By the way, do we need to recover the crawler's body? Chu Guang shook his head. No need. Its flesh is inedible. The crawler's nervous system has been entirely ravaged by mutated fungi, and each cell harbors lethal neurotoxins. Strictly speaking, the black blood that splattered onto him is also toxic. However, discussing toxicity without considering dosage is a fool's errand. As long as one doesn't foolishly indulge in a sip, one should be fine. Besides, with a physique rating of 7, my recovery ability, resistance to abnormal states, and immunity are roughly 140 of that of a normal adult male, making me less susceptible to poisoning. Speaking of which, he wondered whether the crawler could be classified as a mammal, and if it could be tossed into the active material extractor for reprocessing. If they could manage the generator, it might be worth a try. Yet glancing at the cart overflowing with food, Chu Guang sighed inwardly. What a pity. I can't bear to stack that creature's corpse atop the provisions. Yisha jogged toward the cart. Chu Guang placed a hand on Fang Chang's shoulder, limping toward the restaurant around the corner. However, as the two crossed the open threshold, preparing to find a place to rest, they suddenly noticed a figure slumped against the bar. It was a woman with red hair. Her strong features were pale from blood loss, her slender brows furrowed, beads of sweat visible on her forehead. Alarmingly, the lower part of her right leg, below the knee, was entirely missing, the wound crudely bandaged with a torn sleeve and gauze. Good heavens! So, it was you who drew the ire. Yet, she had not succumbed to unconsciousness, displaying a remarkable resilience. Chu Guang finally comprehended from whence the leg that the crawler had clutched had originated. A new NPC. While Fang Chong was still in awe, Chu Guang snatched his rifle from Fang Chang's grasp without hesitation, aiming it unerringly at the woman lying on the ground. You'd best be compliant. My injuries are far less severe than yours. The woman's hand had reached for the pistol on the ground. Seeing the dark muzzle aimed directly at her, she grimaced in resignation, pushing the handgun toward Chu Guang's feet and closing her eyes. Was she an enemy? Noticing the manager's actions, Fang Chong nervously sought confirmation of her identity, but to the latter, asking such a question in the Wasteland seemed inherently foolish. I don't know, and it doesn't matter. Offering a vague response, Chu Guang gestured for Fang Chong to help him into a nearby chair, then, with a click, chambered around, slamming the rifle onto the table. At the sound of the bullet being chambered, the woman's eyebrows twitched involuntarily, her tightly shut eyes filled with regret. Who could have anticipated that the gun in this fellow's hands was not yet loaded? Despite the excruciating pain, Chu Guang managed to force a look of amusement onto his face. We can have a conversation now. The woman feigned calm, her expression steady. What do you wish to know? Chu Guang wasted no time, introducing himself before delving straight into the matter at hand. I am Chu Guang. And your name? Xia Yan. What is your affiliation? A mercenary from Giant Stone City. What about your teammates? Are you alone? They are dead. Oh, how many died? The corners of Xia Yan's mouth twitched as she gritted her teeth. 3 aside from me, all perished. Chu Guang nodded, glancing at Yisha, who was dragging the cart from outside, and spoke in Mandarin, leave the supplies at the entrance. Don't bring them inside. Go search the vicinity for any corpses dressed similarly to this lady. If you find any, bring back their gear. Yisha stared in bewilderment at the woman slumped at the bar, uncertain of where this NPC had emerged from. Damn, did I miss the plot again? Gazing at the man who had turned to leave, Xia Yan's eyes flickered slightly. She could neither comprehend the cryptic language spoken by Chu Guang nor discern the purpose of his departure. I almost forgot to inquire about the crawler. What is the story there? Chu Guang, noticing Xia Yan's eyes flutter open, pressed on, asking how they had crossed paths with it. It had set its sights on us, Xia Yan admitted candidly, revealing. We were searching for the entrance to Shelter 117 when it emerged, pursuing us relentlessly from the subway. We were nearly obliterated. The crawler is indeed quite troublesome, especially in confined spaces. Even seasoned veterans would find it challenging. This was Chu Guang's first encounter with such a creature. He had only heard old Charlie from Better Street warn that if one encountered a 4-armed monster, one should flee without hesitation. In retrospect, he was grateful he hadn't heeded that old man's advice. There was no way to escape. Shelter 117? What is that? Chu Guang inquired with curiosity. I don't know. We only know it is approximately located near the New World department store at the north suburbs of Qingchuan City, where our employer seeks something valuable. Chu Guang nodded, not particularly concerned with the veracity of her claims. He had little interest in the potential treasures of Shelter 117, deeming them not worth the risk. Just look at this fellow's sorry state. Even professionals had been pummeled to such a degree. Who knows what dangers lurked within? The immediate priority was to fortify the outpost. Chu Guang had no intention of complicating matters. Once they grew stronger, wouldn't it be far more prudent to assign the dungeon to players for exploration? Why should he risk himself? Noticing Chu Guang's apparent disinterest, Xia Yin tentatively probed. Are you not intrigued? Why should I be? I heard there's a powered armor inside. Oh, did you see it? Let me see the photos. We didn't take any. Chu Guang's my Fai Li. Then let us wait until you have one before discussing such matters. For him, conversing with this individual merely served to pass the time. He anticipated that Yi Shi would return soon after finishing his loot. The handgun on the ground would be reserved for her. As for whether she would survive, that was no longer his concern. By the way, is your hair dyed or natural? Xia Yin paused, taken aback by the abrupt shift in conversation, momentarily at a loss for words. It's natural. Oh, the color is quite appealing, though it seems you ought to wash it. Xia Yin glared at him in indignation. Are you mocking me? Chu Guang chuckled, finding amusement in the exchange. Just as he was about to tease her further, a sharp command rang out from the entrance. Let her go. Chapter 38. Shoot me. Chu Guang turned his head. A burly man stood at the door, his left arm firmly locking Yi Shi's neck in bound hands, while his right hand gripped a handgun, the muzzle pressed against Yi Shi's temple. Just as he uttered the command to release her, two guns swiftly aimed at him. The burly man instinctively ducked behind Yi Shi, hastily shouting, Don't move. Your comrade is in my grasp. I know you're strong, but can you outrun a bullet? Chu Guang paused, a smirk involuntarily curling at the corner of his lips. I'm strong? Why, how flattering. After over 5 months in the Wasteland, it was the first time someone had complimented him on his strength. Qinyang, you're not dead. Xia Yin's eyes widened as she stared at the man at the door. The burly man's expression was noticeably awkward, yet he managed to force a smile. Huh, I'm not that easy to take down. Just wait, I'll get you out. A flicker of hope reignited in Xia Yin's eyes. If possible, she certainly wished to avoid falling into the hands of these primitive men. With just 5 remaining toes, she could imagine the treatment she would endure as a captive. Occasionally, some mercenaries were rescued from slave traders by their teammates or insurance agents, but only if they happened to be sold to Stone City. Yet, even if they survived, they were no different from the dead, mentally and physically. Finally managing to slip a bit of space from the burly man's grip, Yi Shi, nearly suffocated, gasped for air. Struggling desperately, he shouted, Shoot. Fire at me. What are you waiting for? Damn, this idiot reeks of body odor. It's suffocating. Had he known the nature of Yi Shi's outcry, perhaps the burly man would have accidentally pulled the trigger. But alas, he couldn't comprehend. Finding the hostage rather noisy. Raising the gun but he struck Yi Shi hard on the back of his head, chastising him sternly, Behave. Yi Shi, however, was far from compliant. He felt no pain from the blow. In fact, it only fueled his anger, making him shout louder. Fire at me. Master Manager. Please don't worry about me. I want to die. Nonsense. Of course, I know you want to die. Do you think I'm the one buying your lives? Chu Guang rolled his eyes internally, maintaining an impassive facade as he calmly regarded the burly man named Qinyang, stating nonchalantly, I don't appreciate being threatened. You'd best lower your weapon and raise your hands against the wall, and I might spare your life. Qinyang exclaimed in agitation. I'm not joking. I will shoot. I can do the same, Chu Guang replied, coolly meeting his gaze. Shall we try? Let us count to 3 and act simultaneously. Xia Yin, leaning against the bar, could no longer tolerate the situation. She didn't want her comrades, who had barely escaped death, to perish because of her. Enough, Qinyang. You can leave alone without worrying about me. Chu Guang ignored her, softly uttering the first number. 3. Watching Chu Guang begin to count down. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Qinyang's forehead. This lunatic, doesn't he care about the lives of his companions at all? And the hostage in his grasp wore a face of gallant resignation, utterly uncharacteristic of a captive. 2. Insanity. They have all gone mad. Wait, stop. I didn't mean to threaten you. I'll release the hostage. I only want one thing. Qinyang conceded, glancing at Xia Yin on the ground. He hurriedly continued. Give me the key from her. I'll let her go once I have it. Chu Guang raised an eyebrow, intrigued. A key? A magnetic card. She knows what I'm talking about. Chu Guang turned to look at Xia Yin, who remained oblivious to him, staring blankly at her former teammate. So it was for the key. Say what you will, but rather than perish here for no reason, I would prefer to fulfill a part of the commission. Teammates? This is but a wasteland. Originally, he intended to wait until the crawler departed before scavenging the corpses of his comrades. Otherwise, he would not have feigned death to escape, watching coldly from the sidelines until now when he finally decided to assist her. Chen Yang disregarded the disappointment in his former teammate's eyes, slowly retreating with his gun pressed against the hostage's temple, his gaze fixed intently on the expression on Chu Guang's face. What say you? A woman and your comrade. I only require a single card from her. After all, it is of no use to you. Chu Guang not dead? That makes sense. So, in essence, I would be profiting? However, there is no need. Chu Guang turned to Xia Yan. Give it to him. As a manager hesitated to fire, engaging in a negotiation with the kidnapper instead, Yi Shi's struggles intensified, fearing that this NPC might compromise with the captor for her sake. Don't worry about me. Fang Chong, have you lost your mind? Shoot, I'm a player. What is there to fear? Dying here would be a glorious sacrifice, surely boosting my affinity. Damn it. Don't move. Let me take aim. Fang Chong was visibly anxious. How would he dare to move? It wasn't he that he lacked the resolve. He had rescued teammates before in Battle Royale games, but this was not the same. The manager had yet to act, so he did not dare to stir. What if he missed a crucial plot point? Xia Yan silently retrieved the bloodied card from her pocket, the very one the captain had entrusted to her before his demise. Logically, Chen Yang could not possibly know this card was on her person unless he had already rummaged through the captain's body. In an instant, everything became clear. Xia Yan looked expressionlessly at her former teammate, feeling more numb than sorrowful or fearful. Perhaps her future would be grim, akin to being discarded like a filthy rag in a corner, waiting to rot, or being sold off by these marauders to other slave traders until she could no longer labor. Yet, suddenly, she felt that none of that mattered anymore. Take it. With 2 fingers, she tossed the card away. Watching it land at his feet, Chen Yang's eyes flickered with a fleeting ecstasy and insatiable greed as he reached out, attempting to kick it outside. However, at that very moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Almost concurrently with his outstretched foot, the hostage who had been struggling in his arms suddenly went limp, sliding from his elbow and kneeling on the ground. Before Chen Yang could comprehend the situation, 2 gunshots rang out, one of which pierced through his forehead. A spray of crimson erupted from his brow. With wide eyes, Chen Yang tumbled backward, never grasping what had transpired in that instant. Damn! Headshot! Fang Chong exclaimed in excitement, withdrawing his gun. That shot was mine. Your bullets flew off to the streetlight. You need to practice more. Chu Guang, with a look of disbelief, reloaded his rifle. He had long since lost faith in these players' marksmanship. Incidentally, this marked his first use of GM privileges to forcibly eject a player from the game. He had not anticipated how effective this function would be. Of course, if players inquired, he would deny it, attributing it to network fluctuations instead. You kill him. Xia Yan stared blankly at Chu Guang, clearly taken aback by his sudden gunfire. Chu Guang, impatient, replied, I said I dislike being threatened, especially when I've already given him a chance. Moreover, that guy was pointing a gun at him. As they were speaking, Yi Shi, who had been kneeling on the floor, suddenly twitched and awoke, bewildered. What has happened? His gaze, disoriented, fell upon the dead body behind him, sending him into a panic as he instinctively leaped to his feet. What the hell? How'd this guy die? Did I jump the plot again? Fang Chong approached and patted his shoulder. It's probably a network fluctuation. It's good that you're back. A headshot, right? Pretty impressive, huh? Impressive indeed. Well, it seems I can skip the explanation altogether. With his gaze diverted from the 2 players, Chu Guang felt he had sufficiently regained his composure and rose from the chair in the dining area. He walked over to Chen Yang's corpse, reaching down to retrieve the bloodied card and the fallen handgun. The former was of no immediate use, but the latter seemed promising. Chu Guang toyed with the handgun for a moment. It appeared to be semi-automatic, the power yet to be determined, but likely substantial. I plan to leave. You'd best fend for yourself. Noticing Chu Guang speaking to her, Xia Yan looked up bewildered. Aren't you taking me with you? Chu Guang retorted. Did I say I would take you? Xia Yan was momentarily stunned. This was entirely different from her expectations and caught her off guard. Yet, there was no time left for contemplation. Seeing that the man named Chu Guang was indeed not joking, he and his 2 loyal subordinates began to head for the door. The thought of being left behind sent her into a panic. Are you really not raiders? Chu Guang halted, glancing back at her with a teasing expression. Disappointed? Xia Yan opened her mouth, hesitating for a moment before clearing her throat and continuing. What I meant was, are you survivors from the area? Could you take me to your settlement? After all, she had nowhere else to go. Try to make her way back to the giant stone city on one leg was absurd, more ludicrous than single-handedly defeating a crawler, especially since she couldn't return. Given that this group was neither raiders nor slave traders, accompanying them might not be so bad. However, Chu Guang was reluctant to carry this dead weight. The current medical facilities in the shelter would certainly be inadequate for her to receive a mechanical prosthetic, At most, they could fashion her a cane. Missing a leg would hinder her from performing heavy labor, and adding another mouth to feed would be counterproductive. It was better to recruit another player instead. Just then, he overheard two players whispering. Is this woman a new NPC? It's possible, but it seems the manager doesn't intend to take her along. However, I think she can still be salvaged. Indeed, she appears to have the identity of a mercenary, even with a leg amputated. She should still be capable of crafting firearms and weapons, right? That has seemed to hold some merit. After a moment's contemplation, Chu Guang turned his gaze towards Xia Yan. Allow me to be forthright. Your presence has become a burden. Even if I were to deposit you in the nearby Survivor Enclave, your fate would scarcely be preferable to death. Xia Yan bit her lip and lowered her gaze. This was the unvarnished truth. She could easily envision the fate that awaited her. Observing the taciturn woman before him, Chu Guang continued, of course. Should you possess a particular skill, I might be inclined to take you along, provided you are willing to work for me. Chapter 39. Is there finally a new NPC? In reality, there was no choice to be had. Xia Yan was acutely aware that with only one leg remaining, even traversing this street posed a significant challenge, let alone returning to Stone City. Besides, what would returning accomplish? Though she had spent considerable time as a mercenary, she had hardly amassed any wealth. Even a decent Neuralink bionic prosthetic cost tens of thousands of chips, while a lesser mechanical prosthetic still demanded thousands. Such prices rivaled those of a chemical-powered exoskeleton. Even if she were to be sold, it would not suffice. It was either to accompany these individuals or await her demise here. The choice was, in truth, rather straightforward. Perched on the edge of a swaying wooden cart, jostling alongside a heap of bulging sacks, Xia Yan sighed inwardly. Perhaps this journey would represent her final vestige of freedom. Beyond being forced back to bear children, she could hardly conceive of any value she might hold for the man before her. A particular skill? Employment? How laughable. In the end, all that remained of worth was her body, which still held some semblance of value. She had heard it would be quite painful, but whether that was true remained uncertain. We have arrived. The voice from ahead shattered the illusion of the non-existent narrative that had occupied her mind. Snapping back to reality, Xia Yan abruptly lifted her head to discover that, unbeknownst to her, she had been brought to a small grove. At the center, encircled by trees, lay a clearing dotted with wooden stakes, upon which stood an unfinished concrete wall. Beside this wall were several smoking kilns, and further back, pits for smoking meat and racks for smoking fish. The air was thick with the aroma of grilled meat, accompanied by the rhythmic sounds of hammering. Some individuals wielded hammers to strike stone, others operated bellows to stoke the fires, while yet more moved stones, erected walls, or felled trees. It resembled a bustling construction site, primitive yet industrious. Were these individuals his subordinates? Upon witnessing this scene, Xia Yan's pale visage was etched with astonishment. She roughly counted and realized there were quite a number of people here, at least a dozen or two, all clad in matching blue uniforms. The moment she discerned the nature of their attire, it took her less than a second to deduce their identities. Residents of the shelter? She had not heard of any shelters in the vicinity. However, what were they engaged in? Xia Yan felt a tinge of confusion. Shelters were not uncommon in Springwater City. Some had been operational for years, while others remained sealed, awaiting the expiration of their lockdown periods. The more prosperous shelters occasionally wielded considerable influence, while those less fortunate had often become sustenance for mutants or aberrants. Xia Yan recalled that not far from Stone City, there seemed to be a shelter, but the survivors residing within were notoriously insular, reluctant to engage with outsiders, and exceedingly reclusive. The notion of them undertaking such extensive construction above ground was almost unfathomable. Was this wall truly significant? While it was robust and undoubtedly bulletproof, could any wall be sturdier than the door of a shelter? That barrier could withstand gamma rays. Are you residents of the shelter? Indeed, replied Chu Guang, glancing at her injured leg. I half expected you to lose consciousness. You have been remarkably quiet throughout this journey, and I presumed you had succumbed to blood loss. He had scarcely paid attention to her condition, having been preoccupied with his surroundings, and was surprised to find she was still conscious. I'm not so fragile, Xia Yan retorted, raising her chin defiantly, her brows and expression stiff as though cast in lead. She hoped this demeanor might impart a semblance of strength, at least to avoid appearing timid. Regrettably, no one paid heed to her feigned bravado. It went entirely unnoticed. I can see it, Chu Guang remarked, shifting his gaze from her gruesome limb. Your wound heals at an accelerated rate, indeed, a tad quicker than that of an ordinary individual. Employing the attribute template of Shelter 404, this individual's physique registered at least 8 points, with a margin of error around 1. Under normal circumstances, absent severe blood loss, One will be racked by fever and near unconsciousness by now. Yet, this person managed to endure, only exhibiting a sheen of sweat on her brow, a pale countenance, and a somewhat dulled awareness. Of course, it could also be attributed to some innate talent. Survivors in the Wasteland often bore some peculiar traits, a testament to their encounters with mutation. Chu Guang turned to two players and instructed, deliver the provisions to stir-fried tomatoes and ensure they are stored properly. A few days prior, he had advised the chef to construct a granary capable of preserving grains and meats. If all went according to plan, it should now be complete. Whether the food was dried and stored or simply piled in bags, the chef was undoubtedly more adept and reliable than he. With players present, Chu Guang felt little inclination to concern himself with such minutiae. The last time he had attempted to smoke meat had proven quite the ordeal. Entrusting the granary's management to himself would likely result in spoilage or vermin infestation by winter's onset. Upon hearing the manager's command, Fong Chong and Yi Shi nodded in unison, accepting their task. Yes, at your service. Chu Guang said nothing further. He simply hoisted the unconscious mercenary from the cart, disregarding her startled exclamation, and slung her over his shoulder as one would a sack of grain. With his other hand, he seized Yi Shi's backpack, laden with supplies from the other three mercenaries, and strode purposefully toward the sanatorium. Fong Chong and Yi Shi exchanged glances, admiration evident in their expressions. The combined weight of the gear and a living person must have exceeded 100 kilograms, yet he lifted it with ease. Observing the manager's retreating figure, Lao Bai, noticing the commotion, stealthily approached. What transpired? Who is the person our boss is carrying? Asked Fong Chong. He witnessed the entire narrative. I merely observed in silence. Either looting or acting as a hostage, Yi Shi lamented, feeling more like a mere tool than a participant. Fong Chong offered a resigned expression in response. Do not gaze upon me. This game lacks subtitles, rendering the NPC's dialogues during the storyline utterly incomprehensible. Just interpret her as a newly introduced NPC, Old Bai remarked. I can make educated guesses, but articulating the full narrative proves rather challenging. We shall await updates on the official website. By the way, how did she sustain such severe injuries? Sighed Yi Shi. You cannot fathom the peril we encountered on our return journey. What did you encounter? Old Bai queried. Crawlers. Iklaimet Yishi, Astonishit. You encountered crawlers? What do they look like? The official site contains information regarding crawlers, yet aside from a few abstract descriptions, it lacks any details regarding their combat capabilities, let alone a pictorial reference. Old Bai recalled that these creatures seem to belong to the same category as the Eaters, both being symbiotic aberrations birthed from fungal infections, seemingly tied to biological weaponry, with their ancestry now lost to time. Initially, he had presumed these creatures to be mere figments of the game developer's imagination, likely without even a model created. To his astonishment, they had actually encountered one. They are quite grotesque, possessing 4 elongated arms, crouching at about half a person's height and standing approximately 2 meters tall. Not only are they astonishingly strong, but their speed is utterly terrifying. We fired 3 rounds from our guns, yet not a single shot found its mark. Ultimately, it was the manager who triumphed, wielding a steel pipe to dispatch it after a few decisive strikes. Yi Shi vividly recounted the incident, albeit in an abstract narrative style that left much to the imagination. Old Bai turned to Fong Chong, seeking assistance, but the latter sighed in response. I cannot elucidate everything at this moment, but as Yi Shi stated, the Eater is indeed exceptionally formidable. I suspect the new expansion not only introduces new in-game activities, but also adds more aberrations, new NPC factions, and related quests. I must log off shortly to deliver this card to Egg Brother. I need to complete that task first. Though he yearned to discuss Fong Chang's newfound discoveries, the dwindling hours before nightfall left no room for idleness. Old Bai sighed in resignation and nodded. Very well, proceed ahead. I shall ponder the intricacies of the steel furnace. Once you are done, hurry back to assist me. All right, see you later. Meanwhile, within the sanatorium, players engaged in construction on scaffolding took note of the manager's return from outside, particularly the woman he bore upon his shoulder. Look, the manager is carrying someone. Who is that? A new NPC? And a female one at that. Finally, a new NPC has arrived. Brothers, we are one step closer to the closed beta. With the prospect of nearing the closed beta, the players became invigorated, laboring with renewed vigor. Xia Yan, hoisted on Chu Guang's shoulder, felt her cheeks ablaze, not solely due to her position, but also because of the multitude of gazes that pricked at her like thorns. She could not comprehend their words, yet she needed no translation. It was easy to infer that their leering glances were akin to the predatory banter exchanged among men. She envisioned them as hyenas in the wasteland, offering flattery and adulation to the dominant male, hoping to receive a morsel once he had finished his feast. Clearly, she was the tender, delectable lamb. The more she contemplated, the more dread enveloped her. Her clenched teeth began to tremble, and her eyes grew moist, with tears threatening to spill. Regret washed over her, rather than endure humiliation only to be cast to the wolves. It would have been far more dignified to take her own life. Yet her body betrayed her. The elevator descended, arriving at their destination. Chu Guang strode through the shelter's entrance, traversed the buffer room, and entered the residence hall, discarding the equipment-laden package aside before unceremoniously depositing Xia Yin onto a chair. "Hey, take it easy. What are you doing?" She gasped, a sharp intake of breath as she tensed at Chu Guang's approach. "Behave." Ignoring her protests, Chu Guang casually opened a drawer and retrieved a silvery metal tube, flicking off the plastic cap with his thumb and instinctively tapping it with his index finger. "This shouldn't hurt. Just endure it." Chapter 40. Upgrades and New Abilities. Nano Healing Needle, primarily used for non-fatal external injuries, capable of significantly enhancing tissue repair capabilities within a short duration, thereby accelerating wound healing. This item was procured by Chu Guang from a blind box. Previously, having observed its remarkable healing properties, he had intended to save it. However, upon noticing the inflammation and festering of her wound, he weighed the pros and cons and ultimately decided against cost-saving measures. Allowing the wound to worsen could lead to amputation. Currently, the shelter lacked any surgeons, and they were devoid of anesthesia or disinfectants, let alone the sterile environment required for major surgeries. Resolving himself, Chu Guang silently vowed to procure alcohol from Mosquito Brother. At the very least, as Chu Guang drew closer, Xia Yin instinctively wished to retreat. Yet, with but one leg and half a life left, she found herself slumped in the chair, with no means of escape. "Stay back." Chu Guang, uninterested in dialogue, swiftly administered the needle into her right leg. It doesn't hurt?" Xia Yin halted mid-scream, bewildered as she gazed at the man before her, watching as he withdrew the needle from her leg. "What just happened? Why do I feel nothing?" As she attempted to voice her confusion, her consciousness suddenly wavered. "What did you do to me? I saved your life. No need for thanks. If you must express gratitude, simply work hard." However, Chu Guang did not anticipate that the denizens of this world would exhibit the same diligence as players from his own realm. Xia Yin wished to say more, but her tongue had grown heavy, and her awareness quickly succumbed to darkness, her erratic breathing gradually evening out. Surprisingly, this item also possessed hypnotic effects. Luckily, it had not been utilized during combat. Observing her reaction in silence, Chu Guang took a pen from the drawer and quietly noted her clinical responses in a small notebook. The nano-healing needle exhibited side effects such as drowsiness, anesthesia, and confusion, rendering it unsuitable for use in combat scenarios. Once he completed his observations, Chu Guang carried her to the adjacent room, selecting one that contained 4 unactivated incubation pods, laying her gently on the ground. The effects of the nano-healing needle began to manifest. The swollen, festering wound was gradually subsiding, and her pallid cheeks were regaining a hint of color. Although the hope of regrowing the lost calf seems rather bleak, at least amputation is not required. The temperature and air quality within the shelter remain remarkably stable, comfortably within the range suitable for human habitation. The floor may be a tad cool, yet is far superior to the conditions outside. What remains now is a period of recuperation. This individual possesses a decent constitution, and Chu Guang believes she should be able to endure. Leaving a piece of chocolate and a bottle of pure water source from the outpost on the ground, Chu Guang utilized his managerial privileges to lock the room's door, preventing her from wandering aimlessly within the shelter upon awakening. He then returned to the residence hall, eagerly conducting a health examination for himself. ID: Chu Guang. Gene Sequence. Manager. Level: LV5, LV7. Basic Attributes: Strength, 910. Agility, 6. Constitution, 78. Perception, 7. Intelligence, 6. Surprising enough, he had advanced 2 levels. Although he had sensed he was on the brink of a breakthrough, he never anticipated that this crisis would propel him directly from LV5 to LV7. Chu Guang's face was etched with astonishment and delight. However, it must be noted that the fluctuations in attributes resulting from the enhancement of the managerial gene sequence seem utterly unpredictable. While other players possess primary attributes, he does not. The accrued points appear to be distributed rather randomly. Nonetheless, an increase of 1 point in both strength and constitution is certainly advantageous. These 2 attributes are undeniably the most beneficial and cost-effective in the early stages. Now, Chu Guang boasts a strength value of 10. which equates to nearly double the strength of an average adult male, as reflected in the relevant entries regarding endurance, explosive power, and so forth on his health report. The enhancement in constitution signifies a more robust physique and a heightened resistance to negative conditions. Of course, what intrigued Chu Guang the most was the talent section at the bottom of the attribute panel. In contrast to his previous health examination, this time, an additional line had appeared in the talent section. Talent, primal instinct, can awaken primal instincts under extreme conditions, enhancing all attributes by 10 to 15 during the duration, while increasing fatigue accumulation rate by 20 to 30. Primal instinct seems acceptable. Chu Guang felt an oddity in the pronunciation of the term. However, he could comprehend its essence. After all, the original manager who designed this attribute panel and conversion formula was a rather mischievous individual. By comparing it to the earlier health data, Chu Guang formed a rough hypothesis. Simply put, the significance of this talent should be to enhance the operational efficiency of all bodily cells, metabolic rates, or perhaps stimulate the secretion of adrenaline for a limited time. The effect bears some resemblance to that of a stimulant. However, it is merely a semblance. The physiological and chemical reactions involved are likely to be quite complex. Moreover, the panel data derived from the health examination ultimately serves as a reference. For instance, the devourer encountered today would undoubtedly crush him as a human based solely on the panel data. Yet even so, it would not be an easy feat for that creature to eliminate him. After inputting the health data into the computer for archival purposes, Chu Guang turned his attention to the backpack he had previously discarded on the ground and reached down to retrieve it. Inside lay the gear scavenged by Yi Shi from the corpses of the 3 mercenaries. The moment he unzipped the bag, a look of joy instantly appeared on Chu Guang's face. 4 handguns, 2 submachine guns without stocks, a pump-action shotgun, and an assault rifle broken in 2. Regardless of whether the assault rifle could be repaired, the spoils from this outing could be described as a bountiful harvest. He had struck it rich. It was simply a windfall. Besides the firearms, there were approximately 100 to 200 rounds of ammunition, some in magazines and others loosely scattered, crammed into the half-man-high backpack. It was evident that Yi Shi had meticulously looted, leaving nothing behind, even going so far as to include empty magazines in the bag. However, the quality of the ammunition was rather mediocre. Most were forged from all steel, with only a few bulk bullets featuring steel cores encased in copper or lead cores encased in copper. Chu Guang also noticed that several bullets had red paint on their tips, suggesting they were likely special rounds. Although these mercenaries were not affluent, their firepower was considerable. It seems the might of Stone City should not be underestimated. Weighing the red-tipped bullet in his hand, Chu Guang gently tossed it back into the bag. The overall strength of a region is typically linked to its productivity. For example, the raiders in the suburbs wield makeshift pipe rifles or scavenged weapons, with some even resorting to cold weapons to equip a motley crew to such an extent. Stone City's industrial capabilities were likely even more impressive than the rumors he had heard. Chu Guang resolved firmly in his heart. Once winter passes, he must venture there. It would be ideal to organize a trade caravan to accompany him. The scale of the outpost would undoubtedly grow, and engaging in trade with other survivor enclaves would become inevitable. One cannot always rely on unscrupulous merchants to deliver goods to their doorstep, to avoid being taken advantage of. He would ultimately need to make the journey himself. Chapter 41. The game developers are truly benevolent. In the evening, players gradually returned to the sanatorium, where the chef, Brother Egg, set up a large pot in the open space, preparing the final meal of the day. Tonight's menu consisted of salt-boiled horned potatoes accompanied by smoked meat. Thanks to the discovery of the new NPC outpost, the players in the shelter finally enjoyed a meal beyond fish soup. The flavor of these horned potatoes was quite pleasant. After boiling them in salt water, a drizzle of soy sauce gave them a taste reminiscent of KFC mashed potatoes. However, it was quite a drain on the soy sauce. Just to prepare these 28 servings of mashed potatoes, nearly 1/5 of a bottle of soy sauce was used, and that was while being frugal. On the other hand, it seemed that the shelter's salt supply was also running low, with only a little more than half a bag remaining. At this rate of consumption, it wouldn't be long before everyone would be back to a diet of plain water. Oh no, these mashed potatoes are simply divine. Uncle Egg, may I have another bowl? With a bowl in hand, Tung squatted on the ground, her face filled with satisfaction. No more, 1 bowl per person. Not pleased with being addressed as uncle, Brother Egg rolled his eyes and replied curtly, "Will we have mashed potatoes again tomorrow?" Tung asked with a pitiful expression. "Not if we can't afford it. The soy sauce is running low, and we need to conserve it. If you want mashed potatoes, you'll have to get up and order takeout yourself." As he spoke, Brother Egg sighed internally. Cooking for this group every day was truly exhausting. After so many years as a chef, he had never been this frugal for a boss, practically wishing to sprinkle a grain of salt as if it were two. On the other side, seated at the center of the players, Yishur held his bowl, animatedly recounting the events of the day, completely oblivious to his meal. Particularly when he described the encounter with the creeper on the way back, he excitedly set down his bowl and picked up a twig to illustrate his tale. At that moment, as I strolled down the street, a chill ran down my spine, and an instinctual sense of danger surged through me. Before he could finish, I swiftly grabbed my rifle and fired a volley. Fong Chong, seated beside him, could no longer contain himself and interjected, "A volley, you say? If one didn't know better, they'd think you were wielding a Gatling gun." Yishur cleared his throat, dismissing the comment. "That's not important." And then? What happened next? Continue. How did you manage to take that thing down? Exactly, don't digress. The other players were quite indifferent to the details, engrossed in the story, urging him on regardless of whether he was embellishing the truth. "Calm down, everyone. Let me continue." Just at that moment, as the creeper lunged at me, I executed a perfect slide tackle. Observing the interest from the crowd, Yishur quickly regained his composure and resumed his narrative, elaborating on how he aided the manager ensnared by the foreign entity, how he scavenged on the battlefield, and how he was ambushed by a scoundrel, ultimately detailing his tactical disconnection and the collaborative efforts of his teammates to achieve a remarkable counterattack. Fong Chong rolled his eyes in exasperation, unable to endure any longer. He simply relocated to another spot to eat, preferring to avoid the drama. After finishing his meal, with the sun nearing its descent, Chu Guang carried Xiao Qi down from upstairs and, along with the players, returned to the shelter in batches, watching as they settled safely into their incubation pods. Aside from Garbage, who was still out in the wild, everyone else had returned. However, Chu Guang was not particularly concerned for him. By consulting the player list, he confirmed that the fellow was still alive, although he had logged off 2 hours prior. It was impossible for anyone to remain logged into the game for a full 24 hours. One must eventually rise to eat, stretch their limbs, and so forth. Moreover, the clones within the game also required rest. No one could remain awake for an entire day, not even a lizard person. According to publicly available information on the official website, there were various methods to log off aside from simply lying back in the incubation pod to enter a state of hibernation. Any action that resulted in a loss of consciousness could sever the connection. This included, but was not limited to, delivering oneself a blunt blow to the back of the head or finding a place to lie down for a nap. However, such methods of logging out were not very reliable. Firstly, they could not be saved, and secondly, they were unsafe. Clones synthesized rapidly within the incubation pod lacked any mental faculties. In other words, without a conscious connection, these clones would hardly respond to external stimuli beyond mere reflexes. At that moment, should a mutated rat or cockroach happen to pass by, they could easily be devoured. Nevertheless, Garbage must have found a secure hiding place, as he seemed to be safe for the time being. Setting aside concerns about Garbage, Chu Guang sat down at a computer in the residence hall and, as per routine, summarized the day's accomplishments. The Eastern Wall's construction had been completed. In terms of resources, the inventory saw the addition of 110 logs, a ton of charcoal, a ton of silicate cement, 2 stacks of yellow mud bricks, and several hardened cement blocks. Consumption included 240 logs and 800 kilograms of cement. The wood stock had decreased for 2 consecutive days. Yet surprisingly, the cement had begun to accumulate. It seemed necessary to arrange for a few lumberjacks or to increase the daily logging requirements for players. The food inventory recorded an intake of 350 kilograms of green wheat and horned potatoes, 5 pounds of smoked meat, and a small quantity of berries and mushrooms. Approximately 5 kilograms of dried smoked meat and 10 kilograms of horned potatoes were consumed, along with 50 kilograms of smoked meat and 20 kilograms of smoked fish set aside for trade. Hunting would need to resume the following day. Next, regarding the fur stock. Aside from consumption for trade, 5 pieces of fur were utilized as raw materials. And today, surprisingly, Tung Ting had produced 5 garments. Impressive. That should net around 250 contribution points. Additionally, with the increase in weapon inventory, a plan for an armory would need to be developed. Lastly, today's daily tasks yielded 7 reward points. It was time to indulge in some blind box openings. Once the data was compiled, Chu Guang leaned back in his chair and stretched. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, 30 incubating pods had completed scanning and sampling the bodily cells of the clones within, compiling the progress of the player's genetic sequences and panel data into a single table. Chu Guang glanced over it briefly, perhaps due to the current phase of the outpost's labor predominantly requiring physical effort. Players with strength attributes were evidently leveling up at a quicker pace. For instance, Lao Bai had already reached LV3. Furthermore, Yi Shi, who had consistently accompanied him, had upgraded from LV1 to LV2, with his primary attribute of perception hitting 9, making him the player with the highest perception attribute in the entire outpost. Master, noticing Xiao Qi rolling over to the table, Chu Guang diverted his gaze from the computer. What is it? How did you bring back a stranger from outside? Chu Guang nearly choked on the words. While there was some truth to her statement, it felt somewhat off. What are you talking about? Xiao Qi, having seen it from the rooftop, retorted, I saw you carrying her back. Chu Guang replied impatiently. So what? In a monotonous electronic tone, Xiao Qi replied, It's nothing. I just wanted to remind you that compared to the clones, who could be easily controlled, the natives of the Wasteland are far more difficult to manage. It's best not to trust them too easily. You're overthinking it. I've never fully trusted anyone, be they players or locals, Chu Guang replied nonchalantly. Then I can rest easy. The camera atop, Xiao Qi's head bobbed up and down in agreement. By the way, you can always trust Xiao Qi. No matter what happens, Xiao Qi will always be your most loyal assistant. All right, I got it. So dismissive. Couldn't this fellow ever take a break while charging? Chu Guang suppressed the urge to retort and continued to focus on the computer screen. It had been over 10 minutes since the players logged off, and, presumably, the official forum was abuzz at that very moment. It was time for some delightful screen peeking. Humming a little tune to himself, Chu Guang accessed the official website's backend, first confirming the number of reservations. The players with bowls had doubled from just over 100 to nearly 300. The threshold for reserving the game had evolved from merely filling out a form to now including answering questions. While they were all general knowledge inquiries, those who could patiently read through and fill them out were certainly more serious players. Those who made it through could be considered quite exceptional. Meanwhile, the website's traffic has seen a significant increase, with an average daily visitor count reaching 1,000. Although not everyone has registered an account, and certainly not all have clicked to make a reservation, it nonetheless indicates that the recognition of Wasteland OL within the gaming community is steadily rising. It is surprising that such a website, lacking even basic registration information and consisting merely of a plethora of textual lore and a few construction site photos, could attract so many people. Chu Guang couldn't help but feel a sense of amazement. There are indeed many bored individuals. Perfect. Since there is nothing else to do, why not come into the game and put in some work? He closed the background page and entered the forum. As Chu Guang had anticipated, offline players had flocked here to report, and the forum was bustling with activity. Among them was Garbage King, who had just logged off 2 hours ago, also engaging in the discussions. Garbage King, level 99. Damn, I'm utterly exhausted today, but thankfully I managed to find some loot. About 2 kilometers north of the abandoned construction site, there is a tire processing factory, and I suspect there's a raider camp nearby, since I saw someone patrolling with a dog, though I'm not entirely certain. I plan to get closer once it gets dark to confirm, and then I'll return to the forum to boast. Fierce Wind, 666. Oh by damn. I wonder why I didn't see you log off. Also, how could you log on during the day? Garbage King, level 99. If you were a mutant, you could too. Enough of the nonsense. I'll log on after I take a break. Grins, Night 10. You're just here to show off, aren't you? Quitting smoking. Forget about logging in during the day. I would be content just to have a glimpse. TT Crow. I'm still on respawn cooldown, crying over here. Garbage King, level 99. Grins. Aside from Garbage King flaunting himself, the vast majority of players on the forum were fervently discussing the new NPCs brought back by the administrators, as well as the newly discovered survivor settlement. The latter particularly piqued the players' interest. At the top of a lengthy list of posts, Chu Guang quickly discovered an analytical post written by the user long time coming. This individual consistently excelled at summarizing, and his posts enjoyed the highest popularity in the forum. If circumstances permitted, Chu Guang would have been tempted to invite him to take on a planning role for the game. One must commend the Alpha 02 version update. It is evident that the game developers are genuinely sincere. It is truly commendable. The contents of this update are far more extensive than the few optimization items listed on the official website, including new factions, new monster models, a larger map, and so forth. The richness of the content exceeds my previous imaginings. For instance, upon reaching the Brown Farm, situated beneath the concrete walls, I was utterly astonished by the artistic design executed by the game developers. The immersive experience is difficult to articulate. From the post-apocalyptic architectural style to the intricate details of the NPC's clothing, every aspect reflects meticulous craftsmanship rather than merely repurposing existing materials. Additionally, there was the testing of the combat system. On our return journey, we were ambushed by crawlers, resulting in a thrilling yet safe encounter. Prior to this, I believed that such absurdly powerful mutants existed solely in the lore, Yet here they were, fully implemented in the current version. It must be said, our administrator is indeed a novice guide. Their combat prowess is astonishing. The moment the crawler lunged at us, both Knight 10 and I were caught off guard, nearly oblivious, relying solely on them to deal damage, single-handedly toppling a 2-meter-tall devourer with nothing but a small water pipe. It was truly exhilarating. Moreover, personally, the most delightful surprise was the addition of a new NPC to our outpost. Her unique identity may bring forth entirely new gameplay possibilities, such as weapon modifications and even additional side quests, which I find utterly promising. For more information regarding the Alpha 02 version update, I shall continue to provide updates in this post. Interested friends may choose to follow along. How commendable. Oh, how embarrassing. After reading the post from beginning to end, Chu Guang couldn't help but smile broadly. However, to be fair, he felt he'd been quite sincere himself, as he had not exploited the players' wallets. This next-generation game, which liberates dreams and sleep, would surely charge a hefty sum if endorsed by the likes of Goose Factory or Pig Factory. Would you expect to pay $1,000 or $1,800 just to play? Not to mention, you would likely need to purchase a membership just to engage with it. What? No money? Well, that is easily resolved. I suppose you wouldn't mind doing some manual labor, would you? After all, without such measures, how could one showcase the esteemed status of an RMB warrior wielding a trowel? Of course, one could also opt to watch 2 hours of advertisements to unlock discount vouchers for membership. At least such unscrupulous deeds are beyond Chu Guang's capabilities. In recognition of his own commendable nature, Chu Guang awarded a top post to Long Time Coming as thread. After closing the post, as Chu Guang pondered how to pass the long night, a melancholic voice came from beside him. Master, the woman you retrieved has awakened. Chapter 42. Please maintain some dignity. Thirst. Uncertain of how long she had been unconscious, Xia Yin gradually regained her senses. Feeling an intense hunger gnawing at her stomach, and her throat parched as though scorched by a hot iron. Her arms felt heavy, as if laden with lead. Her blurred vision seemed to be veiled in mist, and as she attempted to rise from the ground, she quickly abandoned the effort. It was only when her gaze fell upon a plastic bottle and a packaging bag not far away that she sprang forward, seizing the bottle without a thought for its contents, and tilted her head back to gulp it down greedily. The thirst was instantly alleviated. After draining the last drop, Xia Yin discarded the bottle and, resembling a famished spirit, tore into the plastic packaging on the ground. Her instincts told her that it contained food. However, upon discovering the dark, unidentifiable contents within, her expression of insatiable hunger momentarily faltered. What is this? She leaned closer to sniff it, finding it not foul. After a moment's hesitation, Xia Yin resolved to take a cautious bite. The instant her lips met the substance, her expression froze, and her pupils trembled violently. What does this taste? In a frenzy, she stuffed the dark substance in her mouth, finishing it entirely, and licked her lips in longing, even turning the plastic packaging inside out to savor every last morsel. Just then, the alloy door in front of her swung open. Xia Yin looked up to see the man standing in the doorway. Awake? Instinctively recoiling in fear, Xia Yin quickly glanced at her own clothing and, steeling herself, nodded hesitantly. Yes. Was it tasty? Though she wished to maintain a semblance of pride, her mouth betrayed her. Delicious. Chu Guang smiled faintly. Do you still want it? I do. Xia Yin nodded vigorously. Pleased with her response, Chu Guang nodded in return. What you just consumed is called chocolate. From this day forth, you shall work for me, and whatever tasks I assign, you will perform. In exchange, I can provide you with safe lodging and sustenance. Moreover, should your performance meet my expectations, I shall reward you with another piece of that delicacy. Xia Yin had never encountered chocolate before. She had only heard whispers of its popularity before the war, a luxury among the elite of Giant Stone City. So, this is the flavor of chocolate? Her finger instinctively brushed against her lips, a look of bewilderment clouding her features. And soon, regret began to etch itself in her eyes. Damn! Had she known, she would have savored it more slowly. Of course, Chu Guang could not fathom her thoughts. Were he to know, he would surely roll his eyes in exasperation. After all, it was merely a piece of chocolate. Was it truly that significant? Gazing at Xia Yin seated on the ground, Chu Guang continued. So what is your answer? I am willing, Xia Yin replied without hesitation, not even questioning what tasks Chu Guang intended to impose upon her. After all, she had no alternative. With half a leg lost, even if she returned to Giant Stone City, her fate would likely be to rot in a stinking alley of the slums, much like a decaying orange peel. No one would care. To live, naturally, no one wishes to die. At least she had not yet reached that level of despair. Turning her head away, She resignedly closed her eyes and murmured, "Though I have never tried it, it should be manageable. I understand what you desire, something less demanding." What? Chu Guang was momentarily taken aback, but being a seasoned driver after years of experience, he quickly discerned her implication and immediately adopted a serious demeanor. "Madam, I urge you to maintain your decorum. I am earnestly discussing work-related matters with you. Should you continue in this vein, I may find it difficult to keep the conversation professional." Xia Yan was taken aback by Chu Guang's words. What on earth? Wasn't this fellow intending to force her into childbirth by abducting her? Her pupils dilated in shock as she seemed finally to distinguish between her wild imaginings and reality. Her face gradually turned a deep shade of crimson. Mortified, she averted her gaze, fixating on the crevice in the wall, and uttered, "Just kill me." Chu Guang. What on earth? After some time, Chu Guang and the prostrate Xia Yan briefly clarified the situation at hand. The concept of gaming was not prevalent in the Wasteland. Attempting to explain the notion of players would only serve to befuddle her further. Thus, he opted to articulate it in terms she could comprehend. In simple terms, my subordinates and I intend to establish a sanctuary for survivors on the surface, to expel the aberrations, shelter refugees, and restore order to this area. Upon hearing Chu Guang's statement, Xia Yan's expression was one of incredulity. How much confidence must one possess to utter such impractical words? Restore order? Countless individuals have attempted to do so over the past 2 centuries, yet none have succeeded. Instead, the aberrations within the city have multiplied, as have the mutants, while the living space for survivors has been incessantly constricted, deteriorating year by year. Did you think restoring order was as simple as erecting a wall? Hurt by her disillusionment, Xia Yan's tone turned slightly sardonic. You ought to visit Giant Stone City. There are countless individuals far more powerful than you, and even they can only linger on the fringes of the third ring. What makes you believe you can achieve such a feat? I have my plans, Chu Guang, who had never contemplated such trivialities, observed her calmly and continued, I do not intend to accomplish this goal in a few months. I understand that this will be a protracted struggle, and I am prepared to sacrifice generations to see it through. How tiresome. It is merely a premise. Can you allow me to finish my discourse? Chu Guang was acutely aware that restoring order was not a matter to be resolved with a mere phrase. Nor had he ever arrogantly assumed invincibility after vanquishing a few impoverished raiders dwelling in the outskirts. However, this was his persona, or rather, the narrative framework of the game. At the very least, the players needed to perceive this NPC as credible. Yet, the individual before him seemed to have only registered the latter part of his statement. Generations? Xia Yan recoiled, tensing up. So, it was indeed about childbirth. Returning to the main topic, Chu Guang cleared his throat and continued. You can assemble firearms, correct? And maintain the parts? Xia Yan nodded. Yes, that is basic skill. Excellent, Chu Guang replied, nodding in approval. From this moment forward, you shall be the proprietress of the weapon shop. What? Xia Yan looked utterly perplexed, failing to comprehend his words. Chu Guang had employed terminology not native to this world, but rather the standard Mandarin of a parallel universe. The proprietress of the weapon shop. Chu Guang fixed his gaze upon her, enunciating each word deliberately, and continued. This is your position. Simply put, you will be selling firearms and maintaining them. If anyone inquires what you do, simply respond thus. Sell guns? Xia Yan asked, bewildered. To whom? To the residents of the sanctuary. Huh? Xia Yan was even more perplexed. Weren't those people your subordinates? Yes, but they differ somewhat from your understanding of subordinates. Chu Guang paused before elaborating, in simpler terms. We have just emerged from underground and need to concentrate our efforts on significant endeavors. Resources are scarce, so we will temporarily implement a planned economy. Working together and sharing meals from communal pot. Once the survival crisis is resolved and resources begin to surplus, they will need to proactively contribute and step out of their comfort zones to innovate. At that point, our settlement will adopt a new set of rules. Resources such as food, medicine, and weapons will no longer be free. Since you mentioned Giant Stone City, you must be familiar with the concept of bargaining chips, correct? It is fundamentally the same. Clearly, this woman had not grasped what he was conveying. Survivors in the Wasteland, if even slightly educated, could still scrape by as sycophants for local tycoons, much like old Charlie, who languished on Beach Street. If one possessed a skill, they could secure a position in a factory, aiding the powerful by stoking boilers, mixing medicines, or repairing power armor. Only the impoverished would engage in life-risking labor for scant rewards, much like the present Xia Yan. In the Wasteland, mercenaries were never a glamorous profession. They were merely a group of expendable pawns without welfare or benefits. However, Chu Guang was unfazed. All he required was a tool capable of executing his commands. Knowledge, experience, proficiency, all of these could be acquired. Pausing for a moment, Chu Guang looked at her and stated, "The language we use differs somewhat from that of the people on the surface. However, the issue is not significant. I shall impart to you a few simple lines for daily communication. You need only to follow my instructions." Chapter 43. The exceptional players have begun assigning tasks to NPCs. Language barriers? Inability to communicate? For Chu Guang, these are merely trifles. As a mere tool, it suffices to master a handful of basic phrases to meet the player's demands for game functionalities. For instance, the rudimentary concepts of buying and selling can be easily grasped without complex vocabulary. And what if the players utter flirtatious banter that one cannot comprehend? No matter. After all, even in a fully immersive virtual reality MMORPG, it is unreasonable to expect every NPC to possess genuine intelligence. Thus, Chu Guang did not insist that Xia Yan learn Chinese. He merely required her to master a few fundamental words and fixed expressions. Yet, to his surprise, her performance was still lacking, despite his already minimal expectations. When customers entered the shop, she was supposed to greet them with, "Hello, I am Xia Yan, the owner of this weapon shop. How may I assist you?" When prompted to buy something, she ought to point to the menu and respond, "Look for yourself." Upon hearing a request for gun maintenance, she should have reached out and asked, "May I take it?" What on earth was this? Clutching the note in her hand, Xia Yan wore a distressed expression and glanced towards Chu Guang, who was seated nearby. Although each character was annotated with its pronunciation, she was still struggling to adapt to the peculiar sounds, even if they bore a resemblance to human language. Noticing her gaze, Chu Guang diverted his attention from the computer screen and turned to her. "Have you learned it yet?" Xia Yan replied, "Not yet." Chu Guang continued, "Then why are you staring at me? Keep practicing." For a fleeting moment, she felt that the task of childbirth might be easier, yet for some unknown reason, this person seemed entirely uninterested in her. Am I that unattractive? She pondered. Surely not. Sighing in frustration, she pinched the ends of her red hair. She was quite confident in her looks, after all. The captain had pursued her for a time, but she simply had not taken a liking to him. The life of a supporting character was fraught with hardship, facing the specter of death daily. Her dream was to marry into the inner city of Giant Stone City and live a life of luxury. Upon reflection, it was not entirely implausible. What if one day she received a mission to escort a prominent figure? Perhaps she could find herself in a scenario reminiscent of a novel, where a beauty saves a hero. Unfortunately, the reality was that their marginal team was unable to handle even tasks near the second ring road, relegated instead to remote areas to open blind boxes. As for the present, her dream life seemed even more unattainable. Who would desire a cripple, particularly one who had been captured by barbarians? Just as Xia Yan lamented her tumultuous fate, a soft cough broke the silence nearby. "Try to compose your expression a bit." "Huh?" Xia Yan replied, bewildered. Clearly, she had drifted off. Observing her instinctive reaction, Chu Guang wore a look of exasperation. With a sigh, he paused momentarily before stating impassively, "From now on, I shall time you. In 2 hours, I will test you. If there is still no progress, perhaps the neighboring brown farm would be more suited for you, as they are in need of laborers. Coincidentally, I could earn a bit from it." It was winter, and the brown farm did not require laborers. Rather, they would be disposing of a batch of unproductive old workers or defective individuals with missing limbs by the end of the month. A limping mercenary would not even be accepted for free. As for being coveted for her beauty, that was even more absurd. Even a local tycoon on Bet Street could afford clones with looks that would make celebrities envious, while a hollow, crude soul was worth little. This was a wasteland. Selling her off was merely an offhand comment from Chu Guang, intended to frighten her and provide a modicum of motivation. Even if she were truly dim-witted enough to struggle with memorizing those few lines, he would not go so far as to sell her into slavery. At most, he would simply cast her aside. In truth, during their time together, Chu Guang found her quite intriguing. Speaking to her plainly was ineffective, but a few threats would cause her to submit promptly and diligently recite her lines. What a pity. Chu Guang shook his head and returned to his online activities. He had just discovered that his Steam account was still functional, which provided a perfect distraction. The following morning, having awoken from sleep, Chu Guang opened the player list, unlocking the login privileges for the players in bulk, and led them to the surface. A Steam manager. "May I inquire about the lady from yesterday?" Standing beside the manager, Fong Chong inquired respectfully, "Are you referring to Xia Yan? Her injuries are rather severe. She requires several days of rest. I spoke with her last night, and she has agreed to join our cause. Once her injuries heal, she will be responsible for the weapon maintenance at the outpost." Chu Guang certainly did not mention that she had been reciting lines until 2 or 3 in the morning and that he had ultimately carried her to the neighboring room. Presumably, she was sleeping soundly. Upon hearing the manager's response, Fong Chang's eyes brightened instantly. New intelligence. The name of the new NPC is Xia Yan. Her role should be that of a weapon shop owner or a similar profession. Silently noting these two pieces of information, Fong Chang planned to update his post with this information once he logged off for the day. Chu Guang could easily deduce what he was thinking. Otherwise, he would not have provided such detailed information. Continuing to fulfill his duties as an NPC, Chu Guang gathered the players in the empty space of the sanatorium for a brief motivational speech before declaring the assembly dismissed. After 2 days of acclimatization, the newly joined players had largely adapted to the rhythm of the game, requiring no further guidance from him. Watching the rising flames and smoke outside the construction site, along with players bustling about the scaffolding, Chu Guang unexpectedly felt akin to a farmer tending to ducks. Each day, his task was to herd the ducks out of their enclosure, allowing them to roam freely until dusk, at which point he would gather them back in, tally their gains, and systematically pluck a few feathers from them. Of course, this was not entirely accurate. Most of the tools they used were provided by him, and much of the jerky they consumed was hunted by him as well. With that in mind, he had certainly contributed a fair amount. Perhaps, standing in front of the construction site for a moment, as Chu Guang pondered what to do that day, Night 11 approached him proactively. A steam manager, with a respectful demeanor. Night 11 performed a salute, her expression brimming with eagerness. Are we going hunting again today? When do we depart? Chu Guang paused for a moment, then nodded. Now, what a delightful surprise. The players have surprisingly taken the initiative, learning to organize tasks for themselves. However, Chu Guang remained silent about it. After all, he had indeed intended to take a stroll and procure some game for smoking. Accompanied by Yishur, he made a trip back to the shelter, where he donned a tactical belt stripped from mercenary and affixed a retrieved handgun to it, along with 2 5mm magazines as spare ammunition. His primary weapon remained his trusted 9mm iron pipe rifle, complemented by the versatile steel pipe, a veritable holy sword of physics capable of both prying doors and bludgeoning foes. Although submachine guns and shotguns, 2 formidable close combat weapons, were available, their utility for hunting was rather limited. The shotgun lacked deer shot, and using buckshot would ruin the hide. Rather than relying on close-range firepower to suppress his prey, Chu Guang preferred the precision of a quality 9mm iron pipe rifle, capable of delivering a fatal shot at medium range. Alternatively, he aimed to incapacitate the animal first, then approached to deliver the coup de grace with the steel pipe. This method not only conserved precious ammunition, but also preserved the integrity of the hide, for each additional bullet hole or cut would diminish its quality by 10%. Take this, Chu Guang instructed, handing Yishur a handgun along with a crossbow, in addition to a quiver of 15 bolts. Can I use that shotgun? Yishur asked, casting a wistful glance at the firearm propped against the wall. Chu Guang remained unyielding, his expression impassive. We're going hunting, not hunting mutants. Familiarize yourself with these 2 weapons before discussing anything else. With that, they set out for the hunt. The players at the outpost were diligently engaged in their tasks, just as they had been the day before. Some were hauling bricks, others mixing cement, and still others applying plaster, with none idling about. Thanks to the 30 tools brought back by the manager from the Brown farm, the players' efficiency had dramatically increased, particularly among those building walls. The construction of the outpost perimeter walls was advancing at a visibly rapid pace. It wasn't only the construction site that was thriving. Fong Chang and Lao Bai, engrossed in their quest for primitive steelmaking, made significant progress after acquiring fire tongs and a blacksmith's hammer. They dismantled rusted car frames, hoods, suspensions, and even engine casings from vehicles in the parking lot, scrap long battered by 2 centuries of weather, now regarded by them as a natural open-air mine. They crushed the brittle rust and tossed it into the furnace, still using charcoal as a reducing agent and a manual bellows for airflow. This time, they successfully transformed the refuse into molten iron. Awesome! We did it! Lao Bai and Fong Chang exclaimed, their fists clenched in excitement. They had waited 3 long days for this moment. The iron produced through this method, once cooled, would yield high-carbon pig iron. By repeatedly heating and cooling it to reduce the carbon content to between 2.15, they could obtain basic steel. However, the addition of metals like chromium and nickel to create alloys remained a daunting challenge, requiring specialized equipment, at least an electric furnace. In truth, even the ability to extract molten iron from industrial waste was an impressive feat for their rudimentary production facilities. What should we forge? Lao Bai asked, his eyes gleaming with excitement. An axe? A tool? Or something else? Fong Chang, equally exhilarated, pondered for a few moments before responding. Let's make a big pot first. Eating stew every day is driving me crazy. Although the mashed potatoes were decent yesterday, I heard from Brother Chow that we're running low on soy sauce. Likely, it'll be pine nut fish soup again today. That dish is far from fresh. Each bite is just a mouthful of catfish flavor. Ha, great idea. With an iron pot, we can stir fry. The two quickly reached a consensus and began to use the leftover yellow clay from the bricks to devise a mold for crafting the iron pot. Meanwhile, at the carpenter's workshop, Brother Mosquito was intently engaged in his handiwork while sitting on a small stool at the door. He held a trash bin he had scavenged, constructing a lid from wooden planks, then inserting a stainless steel pipe to create a simple spray device. But he was not finished. Clearly unsatisfied with a mere slanted sprinkler, Brother Mosquito proceeded to seal the joints with resin, adding a portable wooden handle to the bin's exterior and fashioned a makeshift pressurizer from a plastic bottle, connecting it to the back of the bin with a flexible hose. Perfect. Mission accomplished, he exclaimed, a gleam of joy illuminating his face as he admired his creation. A manual pressurized flame thrower. By simply pouring wood tar into the bin and inserting a lit cotton wick into the front hose. This device theoretically could become a nightmare for anyone or anything within a 5-meter radius. Naturally, the caveat was not to ignite oneself in the process. From a high emotional intelligence perspective, the design bore a certain cyberpunk aesthetic, but Brother Mosquito believed that was a minor issue, something to be improved upon later. For now, he dubbed it Hellfire 01. Just as he contemplated where to test it, he glanced up and saw the wild wind approaching, lugging a plastic bucket. This fellow had ventured out early to fish, whereas he typically wouldn't be seen near the infirmary until the afternoon. Today, however, he returned before 10, which was unusual. Wow, back so soon? Brother Mosquito teased. I hope you didn't mess up another trap. It's got nothing to do with the traps, Wild Wind replied, tossing the plastic bucket to the ground. Look what I found. Upon seeing the contents of the bucket, Brother Mosquito froze. Inside were several white stones, interspersed with yellow and light brown impurities. The stiffness in his face quickly transformed into unrestrained joy. Guano, I should have realized. The most abundant resource in Linghu is not just the fish in the lake, but the rich nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium along the shores. We're almost there. It's just ahead. Leading Brother Mosquito toward the lakeshore, Wild Wind excitedly shared his discovery. They stopped at a shallow area where the vegetation was lush, providing excellent concealment and a prime water source for both humans and animals. Just as Wild Wind reached out to point, Brother Mosquito, eager and swift, moved ahead to squat before a relatively flat rock. He extended his index finger, gently brushing it against the stone wall, then leaned in to sniff and even attempted to taste a bit. How does it taste? Wild Wind asked, unable to ignore the burning sensation in his eyes. Spitting onto the ground, Brother Mosquito's expression was a mix of joy and distress. Ugh, how is there still something fresh? Wild Wind. Although I inadvertently sampled a morsel of fresh bird droppings, one truth remains irrefutable. There exists a substantial quantity of guano in this vicinity. The primary component of this mineral is MgNH4PO46H2O, characterized by an orthorhombic crystal structure. Merely examining its chemical composition reveals the vast applications of this substance. Moreover, when guano accumulates in sufficient quantities, the ammonia it contains undergoes gradual oxidation into nitric acid under the influence of nitrifying bacteria, ultimately accumulating in the form of potassium nitrate, sodium nitrate, calcium nitrate, and magnesium nitrate in the soil, thus forming what is known as nitrate soil. This nitrate, as a companion mineral, can be extracted through simple methods, such as mixing with wood ash that has not been filtered to remove potassium and boiling, allowing the calcium and magnesium ions to precipitate, thereby producing nitrate with minimal impurities. In simpler terms, locating guano essentially equates to mastering the art of nitrate extraction. Possessing nitrate is tantamount to possessing gunpowder. In fact, it is not solely guano. The shores of Linghu are scattered with a plethora of diverse excretions. Over time, these deposits have weathered, settled, and hardened, ultimately forming a mineral deposit of fecal matter. The reason for the abundance of such deposits by the lakeside is readily comprehensible. In the early years of this planet's descent into the Wasteland era, it endured a prolonged period of severe cold lasting nearly half a century. During that time, Linghu Wetland Park, as the most water-rich area in the region, was home to numerous wild animals and livestock that had escaped from farms. The feces they left behind are remnants of that era. It was only after the cold spell ended and the uninhabited urban areas evolved into a more flourishing ecosystem that this place gradually became desolate. With this nitrate soil, producing black powder should pose little challenge. Rising to his feet, Mosquito eagerly gazed at the howling wind, urging, "Give me a hand. Let us gather more." The howling wind, perplexed, inquired. We have nitrate and charcoal, but I recall that the recipe for black powder also requires sulfur. What do you intend to procure sulfur? If memory serves, sulfur typically manifests near volcanic craters or hot springs. However, this area clearly lacks either. Mosquito paused, evidently caught off guard by this oversight. Well, if sulfur is unavailable, sulfates should suffice. The process may be slightly more complicated, but they should still be relatively easy to find, right? The howling wind glanced around and shrugged in resignation. In any case, let us search. Unfortunately, the forest yielded no sulfur, nor did the lakeside reveal any signs of this elemental substance. It was hardly surprising. Such a material would hardly be found in a wetland park. However, fortune smiled upon them just as their hopes began to wane. They stumbled upon a deposit of gypsum near a small river extending from Linghu. Composed of calcium sulfate, gypsum, when subjected to high temperatures in conjunction with carbon, can yield calcium sulfide and carbon dioxide, the very sulfate mineral they sought. How could I have overlooked this? Mosquito lamented, slapping the back of his head. Just the other day, I saw Lao Bai and the others adding gypsum powder while making cement. Isn't this precisely calcium sulfate? The howling wind chuckled wryly. The irony of ignorance beneath the lamp-esque glow. Regardless, the outcome was favorable. They collected some gypsum into a plastic barrel. After washing his hands, Mosquito stood and declared, "Let us go. We have our materials. It's time to return." The howling wind nodded and followed suit. Upon their return to the survivors' settlement, as they approached the small wooden cabin, they were met with a commotion at the entrance. Players working on a construction site had inexplicably descended from the scaffolding, armed and encircling a two-headed cow. Beside the bovine stood a stranger, a man clad in a leather jacket, wearing a disarmingly amiable smile, gesturing oddly while mumbling incomprehensible words. Mosquito, intrigued, halted his steps. Who is that? A new NPC? I hadn't heard of any updates today. I'm not sure. Let me inquire, replied the howling wind. A man of action. He set down his plastic barrel and strode over to the crowd gathered around the smoking meat rack, pulling Egg Brother aside. What is happening over there? Who is that man? Egg Brother crossed his arms and shook his head. I'm not entirely certain, but from what I've heard, it seems one of our own encountered this fellow on the way back from the quarry. He followed them here without uttering a word. The howling wind approached closer, catching snippets of the players' discussions. How did this cow end up with two heads? Is it a domesticated aberration? This guy followed us all the way. I bet he is up to no good. Perhaps a spy for raiders. Not necessarily. What if he is an NPC? That doesn't add up. If he were truly an NPC, he wouldn't be unable to communicate, right? Perhaps the conditions haven't been met? Should we confine him until the overseer returns? Feeling the increasingly hostile gazes of the surrounding crowd, Sun Shichi felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Although a revolver lay concealed beneath his leather jacket, its safety disengaged. He knew that even if he were to fire all 6 rounds, he would not survive the onslaught of these encroaching residents. With a single blow from a hammer, he would be down for the count. I'll reiterate, I harbor no ill intentions. I am a merchant. Do you understand what that means? For heaven's sake. Even 2 centuries ago, things were so dire that the profession of peddler still existed, right? Or have you all forgotten due to your prolonged slumber? All right, let us remain calm. Allow me to rephrase. I wish to trade these items from the back of my cow for whatever you have in surplus that I happen to need. Of course, if you're not interested in trading, I can leave immediately without causing further disturbance. Seeing that communication was futile, Sun Shichi felt a growing inclination to retreat. However, the residents showed no signs of parting. Instead, they drew even closer, brandishing ropes. Despair gripped Sun Shichi, just as he contemplated whether to make a desperate stand. The crowd surrounding him suddenly parted to reveal a man striding forward, a mutated reindeer carcass slung over his shoulder. The creature weighed at least 100 kilograms, nearly the size of a horse, yet the man bore it effortlessly, as if it were a mere trifle. Though he donned an innocuous blue coat, Sun Shichi sensed an unmistakable aura of peril emanating from him. This man was no ordinary resident of a shelter. The man unceremoniously dropped the carcass to the ground and exchanged a few words with his companions, who obediently dispersed. As Sun Shichi watched the man approach, tension gripped him, and his nerves were taut. In an instant, a thought flashed through his mind. If he could take the person before him hostage, perhaps he could successfully escape from this place. However, his instincts warned him that should he attempt such an act, he would meet his demise the moment he made a move. "Who are you?" Chu Guang inquired, gazing intently at him. Upon hearing the man address him, Sun Shichi momentarily froze, a look of surprise swiftly dawning upon his face. "You can speak?" "No, that's not what I meant. I meant to ask if you understand the language here. The language in question naturally referred to the universal language of humanity. Before the war, this region belonged to the domain of the Human Alliance, and thus, a unified language was employed. Logically, the residents of the shelter should also communicate in this language. But for some reason, these individuals seemed somewhat different. Chu Guang furrowed his brow slightly, continuing, "Now it is my turn to ask you questions. Answer me. Who are you?" Sensing the underlying hostility in his tone, Sun Shiqi hastily replied, "My surname is Sun, and I am Sun Shiqi, a merchant from the neighboring Honghe town." Honghe town? Upon hearing this unfamiliar place name, Chu Guang raised his eyebrows slightly. He was aware that this was Qingchuan City, situated in the heart of the Human Alliance's Valley Province. As for other cities within the Valley Province, he was not well informed. "What brings you to Qingchuan City?" Sun Shiqi cautiously responded, "As a merchant, I am here to conduct business." Chu Guang's expression remained impassive. "A merchant? Then why have I heard my companions say that you were following them?" "It's a misunderstanding. Absolutely a misunderstanding." Sun Shiqi waved his hands in exasperation. "I intended to head to Giant Stone City, and on my way, I happened to see them wearing blue coats. I thought there might be a shelter nearby, so I thought to exchange some goods. I am merely a merchant, truly without any intention to offend." He had not anticipated that these individuals would be so sensitive. Under normal circumstances, he would never dare approach a survivor settlement alone. But shelter was entirely different. These charming individuals in blue coats were notorious for being naive and easily deceived. They were often the elite of pre-war society or their descendants, who prided themselves on being the heirs of civilization, arrogant and disdainful of others. He had thought that approaching them would be harmless. At worst, he would be chased away like a beggar with nothing lost. Little did he know that once brought in, they would surround him without listening to a word he had to say, showing no intention of letting him go. It was utterly uncivilized, unmoved by his son Shiqi's explanation. Chu Guang continued to regard him with a stoic expression. "Regardless of your intentions, you have indeed committed an offense against us. I believe that in any corner of this wasteland, following someone cannot be considered a friendly act. Wouldn't you agree?" Sun Shiqi was drenched in sweat, forcing himself to nod. "You are correct." "Very well. It seems you have recognized your mistake." Chu Guang nodded. "However, you need not worry. We are reasonable individuals. I have already convinced my companions that you are willing to apologize for your transgressions." Sun Shiqi eagerly nodded. "Yes, yes, I am willing." Upon hearing this, a smile finally graced Chu Guang's face. "Excellent. By the way, I trust you won't object to us selecting something for ourselves?" Sun Shiqi, momentarily bewildered, looked at the man before him in confusion. "Wait, what do you mean by selecting?" Chu Guang replied matter-of-factly, "One cannot simply apologize empty-handed, can they? How else would an apology be meaningful? We are not trying to extort you. We merely intend to take something from your cart." At this point, the smile that had appeared on Chu Guang's face began to fade. "You wouldn't be unwilling, would you?" Sun Shiqi wore a face more tragic than a cry, yet he forced himself to nod. "No, please, take your pick from what's on the card." These ruffians, where was the restraint and pride of civilized individuals? To rob a ragged wasteland traveler, it was akin to a wealthy person robbing a beggar on the street. Did they not feel any shame for their actions? Fuming internally, Sun Shiqi cursed silently, yet he maintained a smiling facade, daring not to reveal any negative emotions. He began to realize that this shelter was fundamentally different from those he had encountered before. As for Chu Guang, he paid no heed to the merchant's thoughts, for they were of no consequence. Seeing this man, so compliant, a pleasant smile returned to Chu Guang's face. "Then I shall not hold back." Chapter 45. The Grainless Honghe Town. To Chu Guang's astonishment, there were indeed numerous goods on the back of the ox. For instance, at the very top lay 5 rider-style revolvers. This weapon boasted a 7mm caliber and featured 2 simple rifled grooves inside the barrel, allowing the bullets to maintain a stable trajectory within a 50-meter range. Particularly noteworthy was its simplistic spring-loaded revolver structure, which not only made maintenance exceedingly convenient, but also rendered it quite reliable in combat. Even in the event of a jam or misfire, one need only turn the revolver slightly to continue firing. The barrel could even be detached for use as a pistol, though accuracy would be left to chance. Of course, what pleased Chu Guang most was the weapon's rate of fire. Although it was a semi-automatic design, as long as the trigger was pulled swiftly enough, firing 6 rounds in quick succession to establish oppression would pose no issue whatsoever. It could be considered remarkably user-friendly. As Chu Guang contemplated whether to select a rifle as compensation, his gaze suddenly fell upon the burlap sacks tied to either side of the 2-headed ox. Upon opening one, he discovered it brimming with coins. These coins were both brass-colored and silver-white, composed of an unknown material that had not rusted. The brass coins appeared slightly smaller, while the silver ones were somewhat larger, with denominations of 1 and 10 inscribed, corresponding to their value. Pre-war currency? No, that couldn't be right. Picking up a coin, Chu Guang turned it over, quickly recognizing a line of small print in the universal language on its reverse. Galaxy Arcade. Good heavens. It was actually game currency. Where did you acquire these? He asked, tossing the coin back into the sack and scrutinizing the anxious expression on Sun Shiqi's face. In response to Chu Guang's inquiry, Sun Shiqi answered honestly, I found these coins in the basement of an arcade. I thought they could be melted down for copper and steel, so I took them. Normally, merchant caravans seldom paused to scavenge. They typically traded with local scavengers, benefiting both parties while avoiding potential conflicts. Yet, nothing is as it seems. Just as a destitute mercenary may occasionally masquerade as a marauder, a cash-strapped merchant is equally inclined to risk scavenging. Take, for instance, the merchant before us, who evidently has not been in this line of work for long. It is quite possible that the two-headed ox behind him was acquired only recently with great effort. Are there any more? Chu Guang inquired. Sun Shiqi hesitated momentarily before instinctively nodding his head. There should still be 2 more crates of these burlap sacks, capable of containing approximately 4 to 5 more. Excellent. I shall take them all. Chu Guang replied as he unloaded the 2 sacks from the ox's back and turned to Sun Shiqi. These 2 sacks and their contents shall serve as your recompense to us. When you return here, remember to bring the remainder of those coins. I propose a trade of 4 kilograms of dried meat for every 100 kilograms of coins you deliver. 100 kilograms is roughly equivalent to a single sack, which could yield around 30 to 40,000 coins. In business, one must value a steady stream of income. Chu Guang preferred not to squeeze too hard on this deal, thus opting for these 2 sacks, which would indeed serve a purpose for him. Moreover, since he intended to let this man depart, he wished to keep his need for weapons discreet. Sun Shiqi, clearly taken aback by the unexpected interest in these scraps, wore a look of astonishment that he struggled to conceal, quickly affirming, no problem. As long as you require them, I shall ensure they are all brought next time. He had little curiosity regarding this man's intentions with the coins. Perhaps it was for sentimental reasons, or perhaps something else. The motives of these old relics were often perplexing. He had originally planned to drag these coins to Giant Rock City to be exchanged for copper and steel, which would yield minimal profit. However, if they could open a market for sanctuary, this deal would undoubtedly be advantageous. Additionally, lightening his load in advance would make the journey ahead considerably easier. Besides the 2 sacks of coins, Chu Guang also retained the 5 revolvers he had previously admired and purchased the 200 rounds of 7mm ammunition that Sun Shiqi carried. In exchange, he offered the distant merchant a total of 50 kilograms of cured meat and 10 kilograms of smoked fish. Although their initial encounter was fraught with misunderstandings, both parties ultimately emerged satisfied. Chu Guang acquired what he desired, while the merchant's surnamed son obtained the trade rights and provisions he needed. For the survivors residing in Clear Spring City, it is hard to fathom the conditions in Honghe Town, despite being less than 100 kilometers apart. The ecological environments are strikingly different. According to Sun Shiqi's own account, there exists a sizable chemical industrial base and a landfill in the area. With no maintenance following the war, these facilities have suffered leaks, resulting in severe soil contamination, particularly with excessive heavy metals, extensive desertification, and compaction, which is yet to be fully restored by nature. Moreover, due to the fragility of the ecosystem, the local fauna primarily consists of scavengers and arthropods. This extreme situation has left the survivors there with almost no arable land and made hunting a challenging means of sustenance. Interestingly, the landfill, which had faced local protests before the war, has become a significant source of wealth for the survivors in the 2 centuries following the nuclear conflict. It harbors nearly half a century's worth of waste, much of which has not undergone degradation. In the current era of Wasteland, the refuse buried there has transformed into a non-natural mineral deposit, fostering the prosperity of local mining, archaeology, and trade. But what do you eat? After listening to Sun Shiqi's description, Chu Guang could not help but ask, is it all reliant on imports? Wouldn't food prices skyrocket? Of course, it cannot all depend on imports. Although we lack reindeer and hyenas, many mutated moles and rats are quite edible. Additionally, we catch various less dangerous insects to produce protein extracts to feed livestock or create something akin to a nutritional paste. Like this, he said, retrieving a sealed glass jar containing a dark gelatinous substance from the pack slung over the ox's back. It resembled a kind of herbal jelly. Chu Guang had noticed this item earlier while rummaging through the pack, but had not understood its purpose, so he had ignored it. To his surprise, it turned out to be food. What is this made from? Sun Shiqi chuckled and replied, Mutated cockroaches. Chu Guang, what the? He felt he could no longer regard the herbal jelly the same way. Although it was derived from the proteins and fats of mutated cockroaches after being boiled, filtered, dried, ground, soaked, and reduced through several processes, it bore little resemblance to cockroaches. It was brimming with protein. Would you care for some? Chu Guang maintained a stern expression. No, thank you. He would rather starve than accept such a thing. However, from the merchant's remarks, it seemed the cost of this food was quite low. Mutated cockroaches were common everywhere, and the cockroaches in Clear Spring City surely contained far fewer heavy metals than those in Hongatown. In times of need, using this nutritional paste as emergency ration for the players might not be a bad option after all. Contemplating whether to adopt a more human-like approach, Chu Guang fell into deep thought. Just then, another thought crossed his mind. You seem quite knowledgeable about insects? Sun Shichi eagerly nodded. Of course. We deal with them every day. Chu Guang pressed on. Do you have any means to deal with leeches? Leeches? Sun Shichi hesitated. Are you referring to those mutated leeches? Yes. Seeing Chu Guang nod, Sun Shichi pondered for a moment, his expression turning somewhat troubled. Those are rather uncommon in Hongatown. Perhaps it's because we have a lot of ants. Chu Guang frowned and asked, ants? Sun Shichi nodded and continued. Yes, we have a variant known as the ironback ant, about the size of a thumb, and they can grow as large as a fist. Their exoskeletons are incredibly tough and corrosion resistant. They eat nearly anything, and most soft-bodied creatures stand no chance against them. Chu Guang inquired, could you bring a few next time for me to see? Sun Shichi smiled, no problem. I'll make sure to bring them. After the transaction concluded, the merchant surnamed Sun did not linger, but chose to continue on his journey. Chu Guang made no effort to detain him, merely reminding him of the mutant camp near Street 76 and the signs of raider activity to the north of Wetland Park. Wishing him a safe journey. The silhouette of the two-headed ox gradually vanished into the forest. As the players watched him depart, they began to chatter among themselves. Indeed, that fellow was truly a merchant. How fortunate it was that I refrained from striking him. Though one might ponder what harm could have caused. I could have retained all his possessions. While such reasoning holds merit, what if the merchant were to perish and no longer respawn? It seems improbable that he would cease to return upon death. Yet with the impending winter expansion, it is conceivable that he could be the sole merchant available. Moreover, did you not hear the developers proclaim that Wasteland OL aspires to create an economic system that authentically reflects the dynamics of supply and demand? If this is not merely an enticing promise, then perhaps it is a strategic move to reel in the players. There appears to be some truth to that notion. Disregarding the players' discussions, at this moment, Chu Guang's thoughts were entirely consumed by the two hefty sacks of game currency. He conceived a bold idea. If plastic chips could serve as a general equivalent, then why not metallic currency? These two bags contain no fewer than 60 or 70,000 coins, and it wouldn't be long before that merchant's surnamed Sun could procure even more for him. For a scale of fewer than 500 players, these coins would be more than sufficient. The brass-colored coins could be regarded as copper coins, while the silver-white coins could be considered silver coins, with a value ratio of 10 to 1. The original contribution points would be integrated into a new honor system, allowing players to purchase identities, titles, and even private land. Simultaneously, the forthcoming systems of mercenaries, caravans, guilds, and legions would also be linked to contribution points. Only players with sufficient contributions would be qualified to lead others. This not only enhances management, but also significantly limits those who might cause disturbances. After all, the higher the value of a player's account, the more they would cherish their hard-won gaming privileges, leading them to invest more effort and voluntarily maintain order within the game. Causing chaos is a source of amusement, and this is a facet of human nature. Dragging two sacks that weighed nearly 100 kilograms each back to the shelter, Chu Guang found an unoccupied room devoid of activated incubation pods and leaned the sacks against the corner of the wall. He then turned back to the residence hall, logged into the official website's backend, and began editing the title. Wasteland OL Closed Beta Alpha 03 version update announcement. Major adjustments to the economic system. As he typed this line, Chu Guang opened his document. He had previously noted numerous brilliant ideas from the forum, and now was the perfect time to employ them. Chapter 46, Developer's Log, Alpha 03 version. Official website, Wasteland OL Closed Beta Alpha 03 version update announcement. Major updates. 1. The number of closed beta players increased to 50. 2. A brand new economic system. 3. A completely new honor system. Optimizations. 1. Introduction of various new alien models. 2. A richer array of tradable resources. 3. Fixes for few bugs. After the announcement was published, Chu Guang did not remain idle. He proceeded to pin his pre-edited post on the official website forum. Given the significance of this update for all players, he felt compelled to engage with them in his capacity as a developer. Developer's log, Alpha 03 version. Greetings everyone. I am your most beloved developer. Thanks to our tireless dedication and the punctual attendance of our closed beta players, the development progress of Wasteland OL has taken a significant leap forward. I do not mean to boast, but this update of Alpha 03 will undoubtedly be the most consequential since the commencement of the closed beta. Previously, some players expressed grievances about the cumbersome process of calculating contribution points, which could only be checked offline, robbing them of the joy of counting their earnings in-game. Additionally, there were concerns about NPCs withholding wages. However, this worry is entirely unfounded. The manager of Shelter 404, who also acts as a novice guide, is designed to be utterly just and would never shortchange a player. I can guarantee that with my integrity. Yet, while the issue of wage withholding is non-existent, the convoluted contribution point calculation process is indeed a valid concern. In response to the feedback, our planning department convened for 3 days and nights, ultimately concluding that we cannot sacrifice gameplay for the sake of realism. Therefore, we have decided to design a brand new currency to replace the original contribution points as the primary reward for players completing tasks. This currency is exceptionally convenient, primarily available in denominations of 1 and 10, made of brass and silver white materials, and can be used to purchase food, equipment, and other services and goods requiring payment. Yes, following this update, food will no longer be provided for free. Players will need to spend in-game copper or silver coins to acquire it. Meanwhile, players will also receive monetary rewards for completing tasks. Doesn't that sound delightful? The gameplay has suddenly become much richer. On another note, after the Alpha 03 update, the shelter will permit its residents to possess private property. Items or equipment salvaged from the Wasteland will belong to the players, who may trade them with others or sell them to the shelter for rewards. To facilitate this, we have introduced an additional storage system located in the buffer room at the shelter's entrance. There, you will find a row of lockers that can be secured with a password. You may have noticed them already, and they are now available for use. Both money and weapons can be stored there, with the exception of prohibited hazardous materials. What? You inquire if it is free? Naturally, there is a fee. However, do not fret, as the rental cost is quite affordable. Everyone can manage it. Furthermore, players holding a considerable number of contribution points need not despair. While contribution points are no longer used as currency, your contributions to the shelter and the entire civilization have not gone unnoticed by the NPCs. After thorough deliberation by our planning department, we have decided to incorporate contribution points into the new honor system. This system operates independently from the economic framework and primarily pertains to the privileges players enjoy within the shelter. In simple terms, it can be used to exchange for identities and titles. Every player starts with the default identity of a shelter resident, and spending 2,000 contribution points allows one to upgrade to a citizen. In Shelter 404, residents possess only basic human rights, while only citizens can own private land. Currently, the option to exchange for citizen status is available. The most basic citizen identity permits the purchase of a mere 5 square meters of private land. And as 1S status elevates, this figure will continue to expand. More identities and titles will be gradually released in subsequent updates based on testing progress. Simultaneously, systems currently under design, such as mercenaries, caravans, guilds, and legions, will also have certain requirements related to identity and contribution points. Following the Alpha 03 version, daily task rewards will primarily consist of money, with contribution points being awarded only for actions that benefit the overall interests of the outpost. This includes, but is not limited to, holding public office, resolving emergencies, and undertaking significant creations and inventions. Please keep this in mind. After the post was published, it did not immediately generate a significant stir. However, this was entirely within Chu Guang's expectations. The Wasteland clock read 3 in the afternoon, while in the realm of reality, it was still the dead of night. For those unfortunate souls who failed to secure a reservation, it felt like a descent into the underworld. Whilst for the players immersed in the game, it was merely too early. They would soon log off and discover the news. Stretching languidly, Chu Guang was about to shut down his computer when he suddenly noticed an additional reply to a post. Crow, what is going on? Has it updated already? Did I just missed the entire 0.2 version? QQ. Upon reading this, Chu Guang was taken aback. This individual truly kept his word. No helmet, no sleep. Yet, there was little he could do. If given the choice, Chu Guang would wish for the player's resurrection cooldowns to be considerably shorter, but alas, The journey from embryonic development to maturity invariably requires time. Just a little longer to endure. By tomorrow, they should be back online. Disregarding the plight of that unfortunate player, Chu Guang powered down his computer and rose to venture outside the shelter. Ever since he purchased a batch of tools from the Brown farm, the efficiency of the player's labor had seen a remarkable improvement. It had only been 2 days since the third batch of players entered the game. Yet the concrete walls surrounding the sanatorium were astonishingly close to completion. Moreover, Chu Guang discovered that a number of players under the leadership of the Merciful were digging foundations in the open space before the sanatorium, laying yellow mud bricks and applying cement. It appeared they were constructing a building. Approaching, he seized a player who was transporting bricks and inquired, "What are you all up to?" The player, unabashed, grinned and explained, "We heard the new NPC is a weapons merchant, so we're building her a weapons shop." Goodness. Chu Guang et Galim Astonitz. Are you all this proactive? Although he had indeed shared some information about the NPC with Fong Chong, he had never hinted at the construction of a weapons shop. Their foresight was simply astronomical. Maintaining a neutral expression, Chu Guang then turned to the adjacent foundation and continued his questioning. "And what about that one?" The player chuckled, responding, "That one? It should be a bathhouse. We used a wash by the lake, but we found it wasn't particularly safe. Just yesterday, Brother Bai almost lost a little worm to a catfish. So, we decided to establish a public bathhouse." Suppressing a laugh, Chu Guang managed to maintain a stiff expression and nodded. "Ahem, keep up the good work. It's commendable to prioritize hygiene." The player beamed, replying, "Sure thing. I'll get back to it now." Time swiftly passed, and evening fell. Brother Egg set up an iron pot in the clearing, first tossing in a chunk of hyena fat to render oil, followed by deer meat and some green scavenge from who knows where, all sautéed over a roaring flame. Seasoned with salt, tonight's menu featured sautéed fiddlehead ferns with deer meat, accompanied by a light porridge of green barley. Thanks to the reindeer procured by the administrator, the players could finally enjoy an improved meal. Curious about the origin of the iron pot, which was unlike any cooking utensil Chu Guang had seen before, he turned to the nearest player, Brother Bai, and asked, "Where did you get that?" "Ah, that is something Fong Chong and I crafted." Brother Bai replied with a grin when faced with the administrator's inquiry. "You made it?" Chu Guang looked at him in surprise, then asked, "Is your furnace operational?" "It is now. Although the quality of the steel we produce is just average, it's sufficient for making some tools," Brother Bai stated proudly. "I was just about to report this to you, but I couldn't find you. Hee. It was astonishing that the players had mastered the rudimentary techniques of steelmaking. Though the quality of the steel may leave something to be desired, ISNT every skill honed through gradual progression, with iron in their possession. Not only their combat capabilities, but also their productivity would surely ascend to new heights." Chu Guang mused, his face reflecting admiration. "You've done remarkably well. I will report your contributions to the organization. You and Fong Chong shall each receive a reward of 1,000 contribution points in recognition of your efforts to meet the steel needs of the outpost." Brother Bai was overjoyed, exclaiming, "It's my honor to alleviate your burdens." Chu Guang shook his head. No need for such formalities. These players were all exceptionally talented, and their pleasant demeanor made his role as an administrator remarkably effortless. He recalled a conversation with old Charlie at Better Street, where he had learned that most shelter administrators did not fare well. The residents of shelters were often far more difficult to please than the survivors in the Wasteland. Even when well-fed and clothed, they would disregard their grim circumstances, voicing unrealistic demands. Rarely could raiders breach the fortified walls of a shelter, for the feeble weapons they wielded were unworthy of leaving even a scratch on the shelter's doors. Most shelters that fell to neglect did so due to internal strife and discord. When he first heard old Charlie's words, Chu Guang sensed a hint of melancholy in his tone, as if he spoke from personal experience. Upon taking over the management of Shelter 404, Chu Guang himself felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing he might not fulfill his responsibilities adequately. He had even kept a fallback plan in place by hiring the little fish to watch over things while he was at Better Street. However, he no longer harbored such thoughts. Similar occurrences might transpire in any shelter, yet they would not unfold here. Approaching the stove where Brother Egg was cooking, Chu Guang took a bowl and addressed him, "Please serve me a bowl as well." Brother Egg looked surprised. In his recollection, this NPC had never dined with them, leading him to suspect that this character was designed to require no sustenance. Had the artificial intelligence evolved? "I'll do it." Tung Ting, waiting at the stove, eagerly took the bowl, filled it to the brim with green barley porridge, and handed it to the administrator. "Be careful, it's hot." "Thank you." Chu Guang nodded in gratitude, then asked Brother Egg for a ladle of sautéed deer meat, which he poured over the thick porridge before turning to head towards the shelter's elevator. Chapter 47. As a planner proficient in human nature. Enjoy your meal. In the adjacent room of the residence hall within Shelter 404, Chu Guang presented the bowl and spoon to the wall-sitting Xia Yan. Observing the deer meat and fiddlehead ferns floating atop the porridge, Xia Yan swallowed hard, unperturbed by the possibility of poison, and devoured the food voraciously. The fact that she could consume it indicated her recovery was nearly complete. Watching the mercenary devour her meal, Chu Guang cast a brief glance at her right leg. Although severed limbs cannot regenerate, the wounds have largely healed, and the scabbed areas are beginning to flake away, revealing fresh flesh. It appears that this healing serum indeed possesses remarkable properties. If only I could extract another vial, mused Chu Guang as he observed Xia Yan finishing her meal. How are you holding up? Xia Yan set down her bowl, nervously nodding. To be candid, she felt a lack of confidence. Yet, she feared the consequence of declining, worrying that she might be sold off to the neighboring farm as a serf. This ruthless individual had previously torn apart a crawler and had shot his own people without so much as a blink. One could only speculate what more heinous actions he might undertake. Very well, Chu Guang nodded, continuing to gaze at her. You still have a day to rest tomorrow. You will officially commence work the day after. Xia Yan queried anxiously. What exactly is the role of the weapon shop proprietress? Chu Guang looked at her and replied. Is your character role? Haven't you memorized your lines yet? Xia Yan wore a confused expression, clearly not grasping the significance of this position. Chu Guang sighed. Never mind. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. My assistant, Xiao Qi, will provide you with on-the-job training. You need only follow my instructions diligently. Furthermore, while I want to interfere elsewhere, in front of others, you must address me as manager. Is that understood? Xia Yan nodded. Understood. Chu Guang instructed, now say it once. Manager. Xia Yan bowed her head and submissively responded. Hey, you're learning rather quickly. Chu Guang was pleased with her attitude, nodding as he handed her a chocolate-flavored lollipop. Excellent. This is your dessert after the meal. Keep it. Xia Yan stared at the lollipop in bewilderment, lost in thought about its implications. Chu Guang had no desire to delve into her musings, nor was he curious about what occupied her mind. Without lingering in the room, he shut the door and returned to the surface, first carrying Xiao Qi down from upstairs, then, like a seasoned farmer, herding the free-range players back to the shelter, ensuring they settled into their cultivation pods. He locked the login permissions to prevent anyone from wandering about at night, aside from the garbage player still battling outside. All 29 players had returned to their nests. Upon sitting down in front of the computer in the residence hall, Chu Guang opened the forum. As he had anticipated, the young players, upon removing their helmets, made their first order of business not washing their faces or brushing their teeth, but rather picking up their phones or computers to log onto the Wasteland OL official website. This moment, just after the players had logged off, was the busiest time of day for the forum. Especially notable was the explosive news released just 3 hours prior. The Alpha 02 version had been updated to version 03 in less than 3 days. Moreover, the content of this update was significantly more extensive than the previous version. There was no need for it to be pinned. The post Chu Guang had made as the planner on the forum had unequivocally usurped the lengthy analysis threads, becoming the hottest topic across the entire forum. Olbai, the most diligent official in history. Major updates every 3 days, minor updates daily, love it. Letting people live. Tears of joy, finally. We'll receive wages for completing tasks. TT Night 10. How did you speak? Didn't we receive wages before? Contribution points and favorability don't count as wages? Funny. Fong Chong. Wait a minute, I have a question. Does this mean that daily tasks will no longer grant contribution points? Fierce Wind. Holy crap. Letting people live. Holy crap. Holy crap. Night 10. No way, bro. You can't do this. Panic from the future, Kakarot. Actually, there's a small detail. 2,000 contribution points can upgrade you to a citizen. Will some tasks only be available to citizens, not residents? Mole on the run in the canyon. Wah, I want to build a house. Don't stop me from building a house. By the way, what happens if I don't buy land to build a house? Irina, it should be considered an illegal construction. Funny. Makabazi. What is the point of building a house? I want a farm. Damn, 5 square meters isn't enough to grow anything. Angry. The player's focus always seems to rest in peculiar places. Chu Guang had merely intended to convey that they would now receive compensation for completing tasks. However, the players fixated on the notion that acquiring contribution points would become more challenging. Moreover, regarding the new identity system and private land system, it seemed they had misunderstood certain aspects. Yet, this was partly his fault for failing to elucidate this portion adequately. Guang, everyone, please remain calm. This planner has just finished an overtime shift and has not had the chance to rest before hearing from the forum moderator that there are numerous inquiries regarding the new version. Therefore, I shall clarify in detail what this private land entails. Firstly, players who have already obtained closed beta qualifications should have experienced that the game map of Wasteland OL is an open world, with the actual game map being incredibly vast, nearly limitless. However, in contrast, the safe zones provided by the shelter surface outpost are finite. This 5 square meter private land can be understood as the personal space provided to players within the walls of the outpost. Players may construct houses on their designated land, provided that the height does not exceed that of the ruins of the sanatorium located at the center of the base. If players desire to expand their private territory, they can do so not only by diligently acquiring contribution points to elevate their identity levels, but also by collaborating with friends for joint development and shared utilization. Of course, some players may wonder, if I do not possess my own land but wish to build a house, can I do so outside the walls of the outpost? The answer is indeed affirmative. We have promised that players can freely exercise their creativity to transform this world, and the server will retain these modifications, which is one of the core gameplay elements of this game. However, it is crucial to note that free construction is merely a server-supported feature. While players may exercise this ability, they must also adhere to the rules established by the NPCs within the game. After all, in terms of lore, players are identified as residents of Shelter 404. The territory of the outpost encompasses not only the walls, but also includes external buffer zones, agricultural areas, and more. As long as these lands are not encroached upon and do not pose a threat to the public safety and facilities of the outpost, players can unleash their creativity in construction. However, it is essential to understand that structures outside these territories will not be protected by the shelter. Additionally, as the scale of the outpost will continually evolve with development, nearby lands may be incorporated into the new territorial boundaries at any time. Therefore, for the sake of your gaming experience, it is advisable to exercise creativity and choose locations that are slightly distant from the outpost. Should your construction inadvertently fall within the territorial limits of the outpost, there is no need for excessive concern. The benevolent manager will not immediately demolish any illegal structures within the territory, but will grant the owner a grace period of 30 days. Within this 30-day time frame, you shall possess the right of first refusal for the land, whether it be through elevating your status or collaborating with other players. As long as you convert the land beneath the structure into your private domain, you may retain the illegally constructed building, which is remarkably considerate. However, should the player fail to exercise this right within the stipulated 30 days, the administrator is compelled to reclaim the land in accordance with the management regulations of the shelter and confiscate the illegal structure, thereby initiating the asset disposition process. During this process, the administrator will determine the fate of the building based on its purpose and quality, deciding whether it shall be demolished, designated as a public facility, or auctioned. Depending on the method of disposal, the administrator may judiciously grant compensation to the displaced player. Additionally, it is worth mentioning that the current currency is merely a provisional medium during the closed and internal testing phases. This point must be emphasized. As we approach the conclusion of game testing, we shall contemplate integrating a digital currency and electronic ledger system, merging the currency system with the attributes panel to present a visual interface directly to the players, akin to those traditional PC games you have enjoyed. Attributes and assets will be readily accessible for perusal. However, achieving this functionality is not a trivial undertaking, as it entails numerous intricate technical challenges. So we kindly ask for your patience and allow our development team some time. By the way, this update has introduced 20 new closed beta qualifications. I trust that the fortunate individuals among you have already received emails from the backend, so please check promptly. After a long night of work, I must catch some sleep. Feel free to leave any questions in the comments below, and I shall respond comprehensively upon awakening. Of course, Chu Guang did not sleep. In the Wasteland, it was barely dark, not even 6:30 in the evening. Sleeping so early would lead to waking up in the middle of the night, especially without a gaming helmet to assist in slumber. Instead, he opted to lurk in the forum, observing the banter of this motley crew. As expected, within 2 minutes of his post update, the replies exploded once more. Battlefield Atmosphere Group. Awesome. The planner has replied. Human Outline Master Chef. Brother Guang. Just like you. Sweat dripping into the soil. Desperately seeking closed beta qualification. Please, just give me a chance. Proud Grandpa. Keep blabbering. I refuse to believe it. Let me reiterate, there is no such thing as a fully immersive virtual reality game in this world. Those accounts above are all bots. To the living souls in the forum, do not be deceived by the dog administrators of the cattle and horse herd. They are not good. Elena. Are there even living people in this forum? Aren't they all my alternate accounts? Humor. Quitting smoking, what? All 50 slots have already been filled. Why didn't I receive an email? Debt-ridden big eyes. I received it. A stroke of longing. Huh. This proud grandpa ID looks somewhat familiar. It seems to be from the cattle and horse herd. What surprised Chu Guang was that this little proud fellow had actually followed him to the forum. Was he this guy always claiming that the official website was a scam? Why is he bowing to reality now? Upon clicking on the account, Chu Guang found it even more amusing. Good heavens, he was still a reserve player. And he had completed 10 questions after the reservation threshold was raised. Chu Guang chuckled inwardly, dismissing the foolish remarks of this individual. He was not the only one in the forum doubting the existence of this game. What Chu Guang needed to do was simply filter out 20 reliable players from the 300 reserves. His methods included, but were not limited to, analyzing user profiles through historical forum posts, answering scores, activity levels, and online times. Having previously worked in sales, he was more than adept at this. Those who were neither here nor there, those who were just clueless infants, should not even bother showing up. With so many steel bars on the construction site, why come into the game to act clever? How failed must one be in life? Not happy? Frustrated? I couldn't care less. As a planner well-versed in human nature, all Chu Guang needed to do was use 3 sentences to have the players toil away for an entire night. Chapter 48. Alpha 03 version goes live. New gameplay unlocked. The following morning, outside the walls of the sanatorium, the air was filled with lively chatter and calls. On the abandoned construction site, stones were being transported. Groups of 4 were forming, and the rental for 2 small carts had been paid. Those wishing to board should hurry. Are there any strength-based companions? Waiting for a teammate to chop wood, earn money, and level up. Agile types seeking a group. Perception types preferred. Intelligence types stay aside. Let us tackle the scavenging tasks in the northern row houses. GKD. Damn it. Is there no respect for intelligence types? The outpost is recruiting part-time warehouse managers with a fixed daily salary of 9 silver coins and 100 contribution points, working from 6 in the morning to 6 in the evening, with a 3-hour break in between. Responsibilities include verifying ledgers, counting inventory, and managing procurement and sales with intelligence types preferred. Only 2 positions available. Note that the administrator is always watching you. Any discovery of favoritism or fraud will be met with severe punishment. I'm signing up. The carpentry workshop is also hiring. A guaranteed daily salary of 10 silver coins and 200 contribution points, with additional commissions for tool-making orders. Experience in carpentry is required. Must be able to process logs and create furniture, bows, and spears of good quality. I'm out of here. After the version update, each player received a novice gift pack containing 5 copper coins from the generous administrator. What can 5 copper coins accomplish? Quite a lot, actually. For instance, they could be used to rent an axe for 5 hours at the lumberyard or a cart at the warehouse for 5 hours, pushing other tools as well. In addition to rentals, players can purchase a pound of horned potatoes, green wheat, or 100 grams of jerky at the warehouse. Purchasing power is robust. One must admit, players are the most adaptable beings. If it were the scavengers from Better Street, upon hearing someone wanted to replace their nearly century-old tokens with metal pieces, they would likely stand up and fight. But players are different. They are particles engaging in Brownian motion within a bottle, embodying both chaos and order. As long as they continuously perform the actions of donning and doffing the helmet, they will never escape this bottle. Games have their own rules, and updates and adjustments are the norm. For players, this is common sense. Within an hour, these self-taught little geniuses had already familiarized themselves with the new version's rules and began devising ways to adapt their gameplay accordingly. In the open space before the walls, Fang Chong did not rush to set off. Instead, he gathered Lao Bai, Yishur, and Quang Feng to convene a strategy meeting. Fang Chong. The most significant changes in the Alpha 03 version are the alterations to the economic system and identity system. Fang Chong. I just consulted the assistant of the manager regarding the acquisition of contribution points. Apart from making significant contributions, the only way to obtain them is through employment. Taking the position of warehouse manager, which has the lowest entry barrier, as an example, one can earn 100 contribution points for a day's work. If starting from scratch, it typically takes 20 days to achieve citizenship. Quang Feng touched his nose and raised his hand to speak. I would like to add that it is not solely through the employment system. Daily activity tasks have a guaranteed minimum. For instance, chopping down 20 trees and transporting them to the carpenter's hut not only yields reward for the trees themselves, but also grants an additional 80 contribution points. However, the daily cap for contribution points earned through these tasks is limited to 160 points, which means completing about 2 tasks fills the quota. Fang Chong. Indeed. Utilizing the downtime from occupational tasks for daily activities theoretically allows for a maximum daily contribution of 260 points, meaning it would take approximately 8 days to accumulate 2,000 points. However, for the average individual, this seems quite challenging. Yishur quietly remarked, "Wow, so you're saying my 3,000 contribution points are rather impressive?" Oldbai scratched the back of his head and chuckled. "I have 5,000. Yishi iklimit, dumb. When I first entered the game, the contribution points from chopping trees were calculated based on the length and thickness of the wood. Trees as thick as an arm yielded 1 point per meter, while those as thick as a thigh provided 2 points per meter. It appears the game's numerical design was flawed, resulting in Oldbai, who specializes in strength, achieving a staggering 800 points merely from chopping trees, while even Fong Chong, with the lowest stamina, managed to earn 300 points in a single day. This was clearly unreasonable. Indeed, from the Alpha 02 version onward, the income from tree chopping was significantly reduced. In the current Alpha 03 version, cutting down a tree yields only 2 or 4 copper coins based on its thickness and length. Furthermore, without one's own axe, players must pay a rental fee of 1 copper coin per hour, which is charged on credit. Even if one chops down 20 thigh-thick pine trees in a day, the income amounts to a mere 80 copper coins, equivalent to only 8 silver coins. When combined with the 80 contribution points for felling 20 trees, the lumberjack profession has faced an epic nerf compared to the early days of the server. Nevertheless, the outpost indeed does not lack for wood anymore. Tree chopping is likely aimed at ensuring a fruitful farming season come spring, thanks to the initial overflow of contribution point data in the game. The 4 of us now hold the highest contribution points, and I have already exchanged mine for citizenship. Soon, you should all upgrade your statuses as well. Together, we will possess 20 square meters of land, allowing us to secure a plot near the sanatorium. What is the purpose of securing land? Are you foolish? To build houses? Fong Chong retorted, rolling his eyes at Yishur. Is it unreasonable to construct a 3-story building on a 20 square meter plot? As long as the height does not exceed that of the central sanatorium, the first floor can serve as a storefront, while the second and third can be divided into rooms. Each person could have their own space, complete with a bed and chest. How delightful is that? Fong Chong's exasperation was palpable as he wondered how Yishur could pose such a silly question. That's a valid point. Oldbai's eyes sparkled with realization. We could engage in commerce. The storefront would face the entrance of the sanatorium, the resurrection point for players, making a prime location for business. Exactly. That is precisely what I was considering. Fong Chong snapped his fingers, a smile spreading across his face as he confidently declared. The new version evidently encourages players to unleash their creativity, spontaneously organizing production and trade. Do you remember the emphasis placed by the developers on creating an economic system that genuinely reflects supply and demand in Wasteland OL? This will significantly influence how players acquire their equipment and supplies, much of which will likely be obtained through player-to-player transactions. If we don't secure land now, when will we? Regrettably, the identity system limits the amount of land each player can purchase. Otherwise, Fong Chong would genuinely aspire to save enough money to acquire all the land surrounding the sanatorium and directly develop Wasteland real estate. Wouldn't that be a more cost-effective option than buying property in major cities? Is there any possibility that this game won't be a hit upon its public release? Incredible. Even Quangfing couldn't help but give a thumbs up. This analysis is spot on. Yishur and Oldbai exchanged excited glances, their faces brimming with anticipation. How much do we need to buy land? Fong Chong smiled and replied, I've checked. 1 square meter costs only 10 silver coins. What we must do now is to secure 200 silver coins before any other players do. We need to purchase the nearest 20 square meters to the sanatorium. Oldbai hesitated. What if someone gets there before us? Fong Chong made a resigned expression. If that happens, we'll just recruit them into our venture. Currently, there aren't many who have reached citizenship. Even if someone is quicker than us, how many could there be? A couple more 1T pose a problem. The 3 nodded in agreement, having no objections to bringing others into the fold. I have another question. Yishur raised his hand and said, What can we do to earn money? I checked, and the job of making cement yields the highest income among positions that require no prior experience. It only provides 10 silver coins per day. Including the production bonus, it amounts to a maximum of 12 coins, and it requires 2 people. Quangfing pointed in the direction, reminding, moreover, there's no space available now. Look, smoke is already rising from the cement kiln over there, indicating it's likely full. Although the cement kiln was constructed by Oldbai and his team after the Alpha 03 version updated the land system, the facilities within the walls were designated as public assets. As the builders of the facility, Old Bai and Fong Chong enjoy a 30-day priority purchasing right. However, the location of the cement kiln is exceedingly remote, nearly adjacent to the Wall S base, posing a risk of becoming a target during an enemy invasion. A barrage of bullets could easily render it useless. Both of them were unwilling to squander their precious land purchase quota, given the low technical requirements of this endeavor. It was better to wait until the 30-day period expired, at which point the fixed assets on the land would be officially confiscated, and the manager would compensate them with some money and contributions. They would even prefer the assets to be confiscated immediately, using the demolition compensation to buy land. Fong Chong stroked his chin and mused, even if we don't fill the positions, I wouldn't recommend applying for those fixed roles. To outpace other players, we must seek alternative paths. Yisher looked at him and inquired, such as, for instance, hunting. Fong Chong nodded. I just saw at the warehouse in trance that a corpse of a mutated hyena can be exchanged for 5 silver coins. For prey weighing over 30 kilograms. We receive an additional 2 copper coins for every kilogram over that. Yisher's eyes widened in astonishment. 5 silver coins? That is quite a sum. This is calculated at the minimum standard. Although mutated hyenas typically weigh around 30 kilograms, it is currently autumn, and most prey are accumulating fat, leading to generally heavier weights. This detail showcases the game's meticulous design. Besides mutated hyenas, mutated reindeer are also on the purchase list, with each creature fetching at least 12 silver coins. Essentially, if the 4 of us form a team and manage to hunt 8 mutated hyenas in a day, we would surpass the income of 4 people working on cement production. Any additional catch is pure profit. This is the fastest method Fong Chong could conceive to earn the required 200 silver coins. But where are we supposed to find that many prey? Old Bai hesitated and remarked, it seems that the wetland park is primarily inhabited by birds and small animals. It would be prudent to venture into the urban area to find larger game, wouldn't it? Before Fong Chong could respond, Yisher, sitting nearby, raised his hand. No need to worry. I've been hunting alongside the manager for the past few days, and I'm well aware of the dangerous areas and those with abundant prey in this vicinity. Furthermore, just yesterday, the manager and I discovered a herd of migrating deer. As long as we follow their tracks, locating our quarry should be quite manageable. Kwang Fong nodded in agreement. Indeed, our Yisher possesses perceptive abilities. With a score of 9 points, he currently boasts the highest perception among all players, making the search for prey a trivial task. The real question lies in how to hunt, as the weapon merchant has yet to open for business. Fong Chong replied with a confident smile. There is no necessity for firearms. With proper technique, weapons such as spears, slingshots, bows, and crossbows can perform just as effectively at medium and close range. Kwang Fong frowned and inquired, have you ever used a bow? It's notoriously difficult to hit a target with one. He recalled a previous university outing to an archery club, where he had tried the sport using a bow equipped with professional sights. Not to mention hitting a target 20 meters away. Merely managing to strike his own target with a set of 10 arrows felt like a stroke of talent. Many aimed at their own targets, but ended up hitting others or even the protective padding on the floor and ceiling. The thought of using a bow without sights left Kwang Fong wondering just how dismal the accuracy would be. However, Fong Chong appeared unperturbed by this concern, still wearing a confident smile. Rest assured, archery is my forte. I possess a modicum of skill in it. You shall handle trap making and finishing off the prey. Old Bai will take the lead, and Yisher will be responsible for reconnaissance and vigilance. Trust me, this lineup is remarkably solid. Chapter 49. Chu Guang plays a grand game. In truth, it was not just Fong Chong who had noticed. Numerous players had already become aware of this as well. The significance of this update transcended mere enhancements to the economic system and the integration of contribution points into the honor system. Its greatest implication was the emphasis on cooperation among players. With the increase in player numbers, this step was, in fact, inevitable. A robust social system not only enriches the gaming experience, but also bolsters user engagement and daily activity. Although the latter may seem somewhat superfluous for the technically adept Wasteland OL, thus far, the players selected by Chu Guang have been exceptionally hardcore, practically yearning to remain online for 24 hours a day, reluctant to log off until forcibly disconnected. Their self-discipline seemed to border on the absence of a social life. Regardless, from a perspective of the overwhelming majority of players, the impact of this update on inter-player cooperation was profound. Although the official social system had not been updated, many features had already laid the groundwork for team formations and guild systems. For instance, a prime example was the ability for players to share land usage rights with friends. A mere 5 square meters of land might seem insufficient for any substantial endeavor, but when 4 players pooled their resources, they could create a total of 20 square meters. sufficient for constructing a modest dwelling. Was this not the embryonic form of a guild? Shao-Chi, do you know what the soul of the game is? What is it? Standing on the third floor of the sanatorium, observing the bustling players inside and outside the forward operating base, Chu Guang's lips curled into a subtle smile. It is mathematics. Mathematics? Yes, more precisely, it should be referred to as numerical design. This is an art form. Exceptional numerical design can even stand as a gameplay element in its own right. In comparison, narrative, visuals, and settings serve merely as the added value bestowed by art. Baidu is not entirely useless. It occasionally yields some nonsensical drivel. After a brief pause, Chu Guang continued in a leisurely manner through the design of numerical values. We can maintain the contribution points and currency that the majority of methodical players can earn in a day within a reasonable range. For instance, under normal circumstances, transitioning from resident to citizen should take 2 to 3 weeks. This duration must not be excessively long, as it would lead players to lose confidence, nor too short, as easily attained rewards lack significance. Once players achieve citizenship and become our core users, we will immediately set new goals for them, such as purchasing land. Shao-Chi tilted the camera. Purchasing land? But the prices you've set for land seem rather affordable. Indeed, Chu Guang nodded. For players who have already attained citizenship, acquiring land itself does not take long. It is merely a matter of reaching into their wallets. However, once they have purchased land, they must construct something upon it, right? Building houses necessitates cement, bricks, and for sturdier small villas, steel. By erecting several houses, the production capacity for those building materials will naturally increase. I refuse to believe these players would want their in-game abodes to appear as shabby shanties. Why do citizens only receive 5 square meters? If I grant them 10 or 20 square meters, our safe zone will soon be filled with useless shanties and debris. Shao-Chi responded, "Ah, I see. For an AI, grasping the emotional resonance of these concepts might prove challenging." Nonetheless, Chu Guang remained unfazed. With a gentle smile, he continued, "Once the houses are constructed, they cannot live in them as mere shells, can they? Beds, tables, cabinets, carpets, curtains, and once electricity is available, even light bulbs, some furniture must be procured. The back and forth between raw materials, furs, and craftsmanship will inevitably lead to a simultaneous increase in production and consumption. Regardless of whether it involves selling land, building houses, or acquiring furniture, all of these endeavors require expenditure, do they not? And where does the money come from? Apologies, but this game is still in closed beta. It currently does not support microtransactions. To earn money, players must diligently complete tasks, grind through dungeons, or toil in the fields. Through the leverage of the task system, Chu Guang could effortlessly manipulate the flow of currency, thereby indirectly governing player behavior. For instance, if the shelter faced a food shortage, he could enhance the rewards for gathering and hunting tasks. If there was a need to construct buildings, he could boost the profits from transporting materials, plastering, and producing cement. If mutants or marauders attacked, the issue would no longer be monetary. Chu Guang would initiate a never-ending war mobilization in the form of an in-game event, temporarily exempting players from death penalties during the event and providing them with weapons. Faced with a horde of fearless disasters, even mutants, who knew not the meaning of fear, would be struck with trepidation. Once they had sufficiently engaged in play, he would unlock new identity levels for them to explore. Beyond citizenship, there were intermediate citizenships, and the purchasable land would be expanded to 25 square meters. By then, the second perimeter wall would be constructed, and resources such as cement, bricks, wood, and steel would be abundant. If all went according to plan, they would construct a larger house and repeat the aforementioned processes. When they grew weary of building houses at their doorsteps, he would bestow noble titles upon these veteran players and assign them a slightly distant fiefdom, allowing them the freedom to engage in their own endeavors. Weapons, ammunition, food, fuel, and building materials are always within their capacity to produce, should they fall short. Importing from the homeland would suffice, conveniently providing new players with tasks to occupy their time. As for what lies ahead, that can be contemplated later. Damn it, I have only just unlocked the B1 level of the shelter myself, yet here I am, fretting over matters so far into the future. The exact number of cultivation pods stored in Shelter 404 remains an enigma. It is entirely possible that he may need to devise ways to create such devices himself in the future. He is confident that the formidable original administrator accomplished an unprecedented technological feat within the shelter, and he is certain that once he unveils all secrets, the truth will be revealed to him. Nonetheless, while the future remains uncertain, he harbors a deep-seated confidence regarding the substantial update of the Alpha 03 version. He is orchestrating an elaborate strategy. In his initial phase, the players, having undergone 9 years of compulsory education, represent a substantial productive force, capable of seamlessly transitioning from an agrarian society to industrialization without a hitch. Upon achieving the foundational level of industrialization, survival in the wasteland becomes a viable prospect. As the second phase unfolds, with the increase in player numbers, Chu Guang intends to incorporate a select group of indigenous wasteland inhabitants into the outpost, engaging them in fundamental production roles such as farming, timber harvesting, and cement production. Should any of these natives possess unique talents, he will assign them to specialized positions. Meanwhile, those players who have ascended to citizen status will be liberated from basic labor, allowing them to immerse themselves in more creative, combat-oriented, and exploratory endeavors that are both challenging and enjoyable, fully leveraging their ability to respawn and engage in trial and error. In the third and final phase, ideally, a symbiotic societal relationship would have formed between the NPCs, the indigenous wasteland dwellers, and the players, who are clones. Their respective advantages would complement one another while imposing mutual constraints. If all proceeds smoothly, players who have established homes, possessions, equipment, friendships, and even love within this realm will come to regard the Wasteland OL as their second life, becoming advocates of order rather than challengers, thus fostering a healthy gaming ecosystem. Such a gaming environment indeed exists in reality, commonly referred to as a server environment. Of course, Chu Guang is well aware that plans are perpetually outpaced by change. Hence, he has devised numerous contingency plans to address unforeseen circumstances. Nevertheless, as it stands, the implementation of the first phase appears quite promising. The carefully selected closed beta players seem to be thoroughly enticed by the grand vision he has painted, exhibiting cooperation beyond his expectations. Xiao Qi, holding the camera, gazed at her master standing nearby and softly reminded him, "Master, do you realize that your smile resembles that of a villain?" "A villain? Have you ever encountered such a benevolent villain as myself?" Chu Guang shot a glance at the mute companion. "I have liberated them from their mundane existence, granting them an extraordinary additional 12 hours in their lives. All they need to contribute is a modicum of sweat and a fleeting moment of dreaming. Beyond that, they have incurred no losses, not even spending a single penny. Damn it, upon reflection, that does seem quite the loss. This helmet ought to be monetized." However, after much contemplation, Chu Guang remains uncertain of how he would utilize the funds. Online purchases cannot be delivered, and he bears no responsibility for server electricity costs or the helmet's expenses. At least for now, collecting money would only complicate matters. Shaking his head, he withdrew his gaze from the window and turned away from Xiao Qi, stifling yawn. The wind on the rooftop was rather brisk. "I shall return to the shelter. I leave this in your capable hands." His most promising team, a motley crew of cattle and horses, had already set out with bows, spears, and provisions purchased through crowdfunding, presumably to hunt. Chu Guang had been deliberately nurturing a player named Yishur, imparting survival skills in the wasteland as well as teaching him how to utilize perception to track prey and discern danger, successfully guiding him to the trail of a herd of deer. If they failed to secure any game, it would be a disservice to his mentorship. Coincidentally, 9mm ammunition was running low, prompting Chu Guang to grant himself a day off. Xiao Qi adjusted the camera, obediently acknowledging, "As you wish, master." By midday, in the adjacent resident hall, a hoarse whimper emerged from a half-open cultivation pod. "Wah, sister, I am finally alive." Overcome with excitement, the newly awakened player bumped her forehead against the still unsealed hatch of the pod. Rubbing her reddened brow, she sat up to behold her delicate skin and alluring physique reflected in the mirror before her, tears welling in her eyes, a blend of pain and exhilaration. Prior to logging in, she had obsessively monitored the forum for a full 3 days. 3 days. Heaven knows how she endured those sleepless nights without the helmet. Wiping away her tears, she hastily donned the clothing stored in the pod's compartment, zipped it up, and scurried out of the room. The lights in the resident hall were ablaze. Chu Guang had just returned from outside and was seated at a computer in the hall, browsing the internet. Upon hearing footsteps from the adjacent room, he casually closed the web page, released the mouse, and turned to the player who had entered the hall. He observed the young player, her head bowed, as she spoke with a tone of contrition. "Esteemed administrator, please allow me to apologize for my hasty and reckless actions." Although the planner had told her that apologies held little significance, the NPC's demeanor was so convincingly realistic that she felt compelled to utter an apology, believing she could not forgive herself without it. "There is no need for you to apologize to me. What you have betrayed is the trust of the organization and those who remain in slumber beneath the earth," Chu Guang remarked, glancing at her attire. If memory serves, each cultivation pod was only equipped with 2 sets of this blue uniform. Should she perish again, she would likely find herself in dire straits. Although Tung Tung had crafted some warm animal skin coats, they were suitable only for outerwear. Going without anything underneath would be somewhat inappropriate, especially given her rather unique physique. With an impassive expression, Chu Guang continued, "According to the rules, I should deduct 500 contribution points from you. But regrettably, you possess none to be deducted." The player, still looking down, responded with embarrassment, "I am truly sorry. I am willing to accept any punishment. Punishment serves to impart lessons. To survive in this wasteland, one requires not only courage, but also intellect. I hope you will cherish your life, as well as this hard-won opportunity to venture to the surface." Chu Guang paused for a moment before continuing, "I entrust you with a task. Go outside and gather 100 kilograms of food, including but not limited to wild vegetables, berries, and mushrooms. Until the punitive task is completed, your status shall be downgraded from that of a resident to that of a condemned individual, a designation which precludes the acceptance of tasks and the receipt of any rewards. Bear in mind that your balance is insufficient to cover the penalty of death. Should you meet your demise again, I shall permanently exile you to the depths below. Take heed. Permanent exile signifies the forfeiture of your eligibility to partake in this game. In this fictional game setting, all players hail from the innermost recesses of a sanctuary, a frozen slumber center housing thousands, serving as the vanguard for a return to the surface. Upon hearing the term permanent exile, Yi trembled, promptly exclaiming, "Yes, I assure you it will never happen again." Satisfied with her contrition, Chu Guang gently nodded. "Go on." Jia Chris Fayin was about to make her way towards the exit when the administrator seated at the desk suddenly called out to her. "Wait a moment." Yi halted and turned back. "Do you have any further instructions?" Just a moment. Let me show you something." With that, Chu Guang retrieved a metal package came from the drawer, pulled the tab, and tore off the lid. A fragrant aroma wafted from within the can. Chu Guang paused, taken aback. To her astonishment, the aged can showed no signs of oil separation and appeared as pristine as if it had just been produced. Could it possibly be freshly processed? Chu Guang's expression turned slightly peculiar. Is there a need to test it for poison? It seems unnecessary. Yi, having just been revived, did not dwell on such thoughts. Although her stomach was empty and she was not particularly hungry, the sight of the delectable can made her swallow hard. She looked up at the administrator, her face awash with disbelief and gratitude. "Is this for me?" Chu Guang did not respond directly, but inquired, "Do you wish to eat it?" Jia quickly nodded. "Yes." Chu Guang continued, "Is there anything unusual about its color? Perhaps a green hue?" "Yeah, vigoro stishuk, head. No, when hunger strikes, everything appears appetizing, and her attention was wholly captured by the food, prompting her to swallow again. This administrator is truly compassionate, though she had just been punished still. "All right, I understand." Chu Guang took back the can. "I merely intended to show you. Do not overthink it." Yi, with tears glistening in her eyes, dashed out. Meanwhile, seated and consuming the can, Chu Guang reflected that perhaps her actions this time may indeed have been a tad excessive.